Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Apocalypse Sword God. I shocked the whole world right here on GMT Recap. This young man is Yi Ning, who possesses the greatest divine talent on the continent. At the moment the monster was rampaging through Nation H, on the final battlefield of the capital, he severed it with a single strike, saving 3 third-rank individuals who were on the verge of death. At this point, there was no room for negligence. Above them was a mutated form, one that Yi Ning had never encountered before. Yet the divine mechanism archer of the 3rd rank and the heavy mace warrior of the 3rd rank, their minds clouded, charged forward recklessly, ready to risk it all. Before the two could even touch a hair on the beast, they were blasted to death with a single breath from the creature. The spiritual energy 3rd rank assistant, unable to bear the sight of her comrades' tragic end, immediately threw herself into the fray, risking her life. With both hands wide, she continuously spewed flames, but they did nothing. Just as she was about to be obliterated as well, Yi Ning intervened, blocking the monster's attack. This creature, capable of wiping out 2 peak 3rd rank members with one blow, was definitely not a normal 3rd rank mutated form. He called out to the divine mechanism archer, thinking that staying behind would only be a burden, and decided to face it alone. After blocking a deadly strike, Yi Ning's sword snapped in two. This was something the military had speculated countless times, believing it to exist only in legend. A 4th rank mutated form would require every ounce of strength to combat. Yi Ning leaped into the air, determined to deliver the most powerful strike ever, but failed. The sword pierced his heart, and the young man collapsed, completely defeated. Is this really a 4th rank? It seems that humanity still knows nothing about the power of level 4. We were unable to protect the world, and honestly, I'm not reconciled with it. However, at this moment, the familiar news broadcast suddenly rang in Yi Ning's ears. His head pounded painfully, and he woke up, dazed, thinking, didn't I already die? The 2 guards, seeing this, moved forward. Someone suggested that he should not be allowed to participate in the test, saying that he had been infected by a virus and had fallen unconscious as a result. But the tests were still underway outside, and if he caused a scene now, it would be the end for him. They began to plot how to deal with Yi Ning. Let's take action. After all, he's just an ordinary person, not a descendant of the awakened. He's just a small character. If he dies, we'll just blame it on him being infected by the virus. It was then that Yi Ning suddenly realized he had been reborn 3 years ago, on the very day he had participated in the aptitude test. The young man understood the situation, so it turns out that he hadn't passed the test before because someone had sabotaged him. This time, how could he let them succeed as they did before? Without hesitation, Yi Ning grabbed the gun from the man in front of him and dealt with each of them one by one. In his previous life, he had missed the test and had to struggle to survive by scavenging corpses. After wandering for 3 years, the military finally discovered his god-level aptitude, but by then, the H Nation's warzone had fallen, and there was barely any time or resources for him to grow. Yi Ning had only used 7 victories to reach level 3, and he was still far from reaching the highest level. Yet, he had already been forced to go to the battlefield and fight against level 4 mutated beings. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and his sister, Shaoan. But now things were different, there was still time. As long as he could pass the test and become the strongest, he could save the important people around him and put an end to this apocalyptic era. Just at that moment, the system notification for the Apocalypse Sword God was triggered. The one bound was Yi Ning. The mission details: 30 minutes from now, the bound person must touch the crystal to test it and activate the system's function. If he fails to touch the crystal by the 31st minute, the system will disappear. Mission notification: complete the mission to unlock and activate the system. Any sword skill will receive a 100-fold enhancement, transforming into a forbidden swordsman. This was completely different from the apocalyptic systems that awakened people usually had, systems that were tied to their past lives. Yi Ning was unsure whether this was due to his golden finger or if it was a result of his reincarnation. After thinking for a moment, he decided that as long as he could become stronger, it didn't matter what kind of strange system it was. He had to act fast, begin the test, and find out who was behind all of this. The countdown began, 31 minutes. At that moment, a group of people ran out to block Yining's way, warning that an infected person was on the run, advising him to stay still and put his hands on his head. Yining stood still, assessing the situation. The leader was a low-level awakened, and the others were ordinary people. The best course of action now was to use the leader as leverage. He would make him lead him outside. Yining had snatched the captain's gun, then immediately took him hostage, forbidding him to move. "Take me to the testing square. 3 seconds to think over 3 seconds and I'll fire." Everyone looked at Yining as if he were a lunatic who'd stepped on a nail. The captain cried out in panic, "What are you doing? A normal person coming to take the test? Maybe there's been a misunderstanding, let's talk this through." Yining still arrogantly pressed the gun to his head, determined to force him to lead the way. The captain broke into a cold sweat again. "Kid, you'd better hope you can awaken, but even if you become unawakened, escaping death won't be easy." Elsewhere, at the testing square, every face was as taut as a drawn bowstring. A century ago, in 2042, disaster descended upon the world, a global population of tens of billions was reduced to less than 1/10. It was also then that the first awakened appeared, and the Allied forces rescued Nation H. Today was the important day to test whether people had talent. Success meant becoming an awakened in the combat system protecting a region, failure meant leaving to live an ordinary life. The man holding the mic was Liu Tian, the representative military commissioner of the Tianfeng safe zone. Now they would begin with the descendant of an awakened. While people stood in line waiting their turn, a soldier rushed in to announce an infected person had taken a hostage and entered the testing area. Everyone seemed confused. Until Yining entered, leading a hostage, Liu Tian suggested that he lower his weapon and surrender, otherwise, he would be dealt with on the spot. The soldiers immediately withdrew their weapons. Yining had that look of someone who thought, "Now that I'm here, what is there to fear?" He bluntly declared, "I'm not infected, nor do I wish to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to participate in the inspection." Liu Tian, still panicked, shouted angrily and suggested that the soldiers immediately suppress him. Yining then dropped his gun and read aloud clearly, "According to Clause 137 of the Safe Zone, awakened individuals are entitled to privileges. According to the regulations, disobeying military orders is punishable by death, but as long as one contributes enough, the penalty can be revoked." The captain, now out of control, angrily charged at him, landing a punch squarely on Yining's face, sending him sprawling. Not stopping there, he continued to sit on top of him, warning, "What kind of time is this for you to be talking about regulations?" Liu Tian shouted loudly, demanding Yining's execution. At the moment the sword was about to strike, a helicopter, what they called the spiritual energy fighter jet, came flying in at supersonic speed. From the helicopter, the highest-ranking officer of the Tianfeng military district, a level 3 awakened, Grand Commander Xiaohai, jumped down. The powerful energy emanating from this man pressed down on everything, creating a heavy sense of oppression. "The inspection hasn't even started, why is the Grand Commander here?" Xiaohai's face was serious, his tone stern as he spoke. "Right now, the military district has many high-level awakened individuals. If he dares to wager his life, then let's give him a chance. If the awakening fails, we'll execute him on the spot." Yining, who loved to be in the spotlight, grinned foolishly like an idiot. "All right, let's go ahead and arrange for me to take the test now." The people in line began to disperse, genuinely making way for Yining to go ahead with the test. Others looked at him with disdain. Ordinary people dreaming of becoming awakened, how laughable. He was already at a low level but kept claiming he had talent, it was truly disgusting. Yining didn't care about what they said. Let them talk. He stood proudly in the middle for the test. In his past life, he was framed and missed the opportunity. One wrong step, and a lifetime of regret would follow. This time, he was determined to make it right. Yining extended his hand, determined to seize his fate with his own hands. In an instant, an overwhelming energy radiated from Yining, and those watching were dumbfounded. Once again, Yining experienced this feeling, the spiritual energy entering his body. Was he really about to try it? The system's announcement rang out, checking his talent, current talent level is D. Checking talent, current level is C. Checking talent, current level is B. The system kept making these announcements. Lu Tian stood frozen, unable to believe what was happening. The level was continuously rising. Could this kid possibly have a high-level talent? The talent has now reached level A, and spiritual energy flooded into the internal organs, making the young man feel amazing. He declared, "Crystal, check it, and infuse even more spiritual energy." The energy surged stronger and stronger, with no sign of stopping. Lu Tian's eyes widened, his mouth agape. A normal person like him had an A-level talent. Such a chance was something one in tens of thousands might have. Xiao Hai observed intently, somewhat surprised. The final result had not yet been revealed. Could it be that his talent was even higher? Indeed, it was true, his level was still rising. Yining knelt, astonished. The talent test process had now reached level. Xiao Hai's mouth dropped open. This isn't right. Crystal had not yet declared the end of the test, meaning the test was still ongoing. Yining turned out to be S-level talent, a seed of a third-tier awakened human. This crucial moment could not be missed. Xiao Hai immediately gave urgent orders. The underground armored division began preparing, standing guard against any potential mutation attacks. The spiritual energy fighter jets took to the skies for aerial patrols around the room, ensuring no accidents. All roads leading to this place, except for military routes, were sealed off. The airspace above was locked down. Yining was still undergoing transformation, letting out wild, agonizing screams. Aircraft thundered overhead as they carried out their mission. Finally, the test process concluded. Xiao Hai was so shocked that he dropped the tablet he had been holding. He turned out to be a pure-blood SS level. If the S level is considered a reserve military force for those awakening to the third tier, then the SS level, as expected, is bound to become a third-tier individual. It seems Tian Foam is about to undergo a major change. Xiao Hai was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling with joy, looking very thrilled. Good, finally, Tianfeng's safe zone has produced a talent. The people waiting for their awakenings below couldn't help but admire. Heavens, being praised by the Grand Commander like that, it must be a once-in-a-thousand-year dream. How enviable. This flip of attitude even made the young man standing beside comment again. The change was indeed shocking. Just earlier, you called him disgusting and pathetic, saying not to be jealous. Who knows, he might become our superior one day. While everyone else was still in stunned silence, Yining felt a bit disappointed. His innate talent was clearly SSS level, the highest theoretical human tier, yet the crystal inheritance test only showed an SS level. Never mind, the influence of SS level is still strong enough. The most important thing now was the mission from the Sword God system. The Sword God system had finished downloading. The binding effect on Ning was activated, currently increasing skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword-related skill, it would unconditionally upgrade the skill to SSS level. Every 48 hours, you could use the skill once without any consumption or class-level restrictions. Yining sighed in relief as he finally completed his task. But after taking a closer look, he was shocked. Wait a minute, in my previous life, even with the strength of the country, there could only be 2 S-level individuals and 1 A-level skilled person. Now, the Divine Sword system can freely enhance skills to the SSS level. Yining's current task is to learn swordsmanship, and the mission reward will increase by 4 points of free attributes, with the condition that no information about the system may be disclosed. Those who violate this rule will be eliminated. Yining was determined to figure out a way to get his hands on the skill book. Xiao Hai walked over, excited and eager to strike up a conversation. Yining, congratulations on unlocking your talent level. Come on, tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Uncle here will make it happen. He was full of enthusiasm, but Yi Ning continued to stare in one direction, his eyes blank, still lost in his thoughts, carefully analyzing the system's task. He was so absorbed that Xiao Hai had to step in and call out, but received no response. It seemed that Yi Ning, having just awakened, was still adjusting. No worries, kid. Back in my day, Uncle Xiao also stared blankly for quite a while just like you. Let's go, no more zoning out. Once we get to my office, we'll talk. As soon as they returned to the private room, Yi Ning was greeted warmly, a stark contrast to before, when he was wrongly accused of delaying the check. I've already sent people to control all the related departments. We'll investigate thoroughly and give you a clear answer. After that, Uncle Xiao decided that Yi Ning would be the first one chosen for the seed plan. Just let the higher-ups review it briefly, and someone from the third level will come to guide you professionally. The materials and equipment will also be provided for you. Now, tell me about the situation related to your talent, and Uncle Xiao will plan things out for you. Yi Ning remained silent, thinking to himself, I can't tell anyone about the divine sword system, I'll just tell him about my original talent. He then spoke up. My system is a psychic system, which allows me to manipulate objects with mental force. Xiao Hai stroked his chin, seeming to concentrate. A psychic system, that's quite rare. You might need an expert from the capital to give you some advice. By the way, what kind of reward do you want? Commander Xiao, if possible, I'd like a skill book on sword techniques. Xiao Hai immediately agreed, even thinking that this request was too easy. He instructed someone to bring the highest level book available. After some effort, the person finally delivered the book. Commander Xiao, this is the highest level skill book in our supply reserves. Xiao Hai didn't hesitate and immediately handed it over to Yi Ning. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return now. Going back home quickly to share the good news with your family? I understand. Xiao Hai immediately ordered a few elite soldiers to follow Yi Ning and ensure his safety 24/7. They were to guarantee his security and report immediately if any unusual situation arose. Regarding the matter of Yi Ning almost losing his qualification to take the exam, a report must be submitted within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, just arrest them and deal with it later. After the order was given, Yi Ning was treated like precious gold or silver, with no detail overlooked in the arrangements for his safety. He felt that they were being a bit excessive, so he told them to stay stationed there while he would go home on his own. As soon as he appeared, people immediately started whispering and gossiping. Look, isn't that Yi Ning? Has he become a big shot now? He's even riding a military vehicle back? Lower your voice. With so many bodyguards around him, he's clearly not someone simple. Upon arriving home, Yi Ning saw his little sister, Xiaoan, carrying the garbage out. Xiaoan was his younger sister. Yi Ning froze for a moment, recalling the terrifying memories. Xiaoan, in the past life, I couldn't protect you. I'm really sorry. This life, I will definitely make sure you don't suffer any harm. In that instant, the young man rushed over and hugged his sister tightly. She smiled as she stroked his back. All right. It's been a whole year since we last met. Weren't you at a military training camp? When did you get out? Yi Ning was still overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he said, I just took the exam. Then why are you crying? It's nothing, I'm just so happy to see you. Xiaoan, innocently holding her brother's hand, said, Let's go home now. After you left, Mom has been worried about you. Look at this. Today, I was really lucky to find a few spare parts, and on the way, I could swap them for some bread. Now, you can eat your fill today. The little girl was so innocent and understanding that it almost broke his heart. Yi Ning smiled and announced, You silly thing, today we can eat well. Xiaoan was excited. Really? Is there meat today? Of course, as much as you want. Just earlier, I managed to cook a feast for Mom and you. Our family has never eaten so well before. The mother, with concern, asked, "How's the progress with the awakening training test?" "A lot of the neighbors have been asking." Yining excitedly told his mother, "I passed the test, I become an awakened one." His mother was so moved that she almost cried, "And Shawn too, you really are your sister's pride, aren't you? By the way, does this mean that now that I've become awakened, we can eat like this every day?" Yining's heart ached, but he nodded, trying to hide it. After his mother and sister fell asleep, he quietly opened the door to the kitchen and activated the system. System, Learning Skill Books. Notification, mission completed, received 4 free attribute points, obtained C rank skill, raid, a rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded your skill, and the raid sword skill has evolved into SSS rank, Sword Flow Storm. A sphere of powerful energy appeared in Yining's hand. Sword Flow Storm skill. After consuming 4,500 points of spiritual energy, it summons a torrent of sword energy, delivering a devastating attack to the target area within an extremely short time. The skill comes with attributes such as super speed, armor piercing, destruction, cutting, and splitting. One thing to note is that the destructive power of this skill has increased by 10,000 times compared to its current level, so it must be used with caution. Yining still couldn't believe his eyes. He had truly upgraded a C rank skill to SSS rank. No matter how grand the situations were in his past life, he had never encountered something so unbelievable. Yining read it over carefully again, using it once required 4,500 points of spiritual energy. Without equipment support, using Sword Flow Storm even once would be impossible. In theory, this skill could only be used at mid-level 3. Fortunately, Yining's innate talent allowed him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if his spiritual energy was fully drained, he still wouldn't be able to use it at all. But the trouble was that the Sword God system did not permit any information about it to be disclosed. He couldn't explain the origin of this power and skill to anyone else. This also meant that until he leveled up to level 2, he had to avoid using Sword Flow Storm in front of others. The young man sighed. Now is a critical moment. The Grand Commander has announced the seed plan. It's better not to cause him any trouble. But in his past life, he had never had access to high-tier sword techniques. He really wanted to try it out right now to see what it was like. As soon as he picked it up, he suddenly remembered, that's right, wasn't it the military zone that had this? In Face Lin's descent, because of the appearance of spiritual energy, various types of random dungeons began to appear everywhere. Over time, with the completion of explorations and training, the materials related to these dungeons gradually became well known to humans. Especially the military, which had spent a massive amount of human and material resources to research and develop training dungeons used for real combat training. Compared to naturally formed dungeons, training dungeons allowed one to leave at any time if their life was in danger, ensuring maximum safety. Because of this, Yining decided to go out to the training dungeon to test his skills. This was the Safe Zone Training Dungeon, Tianfeng. Yining went to request to open a single-level dungeon for him, any type would do. The dungeon assistant stared at Yining with wide eyes, thinking to himself, this is Yining, the one with the SS-level mental talent just discovered. The Grand Commander had instructed that a dungeon could be opened for him. The assistant seemed concerned and asked Yining once more. You're going in alone? You should have someone accompany you. With your current strength, it's too dangerous to enter a dungeon by yourself. I'm just going in to test a few things. I'll be out soon, there's no need to worry. And so, he entered the training dungeon, where he appeared in a low-difficulty dangerous city. This was a simulation of a world that had recently collapsed. The weapon assigned to Yining for the dungeon was a dagger. He reached into the virtual space and took it out, exactly as he wanted. The weaker the weapon, the more convenient it was for testing skills. Just then, he noticed some unusual movements. The first monster appeared and immediately charged at him. Yining took his first steps, jumping to dodge its attack. You're coming to hand me points, huh? He drove the knife straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Having just dealt with one, he wasn't satisfied yet, his hands hadn't even gotten dirty. The young man decided to move quickly and began hunting. The door led to an emergency exit, and outside, a few red glows flickered. As he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster was waiting, charging at him immediately. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him alive. Yining focused directly on it, but to his surprise, there was still another one. He closed in, and saliva even splattered on his face, as one of its claws slashed at him. Though his physical constitution wasn't particularly strong, his previous combat experience made dealing with these zombies relatively easy. It seemed that to properly test his skills, he needed to face the mutated boss leader of the area. First, he decided to leave the building via the stairs, then pass through the street leading to the boss area on the right side of the square. As soon as he opened the door, he was shocked to find that the zombies had already evolved to mid-level rank 1. The difficulty of the dungeon had increased. Yining didn't want to waste time on them. As soon as they sensed the presence of humans, they started howling loudly, opening their mouths wide and chasing after them in a frenzy. Yining made a swift arc with his knife, then ran. I need to find the boss as quickly as possible. I have to leave this place fast. The number of zombies that noticed him steadily increased exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how many zombies he killed, it didn't increase his spiritual energy experience points. Yining still decided to head straight for the boss area. First, I need to shake off these guys, then I'll deal with it, he said as he used his jumping skill to leap onto a car roof, making his way toward the boss zone. The young man became highly alert as the system notification rang, level 1 peak mutant, a practitioner, is attacking. The creature moved so fast that Yining couldn't react in time. The Corpse Reaper boss in the instance dungeon was a level 1 peak mutant. Yining immediately used his jump skill to leap away, narrowly avoiding its attack. Logically, to deal with a level 1 peak mutant, at least 3 awakened individuals of the same level would be needed. If it weren't for testing his skills, Yining would currently be at level 0. No matter how strong his innate talent was, facing off directly against a level 1 peak mutant was impossible. On top of that, there were countless regular zombies swarming around the Corpse Reaper. Even a small squad of Tier 1 combatants would struggle to escape. Yining still decided to charge forward. If the skill isn't as strong as I imagined, then even if it's a disaster, I'll at least be able to escape from the dungeon. He activated his skill and prepared to strike. Using the power of Sword Flow Storm. A loud explosion echoed, and rocks shattered in the thick, hazy smoke. The young man squinted hard to see. This was a move that had truly wiped everything out. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't have been able to imagine the destructive power of Sword Flow Storm. This power, even if it was slightly weaker than that of a second-tier mutated body at peak level, could still destroy in an instant. And right now, he was only at the 0 level. After eliminating a first-tier mutated body at its peak, Yining immediately received 5 points of spiritual energy experience, with a 50% reduction for the artificial dungeon. All experience in the artificial dungeon came from the spiritual energy stones provided by the combat zone, and the item drop rate was lower than in normal dungeons. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone receiving equipment in a test dungeon, but now, there was actual gear. What Yining got was a white-colored piece of equipment called flexible gloves. It added 1 point to agility and increased hand speed and shooting speed by 15%. In this regard, even a second-tier awakened individual might not have a full set of white-tier equipment. Receiving one now was a decent start. The test results were in, and he was lucky enough to receive equipment. Staying here any longer would serve no purpose. Yining quickly logged out of the dungeon. As soon as he returned, the young man calmly handed the technical badge back. The people from the technical department were quick to send someone over, probably because they'd seen the zombies get frightened and scatter in a panic. Just now, who was the white-haired man running over in such a hurry? Did he send a first-tier squad into the dungeon? Didn't we already say? A solo dungeon can't accommodate that many people. Maintaining a dungeon is difficult. How many times have I told you this? Why can't you remember? The young man from the technical department still didn't understand what was going on. But I didn't send any squad into the solo dungeon. No one? The white-haired man frowned. Really no squad at all? Then why did the first-tier mutated entity of the solo dungeon disappear? And even the only piece of equipment dropped as well? Could it be that some second-tier awakened person was just bored and decided to enter the solo dungeon? The technical department guy was sweating, his face contorting in a grimace. Just now, only Yining entered the dungeon. He said he was going to do some checks or something. Could he really have gone in alone to take on the dungeon boss? On his way back, Yining saw that everyone was sprawled out everywhere. Gun sales here. 15 kg of flour per gun, and I'll throw in 2 bullets. The mantis at 1 credit point is half a kilo, selling right here. Yining thought that although he could easily handle the first-tier mutated peak, the situation was still grim. This didn't even include the disaster a year later. The Tianfeng safe zone would be attacked by a large number of third-tier mutated entities, with dead bodies scattered everywhere. It was also just 10 days later that in the Tianfeng city area, a zombie riot would form, setting fire to the Tianfeng safe zone. Yining couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Shaoan and his mother had yet to be resolved. Certainly, we must increase our strength even faster. At the capital's safe zone base, the Central Military Command Group was holding another meeting. The urgent intelligence from the Tianfeng safe zone has detected an SS-level gifted individual. Has everyone seen this? An SS-level gifted individual, and moreover, pure blood, this is a prime asset. Recently, there have been many fatalities among third-level individuals. Having such a talent join us would be very beneficial. Yeah, we need to speed up the training process, and corresponding resources should be provided quickly. Or perhaps we should directly send him to the capital military district for the commander-in-chief to personally guide him. Are you suggesting that he will break through from 3rd level to 4th level in that seemingly insurmountable gap? Until now, none of our high-level awakeners, whether the 4 grand commanders, the dozen or so 3rd-level peak individuals in the military, or even our commander-in-chief, have been able to reach the 4th level because we never had the proper resources to train from the very beginning. Everyone considered it, and they all agreed in unison. Starting with resources was a reasonable suggestion and worth trying. Yining, the SS-level gifted individual chosen for the plan, will be a top-tier seed. Immediately transfer him to the capital military district. While everyone was in agreement, one person objected. This opposition has raised concerns among the group. What does it mean to oppose such a talent? Are you from the 4th military district, preparing to stage your traditional cultural debate again? What's going on? The man wearing glasses sharply refuted. It seems like you haven't fully read the final part of the urgent intelligence. He is someone who has awakened the will attribute of the spiritual system. Over the past 70 years, there has never been a 3rd-level spiritual system. The physical potential of someone awakened in the spiritual system is very weak, and they generally need support. Without another awakened person to protect them, fighting alone would be a burden. The task of advancing from level 1 to level 2 is essentially a gamble. To reach peak level 2 and break through to level 3, as you all know, the success rate is 0. After hearing this, the president turned 180 degrees and downgraded Yining's importance. Valuable resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Xiao Hai received the notification result. Yining's fire seed plan had been cancelled by someone else, and his importance level had been reduced. The spiritual system could not become level 3, and his potential was only rated as level A, or even lower. The training value was minimal. The close combat soldier asked, "So, are we going to treat him the same way we had planned before?" It seems the face-turning event has begun. The higher-ups have decided that Yining has no potential. If that's the case, then they will revoke the benefits Yining had been given, and redirect the people who were sent to protect him. As for the investigation into the incident that prevented Yining from taking the test, due to suspicions of a suicide which caused the trail to be broken. Should I continue investigating it? Xiao Hai sighed softly. He had agreed to investigate before because he had seen potential in Yi Ning, but now that there's no potential, what is there left to investigate? Right after that, they drove the cart to deliver the message. Yi Ning, the result of the capital expert's opinion is out. Your potential is only level 2, and the safe zone has already cancelled your benefits. You don't need to participate in the seed plan anymore. I have informed you of everything that needed to be said. Goodbye. Yi Ning was stunned. How could my potential only be level 2? He knew full well that his talent had reached SSS level. Even if it was assessed as SS level, that alone should have been enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a while, he figured it out. During this time, the Tianan safe zone had been under attack by large numbers of mutated creatures, and those awakened with psychic abilities were still considered useless. The reason the awakened could not reach level 4 was because their willpower attribute wasn't enough, and the addition of psychic abilities had yet to be understood by anyone. Everything had turned out differently than expected. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected event in his life, causing them to fail to recognize his true importance. Do I have to go to the capital and proclaim that I have SSS level talent, and only then will awakening my psychic powers be the key to breaking through to level 4? After thinking for a while, the young man decided to give up. After all, who would believe baseless claims? The best thing to do now was to find a way to quickly recover his strength to level 3. Once that was done, everything would be revealed. With the Sword God system and Sword Flow Storm, those two things alone had already made his start much better than his previous life. At this point, he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately set off to begin hunting mutated creatures. This is a wilderness forest, and as soon as I arrived, I was approached by two young men. Hey, you with the gun, do you want to join our team? We're a primary level first-tier mutated beast hunting squad, and if we succeed, we'll share 1 credit point with you. Follow us, and we'll guarantee your safety. Yi Ning flatly refused. A team, huh? The experience with first-tier mutated beasts wasn't that great. With so many people, how much experience could they really share? Go by yourself, I don't need it. You little brat, you've surprised me. Seeing you alone, we wanted to help you, and yet you don't know how to appreciate it. Don't think that just because you've awakened, you don't know what the real world is like. We're offering you a kind invitation, and this attitude of yours, do you have a death wish? After hearing enough, Yi Ning, feeling a headache, said, "Shut up and leave." The moment their eyes met, the bold one immediately stepped back. They all flinched, the cold glare felt like a wild beast was locking onto them. Could it be that someone who had survived numerous life and death situations had this kind of gaze? This young man indeed had a somewhat sinister aura. Yi Ning ignored them and walked straight in. He stopped at Lanshur Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If he remembered correctly, the deepest part of this forest was home to 2 first-tier mutated beasts, one of which was at peak level 1. Anyone who had awakened to a level below first tier needed to eliminate 3 first-tier mutated beasts. In the test instance, he had already taken down a peak-level first-tier monster. Although the experience gained was halved, it was still equivalent to a normal first-tier level. With 2 more monsters in the Lanshur forest to deal with, he could level up. Not long ago, he encountered a monster. He resolutely chose not to use his violent wind sword and instead fired his gun. Not only did he need experience for spiritual energy, but he also needed to enhance his physical capabilities. The monsters were rushing toward him from somewhere. Yi Ning confirmed that the awakened human body's neurological qualities were the weakest. He had to change the high-up's perception. Not just him, but all the third-tier awakened individuals with abilities needed to find a way to awaken their spirits. If they didn't do so and waited until reaching the 4th tier, it would already be too late. They had to think of a way to make the high-ups realize the importance of the spiritual system. At the moment Yi Ning fired his gun, swallows flew in all directions. The group of people from earlier was also in confusion. Did you hear that? It's the sound of gunfire. Could it be from that young man from earlier? The sound came from the direction of the tree demon, seemingly not far away. Everyone, hurry and run. Don't let the spiritual energy orb be lost and fall into the hands of that brat. Meanwhile, Yi-Ning was dodging each attack and sweeping through the monsters. The first-tier peak-level mutated tree demon was desperately attacking him. It wasn't just one, there were two attacking at once, its large mouth waiting for battle. But Yi-Ning was rather confused. As he looked around, he couldn't find the other monster. Right now, he could only see and sense one before him, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem quite right. Its tentacles plunged straight into the ground at an incredibly fast speed. Yi-Ning ran swiftly, dodging every attack, but when he looked around, it had vanished. In reality, it had leapt up right above his head. It threw the chain fiercely, and to his surprise, its massive, heavy body was able to jump like that. Moreover, the second one had yet to appear, and Yi-Ning suspected it wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. The monster was becoming increasingly enraged. By this point, there was no time to avoid the attacks, and no time to think of a solution, so all he could do was brace himself. He swung the gun forcefully at its body and suddenly noticed a strange object resembling an eye in the middle of its form. Yi-Ning had been attacked. His wrist was torn open, and he realized that he hadn't been mistaken earlier. The second-rank intermediate mutated suppression squad was highly skilled, but to his surprise, facing off against two first-rank monsters had resulted in heavy casualties, with two team members sacrificing their lives. If the second one hadn't been hiding so well, they wouldn't have been injured this badly. In his past life, the tree demon here and its disruptor were both eliminated by an elite squad of the military. The words they had spoken back then had led him to a misunderstanding. In truth, there had always been one hiding deep within, and the answer had been right in front of him. The disruptor was on the tree demon itself, and its body began to swell. Yi-Ning now understood the issue. The howling of the disruptor was enhancing the tree demon, but it seemed that the buff it provided didn't last for long. Moreover, when using the buff, the tree demon deliberately took a step back. At that moment, there was still no change, it remained exactly like the previous attack. If I'm not mistaken, it would soon jump up beside Yi-Ning again. Sure enough, it went as expected. Yi-Ning immediately leapt onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is the disturbance, you bastard. At this point, it was the young man's time to shine. He jumped high, stabbing his sword directly into the center of the disturbance. The tree demon screamed loudly, and green slime oozed out. In Yi-Ning's hand was the disturbance. When not on the tree demon, the disturbance was incredibly weak. He was certain he could crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the tree demon became even more frantic, struggling and launching attacks filled with defiance. Now, it's its turn. Yi-Ning drew his sword, and with a few slashes, he was able to tear the tentacle into 100 pieces. To his surprise, there was no shield from the disturbance. The tree demon completely lacked the power of a first-stage peak mutant. The young man resolutely moved forward again. The more it screamed, the more he enjoyed turning it into a deformed monster. Now, the tree demon was completely defenseless. The once majestic tentacles that flailed fiercely were all chopped off. Yi-Ning spoke gently but firmly. Come on, stop struggling, farewell, my dear. Then, with one strike, he drove his sword straight into the center of its face. Green liquid poured out, and the entire body exploded. The system notification popped up, you have successfully eliminated the first-stage peak mutant disturbance. Received experience, defeated the mutated tree demon at its peak stage, gained spiritual energy experience. You obtained the white shell material from the tree demon, as well as a set of white drywood armor. Additionally, you received a white giant claw material and a spiritual energy fruit. Yi-Ning felt a sense of accomplishment. Although there were side effects, in regular combat, it could still be considered a rare and useful item. However, the truly rare item was the spiritual energy fruit.
After consumption, the fruit would permanently increase physical attributes by 1 point and boost life regeneration speed by 20%. Yi Ning decided to use it immediately.
For an awakened individual, increasing one level in physical attributes was equivalent to just 4 points, and having already defeated 2 bosses, gaining 1 more point could be considered a decent reward. The 3 members of the team, still stumbling around, looked dumbfounded as the pressure from the boss's spiritual energy faded.
Could it be that the gunshots were from a second-level awakened individual?
But apart from that useless brat from earlier and us, no one else is here.
I had a feeling that kid was involved in some dark arts. Surely he didn't do this, right? This is too hard to believe.
Half an hour later, inside the safe zone of Tianfeng's inner city, at the mutated material purchasing point, Yi Ning brought over the items he had gathered.
Upon seeing a large bag, the shopkeeper eagerly greeted him. Do you want to sell all of these materials? How much are you expecting to sell them for?
Although Yi Ning could have directly sold them through the system's trading channel, at his current stage, he couldn't afford to waste any resources.
Money must be spent on the blade, so offline transactions are the most suitable. Really? After considering, the shop manager announced cheerfully, "Hello.
The 4 material components of the stage's peak level mutation can be used to craft a suit of armor and offensive equipment.
Their value fluctuates around 697 credit points.
It seems this is your first time here.
We'll raise the new customer discount to 700 credit points. Is that acceptable?"
Yi Ning, replaying apocalyptic scenes in his head, figured 700 credit points could buy more than 200 kg of meat or hire 7 to 8 mercenaries willing to risk their lives.
It was still considered a rather high price.
Yi Ning had no reason to refuse. He agreed at once and told the owner to charge him.
"Okay, the credit points have been transferred. Please check and confirm you've received them. We also sell equipment materials, firearms, and we can even customize to special requests. Sir, do you need anything else? Do you have skill books? What about sword techniques?" The owner hesitated.
They did have sword skill books, but the grades were a little low.
In fact, not only their guild but the entire Tianfeng safe zone was the same.
Sword skill books were only available at low levels.
An employee promptly took out 3 volumes and asked whether Yi Ning wanted them. He picked them up and skimmed through.
One was a paid tier skill. Together with the sword skill itself, the skill's effect consumes a portion of physical and mental energy, then unleashes an attack that channels power forward, dealing 1.2 times strength attribute damage. The second book is a level D skill, Quick Draw Slash, along with a swordsmanship skill that consumes a certain amount of stamina, increases attack speed, and deals 1.2 times damage with agility attributes in the first strike. The third book is a level D skill, Continuous Slash, combined with a swordsmanship skill that consumes high amounts of both stamina and spirit. When attacking, it delivers 3 rapid slashes, each dealing 0.6 times damage with strength attributes and has a chance to inflict bleeding. These are the 3 lowest tier books, so they can be considered weak. Although the power of the skill after being modified by the Divine Sword system is no cause for concern, the effects of the skill after the modification still heavily depend on the original skill, as you can't just choose randomly. For instance, although Sword Rush Red Stream has terrifying power, its release has a slight delay, and due to its large coverage area, it lacks flexibility. If he encounters a high-level agility variant in the future, once the Sword Rush Red Stream is dodged, the opponent could potentially strike during the cooldown period of Yi Ning's skill.
The boss, still grinning and coaxing, spoke. "Did this esteemed guest not manage to obtain any books?"
"Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can have the skill books transferred from another safe area.
You just need to pay the processing fee, and we can get you a level C skill. If you're not particular about the type, we might even have a level B one."
Without thinking much, Yi Ning immediately made his decision.
"No need to go that far.
I'll take the Quick Draw Slash book." In fact, he was very curious to see how much the skill speed-up effect would enhance his abilities. The boss thought to himself at this moment, it's possible to have the strength to sell the peak-level mutant materials, but to be so focused on basic skills.
Could it be that having money makes one want to do things recklessly? Never mind, anyway, the goods are sold, so there's no need to think too much.
He then put on a smiling, cheerful face, drew his sword, deducted 600 credit points, and packaged the skill book for his esteemed customer.
Selling this book was like striking gold for them.
Yining hesitated as she walked back, thinking to herself that she still had 100 credit points left. She should buy some delicious food for Shaoan. As soon as she got home, her little sister was in shock, not understanding why her brother had brought so much food.
The confident young man explained, "I've awakened. Didn't I tell you last time? From now on, we'll only eat good food." Yining even bought a few more snacks. In the apocalypse, ensuring survival was already no easy task. Snacks were a super luxury item.
As soon as Shaoan saw them, she screamed in delight, "I heard that only officials' families have snacks.
No one around here has ever seen snacks before."
He patted his sister's head, comforting her, "Eat up, Shaoan.
In the future, you'll have plenty of things like this,"
he promised and reassured her.
After eating for about 2 hours, the little girl went to bed.
Today, their mother had to work overtime, so she would come home late. Now, no one was around to disturb him.
He could finally study the skill book.
He opened it and soon successfully learned the D-grade skill book Divine Sword Draw.
The current skill position was 2/4. The upgraded skill was Quick Draw/ at SSS grade. Yining tightly shut his eyes, feeling the effect of this skill. Consuming 4,000 points of spiritual energy, it triggered a single slash.
At the same time, the strike would have its agility increased by 600% for 1 second. The attack, accompanied by a devastating sword aura, could cause limb-shattering effects on the first target, without following any set pattern, and had a certain chance of triggering a special instant kill effect. I didn't expect it to increase agility by 600%. Even though it's only for 1 second, it can compensate for the skill's slow attack speed.
I really did make the right choice.
Next, it was time to find a place to test the sword technique. He suddenly remembered something, opened a drawer, and took out a black mask.
Poison. I remember now.
If I want to compare speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Yuan Tianfeng City, thick clouds covered the sky, making everything appear hazy and indistinct.
Monsters crawled everywhere. It was here, in the Jin Yuan residential area.
It seemed that whether in his previous life or this one, the Jin Yuan district had always been an area that no one dared to explore.
Yining reminisced about the past.
In his previous life, he had accidentally discovered that within this residential area, there was a second-rank mutated creature, one that had reached near maximal speed and agility.
It also wore a highly valuable blue piece of equipment.
By carelessly looking down, he had found himself caught in its sticky fluid. It lurked from behind, and Yining turned around to see it charging towards him. Its sucking hole spread wide, seemingly intending to swallow his head whole. Yining swiftly drew his sword, making a few basic strikes that caused it to collapse with a loud thud. Thankfully, it was just a zombie. Had it been a climber, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fighting it in this swamp would have been like entering hell mode, so he immediately decided to move to another location. In an instant, Yining found himself inside a vacant warehouse. As soon as he stepped in, monsters were lurking everywhere. In his past life, when he fought them, he was already at second rank, fully equipped in blue armor, yet he still sustained heavy injuries. Now, with his current physical condition, just a moment's delay might result in being torn to shreds by a climber. If he remembered correctly, a climber should be nearby. Turning his head, the young man spotted a ventilation fan. He wasn't sure if this existed in his previous life, but he decided to make use of the iron steps. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it before, but it seemed like something he could use to set a trap. Yining bent it, pointing it outward to create sharp spikes. It seemed he planned to lure the monsters over and then impale them with this. From the puddle below, a high-level monster stirred and appeared. It saw Yining and immediately charged toward him with incredible speed. He quickly dodged its attack, sending it crashing headfirst into the wall. He needed to eliminate it quickly. If another climber showed up, it would be game over. The elite monster screamed in agony.
That was fast. The trap actually works. Something was moving very quickly behind the building.
The most unwelcome thing had appeared.
The system announcement, second rank mutant, intermediate level, climber has appeared. At this point, I'm dead. The young man hadn't expected that this 1-on-2 situation would still occur. Standing between two large monsters, Yining was completely panicked.
Even the climber seemed faster than it was in the previous life. Because of the principle of shadows under the light, the distance to the climber was too close, making its next attack easier to avoid.
The spots where the elite monster focused its attack were not so easy to predict. There's no time to think too much now.
I must dodge the attacks from the climber. Avoiding one meant the other would rush in. Depending on the situation, he could only defend. Yining was disappointed after just getting excited a moment ago.
Setting up that trap was really unnecessary. Now I've been hurt even worse. Damn, a taste of your own medicine.
Although he had come to test his skills, the situation now was dangerous. Using Sword Flowstorm would make things much safer. But using Sword Flowstorm to wipe them out now didn't seem feasible. The climber was too fast, and Sword Flowstorm wouldn't hit it, plus he had to simultaneously avoid the attacks from both mutated creatures. His physical abilities were not enough to handle that. So, he could only use Heavenly Rift Flowing Light, but drawing the sword for slashing Iron Streaming Light was a single target attack. Yining reluctantly sheathed his sword again. The two monsters simultaneously hatched their eggs and charged forward at the same time. The young man suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, he recalled that the skill description mentioned that the Heavenly Rift Flowing Light attack came with its own sword energy. Although he wasn't sure how long the sword energy was, to be on the safe side, he decided to calculate based on the shortest length he knew. If his guess was correct, the sword energy would combine the length of his arm and the sword's body. Given the sword energy's length, even though Heavenly Rift Flowing Light was a single target skill, it would still be enough to attack both monsters at once. Yining decisively activated the sword draw and Heavenly Rift Flowing Light, launching a simultaneous attack. The impact was so strong that energy radiated everywhere. The monster's body parts fell off, making it clear what had happened. Yining stood in the middle, slashing at the two monsters with a single effect-based attack. Not only did the skill description indicate that it could cause the first target to suffer dismemberment in an irregular pattern, but the sword energy also triggered a splash effect. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have risked attacking both monsters at once. But after thinking it over, he felt something wasn't quite right. That line of thought didn't seem entirely correct after all. The attack effect wasn't guaranteed to activate. The skill still needed to be studied more carefully. The system kept sending notifications. You have surpassed the level to defeat the climbing beast, second rank mutant, intermediate, and gained a massive amount of spiritual energy experience points. You have defeated Hyenrun, first rank high level mutant, and received spiritual energy experience points along with white mutant materials and climbing foot. You also received blue mutant materials. Jin Xiakor received the sharp wing claw equipment in blue. Although he had taken a risk earlier, the result was well worth it. At the Tianfeng Military District's guard post, they detected a large wave of energy fluctuations spreading across the area.
What is this? An abnormal energy fluctuation we've never seen before. We must issue an immediate warning.
As the alarm rang out, all the staff scrambled in a flurry.
What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? We've detected unusual energy fluctuations in the outskirts. Could it be that someone with third rank awakening has made a move in the outskirts?
We don't have any records of a third rank awakened from our Tianfeng military district going out today.
Could it be that some high-ranking official from another military district is visiting, or some special operation from another country? Hurry, send someone to investigate the scene.
20 minutes later, they had tracked the source of the disturbance.
This kind of battle trace is the first time we've seen it.
I don't remember any third rank awakened in our district recently who uses this kind of technique.
Wait, hold on, check this out. Based on the remaining energy, it shows that the spiritual energy used in this person's technique is at least over 4,000.
After expending 4,000 spiritual energy without being paralyzed on the spot and still being able to act, it must be a high-ranking third-rank individual who did this.
Upon further inspection, the examiner was taken aback.
This is an urgent matter, beyond our authority.
We need to report this immediately to the Grand Commander.
After finishing everything, Yining leisurely walked back and forth in the Tianfeng safety zone. He seemed very excited, as he could teleport and explode at will. It truly lived up to the reputation of being an elite piece of equipment worth 60,000 credit points in his past life. He hoped that he could sell it for a good price in this life as well. At this late hour, all the offline stores had already closed.
Yining decided to try selling it online.
As soon as he hit the send button, a second later, someone asked if the price was too high.
Hello, I'm interested in this sharp wind claw. Can you sell it to me at a discount? Yining firmly replied. 60,000 credit points, no bargaining.
The person eagerly responded.
Hey, buddy, can I exchange some other resources like skill equipment or consumables to cover part of the credit points?
Seeing that Yining didn't reply immediately, the person grew anxious about not being able to purchase the item.
Are you still there, boss? Can you sell it to me for 30,000? Please.
Yining was actually enjoying this. Seeing so many people wanting to buy it, he no longer worried about whether he could sell it. He began to negotiate.
Add me as a friend, and we can discuss the details.
I'll make sure the price satisfies you. If you really want it, the credit points shouldn't be lower than 30,000.
Other items, including white equipment, are fine, but we only need sword skills. If you have any spiritual energy, that would be even better.
The guy on the other side of the screen seemed very eager. I am determined to acquire this top-tier equipment, even if I have to smash pots to sell scrap metal or sell off all my property, I will get it no matter what.
He immediately gave orders to his subordinates. All right.
Go and inventory all the equipment in the tribe, especially those related to the swordsman profession.
Understood? Yes, Chief, we'll get it done. After half an hour of searching, they brought back some results. Chief, here are the items we could find.
Thinking for a moment, the leader still felt it wasn't enough.
I still feel like it's not enough. We need to put some money down to secure these items. Now, you all go and gather money quickly.
After waiting for a while, Yining's credit points were transferred. The young man seemed very satisfied.
Does this person really like equipment?
In my previous life, until the end, my mother and Shaoan lived in constant fear, without a single day of peace. Now that rebirth has resources, if they still have to suffer, then rebirth won't mean anything. I must let my mother and Shaoan live their best lives. The leader messaged back.
Boss, the remaining items are being gathered, and they will definitely be delivered tomorrow.
The next morning, at Tianfeng Real Estate Company, people were gathered in large numbers.
As soon as they arrived, the staff greeted them warmly. Hello, may I ask what type of house you're looking to buy? Have you seen any options before? Yining, leading his little sister who was bewildered by the luxury, replied. I want to buy the best house available. As quickly as possible because I need it urgently. Is there any unit with a room available right now?
The female staff member showed contempt, thinking to herself, a low-level awakened person dares to come here to look at houses.
You can't even afford a single brick here.
She replied, the best type of house requires 40,000 credit points, it's very expensive. You can go over there and check out items worth 2,000 credit points, I still have other customers to attend to. Yining confidently declared, I don't need that, 40,000 credit points is fine, just transfer the money directly. The female staff member challenged, if you have the money, then transfer it straight away, and move in on the same day.
How about that? can you do it?
She said this out loud, but inwardly she was already disgusted. What a joke. This guy reeks of poverty, coming here to waste my time. If he doesn't have the money, he should leave already and stop wasting my time. Yi Ning turned on his device and called out to her, wait a little longer.
The phone notification showed a balance of 13,000 credit points. It was insufficient to complete the transaction. The staff member became even more annoyed. Hey, buddy, you don't have the money, so you come here to mess with me? A few minutes of your time are really worth something, huh? Just wait a little, and you'll have a few more thousand credit points.
Shawan looked confused, looking genuinely pitiful. Just as she finished speaking, a new message came through. The person on the other end negotiated with Yi Ning, boss, time is a bit tight, but I've managed to gather 39,137.5 credit points, plus some equipment and a spiritual energy item.
Do you think we can go ahead with the transaction?
The equipment sent included a tactical armor made of white mutated leather, 2 white shoulder pads, a white arm guard, a tactical combat pair of pants, a white ring, and 6 white spiritual energy orbs. Yi Ning immediately accepted the transaction.
The ding-ding notification sound came just as the female employee's face lit up with excitement.
39,375 gold credit points have been transferred to your account. She began to play the role of a flatterer, eagerly turning to show the phone, acting unusually enthusiastic.
Big boss, truly a person of great talent, so young yet already so wealthy, I'm honestly dizzy with admiration. Yi Ning's expression was perplexed, and he asked, can the transfer be done? If not, I can find someone else. The female employee quickly responded, boss, I can do it, really, I can do anything you ask. My esteemed elder brother, I'm honored to serve you and will make sure you are fully satisfied.
After the successful transfer, Yi Ning and his younger sister were led to a luxurious, grand house.
Shawan still couldn't believe her eyes. Brother, are we really going to live here? Yeah, from now on, Shawan won't have to scavenge in the dumps anymore. Take the key, and later, go pick up Mom and bring her here. You said you'll handle things yourself, and you're going out for a bit, right?
As night fell, the young man climbed to the rooftop of a building. The resources obtained from eliminating the climber were now almost depleted.
It must be replenished quickly.
The high-level mutated beings around Tianfeng have been cleared out by the military, and only a few leveling points will automatically respawn, which can only be used to train low-level awakened individuals. At this moment, the only option is Sea Academy, which is an instance outside the Tianfeng safety zone, the only place where a spiritual energy explosion can occur. In the instance, second-rank mutations can also happen, and according to the level clear evaluations, there are special rewards to be earned. Currently, no one has achieved the highest evaluation in the instance, meaning the special rewards are still available.
With my SSS level skills, I'm sure I can handle Sea Academy. The young man flipped several times before jumping down. Do you want to enter the Sea Academy C level instance? The current rank limit for the instance is second rank.
Yi Ning immediately confirmed. The system notified him that his connection would be successfully established.
There were currently 14 people in the instance. 1 minute later, the Sea Academy instance was activated.
The current setting was normal, with no supernatural events or special occurrences.
The enemies in the instance were mutated zombies and a few humans.
The instance was set to take place 3 days after the apocalypse began, when the people had already turned into zombies and taken over the academy. Once the basic mission is completed, one can exit the instance. Yi Ning found himself in a classroom with several others.
He was still focused on the system announcement board. Current basic mission, survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy.
The reward for the mission is a random white equipment and 4 points of spiritual energy experience.
You may choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female zombie, difficulty level, proposed difficulty. Eliminate the mutated butcher, difficulty level, C. Eliminate all zombies in the academy, difficulty level, C.
A young man with blonde hair named Gao Yun was standing behind Freak.
Gao Yun, has anyone ever cleared this corpse dungeon before? Freak, I've done it once.
If no one else has, I can nominate myself to be the team leader for everyone.
The bald man behind them supported this idea. Bald man, I've heard that the academy's difficulty is quite high.
If you have experience, then lead the team.
Gao Yun seemed dangerous.
Gao Yun, the difficulty of this dungeon is considered to be high among second-rank dungeons. If the coordination is off, we could easily be wiped out. After speaking for a while, Gao Yun noticed Yining had his back turned, seemingly uninterested.
Gao Yun had no choice but to call out.
Gao Yun, hey, you level 0 kid, coming to a dungeon like this is just asking for a quick death, right? You've got the wrong dungeon, kid.
Didn't anyone tell you this is a second-rank dungeon?
Yining didn't respond verbally but just gave a quick glance behind him, which made Gao Yun feel a chill.
Gao Yun, damn, this level 0 kid actually looks a bit off. Why's he here? We don't have time to babysit. If you can't handle it, then get lost. Don't slow us down.
Forget it, just follow us and gain some experience points. After all, everyone needs opportunities to improve. But listen up, the basic reward for the dungeon is just a white tier item. I'm sure everyone is here because of the high difficulty quest, so you all need to remember my warning carefully.
Never accept a quest on your own, understood?
Last time, not understanding these things led to 2 bosses coming at once. As a result, most of the team went down, and it was only thanks to the 2 second-rank peak teammates that we barely managed to clear the level.
At that time, I was so scared I couldn't get anything out of it. I don't even dare to think back on that past.
Yining remained focused on the system screen. At this rate, her attributes were still a bit lacking, and it seemed that the spiritual energy couldn't be used too sparingly. From what I know, many people who awakened as second rank have a total attribute score of less than 18, but now my strength is already at 17. My stats are almost the same as those of someone who awakened with second rank special abilities.
With these points, plus 2 SSS level skills, I can definitely sweep through C Academy.
Now, Yining was full of power and confidence.
Gao Yun solemnly instructed everyone.
The protective barrier is about to disappear.
Everyone, start with the female test quest. This boss is an intermediate second rank.
With 14 of us working together, we shouldn't face too many casualties. Captain, anyway, we will all listen to your command. The only seductive girl in the group began using feminine tactics to manipulate the mood. Captain, if anything dangerous happens later, please make sure to help us, she added. The group immediately started their journey, and the protective barrier around the academy vanished. Before they could do anything, they saw Yining charging ahead. Their expressions were a mix of confusion.
What's going on? Isn't that a low-level NPC ahead? Why is he charging in by himself? Is he crazy? Does he want to meet his end early? What should we do now? Will his actions affect us?
Gao Yun raised his hand and shouted.
It's just a low-level NPC.
Ignore him, everyone follow me.
Keep the formation, stay focused, and let's move out together.
The space became more desolate and cold. Yining was running up the stairs, and just as he was about to reach the top, he heard a scream for help. Big brother, save us, we've been trapped here.
Can you lead us out?
They looked like people, but Yining had already seen through their true forms. He casually ran past them, even kicking each one. In the past life, my teammates thought you were NPCs from a branch mission, so they stopped to rescue you. But in the end, you ambushed and killed them, tearing them apart mercilessly.
That scene.
I can still remember it clearly, even with my eyes closed. In the dungeon, the butcher is the easiest to drop the best equipment. I will go to the rooftop to find it first, then lead the hidden boss, and afterward, use Sword Flowstorm to take care of everything.
On the other hand, the team is still sneaking around.
This junkyard area is the respawn point of the Headless Woman corpse.
Before taking action, try to minimize fighting with other small monsters.
The whole group moves slowly behind Gao Yun and follows his complete command. At the beginning, the more monsters you kill in the dungeon, the crazier they will become later on. Directly fighting the boss actually has the least difficulty. After handling the first boss, the dungeon monsters will collectively go berserk. At that point, we should hide and wait for the effect to wear off. Once the berserk state passes, we can continue moving in. The black-haired girl followed behind, flattering, "With the captain here, we're definitely going to pass the dungeon easily." The young man behind her shouted at her to be quiet. "Shut up, look over there, isn't that the boss?" System announcement: Headless Woman Corpse with mutated second-rank intermediate attack is approaching. It was on top of the wrecked car. With a demonic face and holding a skull, the Headless Woman Corpse glared at Gao Yun, who was lurking with his shield, looking more pathetic than ever. He stepped forward, stammering, "I'm the defense type, I can hold the monsters off, everyone, attack quickly." The group had nothing more cumbersome. The archer-type player took the lead to start the attack, and the bald man nervously shouted. The captain, shift slightly to the right to avoid being hit by the magical attack and getting injured. After the shield temporarily suppressed the female ghost's magical power, Gao Yun believed he had found a good opportunity. He jumped up, ready to counterattack, but in an instant, the female ghost disappeared from sight. After about 3 seconds of her disappearance, the tip of a bow and arrow appeared out of nowhere. "Captain, what's happening? Why is the boss here with us?" Gao Yun hesitated and stuttered. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it back earlier." Gao Yun once again tried to activate the shield. "Now it's fine, everyone continue the attack as we did before." Meanwhile, Yi Ning was standing alone, observing in deep thought. The mutated butcher should definitely be here, but why couldn't she see it? Let me check what the task is. Wait a minute, the task to eliminate the butcher is gone. The task wasn't assigned to me, so who took it? On the other side, the team was staring blankly, confused as to how the second boss appeared. It turned out that Gao Yun had secretly accepted the task without asking anyone's opinion. He quietly thought to himself, as someone awakened with a natural defensive class, he was unable to deal much damage when fighting monsters. When it came to completing tasks, it was difficult to prioritize good equipment. But if the boss was left with only a sliver of health and all the teammates were wiped out, the one surviving player would be the one to finish the task. Even if the evaluation for clearing the dungeon wasn't high, they would still receive good equipment. Gao Yun immediately pretended as if he knew nothing, even turning the blame back. Who took on the mission? Could it be that the rank 0 person who just ran off earlier? What a joke, is he trying to sabotage us or something? Gao Yun, I will definitely not let that schemer have his way. He pretended to rush toward the monster, holding up his shield as if it were real. Let me hold the monster off, everyone don't worry about anything, just attack as fast and hard as you can. The group, seeing Gao Yun recklessly charging forward, were once again psychologically manipulated. Captain, is there anyone better than you in this world? Yi Ning, observing from above, had heard everything. He was boiling with anger, wanting to blame me. Then he'll swallow up all the equipment? The plan is not bad. Too bad you've chosen the wrong target. There were 2 hidden bosses in this instance. He decided to accept the C-rank mission to eliminate the mutated dry skeleton and also took on the B-rank mission to kill the sure high leader. The 2 monsters were instantly summoned. Yi Ning wasn't afraid and drew out his weapon. Don't just stand there, come play with me. The monsters charged together, just as Yi Ning flipped and leapt downward, exactly according to his plan. It seemed they had all been caught in a frenzied state. Very good. Gao Yun, confused, looked up. Isn't that the rank 0 guy? Yi Ning landed right next to him. Gao Yun's face immediately turned pale. Why? Why is he here? At that moment, the 2 monsters also landed. Gao Yun froze, seeing that he seemed stunned. Yi Ning even patted his shoulder to comfort him. Didn't you like playing?
Let's all take on those 4 bosses together for some fun. Gao Yun was furious, realizing that Yi Ning had taken all the quests. Yi Ning passed by, whispering in his ear. I owe you an apology for putting this injustice on you. Gao Yun was fuming, originally planning to fight against the awakened ones. The final 3 hours to deal with the boss were completely ruined by this shameless guy. He didn't know what else to do but run desperately to save himself. Everyone, run! Head to Tian Tai. The others saw the captain running and followed suit. Yi Ning felt a bit smug, thinking that it was fine everyone gathering at the lecture hall would make cleanup easier. As they ran inside, one of the young men in the team went mad, venting all his anger on Yi Ning. You're the one who caused all this trouble, and I won't let you get away with it. As this person attacked, Yi Ning dodged effortlessly, avoiding the strike. What's going on? I'm a level 2 killer, he's just a level 0. He shouldn't be able to dodge this. Yi Ning finally spoke up. Your teammate was slaughtered by the butcher, right? That mission wasn't assigned to me. Everyone looked utterly dumbfounded. What? What did you say? They turned and began accusing Gao Yun. You deliberately let that disabled girl out to harm Zhang Dao, didn't you? You were planning to use us as cannon fodder. So you're going to take all the experience points by yourself? Gao Yun stammered, not knowing how to explain. Now is not the time for infighting. That brat has taken all the follow-up missions. The mutated forms will catch up here very quickly. We must hold this place if we want any chance of surviving. Hold this place my ass. For dual realm mutated beings have been enhanced, we simply can't defend this, let alone escort the Coffin Lord, those are dual realm peak level. One of the group, seeing them making too much noise, anxiously shouted, stop arguing, this building can't be destroyed unless it's level 3. The disabled schoolgirl and 3 others, all fairly large, could only climb up from the outside. Let's split into 2 teams, intercept every ranged attack from the 3-headed mutated creature. The rest block the disabled girl coming from the main gate and hold off the zombies. If any of us get out alive, I'll make sure to cut off Gao Yun's head and that no boundary guys. Monsters swarmed up, this one sounded like its neck was pretty tough. Yi Ning, thinking he could hold out until then, said, all squads, coordinate and activate attacks together, radioactive flame burst, freezing tentacle strike, and concentrated firepower trigger a massive explosion. In no time 4 bosses have climbed up, couldn't have expected them to be this fast. They started to panic and attack with full force. Our power basically can't stop them. We're done for this time, we're almost out of strength. Gao Yun was also facing several monsters at once. They were here, so he had no choice but to fight, everything was already over. After most of them had gathered, Yi Ning began his usual game of inviting others. If you want to live, jump down with me. Everyone was confused when they saw the young man crouching down. What's going on? Is he giving up already? What a madman, what a useless fool. Yi Ning flipped a few times, and with a loud explosion, the entire area was shaken. They looked up, and an overwhelming energy pressure filled the air. Did that explosion come from the limit breaker? How is that even possible? At this point, if we're going to risk it, we might as well go all in. They rushed forward, taking one last gamble, and jumped after Yi Ning. Now, only Gao Yun remained, standing still. If he jumped down, it would probably be even worse for him. I'm a defensive type, maybe staying here will give me a better chance. Yi Ning smirked in satisfaction. Gao Yun, if you don't jump, you're done for. He then activated Sword Flow Storm, causing the entire rooftop to explode. Gao Yun tried to defend with his shield, but it seemed like it was too much to handle. The group was in mid-jump, but they still couldn't believe the explosion had come from the limit breaker. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such immense explosive power, the boss was wiped out in an instant. Gao Yun was vaporized as well. At this point, the group understood why Yi Ning had dared to show up and entertain them. His strength was at least formidable enough to make it through.
Once everything was dealt with, Yining appeared, looking incredibly cool, his body completely unharmed.
Is everyone all right? A representative stood and bowed, apologizing.
Lord, we were blind to our own actions and spoke out of turn with you before. He hesitated to explain, what I said before about the useless dog rank wasn't meant to refer to you.
All right, it's not important.
Next, you all go and take care of the remaining zombies here.
It shouldn't be a problem, right?
They all lowered their heads in unison and followed Yining's instructions. As soon as he left, they began to praise him handsome, young, strong, and healthy. This young man might have been shaped by Yining himself.
On a different note, Yining remained focused.
He had heard in his previous life that the female corpse's head carried a hidden blue item. As soon as he stopped, he spotted a half-skull that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The battlefield had clearly been ravaged, making the search difficult. Suddenly, the young man saw a flash of light. He approached to investigate, and eventually, he found it. You have received a blue item, Cursed Skull. The item has two effects, mental control and mental probing. You must place it on your forehead to activate its power.
Indeed, this skull was highly useful for the spiritual system.
The spiritual system had always been underrated, mostly because it couldn't form concrete special moves like other awakened systems, and it also lacked a clear damage output. Now that I have this orb, the rise of the mental system is also within reach.
Yes.
As Ning placed it on his head, the object emitted a powerful energy that caused his entire body to ache, tormenting him from front to back. Right now, his body was brimming with mental control over objects. He decided to test it by targeting a huge stone falling down. After a second of focus, the young man was able to shatter it into pieces. He tried to regain his composure and called for an attack. Cracked, smoky holes were created.
Yining replied.
The power isn't bad, once I level up, I'm sure it'll be stronger.
Now, let me test the mental probe.
He placed both hands on his forehead to see what was happening with the group. The entire situation of each person appeared in Yining's mind, including their positions and the distances between them. It seems the maximum range of the probe was 29 meters, but for the current situation, it was sufficient. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification appeared, all the zombies in Sea Academy had been completely wiped out.
All missions were completed. The option to exit the instance was activated.
Upon exit, rewards would be calculated based on performance within the instance. For Yining, his instance completion rate reached 100%, and his instance rank was SSS. The random lottery rewards included a blue equipment piece +1, a white equipment piece +6, any attribute points +3, a B-level skill book, and the rare headless female butcher's bloody cleaver for defeating a boss beyond his level. The withered bone monarch corpse received an additional 2 attribute points as a reward.
It seemed quite generous.
Upon returning, he could upload the white tier equipment online to sell. Yining's current level had also increased to peak 1. He would need to quickly accept a promotion mission to complete his level up.
The young man eagerly checked what blue tier equipment he had drawn. When he opened it, the blue item he received was Thunder Boots, an equipment with agility attributes. It increased movement speed by 20% and jump height by 20%. As for the effect, once equipped, it would cause paralysis. This effect did not consume any skills. The Thunder Walk equipment, when activated, would boost agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and perform an impact attack. 10 agility for attack, doesn't that count as an agility type item? The young man decided not to sell it but instead equipped the Thunder Boots and went to accept the promotion task. Soon after, he arrived at the Tianfeng Mission Center at night and asked the staff to let him accept the promotion mission. The maidservant yawned widely, level not promoted, level 1 star. After reading the mission details, the young man decided to accept all 4 second-rank tasks. The female staff member was stunned, thinking she had heard wrong. What did you say? Accept all 4 missions? Are you crazy or am I dreaming? After double-checking Yining's information, the maidservant then smiled foolishly. Indeed, level 0. Ha, so you're dreaming. Even if we ignore that. Receiving 4 missions at once, is something wrong with your head?
Except for those who have awakened dual systems, everyone else takes on one mission at a time.
Don't you know that the punishment for failing a mission is very severe?
Yi Ning replied calmly, failing a single mission will result in a 50% reduction in my primary attribute. Failing all of them, and I'll become a cripple, or even die.
But I can indeed bear the consequences.
Yi Ning was determined and spread his hand to assess his capabilities.
After checking, the result showed that he was at peak first rank. Now, can you accept the mission for me?
The outer city staff was awake and had no reason to refuse. At this moment, a man walked over.
Oh, isn't this Yi Ning, the SS-level genius?
This man was Huang Xiao, the captain of the Tianfeng Safety District's detective unit.
It's this late, and someone of your level still comes here to take on missions? Why risk it? No matter how much you roll around in the system, what kind of storm can the spiritual system cause? The female staff hesitated and tried to explain, Sir, actually Yi Ning.
Before she could finish, a group of people was summoned from behind.
Report to the captain, all personnel are assembled. We suspect we've found traces of a third-rank awakener fighting at Sea Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, be quick. Let's go.
Yi Ning stood there, only smiling faintly, never expecting that the news of his actions would reach their ears so quickly. The zoo before has now become heavenly paradise.
Commander, shouldn't we notify the Tianfeng safe zone?
I've noticed that Tianfeng has been sending troops everywhere these past few days, as if they are looking for something.
Could it be us they're after? The man in iron armor, wielding a huge blade, is the commander of the Xinjiang zone, an awakened third rank named Hong Jiang. Hong Jiang proudly boasted.
My son, Hong Xing, has just been selected for the fire team plan.
It's no big deal for me to get blue-grade equipment for him.
Moreover, not long ago, in the Tianfeng zone, Yi Ning, who is an SS level, was rejected by his superiors, leaving him extremely depressed.
Wouldn't talking about this now just remind them of their pain? Yes, Commander, you're absolutely right. Hong Jiang turned away, his attitude even more arrogant. Is your intelligence accurate? Is it true that there's really only a second-rank peak creature here, almost ready to break through to third rank?
I don't want to travel all the way from Xinjiang to this far-off Tianfeng only to find out it's all for nothing. One of his subordinates, speaking confidently, responded, Commander, don't worry, the intelligence is definitely accurate. That corpse tiger will certainly drop blue-grade equipment. The group immediately got to work. Meanwhile, Yi Ning stood high, overlooking the entire area. A system task appeared before him, a mission for strength advancement. Destroy a first-rank peak mutated corpse dog, mission for agility advancement, obtain the feathers of a mutated second-rank wind eagle. Progression mission for the physique system, form a team to eliminate the mutated second-rank blood bear. Progression mission for the will system, survive a primary supernatural event for 24 hours. Among the progression missions, 2 take place in heavenly paradise. Yi Ning thought he might be able to deal with them together. He activated his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings and suddenly discovered another squad of ability users attempting to steal the monster. Among them, he detected that Hong Jiang was a third-rank awakened. For some unknown reason, the man cast a sharp glance upward, startling the young man so much that he hastily withdrew his spiritual sense. That scared the hell out of me, almost got discovered by him. Yi Ning grew anxious. Now it's tricky to handle. If they really steal the mission, it'll definitely be judged as a failure for me. No way, I need to act fast. Immediately after, he leapt down. At that same moment, the corpse dog and blood bear appeared, surrounding the squad of ability users. Chaos broke out as they rushed to slay the monsters, quickly splitting into groups to draw the creatures away from their leader, fighting flexibly to buy time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the corpse dog, while the others focused on the blood bear. Aru teased boldly, Hey puppy, come here, big sis has a bone for you. Suddenly, Hong Jiang froze, sensing an overwhelming aura. Corpse tiger seemed to have arrived. The moment he turned around, the beast was already looming behind him. Yet Hong Jiang remained perfectly calm, even showing a hint of excitement. Just in time, he said with a grin. One man, one sword, let's see if I can solo this corpse tiger. Yi Ning was crouching behind the bushes, and it seemed likely that this third-rank person had come for the blue equipment on the corpse tiger. I must complete the mission. As for the blue gear, even though I really crave it, ambushing and stealing from monsters is morally wrong, and I don't need to clash with a third rank over this. If he can't defeat the corpse tiger, that's another matter. Right now, the monsters weren't aligned in a straight line, and the distance between them was more than 100 meters. Main only had one use of heavenly rift flowing light, and with such a great distance, there could be unexpected complications. I must seize the right opportunity to use it. The corpse tiger was in a state of fury, growling and charging forward, while Hong Jiang continuously activated the wind slash. From the situation, Yi Ning determined that this monster was definitely ripe for the taking. He focused on them and activated heavenly rift flowing light. A massive surge of power immediately overwhelmed the group, leaving them confused and unsure of what was happening. Is this an intermediate third rank or an advanced third rank? Hong Jiang, who had just been in a panic, turned around and saw the corpse tiger disintegrating. The team of ability users was furious. Who dares to steal my kill? Hong Jiang, however, quickly regained his composure, realizing that this person's power was far above his own. It was not the right time to confront him directly. Instead, he decided to seek out the leader of Tianfeng Shaohai to discuss matters first. In another development, after stealing the monster, Yi Ning skipped out, her face as joyful as during the New Year. The system announced, "You have surpassed the level to kill the corpse dog, blood bear and corpse tiger, earning 3 attribute points." Additionally, she received mutated materials, dog teeth, bear paws, and tiger eyes. She also obtained the item and the white blood of transformation. Furthermore, she received the white giant bear helmet and the blue vengeful tiger glove. As soon as her feet hit the ground, Yi Ning requested to view the information of the vengeful tiger glove. Vengeful tiger glove, auxiliary weapon, equipment attributes, increases strength by 3 points, agility by 2 points, and attack speed by 30%. Using the gloves will deal spiritual damage to the target once, causing a temporary stun effect, and has a chance to cause a fear effect. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Equipment evaluation: this is a glove filled with resentment, causing those who face it to endure the fear of the tiger beast. After reading this, Yi Ning understood. No wonder that third-rank leader had been interested. She immediately put the gloves on without hesitation. At the Tianfeng investigation room, Huang Xiao, the team leader of the Tianfeng Safety District Investigation Squad, was yawning, unable to find any leads. After spending the whole night reviewing the investigation of the student Shuhai, it still felt like the rotten corpse forest from before, with no trace of the mysterious third-rank individual. He wasn't even sure if it was the same person. At that moment, a staff member ran in urgently. "Captain, the reconnaissance team has just detected 2 third-rank energy fluctuations at Heavenly Paradise." "What? Again? 2 people? Has our Tianfeng provoked a third-rank stronghold?" Huang Xiao couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately began investigating. "Quickly, tell everyone to stop resting and gather immediately. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander will strip our skins off when he returns." At that moment, Hong Jiang came to Shaohai, causing a scene. "Shaohai, get out here now. What's going on? Isn't this leader Hong from the Xinjiang district?" "Our leader Xiao has already gone to the front line for work." "What's the matter that's got you so angry?" Hong Jiang looked at Huang Xiao, his face full of confusion. "Who are you? Am I supposed to talk to you?" "I'm Huang Xiao, captain of Tianfeng's investigation squad, a trusted officer of Leader Xiao." "Leader Xiao isn't here, but if you don't mind, you can speak to me first and see if I can resolve it." Hong Jiang immediately started getting arrogant. This morning I was eliminating the corpse tiger at Heavenly Paradise, originally planning to get some gear for my son, but just as I was about to succeed, one of your third-rank people from your area snatched it away.
Huang Xiao was taken aback.
It seemed that Hong Jian was one of the two third-rank individuals from earlier.
Hong Jian continued to vent his frustration.
I'm telling you, your Tianfeng's third-rank people have no martial ethics, daring to steal monsters.
Do you understand? Leader Hong is just joking.
Everyone knows that our Tianfeng only has one third rank, and that's Xiao Tong.
Hong Jiang immediately became even more irritable. I knew talking to you would be useless.
I'm going to the front line to find Xiao Hai and demand justice.
Let's go.
Huang Xiao felt a little anxious, not expecting the situation to have escalated this much. It seemed like he had to report this to Leader Xiao first. After receiving the information, Xiao Hai was also shocked.
What did you say? Xian Feng has a third-rank mystic interfering and can even steal monsters from Hong Jiang? There is even one person hiding multiple third-rank entities at Tianfeng. This is a major hidden threat.
This time, investigate thoroughly for me.
Now is not the time to panic and cause widespread fear.
Yes, Commander, I will immediately send people to investigate around the city and gather any clues related to the equipment obtained. Yi Ning was still leisurely eating his cake at the Youth Study Center, with only 2 more tasks left. The Wind Eagle's wings in the ethereal dungeon might be enough to advance to second rank.
The wings of the Wind Eagle weren't difficult to purchase online.
While Wind Eagles were rare, they were essentially low-grade materials, and anyone lucky enough could pick them up. They didn't have much value and were better off being sold. Yi Ning's request for the Wind Eagle's wings had been accepted by the system. As soon as the request went live, someone contacted him.
Hello, are you looking to buy? Name your price. This item wasn't easy to get.
Yi Ning chewed his cake but remained quite alert, sensing that this person wasn't being entirely honest. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no need for unnecessary talk.
Yi Ning immediately set a price.
Oh, how about I offer 800 credit points?
How does that sound?
On the other side of the screen, the man was extremely excited about the deal.
800 credit points. That's an amount that someone of my rank, see first rank, couldn't earn in an entire year.
To be clear, the person on the other side is a spendthrift. If I don't take him down now, it'd be a waste. Right after that, this person raised the price to 900, no, 1000 points, then he'd sell.
This feather, I actually risked my life to get it.
Yes.
Ning was already fed up with the bragging and immediately retorted as soon as he swallowed the last bite of his snack. What's this? What's this? If I'm not mistaken, you're also just AC first rank, right? What do you have to risk your life with against Wind Eagle? Clearly, you don't even know where you picked this up from, do you?
Seeing that I was straightforward with my offer, you became greedy, wanting to rip me off.
You do know what the market value of Wind Eagle is, don't you?
I originally needed it urgently, but not anymore.
If you can't sell it, then go ahead and keep it for yourself.
After hearing a whole lecture, the other party had no choice but to bow down.
Fine, stop talking. Cough, cough, just give me the 800 as you originally said. Yi Ning, though still making the transaction, was still furious. Human nature really is bottomless in its greed. You're determined to teach him a lesson, huh? Well, I've changed my mind now. I'll only pay 400. If you don't sell, someone else will.
Reluctantly, the other party cried and complained but still accepted.
All right, take it.
After the transaction was completed, all that was left was the mysterious dungeon in the Youth Education Center. I heard this dungeon isn't like the other combat dungeons.
In history, no one has ever received an SSS rank.
This is because this place doesn't test combat abilities but rather tests mental willpower. Right now, Yi Ning will enter the Youth Learning Center, using this opportunity to test his mental resilience and see how strong it can get. As soon as he entered, the sky changed. The young man was stunned when he discovered that, besides him, there were others who were also challenging this instance at the same time. However, their conditions did not seem very good. The girl named Huang He was suffering from a severe headache. The man, Fong Yuan, had collapsed and was silent. The young man, Liang Tangfei, was exhausted, tall and sturdy. This strange instance was indeed eerie, with even the teleportation being different from other instances. The mature-looking, white-haired man wearing glasses spoke up, "Everyone, I am Li Jibing, a level 1 peak mentality specialist. You all are also awakened mentalists, right?" Liang Tangfei jumped in surprise. "Big brother, why ask? Who else would choose a mission for upgrading like this, if not a mentalist?" The girl, Huang He, also nodded, "That's right. Our combat ability as mentalists is weak, and we usually can't defeat the mutated beings out there or even other awakened teams, so we often get looked down on." Li Jibing smiled gently. "Alright, you all, even though we can't fight, I believe that in this mental test instance, we will definitely pass smoothly. By the way, I've had experience in other strange instances before. This time, I'll be leading the team. What do you think?" The remaining people grew excited. "Uncle Li has experience, that's great news." Seeing that Yining stayed silent, Li Jibing asked, "Young man in the back, why aren't you saying anything? Got any thoughts?" Yining only smiled faintly. "I have no objections, just a bit pressed for time. Can we start the mission already?" Mission activated, find the ghost hidden in Fenghua High School and seal it. Mission reminder, by following the clues, you can deduce which one is the ghost. Be careful not to believe its words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, if it doesn't hit the ghost, the mission will be considered a failure. The moment the word ghost was mentioned, everyone in the group turned pale. Li Jibing tried to calm them down. "Don't worry, everyone. When they say ghost, it's not really what you think. They were once human beings who lost consciousness and were transformed by spiritual energy. In essence, they're just will-based aberrations. Still, ghosts are troublesome. They can block physical attacks and even manipulate human will." Following the mission reminder, Li Jibing continued, "First, we'll head to the teaching building to look for clues. If you encounter the ghost, don't engage recklessly, run and call for help immediately. I've got a special move that can handle them. We'll split into 3 teams to search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. The girls are physically weaker, so they'll come with me. Tang Fei and Fong Yuan will form one team, and Yining will go alone. If anyone finds anything, report it in the group chat right away. Don't hide any information." Just like that, Yining went alone to the records room, shining his flashlight on a piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. The room was almost completely empty, with only that scrap of newspaper left behind. On it was written, "Suspected that homeroom teacher Tao Guosheng assaulted Wang Fong. Wang Fong acted rashly." At that very moment, a ghost suddenly descended from above, lunging to bite Yining's head but missed. He instantly froze it in place. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Fong? He activated his full willpower, manifesting it into form. The energy immediately struck the female ghost, and she fled in terror. She ran. Could it have just been a spiritual probe? Just then, the group chat started buzzing with updates. Message from Huang He, "Uncle Li and I found part of a report stating that a year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory area, leading to a tragic incident involving several teachers." Message from Liang Tangfei, "I found a compensation contract demanding the school pay for emotional damages." The only signature on it was from Wang Fong's family. Message from Fong Yuan, "I discovered that after the fire, the school records mentioned Taoist priests being hired to draw sealing talismans." Message from Yining, "A case of sexual harassment against a female student occurred at the school a year ago. The victim, Wang Fong, is believed to have taken her own life. The suspect was her homeroom teacher, Tao Guisheng." Li Jibing nodded thoughtfully. The clues seem pretty clear now. Wang Fong was assaulted by Tao Guisheng. The family's request for compensation was unsuccessful. After Wang Fong died, she turned into a vengeful spirit and started a fire to take revenge on the teacher.
Later, a Taoist priest sealed her away. Now, the talisman's power has weakened. Our task is to find the talisman and reseal her. Huang Yi said, "This is my analysis.
You all gather at the teacher's dormitory, room 2011, where the fire occurred.
I suspect the talisman is sealed there."
Yi Ning had a different thought. He felt this deduction was too simple and straightforward, but how could they pinpoint room 2011?
Liang Tangfei immediately gave the order to assemble, confirming that the ghost was indeed Wang Feng.
At that moment, something followed them, lurking behind with its long, messy hair.
"Fei brother, it looks like something's following us." Tong Fei shouted. "It's Wang Feng, run!"
They screamed as they ran, trying to save their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, Uncle Li, and Huang Yi had arrived at the teacher's dormitory building. The other two had not yet arrived. "I'll wait outside while you two go in and find the talisman," Yi Ning said. "The iron door is stuck, so I'll try to open it with my willpower." Yi Ning watched them struggle, unwilling to waste any more time.
He walked straight up and kicked the door open.
Uncle Li and Huang Yi were stunned for a few seconds.
This power, is he really from the mind control system? They wondered. Yi Ning didn't want to show off, he only did this to save time.
After inspecting for a while, Huang Yi suddenly called out, "Uncle Li, we've found the talisman." Yi Ning, still holding the flashlight, shone it a bit longer on the human-shaped markings on the wall.
"Huang Yi, did any of the clues you found earlier mention the teachers being burned alive in that room?" "No, why are you asking this?" At that moment, Teng Fei's group rushed in urgently, "Help my friend." The female ghost was chasing them. Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan had been possessed, and he lunged at Teng Fei, biting straight into his neck.
Li Jibing urgently said, "The ghost is on Fang Yuan now. I'll try to hold it off. Both of you quickly activate the talisman and prepare to seal it." Before Huang Yi could do anything, Yi Ning raised the talisman to his mouth and activated it. Li Jibing activated his willpower chains, struggling to hold the ghost back. It was writhing violently, as if he couldn't hold on much longer.
"Hurry up, I can't hold it for long. Quickly seal it now."
Yi Ning's expression was serious, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Surprisingly, he slammed the talisman into Li Jibing's back, declaring, "I'm here, Master Tao Guishang." Li Jibing froze, drenched in cold sweat, not expecting to be exposed so easily.
Finally, everything was done.
Yi Ning had completed the quest.
The system displayed the progress as 100%, awarding him an SSS rank and a special item, the Wrath Pearl, which boosted his spiritual energy recovery speed by 20%. Increased mental resistance to attacks by 25%. When attacked by a spiritual entity, it can block a single fatal damage. After blocking the damage, the item will disappear. The Wrath Orb condensed from resentment is very likely to become Yi Ning's second life.
The young man seems quite pleased with this reward.
"This is a good item. Next time there's a spiritual event, it might just save my life." This is the mission center of the Tianfeng safe zone.
It's already midnight, and Yi Ning returned to submit his task, leaving the staff in shock.
"Didn't you just accept 4 second rank promotion missions last night? Have you finished them already? That quickly?"
After checking the system, the female staff member was even more stunned to find that all 4 missions had been completed.
Yi Ning's face was as tense as a bowstring. "Can you hurry up? Is it a problem?" The maidservant accelerated, continuously pressing the keys. Section 1, Strength System Promotion Mission completed. Received +1 strength and additional credit points.
Section 2, Agility System Promotion Mission completed.
Received +1 agility and additional credit points. Section 3, Constitution System Promotion Mission completed. Received +1 Constitution and additional credit points.
Section 4, Willpower System Promotion Mission completed.
Received +1 willpower and additional credit points. The total credit points earned from the 4 missions were 7,300 points. Yining let out a sigh of relief. He had reached second rank in less than a week. The system of divine swordsmanship indeed allows for much faster progress compared to the previous life. After lingering for a while, the staff immediately made a call to report to their superior. Regarding personal information, Yining currently has strength 19, agility 18, physique 15, and willpower 35. Without considering the added points from equipment attributes, his basic stats are not bad compared to a second rank. However, in order to cultivate the B-grade swordsmanship skill book he purchased last time, he still lacks 25 points in attributes. Before his attribute points reach 20, a single spiritual energy would be enough to increase 1 point. After reaching 20, however, more is required. In total, he would need at least 30 spiritual energies, each worth 6,000 points. So, he would need at least 210,000 credit points. Currently, he still lacks a lot of credit points. The relatively good dungeons in the Tianfeng area have all been cleared, and now only the death factory near Xinjiang remains. If his memory serves correctly, there is a piece of supreme blue equipment there, which should sell for quite a bit of money. Without hesitation, the young man immediately hopped onto his motorcycle and sped off. Just then, a red vortex swirled in the sky, enveloping the entire area, seemingly a sign of impending chaos. Although the massive zombie outbreak in his previous life didn't begin until a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had already suffered a heavy blow from a zombie tide prior to that. If his memory serves, everything would happen next week. Yining had good intentions and quickly informed Xiaohai so that he could prepare in advance. Just then, Xiaohai's helicopter zoomed by. He had also received Yining's message. Over the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone would face 3 major riots. Please make preparations immediately to ensure there are no casualties. Xiaohai was startled for only 3 seconds. After that, he thought that Yining, since not receiving SS-level treatment, was just trying to draw attention. He dismissed the warning with contempt, firmly choosing to ignore it. He still considered her strength to be too weak, and nothing about the situation seemed right. Since the last great battle 40 years ago between humanity and the zombie tide, the apocalypse had been relatively peaceful. The zombies were confined to the cities where they had originally emerged, making riots highly unlikely. Instead of wasting resources preventing such incidents, the immediate priority should be finding Tianfeng's hidden third rank. In the Tianfeng safe zone, in the conference hall, Xiaohai rushed in after receiving the report. Huang Xiao, you're saying you found important traces of the mysterious third rank? Is that true? Yes, sir, we've identified the most suspicious person as Yining. Xiaohai was taken aback upon hearing this. How could that be? Huang Xiao continued to explain, we also initially doubted this possibility, but after investigation, the materials Yining has been selling recently matched the timeline of when the third rank made their move. In addition, we have also discovered that some time ago, he bought a mysterious house, one that is not something an ordinary person could afford. At this moment, Xiaohai began to find it somewhat believable. Could it be that the third rank person was actually Yining? How could that be possible? After all, Tian, a representative of the military safe zone, also believed that Yining had only been awakened for a week. Even if someone had SS-level talent, they couldn't possibly level up that quickly. Zhang Lin, the son of General Zhang, was also an SS-level awakener, possessing dual abilities in strength and agility, with abundant resources, yet he had only just reached first rank. Lu Tian decisively confirmed, based on my guess, it is very likely that a third-rank person is secretly helping Yining. Xiaohai thought for a while and then felt it made sense. It could be true. Although the military did not think highly of Yining, that third-rank person would certainly see things differently. Actually, SS-level awakeners are extremely rare. Even if someone were secretly trying to nurture him, it wouldn't be impossible. If that's the case, we don't need to worry too much. All we need to do is find that third rank and figure out how to get their help. Just then, Huang Xiao received an update from the mission center. Leader Xiao, there's news. Yining has just completed 4 missions to level up to second rank. At this, everyone was stunned and in shock. What? Again, Yi Ning? For missions to level up to second rank? This is impossible.
Xiao Hai once again started thinking in a sideways manner, drifting to another case.
Wait a minute, old Lu. Based on your recent deduction, there must be a third-rank person who took Yi Ning on a mission.
After striking, they let Yi Ning claim the credit, just recently promoting her to second rank.
Doesn't that prove Yi Ning is not a third rank herself?
Huang Xiao, send 2 people to Yi Ning's house to keep an eye on who's really behind her. Also, send more people with me to check out the nearby cities that have experienced outbreaks, to prevent any riots. Xiao Hai suddenly started believing in the zombie-tide rumors. If Yi Ning had a third rank backing her, then the news about the impending riots could very well have been spread by that third rank. It's better to take precautions now to avoid future disasters. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the mission, and Xiao Hai didn't forget to remind him, buy that bastard a blue-level piece of equipment on your way back, so he doesn't cause any trouble.
This was the area where the Heavenly Tsong safe zone met the Xinjiang safe zone, a death factory zone.
After some waiting, Swordflow Storm finally respawned, and now they could enter the dungeon.
Yi Ning quickly entered the death factory. The lowest level had 15 second-rank players present. The death factory was a combat-based dungeon without any assigned tasks.
The dungeon had a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round would grant corresponding rewards. After each round, there would be 3 minutes for voting on whether to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agreed, they would all withdraw.
Automatically exit when all 7 rounds are completed. The first round will begin in 5 minutes.
Right now, all the players are preparing themselves. Yi Ning glanced around and confirmed that those who entered this time were no pushovers. Not only were the teams of equal strength, but a third rank awakened, Lin Lan, had also appeared.
This third rank gave off an unsettling feeling, a kind of ominous premonition. Another young man stepped forward and declared, "Gentlemen, I am Zhang Lin, an advanced second rank."
As we all know, the war dungeon requires unity in order to survive through multiple rounds. Initially, I planned to nominate myself as team leader, but there is a third rank expert here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lan, for some reason, became enraged. She charged forward and struck Zhang Lin squarely in the face with a palm, causing him to cough up blood. This third rank woman was incredibly fast, even making Yi Ning a little wary. But she didn't stop there. Lin Lan stepped forward and blatantly stomped on Zhang Lin's head, warning, "If you move again, I'll deal with you." Everyone was puzzled about what Zhang Lin had done to provoke such anger from the third rank woman. Zhang Lin commanded his subordinates, "Keep these people under control for me. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with. If you want peace, gather together and don't make a scene." Everyone here was a big shot, but they were still intimidated by Lin Lan. The young man holding the shield was none other than second-rank Peak Songjiang. The one with the messy hair was second-rank Peak Lintang. It seemed like we've run into the legendary farming team. What should we do now? We are only second-rank Peak, there's no way we can handle a third rank. Yi Ning said nothing, standing still in thought. The herding team, he had heard, specialized in trapping pseudo-awakened, using them as forward shields to take the hits, then finishing them off and hunting the large beasts. If the awakened and the mutants were prey to one another, then the herding group was simply cannibalism. Song Jiang decided to speak up. "Zhang Lin certainly hasn't. The best thing now is for us to hold a group vote and escape this dungeon immediately, since we have the numerical advantage." Before he could finish, Lin Lan clamped a foot to the ground with a light stomp that shut Song Jiang up. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are Team Blood Wolf, and I am Captain Lin Lan. This operation is under my command, your lives are in my hands now. But I can guarantee that if you survive through the 6th round and hand over all rewards and credit points, I will give you a way out." Yi Ning felt as if he had seen through her mind and her nature. There was reason to believe her letting others live was an extraordinary thing for people like them. It was a pity Heavenly Rift, Flowing Light, was still on cooldown, otherwise 2 strikes would have been enough to wipe them out. Now there was only the sword flow, Storm, which, though powerful, lacked a precise strategy. He also had no blue life-preserving gear on him. If he could not kill them all in a single blow, this time he might lose his life. The best course now was to stay hidden. Advance as far as one can, and be content with that.
Yi Ning decided to remain silent, quietly following his own plan.
Lin Lan stood with her arms crossed, striking a confident pose.
The first round is about to begin.
Everyone, quickly report your strengths so I can group you accordingly. One by one, they introduced themselves. I'm Song Jiang, second rank peak, physical type, specializing in close combat. Lin Tang, second rank peak, agility type, specializing in ranged attacks.
Zhang Tao, second rank advanced, strength type, specializing in close combat.
When it was Yi Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. I'm Yi Ning, second rank junior, willpower type, specializing in ranged attacks. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan approached and stroked his face as if to tease him.
Willpower type in this instance? That's truly rare, and kind of cute, but unfortunately.
What a waste, you're just a useless trash.
Yi Ning smirked and replied, fine, for the first few rounds, you'd better treat me like trash. Let's go with that. System announcement, the first round begins. The number of zombie enemies is 100, with 2 first-rank mutated creatures.
She suggested that second-rank peak individuals form a group and prepare for battle. Everyone must fight with full strength. If anyone is caught intentionally conserving spiritual energy, I, Lin Lan, will personally smash their skull, she warned. Song Jiang clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, these guys are deliberately avoiding the fight and just want to wear us down.
There are zombies ahead, and breeders behind. Is there any way for us to survive this?
Lin Tang jumped onto the nearby platform to get a better view.
Right now, there's no way out. We can only survive a few more rounds at most. Speak up.
The team below is holding their weapons in defense, but the situation is clearly dire. The vicious lizard monsters with sharp teeth are charging to attack. He drew his bow and focused his strength to fend off the monsters.
Song Jiang, let's each take one of the lizardmen, while the others handle the zombies. Song Jiang raised his hammer, ready to strike with relish. Come here, and taste the power of my hammer.
The others behind him focused their energy to support.
Xiaoba unleashed his ultimate ice skill, sending shards of ice slicing through the air.
The ice cut through the monsters, but it seemed to only injure them slightly.
Help! He urgently turned to Yi Ning.
Indeed, the failure of his willpower system was evident. One strike could only kill a single zombie. Lin Lan stood atop the battle observation platform, expressing disdain.
Yi Lin is really a joke. How did he even dare to come here? It's like watching some kind of farce.
If the awakened ones hadn't grouped together into a team, he would have been dead by the first round.
And this is just the first round. Let's see what he can do next. System announcement, Round 1 mission complete.
The Lecker monsters lay scattered across the ground after being defeated.
Half an hour later, the system announced again, Round 3 mission complete. In 3 minutes, Round 4 will begin. Yi Ning's group was inspecting the battlefield. Song Jiang, infuriated, swore. Damn it.
The difficulty is increasing day by day, and I'm afraid that in the next round, a second-tier peak variant might appear.
Lin Lan and the others still haven't made a move? Lin Tang also felt frustrated. She won't make a move.
It'll be hard for us to have a chance to deal with her.
As soon as Lin Lan's name was mentioned, she appeared before them, acting arrogantly. This is only the 3rd round, and you're already struggling this much?
She crossed her arms, adopting a superior attitude, knowing full well that no one dared oppose her. I don't know if you second-tier folks are just pretending or really this useless.
Let me tell you, I won't make a move until the 6th round. And if you want to stay alive, stop hiding your tricks.
Lin Lan then turned to praise Yi.
You're still alive? Not only alive, but you haven't even been injured a bit. He smiled awkwardly.
Just luck,
that's all. Xiaobai immediately turned to attack upon hearing this. Luck my ass. Wasn't it thanks to our efforts? Apart from hiding and launching long-range attacks that didn't cause any damage, what else can you do?
However, Song Jiang, judging from the situation, felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed.
This isn't right. This kid definitely has some big moves up his sleeve.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached second tier. His big move can probably only be used once or twice.
That's not bad though, we might even have a chance to turn the tables. The system continued announcing the task. The fourth round is about to begin.
Zombies, 400 second tier peak, 1 second tier mutated, 2 first tier mutated, 6. A horde of zombies was released. Song Jiang immediately stepped forward to face the enemy and ordered, Lin Tong, let's focus on the peak level second tier Corpse King first. The other 2 second tier ones will be held off by the senior group.
Whoever has the time, deal with that female demon.
The rest, handle the first tier zombies. The giant tentacle of the Corpse King swept across, nearly striking Song Jiang. Behind him, Lin Tang provided cover, shouting and firing an arrow at the monster. Song brother, be careful.
A zombie suddenly lunged forward, aiming at the one who was drawing his bow.
It swiped across his face, catching him off guard and taking him down immediately. Jiang Tao rushed forward, brandishing his spear and stabbing straight at the wrapped-up corpse, a deadly strike. But the poison oozing from its body caused him immense pain. Seeing this, Xiaoba panicked and shouted, Jiang Tao, get out of the way.
He quickly threw ice at the zombie attacking his teammate.
Xiaoba attempted to close the distance with incredible speed but still couldn't land a hit. The situation turned chaotic. Huang Yan had been killed, Jiang Tao was gravely wounded, and the other group members remained stationary. This time, it seemed unlikely anyone would make it out alive. Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation, knowing this was a critical moment. If casualties continued to rise, the group would be wiped out before reaching the 6th round.
And if that happened, he wouldn't be able to unleash his ultimate move.
Clenching his teeth, Yi Ning gathered his strength, activating his secret technique right in front of the giant monster. His legs crackled with bright electrical sparks. He only thought for 2 seconds before deciding, it was time to act. Without hesitation, Yi Ning dashed toward Xiaoba, grabbed him, and pulled him along forcefully.
Get out of the way, now. Xiaoba stood dazed. Is that you?
Then Yi Ning produced a light from his hand that formed into a spirit control sword. He sent the strike decisively toward the zombies. Yi Ning's move shifted into a chasing blow, causing the zombies to panic and scatter. One stroke pierced through the heart of that ugly zombie. Xiaoba trembled. With a single move the level 2 mutation had been killed.
Could he be that useless guy from earlier? He then stammered out a thank you. Yi Ning's face darkened. No need. Just watch your language from now on.
Yi Ning manipulated several strands of purple power that danced in the air, stabbing into the savage zombies.
Don't get distracted.
There were still quite a few zombies carrying that mutation.
Xiaoba immediately understood.
It's fine, I'll go clear out the level 1 mutated creatures at the rear. Lin Lan found the display entertaining. Not bad, this kid really has a trick that saves his skin.
His speed, those shoes on his feet, could they be blue-grade equipment? No wonder he dared come here. Her subordinates began to grow cautious. Little one, shall we finish him off now?
Lin Lan smiled seductively.
Don't be hasty.
We're short on manpower at the moment, so leave him for the next harvest. Spirit control is probably his limit, just a very weak will system. It would only take us a few seconds to kill him. But have those 2 peak level 2s shadow him more closely for me.
They're definitely hiding their own intentions.
Half an hour later, the system reappeared. The 4th round has ended, the 5th round will begin in 3 minutes. At the feet of Song Jiang and Lin Tang lay the corpse of the Corpse King, sprawled out in a heap.
Song Jiang began to assess the casualties so far.
In this round, we've lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is severely wounded. I still have 2 uses of my ultimate left. I hope we can survive until the 6th round. Lin Tang gritted his teeth in frustration.
Same here. No matter what, I have to hold on until the 6th round. As long as Lin Lan makes her move, we'll strike when she's unprepared and team up to take her down. Song Jiang now had a very different view of Yining.
Did you see what that kid did earlier? Normally, after using a skill, it takes time to recharge.
But he almost shot them out continuously.
Lin Tang agreed with him.
Right, he's very unique.
But I hope he has more tricks up his sleeve. In the next round, to avoid disrupting the plan, we have to make sure he reaches the 6th round as well. The system flashed red, signaling the start of the 5th round. 500 level 2x2 mutated zombies, level 2x3, and level 1x8 mutated creatures. A horde of hideous mutated corpses appeared, some with 2 massive heads, others with vampire-like tentacles, giant 8-meter-long centipedes, and many other new species.
A gigantic spider dropped down to attack first. Xiaoba was caught by the centipede. Yilin, be careful.
He didn't have time to react. Damn it, it's the many-legged creature. Yining dodged the attacks of the centipede while simultaneously planning to save his teammate. Sure enough, without using a big move, it was still too difficult to deal with such a massive mutated creature. It had been half an hour, and they still hadn't found its weak point.
A panicked scream echoed everywhere. Help! Someone, focus the firepower here. With so many monsters like this, there's no way we can concentrate firepower. Damn it, those damned herders. These bastards aren't planning to let us survive until the 6th round. Over on this side, Song Jiang was also dealing with the 2-headed demon and the blood-sucking bat.
He was discussing with Lin Tang.
Lin Tang, we have to use the big move, or we won't be able to fight back at all.
He then shot his ice arrows towards the bat, shouting, "Ice arrow!"
Song Jiang rushed forward, targeting the head of the 2-headed monster.
You're dead now, battle water spirit energy. Lin Lan grinned cruelly.
With such weak power, you still want to keep your spiritual energy?
You're just a bunch of insane babblers. The spider suddenly attacked Yining from behind. It slammed its body onto the ground, causing cracks to spread across the surface.
Song Jiang's face turned pale. We're too late. It's over. Lin Tang's face was just as grim. That kid. Is he dead?
Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Yining flew out, tearing through the massive monsters. The 2 others were left in stunned silence. This is Lin Lan, she said, still wide-eyed in astonishment.
Does this kid really still have a hidden card? Lin Tang's arrow struck the giant spider monster square in the head. Corpse spider, take one of my arrows.
He and Song Jiang, wielding hammer and shield, joined forces and surged forward.
Hurry!
Let's go kill the corpse spider together.
Yilin still has a chance. Yining was still dealing with the giant centipede.
He launched a violet strike, running along its body to find a weak point. He hurled a purple blade toward the area just behind the centipede's head. Found the weak spot. Yining unleashed a swirling punch to finish it off. The violet technique wrapped around the centipede and flung it high into the air.
Shatter it! Lin Tang gaped. A counter kill just leveled up.
She's a low-level female fiend. Before she had other fire users with her, but this time it's different.
Song Jiang's expression was equally remarkable.
Lin Lan stared at him like he was prey.
Level 2 beginner, wearing 2 sets of green clothes, looks like a plump sheep.
She ordered cruelly, next combat round, begin the harvest.
Do not kill that brat called Yilin yet.
Crush his arms and legs, keep him alive so I can torture him slowly.
The underlings shouted in unison, yes, boss. Song Jiang's face darkened as he saw the others beginning to stir.
In the next round only we and Yilin will remain, Lin Lan said. They will certainly join the fight. When that happens we'll take the chance to kill Lin Tang together. If we can't kill him we must at least grievously wound him, and Yilin can serve as the opening. The mission notification appeared, and the 6th round of the attack began. Tier 3, 3-star, Tier 2 monsters. This time, the number of mutated monsters had tripled and they were even fiercer. On Lin Lan's side, the zombies had already attacked, so she charged ahead, taking the lead.
This is the last round, give it all you've got, quickly.
Ah, I can cut zombies like cutting paper with one hand, as long as you can handle it. I promise I'll only take the money, not kill anyone. Lin Lan punched and kicked the gigantic zombie relentlessly, as if she were striking a punching bag in a training room. The zombie, holding a sword, with bloodshot eyes, swung its weapon. It struck a blow right at her side, forcing her to dodge quickly. Lin Lan, furious, swung her leg up, preparing to bring the creature down.
A single strike split the zombie in half.
Behind her, another hideous zombie appeared.
But it seemed Lin Lan had anticipated this.
Just as the creature was about to sink its teeth into her, she cast a red protective shield around herself, an illusory defensive barrier.
Meanwhile, Yi Ning, who was dealing with the giant scorpion, couldn't help but be impressed.
Agility system, acceleration skills, burst skills, and super defense. She was now far stronger than before. You've thought this through carefully. Besides these skills, she must have some hidden trump card.
We can't act recklessly this round.
Lin Tang, while shooting arrows, discussed the battle strategy. We need to stop the blood butcher. They were waiting for Lin Lan to finish her task. Once she did, those lunatics would surely come to steal our chance to attack.
Song Jiang was doing his best to strike at the wild boar monster. He replied clearly, "That's our opportunity to counterattack her with our ultimate move."
Lin Lan took down another monster, but her fighting style looked almost playful. As soon as she finished on one side, she immediately dashed toward Lin Tang and Song Jiang. He glanced over just as the plan was about to unfold.
She's coming.
Get ready to charge up your power. But unexpectedly, Lin Lan's target turned out to be that enormous wild boar. You deal with the monster, I'll finish her off.
Song Jiang frowned tightly. Understood.
At once, Lin Tang launched a blue missile toward Lin Lan. Right then, Ling Yan and Song Jiang also raised their shields, coordinating their dual attacks to strike her simultaneously. Yi Ning sensed that things were going terribly wrong. This was bad. Now that they were making a move, Lin Lan had to have been prepared.
A deafening explosion tore through the air. Lin Tang's eyes widened in alarm.
Brother Song, the boar's down, but Song Jiang's been taken out too, and his shield shattered into pieces. Lin Lan braced herself with one hand and sneered.
Fools! Did you really think I didn't have a defense?
But Yi Ning, who was slicing through the scorpion's tail, had already seen through the trick. Just moments ago, Lin Lan and Song Jiang had swapped positions. That was a transference of energy. Suddenly, Lin Lan darted straight toward Lin Tang, her eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Lin Tang! You actually pulled it off.
She delivered a crippling punch squarely to his abdomen. Lin Lan cruelly stamped on his right hand until he howled in pain, only able to gape and endure. I'll disable your right hand first to see what you can possibly use to fight back against me, she said matter-of-factly as she ordered her underlings.
Corpse duelist handed it to me.
You handle the battlefield and begin harvesting the spoils.
They immediately obeyed.
Yes, boss. One of them quickly grabbed Lin Tang and pressed the tip of a needle up to his eye.
Hand over your gear and credit points.
I'll spare you. Otherwise I'll make sure you wish you were dead. He spoke no reason, he simply took hold of his left hand and threatened.
You still won't talk?
Then finish off the left hand as well. Song Jiang flew into a rage and shouted, if you want to kill me, then kill even as a ghost, I won't spare you. Yi Ning suddenly raised his hands in surrender, I surrender, I will give it up, please don't kill me, don't torment me. The henchman next to him curled his lip, still the sensible kid, huh? But too bad the boss has ordered your limbs smashed. Yi Ning stepped back while advancing and thought, wait a moment, if they want to cripple me, they'll have to wait until I've finished the transfer.
He had already worked out a way to deal with these people. The chance for a counter kill comes in the 7th round. I must find a way to stretch this out until the final round. The system announced the next stage. The 6th round had ended. Everyone voted on whether to advance into the 7th round, the final battle. Yining, in a low voice, issued the killing move toward the man in front of him. Now. His eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Please proceed to the 7th round. The highest difficulty level. Very few people knew, simply registering for the highest difficulty level, no vote was required. The dungeon would proceed regardless. The system displayed the voting results. Someone had confirmed to proceed to the next round. The 7th round battle, at the highest difficulty, was about to begin. The first subordinate opened his mouth and stepped into the next round. Didn't the boss say we'd disband after the harvest? The second subordinate was equally confused. What's going on? Wasn't a 70% vote required to make a decision? The third night began, and everyone was sweating nervously. It was said that the 7th round could mutate to level 3, and the boss couldn't handle that. Song Jiang laughed loudly in front of the subordinate beside him. Fate has chosen this for you, go to hell together. Lin Lan's face twisted with anger. Song Jiang, did you do this? She rushed toward him with the fastest speed. I will kill you. But from beneath the ground, a giant monster, resembling a massive worm with a mouth full of sharp teeth, suddenly emerged. It rose from the earth, blocking her way, and its size was overwhelmingly large. Only a purple skill managed to take down Lin Lan's subordinate from Lin Tang's side, and another skill pierced through a subordinate on Song Jiang's side. Yining, standing above, shouted loudly, Song Jiang, Lin Tang, can you still go on? If you can, you better run as far as possible. Lin Tang, while supporting Song Jiang, ran from the massive worm monster. Yi Lin had undergone a change. He raised his divine sword and pointed it ahead. Lin Lan, you probably don't know yet, right? Yining stood tall, holding the superior sword, looking at them as if they were insects. A third-level mutated being will have intelligence and will prioritize killing high-level ability users first. As long as you get entangled and can't break free, I'm confident I can defeat everything with a single move. The monster opened its mouth wide. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, turned her head to look back, and changed positions. She dashed forward at full speed. Yining was still observing everything, and indeed, her ability to swap injuries had distance limitations, so she couldn't switch to this side. The monster's mouth was getting closer to Lin Lan. She quickly jumped to avoid the attack, but the monster was faster and struck her. Yining immediately grabbed his knife, and at that moment, he slashed several sword strikes, sword stream blast. Lin Lan was horrified when she saw this. What is this? This is even scarier than a third-level mutated being 1,000 times over. Could there be another third-level being here besides me? The monster was cut into many pieces. She shuddered at the sight of it. The range of this move is too huge, I can't possibly escape. At this moment, the system also issued a notification, the death arena has been completed. You will be teleported out of the instance in 5 minutes. Yining looked down from above. Song Jiang seemed unable to believe his eyes. He actually managed to eliminate both a third-level awakened and a third-level mutated being? Lin Tang also stood there, mouth agape in shock. Could it be that you're a third-rank intermediate? No, a third-rank advanced? He looked down with a cold gaze. There still seemed to be signs of human life below. Could it be that that woman isn't dead yet? Yining immediately hurled the dagger forward, using spirit sensing and spirit control. Lin Lan was now badly wounded. She saw the dagger approaching. Her eyes stared fixedly at it. Could this killer be the work of Yi Lin? How could that be? He looked at Lin Lan with a cutting glare. Sure enough, she wasn't dead. She must still have a life protection device equipped, right? Then first, she'll have to take this blade, he said. The dagger nearly touched Lin Lan's forehead. But she seemed to be protected. How could it not pierce through?
Lin Lan broke into a sweat as she watched the dagger spin without end.
Luckily, she had spent a great deal of money before to buy this single-use, a rank passive defense device.
Yi Ning seized his long sword and charged. It seemed that relying solely on spirit control alone could not pierce through.
But now her condition was very weak, she no longer had the strength to activate it. Then I'll strike personally. She could hardly believe it. That great move just now was really initiated by you? You're the third rank who's been hiding, aren't you? No matter how hard he tried, he still failed. What kind of membrane is this? It can't be pierced at all.
Lin Lan felt intense fury.
If you want to kill me, then just kill me. Why do you have to take me down in this way?
Yi Ning felt rather bewildered as well.
Oh, so she actually thinks I was insulting her, not that I couldn't kill her?
He suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. If so, then in other words she feared humiliation more than death that made things easy for him. Although this sort of thing was shameless, he would have to act that way to claim his prize. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin.
Oh? You want a truly satisfying death? When you were torturing those awakened ones, did you ever imagine you might end up like this? She snapped angrily. Damn you, what do you think you're doing?
Yi Ning still smiled with intent.
Already can't stand it? In a moment you'll learn what real humiliation feels like.
She ground her teeth.
What on earth do you have to do to give me any relief?
He promptly made his demand.
Simple, the same as you demanded of us. Hand over all your equipment, tools, and credit points.
Then I'll give you a quick, clean death. But Lin Lan remained skeptical.
How could I possibly trust you? He lightly tapped her thigh. You have no choice but to trust me.
She was too terrified.
Don't. If I hand them over and you dare to trick me, you won't die in peace. Right now, the system is also sending a notification that the item with the code A178391 wants to trade with you. The blue item with the code A178391 wants to trade with you. The Frost Flame Glove, blue item with the code AON178391, wants to trade with you. The Breakthrough Armor, blue item with the code AON178391, wants to trade with you. Transfer 13,000 credit points to you. Yi Ning seems satisfied with this transaction. These items are quite a lot.
Indeed, raiding is still the fastest way to get money. Lin Lan has also accepted her fate.
Everything has been traded, so just kill me already. But he still coldly said, is that everything? Your credit points are just over 10,000, how can I trust that? If you don't give everything, guess what I'm going to do next?
Yi Ning tightened her grip on Lin Lan's hand.
You bastard, that's all I have, believe it or not, it's up to you.
He quickly pinned her down.
Still daring to act tough? Well then, I won't hold back anymore. Lin Lan didn't resist anymore.
Come on, you bastard, if you've got the guts, come at me. But at that moment, he became disheartened and left.
It seemed that there really wasn't anything left. She was still yelling over there, why are you getting up? Don't dare anymore?
Lin Lan also realized something.
Wait, you're not going to kill me, nor are you going to violate me. What exactly do you want me to do? Actually, that big move of yours can only be used once. You're only at level 2, basically, you can't break my defense, can you? The system provided an update. Prepare for a 10-second countdown to leave the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7.
Lin Lan stood up and mocked, he's so stupid, he actually thinks you're a high schooler. Yi Ning was telling himself, she figured it out.
Now, there's really nothing I can do to kill her.
At that moment, Lin Lan was furious.
You're Yi Lin, aren't you? I remember you now. No matter where you go, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I'll find you.
She kept shouting, wait until then, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces and turn you into a pig. But Yi Ning remained silent, just turning to look at her.
Do I remember my name as Yi Lin? By the time you figure out who Yi Ning is, we'll see who kills who. The system appeared once again. Exit the instance. Calculating rewards for the player who completed the instance.
Yi Ning's completion status: basic completion level 70.3%, main task completion 20%, hardest boss killed flesh worm.
Total cumulative completion 90.3%.
S rank achieved: experience points and spiritual energy are being calculated with an additional 10% increase for higher level kills.
Received equipment: white crying mask, white dreadful soul talisman, boy's desire, blue.
Items obtained: white rotten acid, white spirit blood, white skin, white worm label, and materials from Linland's loot.
Selling it was enough for me to buy the true spiritual energy, and all of my attributes have increased by 25 points.
Yi Ning was riding a very impressive motorcycle.
Tonight, I need to go to Xinjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-level sword technique.
Tomorrow, I will head to the legendary battlefield ruins to obtain some equipment.
By the way, I'll also get familiar with the battlefield there.
At that moment, a man blocked his motorcycle, asking for help.
The man kept pleading with Yi Ning.
"Help, our vehicle has overturned." Yi Ning got off and observed. "Are you sure this vehicle just overturned?" At that moment, a group of people armed with weapons arrived to rob them.
Yi Ning remained calm. "Are you blocking the road to rob?" The masked man seemed very annoyed.
"Don't talk too much, hand over your credit points, and I'll spare your life." Yi Ning immediately took out a knife and struck in all directions. Truly, no need for any more words. Yi Ning was determined to catch the man who was fleeing at that moment.
"There's one more? Where are you running, you little worm?"
He threw the knife directly at him.
"Let's see where you think you're going." Wham! The knife sliced through the man's leg.
He immediately fell to the ground.
Yi Ning stared in astonishment at the man's leg. There was no blood from the wound? The man slowly stood up.
This wasn't a human, nor was he a zombie or a mutant. He was crying non-stop, pleading, "Great sir, please spare me. I know where they hide the loot they stole, I'll tell you everything." Yi Ning angrily grabbed his collar. "I was truly forced into this. Please, don't kill me." His eyes burned with murderous intent.
"Tell me now, what exactly are you?"
Under Yi Ning's interrogation, the man trembled in fear and hurriedly opened his status panel. "Please don't kill me. I'll open my personal status panel, you can see for yourself." The system immediately displayed his personal information. Identity: Li Fu Gui, Dungeon NPC, Level 0, Talent, Golden Cent. Skilled Merchant: when used by the skill holder, Golden Cent allows the detection of any item within the target's inventory. Cunning Trader: during transactions, automatically raises prices by 10%. The other party cannot detect this until after the exchange and trade are completed. Membership fee: during transactions, 5% of the total amount is automatically deducted and kept for personal gain. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Yi Ning still looked doubtful, reading through the information panel while continuing to question him relentlessly.
"An NPC, huh? How could you possibly escape from a dungeon? Don't tell me you had self-awareness right from the moment you were created?"
Fu Gui trembled as he replied, "Actually,
I don't even know why I appeared here. From the moment I became conscious, I was already outside. My lord, could you please spare my life?"
With that pitiful appearance, he had no intention of letting him go, silently calculating something in his mind. All three of his skills were abnormalities of the system, simulated emotions could never be learned. If he could make him help with business dealings, he could save quite a bit. After thinking this, Yi Ning took out a roll of white paper. He held it up in front of Fu Gui and sternly ordered him, "Sign this contract, and I will spare your life." Fu Gui couldn't help but be shocked by this condition, the servant contract, but in the end, he had no choice but to sign it. The system then sent a notification, "Li Fu Gui has signed the contract, beginning the interface for the subordinate, master, Yining, second rank, basic level.
Servantly Fu Gue has no rank, loyalty, 60/100.
Yining smiled in satisfaction and said to him, "From now on, you will follow me.
We are teammates." Fu Gue couldn't hold back his tears and lamented, "Teammates?
This is forced labor.
Why am I so unlucky? If it's not a tyrant, then it's a bandit."
Seeing his distress, Yining made a suggestion: "Everything that was taken by the local tyrants belongs to you."
Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he joyfully embraced Yining, saying, "Really? Thank you, master, you are truly the most generous master in the world." Fu Gui's loyalty increased as a result, servantly Fu Gui's loyalty +1. Yining could only smile wryly and reply, "Loyalty is really easy to earn, isn't it?"
Fu Gue, help me sell all the equipment except for the armor, blood soul, and the broken divine armor.
And if you're buying something, make sure it's actually useful.
Also, get a bigger storage space, and find a room for yourself.
Normally, you'll stay and help me manage the assets. Even amidst the sprawling city, the sound of Fu Gui's joyous shouting couldn't be drowned out. "Master, this is wonderful. Leave the management to me." In the blink of an eye, they were back home.
Yining sat leisurely on the sofa, eating voraciously. Fu Gue, seeing this, couldn't help but complain, "Master, you are the most wasteful person I've ever met.
Other people wouldn't even be able to eat this much in their entire lives. Yet, you're eating it like it's just rice."
Not giving him a chance to continue, Yining reached out and pushed Fu Gue back into his own world, urging him to go manage the books. Finally full, Yining saw a series of stats appear from the system, confirming that he had indeed used his strength, 25 agility, 25 physique, 25. Sighing in satisfaction, he thought to himself that he had finally increased his stats by 25 points. He stood up, opened the system panel, and checked his progress, sword technique B level, shadow training. The system quickly responded, confirming that he had learned a new sword technique.
Shadow training had successfully upgraded to an SS level skill.
SS dimensional slash, the dimensional slash skill creates a crack in space, granting invincibility for 1 second, allowing the user to bypass all defensive measures.
After reading through a series of information, Yining smiled in amusement and thought to himself, dimensional slash, huh?
Breaking through space and surpassing all defenses is really overpowered. Tomorrow, I'll go to the dungeon, the ruins battlefield, to test it out.
In the blink of an eye, tomorrow arrived. The system presented Yining with a choice: do you want to participate in the ruins battlefield? Difficulty level, B.
After he agreed, he was transported to a different space. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself to him.
"Hello, I'm Chen Yong, and this is my sister, Chen Jiao. We are both second-rank high-level mages." Chen Jiao didn't appear very friendly. She smirked and said, "I saw the system announcement that there are second-rank high-level teammates, so it must be you, right? But you look so young. Could it be that your strength was misjudged?"
Hearing this, Chen Yong immediately turned to scold her, "Sis, don't talk nonsense." Yining had been silently evaluating them since he arrived, quietly reminding himself to observe their outfits. They were likely from military families, maybe second or even third generation soldiers. It was best to be cautious around them. After reprimanding his sister, Chen Yong turned to explain, "Don't mind her, my sister's been spoiled by the family since she was young."
Yining responded, "You can just call me Yi Lin."
Suddenly, the system made an unexpected announcement: the ruins battlefield will start the special event in 3 minutes.
Please prepare. You asked, voice filled with curiosity, special event?
I only knew that special events, supernatural events, and viral events were considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse.
This is the first time I've encountered such a special instance of an instance event.
Chen Yong reassured you, "Yi brother, don't worry. Although special events are the result of supernatural forces, from what I know, the battlefield ruins are a relatively safe type of special event.
There's no mission restriction.
You can leave anytime, as long as you escape the battle."
This event is a reenactment of the war that broke out when the apocalypse first began.
But when he mentioned the enemy, his face suddenly grew serious. Our enemies are regular corpses and mutated zombies.
As the countdown ended, a group of mutated zombies began to surge forward. The three of them quickly took up battle stances.
Chen Yong turned to Yi Ning and his sister, saying, "Yi brother, let's go down and deal with the mutated zombie.
Chen Jiao will stay up here."
Ignoring his words, Yi Ning decisively jumped into the middle of the zombies, leaving them confused.
Are we really going to act that decisively? Brother, this person is too rude.
Without a hint of fear, Yi Ning charged at the largest zombie, swinging his sword with great force. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was downed by 2 fatal blows from Yi Ning, ending it right there on the spot.
Seeing the massive zombie fall in mere seconds to Yi Ning's strikes,
Chen Yong was deeply impressed. "You brother, you really are a second-rank high-level fighter, to solve things that quickly.
But we, my brothers and I, won't fall behind."
He became even more energized, swinging the axe in his hand, clearing out the zombies around him. Chen Yong shouted loudly, "You brother, let's try to hold out as long as we can. When we can't hold on any longer, I can still summon the undead soldiers to fight in our place, maximizing our benefits."
Hearing this, Yi Ning was surprised. Summon undead soldiers?
In my previous life, I only heard rumors that such things were controlled by the military secretly.
I didn't expect it to actually be true.
But Chen Yong quickly added, "However, this is a major secret of the military."
He spoke loudly, warning, "When we get back, don't tell anyone about this."
Just then, a zombie suddenly lunged at Chen Yong, trying to grab him.
Yi Ning quickly threw a knife toward it, shouting a warning, "Watch out behind you."
As soon as Chen Yong turned around, the knife pierced through the zombie's head. He was stunned by Yi Ning's strength.
Is this an ability to control nothingness? One strike and you've killed a first-rank high-level zombie?
After clearing out all the zombies, the system displayed a new message: the initiation battle has ended.
A large-scale continuous battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walked over to him, took out a pack of cigarettes, and offered them as a token of gratitude for earlier. "Yi brother, do you smoke? These are provided by the Special Military District." "Thank you so much, you just saved my life." Yi Ning smiled politely and declined, "I don't smoke, thank you."
"I heard this is really rare in the apocalypse," Chen Yong said, narrowing his eyes as he assessed him.
"Seems like your background isn't that simple, huh?"
At this point, he waved his hand and laughed loudly, taking the opportunity to boast, "Actually, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the Huabei war zone, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. Both of them have already reached 3rd rank.
I'm also building up my own forces. I think, Yi brother, you've been going solo like this because you haven't joined any team yet, right?"
Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ning responded curtly, "Sorry, I'm used to working alone." His firm reply left Chen Yong so stunned that he almost dropped his cigarette. "You can't just give up that easily," he hurriedly continued, trying to persuade him with more enticing words. "You brother, listen to me. If you agree to be my deputy, from the start, you'll receive official treatment 3,000 credit points per month, and I'll throw in an extra 1,000 for you." Seeing that Yi Ning remained silent, Chen Yong upped the offer. "Not only that, I can help you register for a free blue tier weapon. Your family members can join the military as well." Noticing her brother was going too far, Chen Jiao quickly intervened. "Brother, you're going overboard. He's strong, sure, but not to the point of needing all that." Without saying another word, Yi Ning let out a soft sigh, turned around, and walked away, shouting loudly to remind them, "I'm not interested in this matter. The large-scale evening funeral is about to start, so let's prepare for the fight first." But in his heart, he thought to himself, "You still want to trick me? By the time I reach high school, I'll get even more than what you have." Chen Yong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret as Yi Ning left, sighing. The conditions just now, for a 2nd rank, were truly a heavenly treatment that countless people would beg for, but Yi Ning rejected it outright. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, angrily cursed Yi Ning for being so unreasonable. Who does he think he is? Don't even mention second rank high level, even second rank peak, our family can surpass that easily. Before long, half an hour had passed, and the main battle officially began. On Chen Yong's side, the mutated creature relentlessly unleashed crushing blows, making it impossible for him to resist, so he had no choice but to call for help. Yi brother, I can't hold them off here any longer. Let's summon the soldiers and retreat. As Yi Ning sliced off the head of one creature, he replied, wait a little longer, bring the monster closer to me. When he saw that Chen Yong had finished, Yi Ning shouted loudly, alright, you head up to the wall first. Without hesitation, Yi Ning plunged directly into the gathering of zombies. His sword gleamed brilliantly as he cleaved down on the mutated creatures below. Each strike split their bodies in two, and not a single one could escape. Chen Yong and Shen Jiao, standing from afar, couldn't help but be stunned by the overwhelming power. They could only gasp in astonishment. Is he really a third rank? Impossible, a normal third rank wouldn't be able to kill several mutated zombies in one strike. Moreover, there's also the second rank peak. No wonder he didn't even care about our invitation. This move is much more powerful than what my father and grandfather could do. After finishing off the enemies, Yi Ning gently landed next to the two brothers and said, now, you can summon the soldiers. Shen Jiao was still in shock, asking with a puzzled expression, why? You're so powerful, there's no need to do it yet, we're not at a turning point. Chen Yong reached out to stop his younger brother, if His Excellency says so, then let's do it first. Saying that, he raised the axe in his hand and loudly chanted the incantation to summon Morans. In an instant, the soldiers quickly appeared. One of them shouted, prepare for battle, protect the defense line, the 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to fire, kill it. The heroic soldiers immediately charged into battle with the mutated beings, quickly turning the area below into a fiery battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yong said, Ye Excellency, from here on, we just need to watch. However, these soldiers can only hold out for a while. After killing one wave of zombies, they will disappear. Yi Ning turned to leave, preparing to head deeper into the city. He said to the two brothers, you two stay here. He then walked further into the city. A desolate place filled only with ruins. Yi Ning stopped and began to activate his searching ability, calculating silently in his mind. Just now, when I killed that second-rank peak creature, I didn't see any legendary quality equipment drop. I'm guessing it'll only appear after I summon my troops. According to my intuition, it must be somewhere in this area. His eyes suddenly gleamed with light. The result had finally appeared. Yi Ning glanced toward that direction and said loudly, found it. As expected, it's right there. He quickly moved forward. A glowing green orb and an old, tattered journal awaited him. The orb suddenly spoke in a mechanical tone. Special mission activated, last wish. Objective: discover the cause of the battlefield's destruction and resolve it. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward. Yi Ning picked up the weathered journal, examined it for a while, and murmured thoughtfully. A special mission called Last Wish, huh? It must be related to this journal. But in the days that followed, a tragedy struck. On the 25th of that month, the first zombie tide began. I never imagined things would escalate so quickly. A yin is dead, and we couldn't even find his body. Amid the faded ink of the old journal, only a time-worn photograph remained. The author continued to write beneath it in his final moments. I asked them if they had any last words. They were usually just a bunch of mischievous kids who loved to joke around, yet in the end, they said only one thing to me. On the last page of the diary, between the layers of protective paper, a line of writing appeared, Moran's is going home, which was also the author's final words. After reading the will, Yi Ning stared at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering to himself, the oath of the will. As he spoke, he tightly clenched the bracelet. On the side of the Chen brothers, they were observing the fight below while discussing Yi Ning's identity. Brother, is it possible that Yi Ning isn't even a level 3? Could he have some kind of equipment that only allows him to use his ultimate move once? It's possible,
but we can't verify that. Once we anger a level 3, no one will know if we'll die here. Hearing her brother's words, Chen Jiao frowned and angrily replied, "How dare he?" With Grandpa around, no one in the entire Huabei district would let him get away with it. Seeing his sister's temper flare, Chen Yang advised, "Sister, you really need to change your approach. If not, sooner or later, you'll regret it. Don't even talk about whether he'll attack us or not. If he really is a level 3, we should figure out how to bring him into our faction. I'm sure Grandpa and Dad will approve of this." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning returned. Chen Yong hesitated and asked, "Yi Excellency, are we ready to go?" While speaking, he pointed down below to update Yi Ning on the situation. These soldiers won't last much longer. Once the level 3 mutant appears, they'll stay for a while longer, then disappear. So we need to leave before they vanish, otherwise, if a level 3 mutant targets us, it will be a huge hassle. However, Yi Ning didn't seem to find this very reassuring. He asked sternly, "Do you know what happened to the battlefield ruins? What happened to these soldiers in the end?" Chen Yang was slightly surprised by the question but still replied, "At that time, my father hadn't been born yet, but I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a disastrous failure, and no one survived. However, thanks to their support, the safe zone behind the front lines was evacuated. My grandfather was one of the lucky ones who survived in the safe zone." Yi Ning continued to press, "If it was such a disastrous defeat, how did the zombie tide finally subside?" This time, Chen Yong hesitated a little. "The details about that aren't clear, but there's a legend that the zombie tide seemed to just disappear on its own." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning finally seemed to piece things together. Disappear on its own? So that's how it was. So that's how it happened? Noticing Yi Ning's strange attitude, the two brothers couldn't help but be puzzled. "Yi Ning, are you okay?" "Yeah, why all of a sudden asking about such old stories?" Yi Ning didn't respond, only continuing to ask them, "Do you know what the term Marans means?" Chen Yong replied honestly, "The meaning? This phrase is a secret word passed down within our group. I honestly don't know what its specific meaning is." His younger sister added, "All we know is that whenever we shout this phrase, the soldiers will appear to fight on our behalf." She then raised her voice and reminded him, "This is a military secret. My brother thinks highly of you, so he told you about it. It's best if you don't reveal it outside." Chen Yong quickly said, "Calm down, little sister. Don't interrupt them," his sister said to him. Yi Ning turned to ask, "How many times can you use this method?" Hearing this, he was startled and replied, "Several hundred times, but we usually use it when we want to replace equipment. However, each person can only use it once. After that, if someone else shouts, it won't be effective anymore." After hearing this, Yi Ning's expression became serious, and he continued asking, "Several hundred times? Then have you helped these soldiers eliminate the final mutated creatures?" Chen Yong calmly replied, "No, because usually only level 2 creatures are found here, and we've never seen a level 3 before. You're the first level 3 person to come here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning suddenly jumped down. Before the two siblings could react, he rushed towards the group of zombies, his mind constantly speculating. Could this be the origin of the battlefield ruins? Shen Jiao furrowed her brows and shouted, "Brother! What's he going to do now? Why aren't we leaving?" In his mind, the last will and testament from earlier kept replaying, connecting everything together. Clearly, it was the obsession that had turned them into soldiers and transformed this battlefield into a unique event. But with his battle instincts, Yi Ning quickly reacted, swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, with just a few strikes, the head of the enemy was severed from his body. He remained calm, his thoughts constantly revolving around the soldiers, that soldier. It was because they knew that once the third-level mutant here was killed, their secret language would no longer work, and without it, they could no longer help their descendants gain benefits. Thunder rumbled and shook the sky, the rain pouring down like a waterfall, making the place even more gloomy. Yi Ning dashed through the puddles, feeling an immense anger as he realized the conspiracy behind the deception and exploitation.
In an instant, his body shot up, gripping the weapon in his hand without hesitation. He charged at the enemy in front of him, as though unleashing all his hatred onto them after learning the truth. The phrase Moran seemed to hold all the hopes of the fallen ancestors, yet the military had shamelessly used it as the most dishonorable card, employing it hundreds, even thousands of times. With a single strike, the zombie's body was cleaved in half. His gaze became unwavering, silently vowing to himself that today, even if it meant death, he would bring them home. Chen Jiao couldn't help but feel terrified by his appearance. She anxiously said, "Brother, has he gone insane? Is he really trying to fight the ultimate third-level mutant?" Shen Yong also found Yi Ning's behavior strange from the very beginning. He silently speculated, "This is odd. If he wants to fight the ultimate third-level mutant, why summon the soldier spirit so early? There's no need to have the soldiers fight the monsters anymore, right? Does he not want to conserve his stamina?" She quickly grabbed her brother's sleeve, trying to persuade Chen Yong, "Brother, the third-level mutant is about to appear. Even if Yi Lin is level 3, he still won't be able to kill it. We should leave now." Seeing that his sister made a reasonable point, Chen Yong still didn't want to give up on someone like Yi Ning. Truly, leaving now was the safest option, but once they left, it would be hard to establish a connection with Yi Ning. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yong turned to his sister and said, "Let's wait a bit longer. It'll only take 10 seconds to run away from here. If he really can't hold his ground, we can still escape from up here in time." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the building they were standing in began to tilt to one side. Chen Jiao screamed in panic, "This is..." From afar, through the thick fog, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble even more. The two of them began to recognize what it was and shouted in unison, "Has it arrived?" The monster cared for nothing, ready to crush anything that stood in its way. Its massive body was grotesque in size, and its long arms were covered in sharp, protruding spines. Each step it took was slow, as if burdened. As it moved, thick plumes of smoke poured from its mouth. The closer it got, the two brothers finally realized, terrified, and screamed out loud. "Is this the third-level mutant? Its size is monstrous." The creature rampaged through everything around it, heading straight toward Yi Ning. Upon closer inspection, his body seemed like a grain of sand in its eyes. For a moment, Yi Ning felt a wave of fear, but it quickly vanished. With a confident voice, he spoke, "Now I only have one more chance to use Dimensional Slash." He took a deep breath, muttering to himself as he considered how to defeat it. However, he wasn't sure how effective Dimensional Slash would be, so he knew he couldn't attack hastily. After some time of contemplation, Yi Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief and finally made up his mind. Slowly, he raised his sword and lowered his body into a fighting stance, ready to strike when the creature came closer. It would be safer that way. Standing there without an ounce of fear, he closed the gap little by little, 70 meters, 59 meters, and finally, 40 meters. The creature had arrived. There was no mercy in its actions. It swung its monstrous arm, covered in sharp spikes, in a straight line toward him like a living mace. Yet, Yi Ning stood firm, showing no intention of dodging. His eyes shone brightly. "Prepare to strike back. This is the moment." In the blink of an eye, when did that massive, towering figure get split in half by Yi Ning's sword? Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Yi Ning gently descended as though nothing had happened, his gaze still fixed on the monster, never losing his vigilance. He spoke, "All things still, everything seems to freeze." The figure of Yi Ning stood alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by the ruins of destruction, facing the enormous, dangerous zombie. "Is this the primordial space? My timeline is completely different from everyone else's." Yi Ning furrowed his brow, his cold, sharp gaze fixed ahead. Not only that, but he also noticed the skeletons piercing through the creature's body, and immediately realized he could see through it. Yi Ning subtly shifted, his legs radiating an increasingly powerful energy. He could choose any part of the primordial space to materialize it. Without hesitation, he instantly launched himself straight toward the creature's body, planning in his mind and knowing he could pass through it without any obstruction. Suddenly, a burst of bright green energy erupted from Yining's shoes. In this moment, he was invincible. At that very instant, he swung the hilt of his sword and thrust it directly into the zombie, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yining then continued to move at incredible speed, piercing through its head. That fatal blow shattered the zombie's head, causing an uproar across the sky. It then collapsed with a loud crash, sending dust and debris scattering everywhere.
Chen Yong's eyes widened in shock. That's a third-level mutation, a mutation strong enough to destroy the safety zone.
How could it be killed so easily? Chen Jiao gaped, stunned. The move was too fast. I didn't see anything.
It's already dead?
Suddenly, she covered her mouth, furrowed her brows, and whispered, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is a third-level mutant, even stronger than the third levels of Grandpa and Dad."
Sweat dripped down his forehead as he agreed, "That's right.
We've seen third-level fights in the military zone many times since we were kids, but we've never seen anything at this level.
Could Yi Lin be a high-tier third rank? If so, wouldn't he be a national treasure?" Moments later, the system updated. The event has ended. In 10 seconds, you will be leaving this place. After 10 seconds, the battlefield remnants will disappear forever.
The ethereal soldiers froze for a moment upon hearing this announcement, all of them confused.
The battlefield remnants are disappearing? What's going on?
At the same time, both Chen Yong and Chen Jiao hurried over when they saw Yining just landing on the rooftop.
They called out loudly, "Yi Lin!"
TCH, he raised his hand, showing a blue jade necklace, while Yining shouted, "Moran's!" The sound immediately drew the attention of the ethereal soldiers. They quickly lined up, stood at attention, raised their hands in salute, and said in unison, "Thank you."
Chen Yong, standing behind, couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Yi Lin, why are you still using this tone right now?"
At that moment, he silently cut her off and said, "This place is about to disappear." Just then, the system sent a notification and issued an order to leave the dungeon. The completion report for the dungeon: Yining, dungeon completion level, basic completion 70%, additional completion 30%, total accumulated completion 100%, rating, SSS, equipment received, items obtained, materials acquired. Though the news of leveling up reached him, Yining remained seated quietly among the wreckage after the battle. He muttered to himself, "I really have reached high level tier 2 now. I should be happy, but why does my heart feel so empty? Apart from freeing the seniors, what more can I do for them?" Soon after, the system sent another update.
This event has disappeared, and several memorial tasks have been updated.
You can choose to continue the task, which is to return home with the soldiers from the special event, or you may stop the task and claim your special reward now. Please note, after continuing the task, the rewards may change, and the skills could evolve unpredictably. Please choose carefully. As he read the information, Yining smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief.
This works too. Even without this task, it's something I wanted to do anyway.
Eventually, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao found him in a quiet corner. He chuckled and said, "Yi Lin, you're really something.
Since we entered the instance from different directions, I was actually worried I wouldn't be able to find you."
As he stepped closer, Chen Yong delivered the news, "I've already transferred all the loot from this round to you. These are the things you rightfully deserve."
Upon hearing that, Yining replied calmly, "Oh, thanks."
Immediately after, both of them extended an invitation. "My brother and I would like to invite Yi Lin and Jiang to join us for lunch.
Would you be willing to consider this?"
He gently declined and, at the same time, asked, "Forget lunch for now.
There's something else I'd like to do first. Could you help me with that?" He happily agreed, "It's my honor."
"Please, Yi Lin, feel free to ask." Yining made his request clear, "Please help me look into the hometowns of the soldiers on this battlefield. I want to visit those places myself." Without hesitation, Chen Yong reached out to the person who could help. From the sub-officer, please assist me in checking the hometowns of the warriors from the tribe on the battlefield of the ruins.
Send me the information as soon as possible. The person acknowledged, yes, Mr. Chen. I will get back to you shortly. Yilin, I've found the location. It's about 300 kilometers from Xinjiang. I'll have a helicopter take you there.
He immediately expressed his gratitude, thank you so much. As Yi Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Jiao quietly watched, unable to suppress his regret. Brother, are you really just going to let him go like this?
The battlefield ruins, if they disappear, what should we do? How are we going to explain it when we return? You must know how much the military values the battlefield ruins, right?
This summoning quota was earned by my grandfather, after all.
She furrowed her brow, glancing at Chen Yong beside her,
then scolded, if you give him all the spoils this time, then how can you still plan to help him hide it?
He continued to look ahead, answering slowly, little sister, although this is indeed a serious matter, what you said isn't wrong. Not only am I helping him conceal what happened on the battlefield, but I also cannot deny that it's my responsibility.
A moment later, the helicopter began to take off. Chen Jiao still couldn't stop questioning, and even mentioned that they shouldn't talk about the spoils this time.
Even if we give him 10,000 points or 100,000 points, what does it matter?
Then she hesitated, Big brother, I know he's very capable, but right now, he hasn't shown any intention of getting close to us, has he?
Is it really worth it for us to act this way?
However, Chen Yong gave a faint smile and replied with a hint of meaning in his voice, it's worth it.
Let me tell you this. As for what's happening this time, we won't be able to avoid it. After all, as long as it's a political opponent, no matter what, they'll always blame us.
Rather than being passive, we should take the initiative to use this opportunity to build a relationship with Yilin. He tilted his head and looked at Chen Jiao, questioning him. Another thing was that Yilin had asked his father to help save that information.
What does this mean?
It proves that he is still not aligned with any faction while being in the military. The helicopter continued flying at high speed, leaving behind bright streaks and powerful swirling air currents, while the words of Chen Yong echoed. Although he didn't say much, it was clear that he was absolutely someone who valued emotions deeply. If we want to get along well with this type of person, we need to treat him sincerely. Inside the helicopter, Yi Ning glanced at the sky through the window, lightly grasping the blue jade necklace and whispering.
Unseen elders, I wonder if you're still out there.
No, if you are, then fly with me back home.
At the Wenshan clan, a small town nestled between valleys surrounded by towering mountains and a jade-green river, a gentle voice rose. Do you still remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago? The soldiers who participated in the defense of Xinjiang. A pair of rough hands held up an old photograph of soldiers laughing together.
It was the elderly farmer, his hair gray, leaning on a cane, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall the past.
This is a Yen, and here is Ma Ranxi.
Yi Ning stood up and nodded in confirmation.
That's right, they've all gone home. They've all gone home.
Not long after, Xiao Chen happily led another elderly man to deliver the news. Yilin, after checking everything, only 5 families still know about what happened 60 years ago, and the elders are still alive to this day. Moreover, following your instructions, a large quantity of supplies has been distributed to the villagers for them to use in improving their lives. Then, he turned to introduce him to the tablet that he had mentioned earlier. I have brought the village chief here. He smiled and thanked him. You've worked hard. The village chief sincerely replied, Please, Yilin, don't be so polite.
This is something Mr. Chen entrusted to me. Everything is following your arrangements.
After Xiao Chen left, Yi Ning pointed into the distance and inquired. Village chief, I will send an additional 4,000 credit points to you, so you can lead the people to build a monument to the martyrs there.
Do you think that will be enough?
Upon hearing that figure, he quickly waved his hand.
4,000 credit points? This amount is more than enough, we won't even use it all.
Yi Ning softly suggested, then the rest should be distributed to the children in the village. Although he couldn't persuade Yining to change his mind, the village chief was still moved, holding his hand and gratefully saying, "Sir, on behalf of everyone, I thank you.
I will definitely remember each of their names."
Yining bowed his head in response. "Village chief, please don't say that." Back in the present, from the helicopter cabin, he continued to gaze at the distant sky and quietly whispered, "Senior ancestors, you can now rest in peace." Suddenly, the system displayed the results. The mission and the wool had been completed. Reward, 100 fame points, and the completion of the blue necklace.
All attributes increase by 1, the effect of the equipment's health and mana regeneration is increased by 33%, and the skill Unyielding Faith is activated for 10 seconds.
In the blink of an eye, 15 points of willpower attribute can be quickly restored. The evaluation of the necklace obtained shows that the blessing has become stronger than before.
Yining widened his eyes, deeply moved, and thanked the blessings of the seniors.
"I will carry this with me forever, until the war is completely over." Moreover, when he looked at this notification board, he silently thought, "As for this honor reward, it is definitely not something money can buy. Perhaps for me, cultivating power within the army would be very beneficial."
Suddenly, Yining thought of Chen Yong. Speaking of military power, Chen Yong wasn't a bad choice either. After leaving the dungeon, he hadn't mentioned anything about the battlefield's disappearance. Furthermore, he had even met his requests. Although he didn't find him particularly pleasing to the eye, upon further thought, it seemed that Chen Yong didn't actually understand much about the ruins of the battlefield. In the end, he decided to return and check on him again, while also giving himself a bit more benefit. The scene shifted to a large wooden door intricately carved, standing within a wall of ornate patterns, exuding an air of luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside the room, Chen Yong jumped up as the person he had been waiting for actively made contact. "Yilin, are you looking for me?"
Yining went straight to the point. "I want to borrow 2 blue-colored swords from you, preferably ones with a short cooldown."
"Is that convenient for you?" Thinking he had misheard, he asked again, "Borrow?"
Immediately, Chen Yong waved his hand to deny. No, I didn't mean that. What I meant to say is that I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you without needing to borrow them." As the system screen was about to shut off, the other person's voice echoed just before it ended, "Then it'll be a lot of trouble for you." Chen Yong clenched his fist with satisfaction. Yining had come to him for help so quickly. It seemed that he was growing to trust him more and more. When he returned and told Grandpa and B, they would definitely be very pleased. At the Zhangton Lanzhou noodle shop, Yining slurped his noodles while nodding in agreement. That kid, Chen Yong, was indeed straightforward. "In this dungeon, I only got 3 free attribute points. Excluding the blessing for the green equipment, my base attributes, aside from willpower, are only 26 points, strength 26, agility 26, constitution 26, willpower 31. The blue necklace wasn't for sale, and the resistance materials weren't worth much either. I didn't have enough to buy the spiritual energy fruit. After waiting for 2 days for the ultimate skill cooldown, Ming would give me the blue equipment Chen Yong offered. Then, I would find a way to break through the high-level dungeon, earning as much as I could." Suddenly, he remembered something from before. Then, when he advances to rank 3, there will be another chance to double his attributes. In his previous life, all of his second-rank attributes had only reached 20 points when he ascended to rank 3. This resulted in his basic attributes being relatively low after the breakthrough. On the way back, Yining had his hands tucked into his pockets as he pondered, "In this life, I must raise all my attributes to the maximum limit of rank 231 points before attempting the trial to advance to rank 3. By the time that happened, it would probably coincide with the period of violent outbreaks in the Tianfeng safe zone." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. "Oh, this is the killing intent of a rank 3. As the savage aura drew closer, Yining suddenly realized, "Damn, my ultimate skill is still on cooldown. Facing a rank 3 right now means certain death." He walked on, deep in thought. Who could it be? Who wants to kill me? He fell silent, analyzing the situation. This was the inner city of the Xinjiang safe zone, and no one except Chen Yong knew he was here.
Could it be the rank 3 commander of Xinjiang, the one whose prey I snatched earlier? Or maybe Chen Yong changed his mind? But he quickly dismissed that thought.
No, Chen Yong wouldn't do that.
Impossible.
He's been trying to recruit me, so there's no reason for him to kill me. And the commander of Xinjiang has no idea it was me who stole his monster. A sudden thought flashed through Yining's mind as he recalled the look of hatred in Lin Lan's eyes.
Could it be that woman, Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf Squad? Could it really be her? Has she already tracked me down that fast?
Now, all the skills are on cooldown, so there's no way to rush into confirming anything.
Forget about guessing who might want to kill me. Right now, I'm looking for a way to escape from the person who's following me. The top priority is figuring out how to get out of here. Should I activate the lightning escape skill and run?
No, I need to stay calm first. The fact that my pursuer chose to follow me before making a move shows that they're still cautious. In other words, the opponent doesn't know my skills are on cooldown, so if I panic and run, it would only expose me, and the person would definitely take action to kill me. The best move now is to act like nothing's wrong and see if I can find a place to hide.
I've already looked around. Suddenly, my eyes land on a nearby bar. Ah, there it is. Anyone who still comes to a bar for drinks these days must be rich, right?
He smirked inwardly. I should head in there and make a move to set things in motion. Inside the bar near Yining, Yu Qing was complaining. Why is it that all the people who came to the bar today are so rude?
At that moment, her bodyguard approached and asked, "Young lady, after you finish this drink, shall we head home?" She waved him off impatiently, saying, "Go ahead."
Then, suddenly, she noticed something. Yu Qing looked toward Yining. He was sitting nearby, his expression calm, but he was secretly watching her. She was young, had dyed hair, and wore heavy makeup. Coming to this nightclub, she was most likely in a rebellious phase. Yu Qing stepped forward, scanning the handsome men from top to bottom, silently thinking, the earrings and ring on this girl are all just flashy accessories. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, there were 4 of them, all at stage 2 peak. They seemed to be her bodyguards. No one dared to provoke her at the moment, which clearly indicated that her identity and background were probably very complicated. Yu Qing moved closer and softly said, "Did you come here alone? Let's have a drink together." Meanwhile, Yining was still observing the man who was tailing him.
The aura of the third-rank man was still lingering outside, not too far away.
At that moment, Yining spoke up, "I don't mind drinking, but I don't have any money."
Yu Qing cheerfully responded, "I've got it covered."
As soon as she finished speaking, she called the waiter, "Waiter, bring us 2 glasses. I'm not going home tonight, make sure to charge it to my account." Looking at Yu Qing, he silently apologized. He really had no choice but to use her tonight in order to escape. With the uncertainty of his trump card in the 4 high-level second-rank bodyguards, even a third-rank person would have to think long and hard about how to handle the situation. At this moment, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she said, "Little brother, I wonder if you're brave enough to go to a room with me tonight?" Yining hesitated slightly. This. His cold, indifferent eyes glanced at her as he thought, if she enjoys playing the hunter, then I'll just play the prey for now. A while later, outside the bar, one of the bodyguards nervously asked, "Li brother, the young lady has taken someone with her again.
Should we stop them?" Li brother snapped, "Do you dare to stop her? Have you forgotten what she said in front of her father about us last time?" Hearing this, another bodyguard panicked and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Li brother turned and ordered, "What else is there to do? Hurry up and follow her.
Protect the young lady well and make sure nothing happens."
Looking back, Yining silently calculated. The danger was trailing not too far behind the bodyguards, but it hadn't left yet.
He decided to take her to the hotel first and figure it out from there. They arrived at a luxurious hotel, where Guang Yuqing was so drunk that she stumbled to the bed. He assessed the room. No wonder she was the daughter of Yen Jun, the leader of Security District 317 and president of the Xingjiao Chamber of Commerce. The cost of staying at a hotel like this for one night was enough for an ordinary person to work for half a year. Thinking back to his past life, he remembered he had been a refugee. To survive, he had worked in the security team of the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce, responsible for cleaning up zombies, and eventually stood before her. He had to admit, her father was even my boss. Yu Qing heard this and screamed, "Don't mention that old man anymore. That filthy bastard." Then, she leaned close to Yi Ning, whispering, "Hug me." Looking at her, he felt a surge of interest and a desire to play with Yu Qing. "Oh, come on, it's obvious you're arguing with your boss." Tonight, she was doing this on purpose, just to provoke him. How childish. Maybe I should scare her a little? Let's see how honest she really is. With that, Yi Ning pushed her down onto the bed. "Are you being serious? Then I won't be polite anymore." Yu Qing let out a startled cry. Seeing his face so close to hers, she stammered, I'm too embarrassed." Yu Qing quickly pushed him away and dashed toward the bathroom. I'll go take a shower first." Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh, thinking, as expected, the funniest prey often appears in the form of a hunter. The sound of running water trickled from the bathroom. Yi Ning stepped out onto the balcony, guessing that the paper tiger probably wouldn't dare come out anytime soon. Looking down at the alley below, Yi Ning thought to himself, the killing intent of the third rank is still lingering down there. That shadow looks suspicious, but why doesn't that figure seem like a woman? Could it be that's not Lin Lan? Then who on earth could it be? He frowned. Thinking back to his 2 previous lives, he still hadn't found a definite answer as to why he was knocked unconscious before the examination. It made no sense why would someone he'd never met commit a crime because of him. Truly incomprehensible. But if the person behind it wanted him dead, they could have just poisoned him back then. So why go through all that trouble? Then suddenly, another thought flashed through his mind. Looking back, Lin Lan had been seriously injured last time and was likely still recovering. However, it couldn't be ruled out that she had conspired with another livestock team and entrusted a third-rank expert to kill me. Setting aside all assumptions, he immediately started thinking about how to escape. Never mind who he was first, he had to find a way to shake off the surveillance, then leave this place, and only then figure out what to do next. With that, Yi Ning called Fu Gue. "Li Fu Gue, help me buy a set of disguise props as soon as possible. Make sure they're realistic, to the point that no one can tell who I am." Fu Gue quickly responded, "Understood, master." He then stepped outside. The bodyguards, curious, asked, "How come so quick?" Yi Ning replied, "Your young lady has drunk too much. Take good care of her, and make sure nothing happens." Once inside the elevator, Yi Ning pressed the status button, preparing the disguise props. In an instant, he was wearing a completely different appearance. Stepping out, Yi Ning surveyed the surroundings. The third-rank expert wasn't following anymore. Looks like the disguise had worked. This time, thankfully, he hadn't encountered any danger. Next, he had to quickly level up to third rank. Without that, he wouldn't be able to handle the enemy lurking in the shadows. As for Yu Qing, he could only hope she took care of herself well. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Yu Qing sat silently on the bed. Frowning, she stared at the letter Yi Ning had left behind. In the letter, Yi Ning had written, "I don't want to fish in troubled waters. You don't need to worry, thank you for tonight." And so, time passed quietly. 2 days later, at a base, Yi Ning's joyful voice rang out. "Shen Yong, you really deserve to be a second-generation soldier with rich resources. I'm so impressed. You managed to get me blue-tier gear this quickly." Holding 2 swords in his hands, he sighed, "The Blaze Flame Longsword and Fishfield Shortsword are both exceptional blue-tier equipment." Yi Ning held the sword glowing with fire in his hand, extract flame demon infusion. He swung the sword, consuming 270 spirit energy per second, with the highest temperature on the blade reaching 2000 degrees. After testing the first sword, Yi Ning moved on to the second one, the Fishfield enchantment. He swung the sword downward, consuming 240 spirit energy per second. This sword was as sharp as a laser beam. Once he finished, he said, based on my spirit energy reserves, this should be enough to handle a small-scale battle. Looking at his equipment, Yi Ning calculated. With these two swords, plus the thunder-favoring shoe's lightning properties, the protective shield of the blood soul armor, the decay sword from the breaking decay armor, the unyielding oath necklace, and adding in his other skills, plus the 3 ultimate moves that were in cooldown, he could barely pass for a 3rd rank. I'm about to enter the high-level instance of the Hell Gate. He then muttered about the instance he was about to enter. The Hell Gate instance was a type of dungeon located underground. Each time you descend to a new floor, you'll encounter zombies or be ambushed by mutated creatures. Every 7 floors, special mutated beings called elite monsters will appear in the middle floors. And the final floor is where you'll face the 3rd rank peak mutated creature. His voice echoed evenly. Aside from the rich rewards from the mutated creatures, there are also materials such as the spirit essence, which differs from those in other dungeons. If you're lucky, you might get a large chunk of it, which is far more valuable than blue equipment. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Do you want to enter the Hell Gate? The minimum level to enter is 2nd rank. The difficulty of the dungeon is extremely high, and it is recommended to form a team of at least 3 members. Yi Ning shouted, "Agree." The system then confirmed, "You have entered the Hell Gate. Currently 40 people have entered." As soon as the notification ended, Yi Ning resolutely said, "The only way to earn top-tier attribute points is to rely on this attempt." Inside the Hellgate dungeon, the awakened players eagerly surrounded the essence crystals scattered around. One of them cheered, "Why are there so many essence crystals here?" The other person agreed, while helping to mine the essence crystals. Exactly, 1 piece of essence crystal can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credit points. If we get a few, we'll never have to worry about our lives again. At that moment, one of the awakened players spoke up, trying to stop them. "Don't keep mining. All the spirit essence in the Hellgate can only be obtained from monsters that have exploded. Even if you try to pry them out, you won't be able to take them." Amidst the crowd, Yi Ning was assessing his surroundings. A total of 40 people had awakened this time, with 21 of them being from the military alone. A firm voice rang out, "Stop talking nonsense. This time, the Hellgate dungeon will be led by our military. You guys are really lucky." The person who spoke stood in front of the other awakened ones, sternly saying, "My name is Wang Yangping, a lieutenant colonel in the 7th Division, 3rd rank." Yang Ping explained the situation inside the dungeon. "There are 18 tunnels around us, filled with zombies. As long as we survive and make it out, there will be rewards. Each team will consist of 3 people working in one tunnel to maximize profits. If there are more people, the earnings will be proportionally reduced." He spoke calmly. "On the 7th floor, the tunnels will converge, and we will fight together against the mutated elites." Next, he introduced the members of his military team. "Among the 21 people in our army, there are 4 3rd-rank warriors and 19 2nd-rank peak warriors. So, you can pair up and follow one of our awakened soldiers." The crowd cheered. Someone exclaimed, "This is amazing." Another one excitedly said, "We're so lucky." However, Yang Ping added, "Nothing comes for free. The price for protection is quite steep. But first, let's settle the terms. If you choose to follow our 3rd-rank warriors, 70% of the earnings will be handed over to us. If you choose to follow the 2nd-rank peak, it'll be 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you all alive." He shouted loudly, "3rd rank, step outside. 2nd rank peak, also step outside. The rest of you, fall back. All awakened soldiers, stand in formation, with overwhelming momentum." Yang Ping called out, "Everyone, feel free to make your own choice." After hearing his words, the remaining awakened individuals began to discuss among themselves. One person, deep in thought, said, "The military support is good, but it's just too costly." Another person responded, "But considering the aura emanating from the 3rd rank, following them does feel much safer."
Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward from the ranks. He spoke, I am Yun Ming, a primary third rank from the Demon Hunter Corps. I will take only 50% and will only lead second rank seniors. Upon hearing this, Yining glanced over, thinking to himself, I never expected that among these awakened wanderers, there would be a third rank, and from the most famous Demon Hunter Corps in the non-governmental organizations, no less. At the same time, another man stepped forward and said, Huang Kai, primary third rank, I'll only take 50% and only lead second rank seniors. As he appeared, Yining was startled. Huang Kai. This leader of the wanderers seemed familiar. Yining remembered seeing him among the disciples of the sect. His expression darkened, with killing intent radiating from him as he looked towards Yining, thinking, is that Yilin? But it was also thanks to his murderous aura that he realized this was the person who tried to kill him 2 days ago. This aura, could it be that he is the mysterious third rank who had been stalking him 2 days ago? He looked at him, silently making a judgment. Surely, the group of herders shouldn't be coming to a third-rank dungeon like this, right? He came alone, it must have been a coincidence. Yining calmly met Huang Kai's eyes, which were full of hostility. He, too, met his gaze without backing down, furrowing his brow and thinking, Lin Lan, even though she disappeared mysteriously 2 days ago, suddenly I couldn't help but send someone to find her. Then I heard her say that he has some very powerful skills. I'll have to wait for him to use his ultimate move before planning how to kill him. At that moment, Yining broke the tension and introduced himself, Yilin, primary third rank, receiving 40% unlimited rank. Looking at him, the people around whispered their evaluations. He didn't have any medals, nor did he carry the imposing aura of a typical third rank. One person sympathetically replied, he looks so ordinary, not like a third rank at all. Though he seemed a bit cheaper, the safety here. Huang Kai couldn't help but laugh loudly, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he said, Yilin, are you really third rank? I don't believe it. In the dungeon, Yining glanced at him and calmly said, if you call yourself third rank, is there only one way to die? A soldier from the army turned to Yang Ping and asked, Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. What level would you say Yilin's strength is? He replied seriously, at the moment, it's hard to say, but the blue gear he's wearing is definitely not something a regular second rank could possess. Moreover, he's right, only a fool would claim to be a third rank. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, the dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare, everyone. Seeing this, Yang Ping immediately spoke up, the mission is about to start, everyone quickly form a team. The awakeners around them were hustling to form their teams. Huang Kai sir, please let us join your team. Yun Ming and everyone, I want to join you. Colonel sir, everyone has already found their teammates, only 3 lone figures remain, one of them is Yining. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, no one wants to choose me? At that moment, Huang Kai turned to mock him, what third rank nonsense is that? Who would believe it? He laughed loudly, pointing at the other two, and shouted, now you're just dragging along 2 second ranks from the army, do you want to take these 2 pieces of trash that no one else wants? The 2 of them felt a bit awkward but then approached Yining. The girl spoke first, Yilin sir, my name is Li Ku. I specialize in ranged spellcasting. May I join your team? The man also introduced himself, I'm Zhang Bin, I specialize in willpower. He didn't mock them, and agreed to let them join. Alright, you 2 can follow me. They joyfully said in unison, thank you, Yilin sir. After the teams were divided, Yang Ping spoke up to announce, now that the teams have been formed, each team will choose a tunnel. Yining led his 2 teammates to tunnel number 18 and said, let's enter the cave. We're going into tunnel number 18. First, tell me what your strengths are. Lika spoke up first, I'm a sorcerer, and I can use my skills up to 3 times, but I've only learned the basics, so my abilities are fairly weak. Zhang Bin, holding a light machine gun, hesitated before saying, although I'm of the willpower system, I have a spirit energy storing staff in my hand, so suppressing mutated creatures shouldn't be a big issue. Hearing this, he hesitated and said, with your current strength, I don't know what to say. I can only apologize to Yining, I'm really sorry, sir. He awkwardly added, "Actually, we didn't want to be here.
If it weren't for our circumstances, we wouldn't." However, Yining turned around, offering both comfort and reassurance.
"In fact, our team isn't bad at all.
Don't worry, I've already secured your protection fees, so I will definitely make sure both of you get out alive."
The two of them expressed their gratitude. "Yilin, sir?"
Suddenly, a noise echoed, as if sensing something approaching.
He warned, "They're coming. Get ready to fight. Let's go."
Looking towards the approaching monsters, he said, 473 zombies.
The two longest ones.
Zhang Bin was amazed and said, "How could Jilin Sir be so accurate in counting the number of zombies like that?" Li Ku was equally surprised. This must be the ability of a third rank. Yining skillfully wielded the sword in his hand, slaughtering all the monsters. He fought while assessing the situation. It was relatively simple, and he had to conserve as much spiritual energy as possible. Even while fighting, he didn't forget to advise his two teammates. Before reaching the 7th floor, we should rely solely on basic skills to pass each level without using any equipment or ultimate moves. Seeing Yining's skills, Li Ku marveled, his agility is incredible. At that moment, he was swiftly taking down a giant centipede. Zhang Bin, witnessing this, sighed, "It feels like Yilin Sir isn't using even a bit of spiritual energy, just relying on his physical combat skills." A moment later, the system's voice echoed, "Level 1 cleared, please proceed to Level 2.
The battle ended, and the two couldn't regain their composure after witnessing Yining's swift combat. Is it really over just like this? We didn't even have time to lift a finger.
The system's notification kept coming, one first-rank mutated creature eliminated, 170 pieces of essence crystal received. One first-rank mutated creature, two-headed wolf, eliminated, spirit essence fragment received.
Door clearance reward, all members receive 100 spirit essence fragments.
Looking at the points received, she was astonished.
On this floor, we didn't do anything, yet we received 60 spirit essence and 600 credits?
Zhang Bin, standing beside him, exclaimed with delight. It seems not only did we arrive at the right time, but we also chose the right person. Yining was also checking his earnings after the battle. One piece of spirit essence is worth 10 credits. On this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credits, plus the commission. On the 7th floor, Yun Ming complained about Yining's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that third rank Yilin shown up yet? Huang Kai joined in, though his tone was full of sarcasm. Third rank my foot. I told you he was a fraud. Hearing this, Yang Ping frowned and replied, "That can't be true. Even a second rank peak takes half a day." Looking down Tunnel 18, Huang Kai calculated silently. It seems that if this kid doesn't use his ultimate skill, he can't even take down a first-rank mutant. So if he has to face a second-rank peak mutant, not using his ultimate would mean getting killed by the monster, or if he does use it, he'd kill it with his ultimate. At that moment, Yining and his team appeared, with him leading and saying, "We're here." Once everyone had gathered, Yang Ping spoke up. "You are complete. The 7 floors have been cleared. Next, you must kill the 5 second-rank peak monsters. To maximize profits, each of the 7 third-rank members will form one group, while the smaller teams can unite into an alliance." He then turned to Yining's group and asked, "If your team runs into trouble, you can ask us for help at any time. Just share the harvest with us, and that's enough." But he immediately declined, "Thank you, but that's not necessary." Over here, Li Ku, recalling what had happened on the previous floors, said worriedly to Zhang Bin, "On the first few floors, Yilin Sir fought very quickly, but when facing the star pattern peak first rank on the 6th floor, it was obviously much more difficult. Although he was agile, the damage he dealt was not very high. He was worried, but still trusted in him." "That's right, but that might have been to preserve his strength. We have to trust Yilin Sir." Suddenly, the system's voice announced, and at the same time, the monsters appeared, growling fiercely. 8 mutated peak creatures have been activated, please prepare for battle. Looking at the monsters in front of him, Yi Ning couldn't help but feel pleased inside.
The monsters were almost all aligned in a straight line.
If he took advantage of the others attacking towards the front and didn't pay attention, he could easily wipe out all the monsters, and everyone would be speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also plotting his revenge against Yi Ning. Yi Lin, wait for me to take care of this bunch first, and then I'll quietly eliminate you. Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation, jumped up, and headed straight for the group of monsters. Unfortunately, at this moment, Huang Kai could not be killed, but in order to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers, he could only hold back for now. With a single slash of his sword, all the monsters were wiped out, a flash of steel shining. After Yi Ning killed all the monsters with just one move, everyone started murmuring, did Yi Lin really kill all of them with just one strike? How could this be? A move from an ordinary third rank? It's hard enough to even kill a single target, let alone something like this. Huang Kai looked at the scene, feeling a little worried inside. Damn, Lin Lan only mentioned that his ultimate move was powerful, but she didn't say it was this powerful. Li Ku exclaimed in shock, oh my god, is this really Yi Lin Sir's true strength? Zhang Bin was also surprised. I told you, he was holding back his full strength in front of us. At that moment, Yi Ning descended from the air. I was thinking, this time the earnings should be around 50 to 60,000 credits, right? The system's mechanical voice rang out, killed a peak second rank mutated beast with multiple heads. Obtained 680 pieces of essence crystal from the blood demon head. Killed a peak second rank mutated beast, received 720 pieces of essence crystal. Killed all, everyone receives 150 pieces of spirit essence. Li Ku hugged Zhang Bin, shouting loudly, Brother Zhang, am I dreaming or is this real? We really hit the jackpot this time, didn't we? He was overjoyed. Yeah, who would have thought we'd earn 900 credits? It would take us half a year to make that much under normal circumstances. Yang Ping stepped forward and spoke, Yi Lin, you hid your strength well, but you're really impressive. Yi Ning calmly replied, sorry, everyone, I didn't control the power of the move well, still not fully in control, so it was a bit careless. Upon hearing this, Huang Kai sneered, careless, huh? Are you doing that so others will be left to fend for themselves? No matter how formidable you are, you must still speak with reason, right? Especially when standing before the army like this. Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes and thought quietly, this Huang Kai clearly wants to make a fuss. Could it be he intends to use the troops to test me? And then are you doing that so others will be left to fend for themselves? No matter how formidable you are, you must still speak with reason, right? Especially when standing before the army like this. Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that Huang Kai was obviously trying to stir things up. Could it be he wanted to use the army to try him? At this moment Huang Kai was elated, a crafty smile spreading across his face. His big move was over. Against someone from the third-rank army it probably wouldn't be decisive. For now, just test him and see what happens. Yi Ning spoke up to reassure them, please be patient. On this floor activations can trigger on their own, there's currently no way to force a clear. That means there are still second-rank peak monsters remaining. Everyone just ignore the fact that I'm here. If another activation occurs, I simply won't step in. Huang Kai wouldn't accept that. He pointed directly at Yi Ning and shouted, how presumptuous. Do you show no respect for anyone? Others may keep quiet, but would you even dare disdain Sir Wang Yanping? Yang Ping then cut across their quarrel, shut up. A dungeon raid turning into internal strife. Wouldn't it be good to have a powerful comrade among us? Besides, Yi Ning's not wrong, we just need to trigger the next activation. Huang Kai saw that he intended to defend Yi Ning, although he agreed with Yang Ping's words, he still complained. Colonel Wang was right too, but if no compensation is handed out, he'd have to go and kill a second-rank peak himself. Truly, the extra reward given to all the team can hardly be called proper compensation. Out of options, Yang Ping had to speak clearly with Yi Ning to ease the public's outrage. Lord Yi Lin, would you mind striking another one? In his heart, he thought, your performance just now was vastly different from before.
Watching how you fight is a good thing, after all. He smiled and replied, "Ah, it's fine."
But inside, Yining was thinking, this bastard Huang Kai couldn't stir up trouble, so now he wants to use a second-rank peak monster to test my trump card. Sword Flow Storm has to be kept for the 14th floor to deal with third rank.
As for Dimensional Slash, it needs to stay on standby.
At that moment, the system notified again, the 8th second-rank peak mutated creatures have been fully triggered.
Prepare for battle.
Seeing the monsters charging toward him, he thought, looks like I'll need to use tactics and the demon charm equipment this time. Killing one monster shouldn't be too difficult, and I'll also find a weakness in Huang Kai's strategy.
A massive crocodile appeared, and he assessed it. This is a mutated creature with huge defensive capabilities. It's very difficult to defeat.
Yining quickly leaped up, thinking as the creature's massive foot was about to strike him, the most optimal fighting strategy is guerrilla tactics and attrition.
A powerful slash struck the crocodile's back, but the blow didn't even leave a scratch.
Yining was stunned. No, its strength is still too great.
One strike can't break through its defense, and there's basically no damage at all.
While fighting a monster, Huang Kai still didn't forget to glance at Yining.
He smirked with a sinister grin.
As expected, it had used up its ultimate move, and now it had become an easy target.
Once I deal with this monster, it will be your turn to die.
Yining, standing in front of the roaring giant crocodile, quickly rushed forward.
Blazing Flame Enchantment, Fish Field Enchantment.
He swiftly passed beneath its legs, moving so fast that only a trail of light remained, but the crocodile wasn't injured in the slightest. Someone shouted loudly, "Damn, the crocodile corpse's skin is too thick."
Even a strike from Blue Gear Enchantment couldn't cut through its legs. What's going on? The crocodile roared in fury, swinging its massive tail toward Yining.
He quickly raised his hand to block, and the crocodile howled at him once more. Li Ku and Zhang Bin, who were behind, shouted in panic, "Yining, sir, this is dangerous." He immediately pulled out his machine gun and fired at the crocodile, making a rattling sound of bullets. His companion beside him also sprang into action, using her skills to launch attacks at the crocodile, but none of them caused any harm. On the contrary, it made the beast even angrier, and it charged quickly toward the two of them. Zhang Bin panicked, "Our skills are basically useless against it now."
Li Ku, terrified, said, "We're definitely done for."
At that moment, Yining appeared to block the crocodile's path.
He spoke, "You two, get away a bit. I can handle it on my own."
With a slash of his sword, he silently assessed his two blades. Although after using Demon Charm, there was still no way to defeat the monster with a single strike. Although the results weren't as expected, he didn't stop. However, the overall damage was still higher than before. He continued to attack the crocodile relentlessly, and if he kept playing this guerrilla tactic, he might slowly kill it. On the other side, Yang Ping had defeated a monster and ascended to sainthood. Yun Ming had also eliminated his enemy. Kai Tianfu and Huang Kai, along with the Golden Hammer, were the same. Seeing everyone else had finished off all the monsters, Li Ku couldn't help but feel anxious. All the other third-rank players are done, but Jilin Sir is still playing guerrilla tactics.
What's going on? Zhang Bin added.
That's right, Jilin Sir's fighting style is really strange.
He can kill 8 with one blow.
He furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why is it so difficult for him to deal with just one now?
Looking at Yining still struggling with the giant crocodile, Yang Ping wondered, why is the damage so low now?
Without the Demon Charm's blue effect, he should at least be at the second rank peak.
Doesn't this seem completely illogical?
Looking at Huang Kai behind him, he guessed that the others must have already finished. Huang Kai was definitely preparing to act, and he knew he had to be on guard.
At that moment, Huang Kai rushed forward, shouting, "Yilin, you're still struggling? Let me help."
Looking at the scene, he silently mocked him.
You came here to kill and conveniently rob, huh?
At this moment, sparks of lightning shot from his legs. He thought to himself, fortunately, he was about to finish, don't even dream about it. Yining, like a bolt of lightning, rushed forward, activating all his magical gear and ready for a fight. Immediately, he appeared above the crocodile. Stabbing down with both swords, he shouted, "Blazing flame, fishfield, assault!" Suddenly, Huang Kai appeared behind Yining, wielding a golden hammer. Without hesitation, he used his skill to create a blood soul armor shield for defense. Instantly, he dodged. The decaying armor and decaying sword struck with tremendous force, slicing through the crocodile's head. Huang Kai was knocked back by the force of Yining's shield, struggling to maintain his balance and barely preventing himself from crashing into the entire army behind him. Yang Ping, who had been watching the whole scene, couldn't help but jeer, "Huang Kai, looks like He Lin doesn't need your help after all." Huang Kai merely grunted in response, too lazy to waste his breath arguing. He refocused on his defensive stance, quietly thinking, "Damn, this is Lin Lan's equipment. With He Lin's spiritual energy, there's no way he can use it for long. I fear he'll be out of the dungeon soon, so I need to deal with him as soon as possible." He maintained his defensive position and calmly said, "Seems like today you, Huang Kai, are determined to pick a fight with me, huh?" Yang Ping could no longer hold back and grabbed his shoulder, urging him. "Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Yining, don't make a scene over the food like this." But Huang Kai wouldn't listen. He immediately responded. "Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him, please don't interfere." Hearing that, Yining sheathed his sword and coldly spoke. "Although I don't know what you're talking about, if it's a personal grudge." He smirked, a challenge in his eyes. "Why don't we wait until the 14th floor to settle it, to save everyone some time?" Huang Kai was momentarily stunned and asked back, "You don't plan on retreating at this level?" He furrowed his brow, guessing the hidden meaning behind his words. The big move has been used up, relying on equipment and talismans to get through the next round would be suicide. Is he stupid or does he still have some trick up his sleeve? The two exchanged sharp glares. Yining continued to provoke. "Don't worry, I won't retreat until the 14th floor." Huang Kai was equally determined. "That's the way it should be. See you at the 14th floor. If you can survive until then." The two opposing auras clashed, as if they were about to tear each other apart. Yang Ping quickly directed the group from the side. "All right, if that's the case, choose a tunnel and move on to the next round." The soldiers replied in unison. "Yes, Colonel Wang." As they entered tunnel number 9 on the M level, in a hidden corner, a few ugly monsters quietly observed the group rushing past. They were silently calculating the right moment to launch a surprise attack on the group. Inside the tunnel, there were hundreds, even thousands of bright eyes glaring at the group from the darkness. Perhaps, to them, even the glittering crystals were less appealing than the mud-smeared people. Huang Kai, charging forward and leading the way, swore loudly. "Damn, every time we reach the 8th floor, there's always some monster lurking to ambush us. It's hard to keep watch. Hurry up, or if any of you die, don't blame me." The two soldiers accompanying him responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Just as Huang Kai moved ahead, a long, grayish arm suddenly shot out from behind. It lunged at the group with terrifying speed. Its claws were sharp and grotesque, and just the sight of it was enough to make anyone faint with fear. One unlucky soldier was struck by the horrifying creature. The arm swept past, severing half of his arm, and he screamed in agony. The nearby soldier saw this and cursed under his breath. "Damn!" He sprinted desperately, trying to escape. Fortunately, Huang Kai reacted quickly, rushing forward and using his shield to block the creature's arm. He shouted to the rest of the troops, "It's the ghost claw again." Having said that, Huang Kai slammed his hammer hard into the ground, causing the ghost claw to recoil in fear. But behind him, countless other ghost claws were lurking, charging toward them at an astonishing speed. The soldiers could only shout a warning. "Sir, watch out behind you." The moment Huang Kai turned around, he saw a ghost claw with its claws raised, only a few millimeters away from his eyes. Huang Kai quickly reacted, dodging to the side, still cursing. WTF. The soldier he had just saved nearby immediately launched an attack, using his vast spiritual energy to push the ghost claws back. Huang Kai turned around angrily at the group behind him.
Damn, I almost got my eyes gouged out just now. I'm charging 90% for this trip. If you don't agree, get out.
The two men were stunned and immediately responded angrily.
What did you say? Sir? If it weren't for me just now. He retorted immediately. That last move was probably your ultimate skill, right? And the other guy is crippled now. So next, aren't you relying on me? Hearing this, the other man couldn't hold back and yelled furiously. You're just as dependent as we are.
The soldier who had been attacked earlier spoke up. Sir, even if I go outside, I'll be a cripple.
If we don't have money. Huang Kai snapped angrily. Stop talking.
He pointed his axe at them, challenging.
Do you want money or do you want to live? Think carefully.
He said, then quickly turned and walked away, calling out over his shoulder.
If you don't have any objections, then hurry up and leave.
Thus, the three of them continued their arduous journey, one leading, two following. After not running for long, he suddenly turned back in alert. When he encountered those terrifying dark figures, he was briefly surprised but quickly assumed a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Yang Ping had just taken down a monster, with thick smoke still rising, enveloping the narrow space. Among the soldiers behind, Yang Ping spoke cheerfully. Up ahead is the next level. Only 2 more floors to go before it's over.
It seems that this dungeon run is still going smoothly. He is still on guard, reminding everyone to stay focused and not talk anymore.
Suddenly, something fast as lightning shot towards them, piercing through the head of the chatty soldier from earlier, leaving everyone stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was a monster shaped like a stingray, and what had just struck was its sharp tail. The group quickly warned each other to be careful overhead.
That stingray, dodge quickly.
Elsewhere, in Tunnel 18, Floor 12, the three of them Yining, Lao, and the others were speeding ahead. He led the way, quickly turning left, then right, urging them on.
Hurry up a bit, don't get left behind.
A sudden scream echoed through the tunnel.
Help!
Li Ku turned around cautiously, feeling like the other tunnels were in much worse shape.
But why hadn't they encountered any monsters on their path so far?
Zhang Bin chimed in, yeah, aside from being a bit tiring, this is way easier than the first 7 floors.
Li Ku couldn't help but feel uneasy, voicing the thought that had been on her mind, could there be fewer monsters in our tunnel?
He immediately dismissed her concern, that's impossible. They must be avoiding us because they can sense Yi Lin Sir's presence. Suddenly, Yi Ning stopped in his tracks.
Zhang Bin anxiously asked, what's wrong?
Yi Lin Sir's eyes glowed brightly as he turned around, alert.
He spoke to everyone, Li Ku, right in front of you, there's a corpse demon lying on the ceiling at a 97-degree angle. Don't let it catch you.
In his heart, he silently calculated.
No matter what happened ahead, there was no way to escape, right?
With his penetrating ability, every grotesque monster appeared before his eyes. He observed and then warned, in the second cave, 16 meters to the left, there is a blood maiden hiding there. Beneath the ground on the right is a bone-shattering insect, which is about to move toward us.
Zhang Bin seemed to have an epiphany and shouted in shock, so he's not sensing, but actually seeing everything? Li Ku was equally stunned, that's incredible, is it really possible to have such a power in this world?
Yi Ning remained cold and indifferent, as if nothing unusual was happening.
He accelerated forward, instructing as he ran, I'll charge in first and take out the zombie. You two follow 3 seconds after. Then I'll lure the bone-shattering insect away. In 30 seconds, we'll meet at the 3rd intersection on the right. He quickly executed his move.
With that, his demon charm sword sliced through the monster's body just as it was about to charge at him.
He urged, you two, hurry up and run.
Busy fighting the monsters, he still took the time to remind the other two, make sure to move fast.
No matter what you hear, don't look back. Zhang Bin and Li Ku, running desperately forward, replied in unison, understood. Yi Lin, sir. On the 14th floor, in the cave, a limping soldier was helping his companion reunite with the squad. Seeing that only 2 people had arrived, Wang Yangping hurriedly asked, "Where is the person you brought along?" The soldier with green hair struggled to report, "They're all dead now. Thinking about how the low-level monsters ambushed us is harder than fighting high-level monsters. I had to use a lot of new skills, and I barely managed to bring back this agile system person." Hearing this, he furrowed his brows tightly, frustrated, and said, "This is tough. We've been asked by the higher-ups to bring back enough essence crystals, but now I'm afraid we won't be able to get all of them." One of the soldiers behind suggested, "If it's really impossible, then we'll have to buy them from other third-rank people." When they saw Huang Kai and the others arrive, a soldier's voice rang out, announcing, "Yun Ming and Huang Kai are coming out, and Yun Ming is leading someone else. Huang Kai looks badly injured." Huang Kai angrily cursed loudly, "This damn instance." Suddenly another corpse worm appeared out of nowhere. Yang Ping, who had been silent the whole time, turned toward the entrance of Cave 18 and said, "Now, the only remaining team is Yi Lin's. If he can bring someone out, we might still make it, but his fighting ability is really hard to predict." He shouted in frustration, "Predict my ass. We're here, and I'll say it straight, he's just a fake third rank with some gear." The monster he wiped out earlier? It was just a big move skill that could only be used once. With that, he pointed at himself and declared loudly, "I bet they've been wiped out already. I'm willing to stake my face on it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning's footsteps halted. He smirked and taunted Huang Kai, "Looks like your face might not be needed anymore." The 3 of them stepped outside unharmed, not a scratch on any of them. Seeing Yi Ning's group emerge unscathed, everyone was stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Yi Lin, you're still alive?" Yang Ping beside him was equally astonished. Not only was he alive, but he wasn't injured at all. How was that possible? Yun Ming's jaw dropped in bewilderment. How can this be? Weren't you ambushed? Li Ku and Zhang Bin took turns puffing out their chests proudly. Sir Yi Lin led us to dodge most of the anomalies. Why do you all look so pathetic? Couldn't you dodge them? The group fell silent, only managing a few stammered words. Well, this. Yi Ning suddenly drew a dagger and thrust it toward Huang Kai, a smirk playing on his lips provocatively. Who was it that just said our team was completely wiped out? Seeing the gleaming blade pressed so close to his face, Huang Kai broke into a cold sweat, terrified, yet he stubbornly remained silent. You've obviously been to this dungeon many times before, memorized all the routes, and then pretended otherwise. Yang Ping nearby immediately objected. That's impossible. Since the Hell Dungeon was created, the terrain changes completely once someone enters. He paused, though, deep in thought. He must have some special evasion skill. If we could recruit him, he would be an invaluable asset to the army. Huang Kai stepped back in frustration, muttering under his breath, "This isn't fair." Yi Lin's strength is completely different from what Lin Lan described. Right now, I can't act impulsively. I have to wait until the 3rd-tier mutant appears, then I can test it again. Yi Ning continued to provoke. Huang brother, are you the type who dares to act but doesn't dare to take responsibility? Yang Ping quickly changed the topic. Yi Lin and everyone, we are about to face the 3rd-tier mutant. Why don't we focus on the overall situation first? He obediently agreed. Since Colonel Wang has spoken, let's first listen to his arrangements. Yang Ping continued to explain the next plan to everyone. There are 2 primary tier 3rd-tier mutants on this floor, and our army will handle one of them. The rest of us will work together to deal with the other after the battle, and then we will escape from this dungeon. Huang Kai angrily objected. I disagree with this organization. Our army has 4 3rd-tier individuals and 6 at 2nd-tier peak. Then he turned and pointed directly at Yi Ning's group with contempt. Our group only has 3 3rd-tier members, and one of them is likely a fake.
Of the 5-second tier, 2 are useless.
He didn't hold back and directly retorted. Huang Kai, do you think a fake third tier can't kill 8-second tier monsters? If it comes to that, we can still call for reinforcements. It's never too late, as long as we have the money.
Yi Ning smiled confidently at him and said, Colonel Wang, there's no problem on our side. If you need help over there, just shout. His words made Huang Kai think to himself, this confidence of his, it seems he still has a trump card. Yun Ming also couldn't help but reflect, Yi Lin's true strength was indeed hard to fathom. Yang Ping, however, regained his composure and raised his hand to signal the start of the battle.
All right, let's begin.
2 grave robbing worms appeared.
The entire army split into 2 groups, attacking the 2 monsters at each end of the battlefield.
Huang Kai, Yun Ming, and Yi Ning rushed toward one of the roaring grave robbing worms.
Countless techniques were unleashed upon the monster.
Huang Kai suddenly noticed that the troops behind them had yet to launch their attack. But before Yi Ning could catch his breath, the grave robbing worm charged toward them. Huang Kai quickly raised his shield to block it. He turned and urged Yi Ning.
Yi Lin, aren't you going to take action?
Yi Lin hurriedly rushed in.
I'm on my way.
Yi Ning swiftly drew his sword. Finished with the sword charm.
Yun Ming leapt into the air, flying toward the monster's head.
He unleashed his spirit energy war axe skill, delivering a devastating blow to its head. But the monster seemed unfazed, angrily swinging its body and tossing Yun Ming aside. Yi Lin, however, continued charging toward the enraged monster. With 2 powerful slashes, his swords cut across the body of the grave robbing worm.
As it retaliated, Yi Ning quickly executed his technique. Thunder accumulation boots. He narrowly dodged the rapid attack and then swiftly kicked Huang Kai in the head, using him as a springboard, not forgetting to tease, Huang, brother, can you make way? No matter how fast he ran ahead, the man was still behind, seething with rage, cursing loudly. Yi Lin, you wanna die, don't you?
Suddenly, the grave robber worm charged forward at full speed, and the man only had time to swear.
Damn it!
He quickly pulled out his shield and blocked the sharp claws of the monster. The grave robber worm retracted its claws, then unexpectedly attacked again. Huang Kai desperately used the shield to defend, but this time, the force of the strike was so great that he was knocked to the ground.
Yi Ning noticed immediately and asked with concern, Huang brother, are you okay? His anger flared even more, and he yelled back, did you do this on purpose?
2 of the soldiers, still strong and determined, rushed out and launched various attacks on the 2 grave robber worms, but it seemed to have no effect. The group on Yi Ning's side rushed out to cover Huang Kai.
Huang brother, I'm here to support you from the rear. He quietly calculated.
The distance between the 2 creatures was still 200 meters, so as long as they were within 100 meters, they could execute a simultaneous assassination. Yun Ming, up ahead, spoke up to remind him, Yi Lin, focus on taking down this one first.
I can't handle it alone. He turned and gave orders to the soldiers behind. All second-rank soldiers, focus on supporting Yun Ming.
The rest, don't worry, Huang brother and I will handle things here. Meanwhile, the 2 men were being relentlessly pursued by the monster. Huang Kai was furious to the point of explosion, running for his life while shouting.
Yi Ning, damn you, you sent all the second-rank soldiers over there. We on this side have no support, how are we supposed to hold it?
Yi Lin remained calm as he explained, if someone can hold it for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing his confidence, the man relented. I'll trust you this time. After we finish off the monster, I'll settle things with you. He activated his shield while murmuring to himself. Sure enough, the man still had a trump card. Wait until he uses it, then deal with him later. After struggling, he finally managed to fend off the tomb crawler's attack. He urged hastily, it's holding, unleash your special move now. Although it was somewhat different from what he expected, he took the risk. There's 50 meters left, we have to try. When Yi Lin still didn't move, the man lost his patience and spat out an angry curse, Yi Lin, you.
Yining charged straight at Yang Ping, shouting, "Lieutenant Colonel Wang, watch behind you, we can't hold it any longer." Yang Ping turned in surprise. "What?" Immediately afterward he was hurled aside by the tomb crawler. Yining shouted, "Everyone fall back. I'm going to use my big move, be careful and avoid getting hurt." As he gathered his energy he thought to himself, "First, trick them a little longer. Draw them closer, that'll make it more certain." He then threw two swords to either side, aimed straight at the two monsters. The red blade skimmed past the face of the tomb-worm demon, the blue blade sliced across the body of the other. Yang Ping's eyes widened in horror. Is the effect of this assassination attempt completely different from the last time? Huang Kai was also stunned and shouted, "This is basically not a big move at all." Yining, standing between the two monsters, yelled, "The two grave-digging worms are trapping Huang Kai in the middle. This is the moment now, you can unleash your sword strike with explosive force." The two swords severed the heads of the two monsters. The terrifying power spread out, forcing everyone around to struggle to keep from falling over. Yunming furrowed his brows, amazed by the terrifying technique just now. This power is really frightening. Even if we really wanted to steal the monsters, we wouldn't be able to say anything, because just now, he could have wiped us all out. He was once again shocked, his eyes wide open as he realized, it seems that now, he's not just third rank, but could even be mid-level or high-level third rank. All the low-level third-rank people like us are completely incomparable to him. Huang Kai was knocked out by the earlier move, his eyes rolled back as he lay on the ground. Yining scolded him, "Huang brother, didn't I tell you to avoid it? How could you end up like this?" He was worried but didn't approach, instead, he fumbled to gather his equipment amidst the thick smoke. "You died for me, so rest assured. I'll make sure to use your dear well in your place." Everyone around, witnessing this scene, felt helpless and didn't bother speaking up. The notification screen appeared, indicating that this round had completed the trial for all members. 300 pieces of essence crystal. Personal rewards would be calculated based on performance and would be calculated separately. You can choose to continue or exit. Yang Ming called him back. "Yilin, if we go any deeper, there will be a mutated third-rank intermediate form," he continued to explain. "Our army has decided to halt here." However, Yilin swiftly declined. "I'm tired today, let's all withdraw together." He thought to himself, at this point, the only skill I have left is Dimensional Slash, so I still need to keep a life-saving move in reserve. Yang Ping then gave the order. "That's fine, everyone gather up first. Before we leave, I have something to discuss." He made an offer to everyone. "Our army would like to buy all the essence crystals you have. The market price is 10 credit points per shard, but we're willing to pay 11 points to buy them." Zhang Bin was so surprised his eyes widened, but quickly, he agreed happily. "That's great, I can get a little extra that way." Yun Ming also agreed. "I have no problem with that, selling to anyone is still selling." Yang Ping continued. "Those who agree can leave after the transaction with our people." He then turned to Yilin and invited him to join the discussion. "What about you, Yilin? You have the most essence crystals here, and they're exactly what our army needs the most." Yilin didn't respond but simply asked. "First, tell me, what exactly does your army need so many essence crystals for?" Yang Ping explained, "We need a large quantity of essence crystals. That is the plan to promote low-level awakened individuals according to our project. On the market, we have already bought up all the spirit essence, but it is still far from enough." Hearing this, Yining couldn't help but think. Although spirit essence can indeed enhance strength, its consumption and effectiveness are not proportional in the slightest. If it's a primary level, to advance to the intermediate level, at least 10,000 essence crystals must be consumed. And to reach the peak of the second rank, it would require at least hundreds of thousands, even millions of credit points. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Yang Ming called his name to pull him out of his thoughts. "Yilin," Yang Ming said. But he was still lost in his own world.
The military had already been quite generous with this plan. He suddenly spoke up, "Please wait a moment while I make some calculations. I currently have a total of 20,700 essence crystals. So, would it be possible to round that up to 300,000 credit points for me?" Yang Ming happily agreed, "No problem. In fact, even if Yi Lin didn't mention it, I had already planned to do so. Also, Yi Lin, are you interested in entering this dungeon multiple times?" He coldly refused, "Not at all. If you enter the dungeon with the same person repeatedly, the rewards will decrease more and more, so I think it's unnecessary." Yang Ming still tried to persuade him, "Yi Lin, well, if you are willing to lead other members of the team into the dungeon multiple times, you will definitely earn the admiration of Captain Tang." His eyes lit up when he mentioned Captain Tang. "I dare not hide it from you. This time, we are collecting essence crystals all for the Captain Tang's son. He is the one who was chosen to be in third place on the list, and in the future, he will definitely become a third rank, and may even break through to the fourth rank." Yi Ning suddenly exploded in anger and shouted, "Stop, complete the transaction and get out of here quickly." Yang Ming was slightly stunned by that reaction, as the thick black smoke still rose and enveloped his building. He sped off on his bike, deep in thought. This time, he had thought that his speed in earning affection had been fast enough. He never expected that when compared to the resources provided by the military, it was nothing at all. As he pondered, Yi Ning began reflecting on Yang Ping's invitations. Those involved in the seed plan were waiting for resources to accumulate their strength. Their combat effectiveness was unstable, and they would definitely be eliminated as soon as they entered the battlefield. The army right now was simply a waste of resources. He thought back to earlier times. It was thanks to his previous life that he could now earn so many resources. Thinking about it, he had truly been poor back then. Compared to the resources now, it was almost not worth mentioning. Now, even a cat or dog in third place could receive more than he did back then. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Yi Ning became. This is bureaucracy at its worst. I have to quickly raise my attribute points, level up fast, and join the third rank trial as soon as possible. That way, I can secure my position at the top of the list. At that moment, he would have a certain right to speak and change the current situation. In the lavish, magnificent house, Yi Ning sat, carefully counting the spiritual fruit scattered across the table. He silently calculated that, aside from his willpower, all of his attributes totaled 26 points, and if he wanted to increase them further, he would need more spiritual fruit. The system's notification displayed his stats: Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. Yi Ning eagerly popped a spiritual fruit into his mouth, thinking to himself, "I should eat all of them first to see if it's enough." His hands kept grabbing one fruit after another, his mouth chewing and swallowing continuously. The system kept sending notifications: Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. The more he ate, the more notifications appeared: Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. He ate and ate until he was nearly bursting, but he gritted his teeth and muttered, "I've really eaten the last fruit, and I'm almost at 30 points. I have to keep going." With all his strength, he forced himself to swallow the final fruit. The system notified him: Constitution +1, all attribute points have reached 30, activating the reward draw. Yi Ning couldn't help but be surprised by this unexpected joy. Draw? Oh, reaching 30 points means I can draw a reward? He quickly pressed the reward button. Then, draw for me. I hope I can get an epic level item. The wheel kept spinning, spinning endlessly, carrying all his hopes and wishes. Or a weapon like an epic tier sword would work as well. My combat power would increase significantly then. The system announced that it had received the legend tier equipment from the world of Lingen. He was stunned, unable to draw a weapon, only able to pull out a ring. But very quickly, he regained his composure and began to carefully examine the ring in his hand. Well, this works too. A ring-type equipment can be considered the Lingen ring. But could it be related to the soul's will? The system quickly displayed detailed information about the Ling and World Ring, epic tier, and accessory with no specific attributes. Storage space. The storage space received was 100 by 100 by 100 square meters, and the storage space could even contain living creatures. Yining fell into deep thought. Although the storage ring didn't have any equipment attributes, the 1 million cubic meter capacity was still quite impressive. If that's the case, I could carry an entire warehouse with me. Carrying a few dozen nuclear bombs would be no problem.
The system continued to display additional information. Equipment skill, will conversion. Will conversion, you can convert your will attribute into other attributes, lasting for 3 seconds. Maximum conversion limit for second rank, 5 points. Maximum conversion limit for third rank, 10 points. Maximum conversion limit for fourth rank, 20 points. Maximum conversion limit for fifth rank, 100 points. He was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Will conversion, huh? This ability is really overpowered. I'm currently at the second rank peak. So, does that mean during battle I can call upon the attribute points of willpower at any time and add them to other attributes? But immediately after, Yining realized in his mind, wait a minute, it says here that in addition to the third rank and fourth rank, there's even a 5th rank? Could the 5th rank be the ultimate limit for humans? Or, besides the mutated wives, are there other entities in the 5th rank of mutation? The system continued its task, evaluating the equipment. The specialized equipment in Ling and World. Wearing this ring would automatically grant special privileges. Descender entering Ling and World, please note, this privilege is of the SS rank. Please use it with caution. Upon reading this, he couldn't help but wonder, what is Ling and World? In my past life, even until humanity's extinction, I never heard of it. He took off the ring and began to think. This ring likely had something to do with a mysterious future, so it was definitely not something he could sell. With that, Yining gave an order to Fugue, Li Fugue, sell the newly purchased warhammer, the golden shield, and other demon charm materials, and then replace them with spirit energy fruits for me. Fugue promptly responded, understood, master. The system sent another reminder, ordinary spirit energy fruits can enhance basic attributes by over 30 points. Reminder, to level up again, you will need to purchase high-level energy fruits. Yining continued issuing orders, Li Fugue, convert all the money from selling the equipment into high-level spirit energy fruits. Fugue cheerfully responded, understood, master. After being alone for a while, Yining sank back into his thoughts. He had almost reached the critical attribute point threshold for the second transformation, 31 points of frustration. The chaotic market riots in the Tianfeng safe zone were bound to erupt the day after tomorrow. By that time, his ultimate skill would just have finished its cooldown. Thinking back to the scene where he stood before thousands of people, he became even more determined. Today, he had to reach the point of unlocking the second-tier attribute burst, then use his ultimate skill to intimidate everyone. After that, he would propose to participate in the third-rank trial. By then, no one would be able to refuse. Suddenly, Fugue rushed out in a panic to deliver news. Master, we can't find any high-level spiritual energy fruit on the market. Yining also grew alarmed. What do you mean? Fugue hurried to explain. I've heard that the military has bought up everything. Hearing this, Yining rested his chin in thought. Could it be that I'll have to ask Qinyong to come up with a solution for me? At that moment, a call came through from Qinyong. He quickly greeted Yining. Yining, it's Qinyong. Do you still remember me? Yining replied calmly. Of course. But inwardly, he cursed. The moment he thought of this kid, here he was calling. Could it be that he could read minds? Shen Yong then explained the reason for the call. The Heaven City Trade Association has just discovered the prototype of a strange dungeon. It's at least an A level. They want me to take the lead, so I'm inviting you to join me on an expedition. The danger is minimal, but the potential rewards are very high. Hearing that, Yining was also surprised. An A rank? And it's the prototype of some dungeon, you say?
From the screen, Shen Yong laughed after hearing his question and replied, "That's right, Yi Lin and everyone, this supernatural dungeon currently has limitations, and the system's tasks haven't been officially established yet." He raised his hand and continued to explain, "So, it's much safer and easier for us to go now than it will be once it's fully formed. If anything goes wrong, all we need to do is run outside the boundary." Generally speaking, A-rank supernatural dungeons contain many strange entities. But for now, this dungeon only has one entity, with others still being transitioned.
After listening, Yining nodded. I understand your point. Just tell me the conditions directly.
A moment later, Shen Yong grinned and responded, "As long as you agree to go this time, even if we fail, I'll give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will you keep 70% of the loot, but the Heaven City Trade Association will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points." As soon as he finished speaking, Yining propped his chin on his hand and said directly, "You're quite generous. I guess you want to use this strategy for your next long-term business venture, don't you?" Shen Yong slightly furrowed his brows, hesitated, looked away, and replied, "You're right, Yi Lin Excellency. If you have any other conditions, feel free to speak up." Not making him wait long, Yining spoke up, "You're really smart. Besides what you've already mentioned, I also want 20% of the income from future ventures. Additionally, there are some higher-level spiritual energies involved." The scene shifted to Beihe village, surrounded by rolling hills and a sky gradually turning orange, creating an incredibly serene atmosphere. On the winding path, a gray vehicle was moving forward toward the buildings ahead. Yining sat inside, gazing off into the distance, his mind filled with many thoughts. The violent incident in Xinjiang was going to happen the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, De Qiu was also retreating. Seizing this opportunity, he could enter a type of dungeon that didn't require physical skills, making the investment risk-free. Upon arrival, the car screeched to a halt, its four wheels grinding against the road, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. In front of them stood a group of 5 people, seemingly waiting. Shen Yong, sitting in the front seat, turned his head and said to him, "Yi Lin Excellency, we've arrived." The two of them got out of the car together, and the group approached, as if they had been waiting. The man in the blue shirt placed his hand on his chest, smiled at Yining, and spoke first, "Are you Yi Lin Excellency? I am the son of the vice president of the Tianchang Merchant Association, Wang Zhang. It's an honor to meet you." Yining immediately replied, I heard Shen Yong mention it too." Wang Zhang turned and pointed to the man beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Fang He, an awakened of the will and agility system, and also a top expert we've hired at a high price. The others are all my subordinates." Fang He frowned slightly and replied, "I'm only second rank, hardly worthy of such praise." Then he added, "As for being highly paid, I'm still far behind our Lord Yi Lin here." Yining said nothing, simply watching the two of them quietly. Seeing this, Wang Zhang waved his hand to ease the awkward atmosphere. He laughed and said, "Please don't take offense, Lord Yi Lin. Brother Fang has always been a straightforward man. Still, he's cleared 3 or 4 anomaly dungeons already. His reflexes are like a machine." Then he extended an invitation to Yining. "Since we're all acquainted now, let's head inside and take a look." Yining lowered his head and answered softly, "All right, I'll follow your lead." As he stepped forward, his foot splashed into a small puddle. Fang Yi turned around, frowned at him, and reminded him, "Once we're inside, follow my instructions. You need to act according to the system prompts I receive. Don't think that just because you're third rank you'll be fine. If you die, don't blame me." Hearing that, Yining was taken aback. System prompts? Isn't this supposed to be the prototype of a dungeon? I thought there weren't any system missions here? Fang He's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. He pointed to himself and arrogantly explained, "That's my ability. When I get close to the main clue, I'll receive some system prompts, which is equivalent to mission information." As soon as he finished speaking, Yining tilted his head, his eyes sharpening. He thought to himself,
this kind of talent is quite rare, huh? It's almost like knowing the mission without actually receiving it. It seems Chen Yong and Wang Zhang have prepared quite a bit for this prototype dungeon. Wang Zhang continued the introduction. This place was built along the river, and the villagers make a living by selling water in the safe zone. But we've discovered that the tricycles they use to carry water have become rusty. It seems they haven't been outside for a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers were diligently scooping water from the river. He continued, do you see that? They don't even realize they should be taking the water to sell. They passed by another villager who was pouring water into a large urn, with water spilling over the sides. The man's expression was blank, his face pale, but his hands never stopped. He added, it's like they're stuck in an endless loop. He kept bringing water from the river and pouring it into the already full container. Suddenly, a man in white approached them. The man politely greeted them, are you gentlemen? You are. Chen Yong spoke first, we're from the Xinjiang Safe Zone military. Some villagers have reported that the water source here is contaminated. The man, looking pale, responded without hesitation. I know, if that female ghost jumps into the river and dies, it will bring great disaster to us. As soon as Yi Ning heard this, he immediately lunged forward. His face was tense, and he gritted his teeth, asking again, then the river water is truly polluted? What do you mean by jumping into the river? Since when has jumping into the river been a reason for something? The man, taken aback by his sudden approach, trembled and replied, No, I was just speaking nonsense, the river here is very clean. Yi Ning stared at him intently and said, if you can't explain clearly, we'll have to take you away. The man, terrified, waved his hands in denial, Officer, the death of Zhang Shui 7 days ago has nothing to do with us. She stole something and jumped into the river. It was raining heavily that day, and the river was flowing very fast. In the blink of an eye, she was swept away. Chen Yong, hearing the explanation, found it absurd. He approached the man and growled, why would she steal something and then jump into the river? Did you force her to do this? The man stepped back, trembling all over, his voice almost losing control. It's a grave injustice, officer, this really has nothing to do with us. Really, it's not us. Chen Yong, losing his patience, pointed directly at the man's face, gritting his teeth and pressing further, if it wasn't you, then what's behind you? Yi Ning, seeing his urgency, intervened, don't act rashly. He carefully observed the man in front of him. Although the man appeared ordinary, his hands had clearly been submerged in water for a long time. If he has a problem, we'll have to bear a huge loss if we make a move. Fang Yi, who had been watching from behind, couldn't help but praise, I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick. Yi Ning, hearing this, merely glanced at him before turning to the man. Don't worry. Where is the family of the deceased? Take us there. If we find that it has nothing to do with you, we will never bother you again. The man, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. Fine. He then led them to an old, dilapidated house. The man pointed inside, where an eerie, oppressive atmosphere emanated from the house. Inside, only her mother and daughter Li Ru remain. The house is very cold, you all go in yourselves. After speaking, the 4 of them entered. Wang Zhang sighed, it really is cold, it feels like stepping into winter. Chen Yong, agreeing, said, it seems like this house really has a big problem. As they walked deeper inside, they came across numerous jars. Seeing this, Yi Ning thought, why are there so many jars filled with water? The room fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, from one of the jars, an old woman emerged, water pouring out of the jar. Yi Ning kept his serious expression, while the other 3 couldn't help but scream. Fang Yi quickly regained his composure and reassured, everyone, don't be scared. From what I feel, she's just been affected more severely. But she hasn't transformed into something supernatural yet. The old woman, with her wrinkled skin and tightly shut eyes, asked, who are you? Yi Ning calmly replied, grandmother, we're here to investigate the case of your daughter jumping into the river. Was she forced to do it? If that's the case, we will bring justice for you.
Upon hearing this, the old woman lowered her head and sorrowfully answered, "My daughter is in the water, you must help me find her."
In the water, you must help me find her, you must help me find her.
Chen Yong, noticing the old woman's distress, whispered, "Yining Excellency, it seems like she's completely confused now, we won't be able to get any information from her."
Yining pretended not to hear and continued asking, "Grandmother, where is your daughter's granddaughter?"
In response, the old woman raised her hand, "My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river.
She won't return until it gets dark." Yining suddenly turned to Fang Yi and asked, "Has your system given any updates?" He answered, "Not yet. My ability only works when I'm close to key figures to gather information.
So, I suspect that your daughter's granddaughter, Li Ru, is the key."
Chen Yong suggested, "Then let's go to the riverbank and look for her." Fang Yi immediately objected, "That won't work." Chen Yong asked, "Why not?" Fang Yi glanced away, sweat dripping from his forehead as he hesitated. "What I mean is, it's getting dark. It might be better to just wait here for now." Yining, upon hearing this, gave him a glance full of unspoken meaning. "You seem to have some doubts about him. Fang Yi, it seems like he's hiding something."
Drowned, no body found, mother and child scooping water.
Could it be that the villagers keep drawing water because the curse is affecting them, pulling them up from the river?
At that moment, a little girl wearing a blue shirt, holding a bucket of water, smiled brightly and pushed open the door.
Fang Yi turned his head and immediately recognized her. "Li Ru, you've come back?" The girl quickly walked over with the water.
Yining covered his nose, thinking to himself, "The smell of blood is overwhelming, coming from the bucket she's holding." His eyes lit up, his investigative instincts kicking in. Inside the girl's bucket, there was a patch of red water and something strange was rising up. A tongue was sticking out, and in his heart, he could hear a scream.
Is that a human tongue?
Night had fallen, and thick fog covered the entire area. Li Ru stood in front of the traditional wooden house, her gaze wary, her brows furrowed as she stared at the group of strangers ahead.
"Who are you?"
Fang Yi raised his hand to provide information. "I just received a notification from the system, we were told not to provoke you." Thus, Yining softened his voice, knelt down on one knee, and politely introduced himself. "We are the military patrol team from the Xinjiang safe zone.
Someone reported that your mother is missing."
The little girl reacted immediately, her voice cold. "She's not missing, she was killed by someone in the village. They spread false rumors about my mother and forced her to death." He frowned, seeming to understand the situation better now. Then Yining probed further.
"So that's it.
We're very sorry for you.
Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them."
Without hesitation, Li Ru took out a piece of paper and handed it to him.
"Of course I know. I've written all their names down."
Yining took it gently and reassured her.
"All right, then when we find your mother we'll go arrest them."
But the girl shook her head adamantly. "My mother has already gone home, there's no need to look for her."
"You can go arrest them now."
Those words left him momentarily puzzled.
"No need to search? Didn't you say the body was swept away by the current? Is she talking about going home?" Li Ru looked him straight in the eye and shot back, "Are you hesitating? You just said you would help me, you're not going to trick me, are you?"
Suddenly Yining recalled the earlier warning. Fang Yi had said not to anger her, and if they arrested someone now it might be hasty and cause trouble.
So he smiled reassuringly, waved his hand, and said, "Of course not.
It's just that we need to complete some procedures to make an arrest, we promise to do this tomorrow morning." At that moment, the girl's eyes flashed with a brilliant violet light, her face revealing a murderous intent as she spoke in a low, threatening voice.
"Fine. If you deceive me, I will definitely kill you."
Those nearby could not help but tremble and break out in a cold sweat. In the end, Fang Yi decided, tonight we'll stay temporarily in the abandoned house next door. Chen Yong and Wang Zhang will share one room, the others will sleep separately. All three of the others answered in unison, "Yeah." Only Yining asked, puzzled, why do the others have to sleep apart in this situation? He explained in a serious tone, at night the demons tend to choose either the strongest or the weakest person to attack. We must confront one directly at least once to gather more clues. Only then did he realize, and he let out a bitter laugh. So that's it. You called me here to be tonight's bait? Shen Yong flinched and hurried to dissuade him. Yilin, you've misunderstood. Wang Zheng chimed in as well. That's right, Lord Yilin, we mainly thought you were quite strong. But Yi Ning appeared hardly concerned. He waved a casual goodbye. There's nothing wrong with spending money to save someone. I'll do my part well. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. He said, thank you for your understanding, Lord Yilin. By contrast, Fang Yi frowned and remarked sternly, wait until you can live until dawn before saying things like that. Then, with a smug air, he continued, all right. From the clues we have, it's likely that Zhang Shui was killed by the villagers and turned into a demon. Because she's still in an early stage, her abilities would only affect the villagers and manipulate her own daughter to take revenge for her. So now we only need to complete 2 tasks to resolve this matter. Next, Fang Yi proposed the first, locate Zhang Shui's body. Tonight, I'll go to Li Ru's house to ask about the situation. If there's nothing there, Yi Lin will search along the river. Second, we'll help them complete their revenge. Once we find the corpse, we'll arrest everyone on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Li Ru for disposal. Yi Ning cast a questioning glance. Isn't that a bit too simple? It doesn't feel like it matches the difficulty level of an A-rank supernatural instance. He immediately denied it. Simple? Don't forget, this is the initial form of the dungeon. All the key clues are still here. During the formation event, no one will know that Zhang Shui was the first victim. The villagers may also turn into ghosts. Hearing this, both Chen Yong and Wang Zhang went pale. At that time, entering this place would almost certainly mean death. He murmured, luckily, we came early. The night grew silent. The moon hung suspended in a silvery gray sky, and a soft breeze rustled through the bare branches. Yi Ning folded his arms and lay on the bed, muttering softly, although Fang Yi's analysis makes some sense, something still feels off. Recalling the earlier events, he summed it up. Previously, the man had hidden some information by the riverside, and just now, he suggested going there to find the corpse. Yi Ning sank deeper into thought. Judging by how the man's actions were aimed at him, he clearly wished for his death. It might have something to do with money. In that case, the riverside could be dangerous. With that thought, he came to a conclusion. Tonight, he'll go to Li Ru's house alone to take the risk. Perhaps it's true that there is something good there. If I don't die and he doesn't strike first, that good thing will naturally belong to me. Thinking this way, everything becomes much simpler. Yi Ning's gaze briefly flickered with doubt as he recalled the blood-red eyes full of malevolent energy. Furthermore, Li Ru's behavior just now didn't resemble someone who was merely affected. On top of that, there was that strange, colored whirlpool with the tongue inside. As for the tongue in that container, normally, a young girl wouldn't be able to take revenge, even if she wanted to. Suddenly, he noticed a strange sound. Instantly, Yi Ning sprang up, looking up at the wooden ceiling. Faint footsteps echoed. They're here, he straightened up, ready for battle. Violet energy swirled around Yi Ning's body, exuding a chilling aura. Fine, let's see who you really are. Spiritual power, reveal your true form to me. From the dim space above, a demon suddenly descended from the ceiling, its blood-red eyes glowing like fire. Its long arms reached out, attempting to seize its prey. Are you Zhang Shui? At the same moment, the system presented Yi Ning with a string of radiant purple jade beads. The grudge pearl he had obtained in the Spirit D dungeon previously was finally ready to serve its purpose. Yi Ning raised the string of beads, channeling a powerful surge of violet energy into them, then commanded, Grudge Pearl, merge with my spiritual power. The system provided additional information. Grudge Pearl increases spiritual attack power by 25%. The special effect can automatically prevent a fatal attack from the supernatural entity, which will disappear along with the equipment. Immediately after, he swung his sword up, charged straight at his opponent, and shouted loudly, "Blade transformation slash." The demon began to bare its teeth and roar furiously, attempting to scare Yining. Then, it quickly flew away from the scene. Without hesitation, he immediately kicked open the wooden door and chased after it. "Where do you think you're going?" When he reached the courtyard, the demon's figure had vanished. Instead, a scream suddenly rang out, "What's happening? Don't come here!" Yining quickly glanced toward the direction of the sound. Chen Fong and Fong He were in the adjacent courtyard, and just seconds later, everyone rushed over. Wang Zheng panted heavily. "Who called out just now?" Chen Yong, looking confused, asked, "Yilin, what's going on?" He calmly responded, "A demon just passed by." Chen Fong and Fong He might have been harmed at the same time. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Harmed at the same time? That demon is completely different from Fong He's analysis. Its killing ability is far from weak. Then, he questioned, could it be that the demon got stronger after we arrived? Chen Fong, the weakest, being killed is understandable, but why Fong He? Yining frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly answered, "There might have been a mistake in the previous prediction. This place is very dangerous right now. It would be better for everyone to withdraw from the area first. I will stay behind to continue investigating. See you tomorrow morning." Hearing that, Wang Zhang and the others waved goodbye and left. "Then, we'll trouble you, Yilin Excellency. We'll take our leave now." Chen Yong was still worried and hesitated. His brother interrupted, "I have protective items with me, you don't need to worry about me." Finally, he left. Yining furrowed his brow and turned his gaze in that direction. His body activated the mysterious and powerful purple energy. The grudge pearl could only save a life once, so he still needed to be more cautious. The exploration of his spirit expanded fully. The energy spread and touched the injured leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Chen Fong had only one leg left. Had the female ghost controlled his mind and eaten him? If Chen Fong screamed before being devoured, then it must have taken a little time. It was impossible for Fong He to be killed at the same time. Yining's eyes landed on a water-filled jar, where he lay unconscious, surrounded by broken items. The body of Fong He was still intact and hadn't been eaten. It was very likely that there wasn't just one ghost here. What about the hall? Was Fong He trying to dig something in the yard and encountered the ghost? Then, he looked at a deep hole that had been dug, wondering if the clue lay beneath the earth. His spirit dive continued, silently probing. Immediately, a gruesome corpse appeared, floating in the lake with grayish skin and dark, hollow eye sockets terrifying. This was the corpse of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Yining noticed something strange in the slender hand. The sharp claws wait, her hand has 6 fingers. 6 fingers can be hereditary, but Li Ru isn't one of them. This proves she's not Zhang Shui, so who is she? Just then, the demon's green eyes suddenly snapped open, sending a chilling wave of terror through the air. It's over, she's noticed. In an instant, she lunged and attacked, but he still kept his focus on the demon's features. Her eyes must be the kind of green Fong he had risked so much to get. As the danger surged, Yining suddenly raised the string of beads high and shouted, "Grudge Pearl, Spirit Force Infusion." Immediately, massive swirling black-purple energy rushed toward her, drawing her in and causing her to turn toward the vortex. However, the demon still managed to strike back with a vicious, toxic green counterattack, her voice dripping with malice. The damage from the real body is far stronger than the spirit force. Suddenly, the string of beads Yining was holding erupted with blinding light. Just as she charged forward with her sharp fangs, the beads formed a defensive barrier, protecting Yining from her attack. Grudge Pearl has activated its ultimate power, but with poison. Unfortunately, the demon's strength was overwhelming, and her body began to swell. The force of her punch shattered the protective barrier, sending Yining flying across the room. "I have to escape, now." Yining quickly activated the power within his lightning-fast shoes. In the end, he soared into the air and escaped the place. The demon had detected them and pursued without pause. It chased Yining relentlessly. Fortunately, he leapt over the barrier just in time and it was stopped. He silently sighed that was close. Although not heading the same way as Chen Yong, they had finally escaped the barrier. After evading the demon's pursuit, he kept rushing forward like the wind and then began to analyze. The woman in white was not Zhang Shui, she was very likely swept here from upstream by the heavy rain earlier. So Zhang Shui should actually be somewhere downstream, and she might even still be alive. Yining silently vowed that he must, before dawn, take the opportunity to scout the downstream gathering area. On the other side, Chen Yong also spoke. Lord Yilin, it's been a whole night and he still hasn't shown up. Wang Zheng suddenly replied, the communication system has been affected by the barrier, we can't contact Yilin for now. We'd better go inside and search. Two subordinates also turned back to report. One said, my lord, we've searched everywhere, but we found no trace of Lord Yilin. The other said, he's not in Li Ru's courtyard either. Hearing this, Wang Zheng stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, missing? How can that be? Suddenly the little girl Li Ru's voice sounded from behind. Uncle, didn't you say this morning you'd help me capture someone? Why haven't you acted yet? They turned around, seeing her. Chen Yong replied, we're on our way. The girl spoke as if giving an order, her eyes dangerous, bring them all to the riverbank, I'll carry out the sentence there. He turned to Chen Yong and said, let's go. Right now we have only one lead left to help the girl get her revenge. First, let's finish this. He had no other answer. Fang He was dead, Yilin had gone missing, there was nothing else to be done. Those three vile men had been captured and brought back before Li Ru. One of them, unwilling to accept it, spoke up, Zhang Shui wanted to die of her own accord, it had nothing to do with us. Another protested, that's not true, we really didn't kill the girl's mother. The last one objected as well, though he was a member of the military, he still tried to offer an explanation. Seething with hatred, the girl lunged at them with a pair of scissors and shouted, it was you forced my mother to die. As soon as she finished, Li Ru drove the scissors into the nearest man's heart and snarled, die. He screamed pitifully, you won't stop there. The girl added, I don't just want to kill you, I want to cut out your tongues. Watching him die with satisfaction, Li Ru curled her lip and said, who's next? The two remaining men panicked and begged for mercy. The brown-haired one pleaded desperately, I was wrong, I shouldn't have made things up, I'm sorry. The other resorted to a sentimental ploy, kid, I'm the head of the family here, I really didn't say anything. But it had no effect. The girl only shouted, it's all because of you. You wanted to sleep with her, and when she refused you, you slandered her. After that shrill cry, the other two also died at Li Ru's hands. Chen Yong asked in astonishment, is this really something a 10-year-old girl could do? Wang Zheng, standing beside him, also sighed, hoping that after the girl finished killing those people, everything would finally come to an end. After taking care of everything, the girl turned to them and asked politely, Uncle, they're not completely dead yet. Could you help me throw them into the river? Wang Zheng replied blankly, sure. When they were done, Chen Yong asked, little sister Li Ru, would you say your mother's revenge has been fulfilled now? And about her body if you need help with that. The girl didn't look at them. She simply said, with a sly tone, yes, uncle. But you don't need to worry about anything else, because my mother has already arrived. She said that you all have to die too. Suddenly, a demon burst out from the river, lunging at them. Everyone screamed in shock, what is that? Before anyone could even cry for help, the demon bit one of them. Panic broke out as everyone scattered in terror. Wang Zheng shouted while running, this is bad. Run! It opened its mouth wide, releasing a stream of green mist that surged outward, trying to suck everyone in. Terrified screams echoed around, it's too strong. We can't escape. In an instant, Wang Zheng was pulled in, right before Chen Yong's horrified eyes. He shouted, Brother Wang, better to end it yourself than die in such a painful, disgusting way. Wang Zhang, seemingly still conscious, managed to scream from inside the demon's mouth. Then, suddenly, Chen Yong saw a surge of purple energy stop the blade that was about to slash his own neck. The one who appeared to save them was none other than Yining. With just one palm strike, he sent the demon flying and saved the two of them. After narrowly escaping death and landing safely, Chen Yong said, "Yining, that's a relief." Yining turned to the little girl in front of him and asked, "Li Ru, do you see who this is? Who is the person she's holding in her arms?" Li Ru's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the woman holding a child who looked just like her and called out, "Mom." Zhang Shui, while holding the child, cried, "Xiao Ru." The little girl also ran towards the woman, shouting, "Mom." With tears welling up in her eyes, the girl looked at the woman holding her lifeless body and asked, "Mom, you're not dead?" "But I'm already dead." Zhang Shui cried out in anguish, "Xiao Ru, it's all my fault." The three people standing nearby saw this, and Shen Yong suddenly asked, "If Zhang Shui isn't dead, then who is the woman in the white dress?" Wang Zhang, standing beside him, also asked, "Li Ru is dead, so is Li Ru also a ghost? What exactly is going on here?" At that moment, Yining turned to answer, "It's a long story, but for now, let's move back a little. This place is still very dangerous." Suddenly, the female demon, which hadn't been fully destroyed yet, let out a roar and sucked Zhang Shui into its mouth. Li Ru screamed in horror, "No, Mom." In that instant, the girl's soul drew power from her physical form to fight back and save her mother. Yining looked up and said, "Finally, Li Ru has regained her clarity. We're much safer now." The girl's mother screamed from the demon's mouth, "Xiao Ru." Li Ru transformed into a soul, rushing over to save her mother and shouting loudly, "Mother!" The girl and the female ghost fought fiercely. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl bit into the ghost's shoulder. Both sides exploded with the power of vengeful spirits, clashing in a fiery battle. At this point, Yining recounted the entire incident of that day. It had been a heavy rain that day, and Zhang Shui had unfortunately fallen into the water but was rescued on the downstream shore. Li Ru, in her search for her mother, had fallen into the water and drowned, later transforming into a ghost without realizing it. Her deep-seated hatred for revenge had unknowingly affected the villagers. Later, Li Ru discovered a body wearing a white robe in the river, mistaking it for her mother's. This was essentially the story. The only way to resolve it was to uncover the truth and let them destroy each other. Wang Zhang responded, "In other words, the villagers we captured earlier, aside from their ramblings, were they truly wronged?" Chen Yong also raised a question, "There were two ghosts. No wonder Fang Yi and Chen Fang were killed at the same time before." After the two ghosts finished their battle, Yining retrieved a round object. The system's notification appeared again, "Noble item, blue-colored, item effect. When worn, it allows the user to receive information and system reminders within the range of vision." He held the blue eye in his hand, silently thinking, "This effect seems similar to Fang Yi's ability before, doesn't it? Perhaps it was because of the greater power that Fang Yi risked his life like that." Wang Zhang, upon hearing this, quietly lowered his head and said, "I had promised Fang Yi 100,000 before, I will transfer the full amount to you now." Chen Yong, standing beside him, also bowed and said, "We really must thank Yi Lin Excellency for helping us survive this time." Yining gently responded, "Then thank you very much." At this moment, Yining was thinking to himself, the total amount earned this time was nearly 700,000 credits, which was quite a generous sum. However, what mattered most now was that the spiritual energy was indeed of a high level. After thinking for a moment, Yining turned to the two of them and asked, "By the way, has the truly high-level spiritual energy that I need arrived yet?" Chen Yong hesitated before answering, "Well, about that." Wang Zhang, who had been standing beside him, suddenly spoke up, "Sorry, Yi Lin Excellency, but the truly high-level spiritual energy still needs some time before it can be delivered." Yining furrowed his brows and asked, "Why is that?" Chen Yong replied, "I can't hide it from you. Right now, a high-level spiritual energy is monopolized by the high-ranking military officials in the capital. It's said that it's all for the tree-like project." Yining curled his lips and sneered, "The tree-like project again. It seems that if I don't take action, I'll never get past this hurdle. Chen Yong continued, Wang Zhang, I invite you both to go to Tianfeng tonight to watch a play. It would be best if you could bring your fathers or uncles along. The two of them chimed in unison, watch a play? Yining nodded with a smile, that's right, it's a play about the zombie tide uprising. The two of them were standing across from each other in the safe zone number 199. Chen Yong looked around and asked, Uncle Zhang, why hasn't my father shown up yet? Deputy Commander Zhang Tao, with a serious expression, responded. Chen Leader had something urgent and couldn't leave, so I went in his place to Tianfeng. He has returned to his cheerful self. As long as you can fully represent your father's decisions, Yilin Excellency would probably have no objections. Let's first pick up Wang Zhang, and then we'll all head to Tianfeng together. At this very moment, in another space, at the headquarters of the Tianchang Merchant Guild, Wang Tian slapped Wang Zhang across the face. Wang Zhan looked back at him, bewildered. Father, what are you doing? Wang Tian, vice president of the Tianchang Merchant Guild, furiously pointed at his son. I promised to go to Tianfeng and meet someone named Yilin. That was already enough to maintain our face. Who would have thought you would dare to interfere with the amount of spiritual energy fruit that the Merchant Guild had allocated for the military district of the capital? Fortunately, I found out early, or else we'd all have to bear the consequences. Wang Zhang yelled in response, trying to explain, Father, Yilin Excellency is the one who saved my life, but I haven't kept my promise to him yet. The military district has already placed numerous orders for spiritual energy fruits from many merchant guilds, missing a few of ours wouldn't matter. His father immediately shouted back, Shut up, what do you know? Then, Wang Tian explained to Wang Zhang, Son, you don't understand. Not to mention the merchant guild, even the president is pressuring me. His eyes filled with sorrow as he continued, even if we didn't have them, we absolutely cannot offend the military just to please Mu Yilin, who has an unclear background. Wang Tian gently tapped Wang Zhang's shoulder and continued speaking. Yilin saved you in the dungeon, but he himself is the person you hired to protect you. Moreover, it's not that we're unwilling, just a little delay, that's all. The two of them looked out the window together. Alright, Chen Yong is here. Let's first go to Tianfeng to meet Yilin, then we'll figure things out. Wang Tian was feeling happy again. If he truly is as capable as you all say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spiritual energy fruit. Wang Zhang still had some doubts. Really? Don't lie to me. Above the red buildings in the Tianfeng safe zone, the system displayed a notification, Xiao Leader, the action of the old district will take place tonight. Please prepare everything for defense immediately. Yilin was in charge of Tianfeng. Xiao Hai stared at it. A week ago, Yilin sent me a message. Although I took some precautions, there hasn't been any movement in the old district for the entire week. But today, another message came through, with a specific time. I'm not sure. A man rushed in and reported, Xiao Leader, there is indeed activity in the old district. They just broke the barrier and are heading towards the safe zone. Among them, there are quite a few first and second level variants. As of now, no third level variants have been detected. Xiao Hai immediately became urgent. Yilin really predicted it. Hurry up! Everyone, activate the alert and prepare for defense. Many people were gathering. The zombie tide is about to strike. People in the outskirts are urged to quickly move to the safe zone behind to take refuge. The zombie tide is about to strike. People in the outskirts are urged to quickly move to the safe zone behind to take refuge. Place a mine every 15 meters, arranged in a triangular peak formation. Everyone is laying down mines together, ensuring a clear path to destroy the zombies, making it easier for our awakened ones to charge in and eliminate the enemy. In addition, they are pouring something, a flammable liquid, into the trenches. Hurry up! Above, airplanes are also circling. Yi Ning stood there silently observing. Tianfeng, it's not going to be easy to defend this. Fu Gue found his words odd.
Master, I think the Tian foam area is very well prepared. He was still looking toward that direction. Despite having used all the traps, obstacles, and firepower they could muster, these might suffice against the Tang clan's army, but they are far too weak when facing the mutated ones. Yi Ning spoke thoughtfully. The entire safe zone has only about 2,000 awakened ones, more than 1,000 guards, and the front line has just over 600. Among them, the long-range forces consist of just over 200 people. With such a distribution of forces, it's no different than delivering ourselves to death. Fu Gue became anxious. Master, if you put it that way, doesn't it mean they are all in danger? Yi Ning did not change his gaze and replied, no, this time, they may have broken through their limits. The entire army is ready to fight. The zombie tide is charging forward, and all the soldiers have taken action. The fighter jets are dropping bombs to stop them, but the helicopters have been wiped out by the flying creatures. Be careful of the mutated flying corpses. The false enlightened ones from a distance are focusing their attacks. They rush in like a storm, and the mines beneath our feet are immediately triggered. At this moment, everyone has collided, with firepower defense, and those fighting in close combat are following me in. The four of them are standing above, observing. Zhang Tao is watching while speaking. That's Yi Lin. 2 hours ago, when we arrived at Tian Feng, he told us to wait for the zombie tide here. Now the zombie tide has arrived, but he suddenly disappears. What does this mean? Wang Tian said in a very serious tone. Clearly, he's waiting for the appearance of higher-level mutations. Otherwise, why would there be such a spectacle in front of us? But right now, we haven't seen a third-level mutation. Don't turn back, let's show them the battle between level 3 and level 2. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. President Wang, you're really funny. Wang Tian also smiled faintly and said, I think so too. He said there would be a surprise. Isn't it meant to make people laugh? Shen Yong seemed uncomfortable. Uncle Zhang, he's showing his obvious disgust. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we have great respect for Yi Lin. You two should stop teasing him like that. Zhang Tao patted his shoulder and laughed. Xiao Yong, I trust your judgment. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll wait until he finishes. When the time comes, whatever he wants to say, I will not let you lose face. But I've watched you grow up since you were a child, and I still hope I can help you control things a bit, he said, still smiling as he looked at Chen Yong. Anyway, just because you see a middle-level high school doesn't mean you can expect it to help you, Wang Tian added from the side. That's right. You're still young. Although high school is important to us, there's no need to treat them like gods. Wang Zhang could not hold back any longer. Alright, Dad, let's just watch the battle. I believe Yi Lin will not disappoint everyone. A soldier who had been attacked by the zombie tide screamed. Help! Yun Ming shouted with a worried expression, as a peak-level second-tier mutation appeared on the left. Quick, notify Xiao leader. Everyone rushed forward together. Xiao Hai, the great leader, had arrived. Let's go! He raised his weapon, aimed at the opponent, and with a single strike, the mutant was cleaved in half. Xiao leader was truly formidable. The ground seemed to crack beneath him as they fought. In an instant, Xiao Hai sensed the danger. We're in trouble. That sound is probably from a third-tier mutation, possibly even a two-headed one. The difficulty is much greater than that of a dungeon. A third-tier two-headed mutation would require at least 6 level 3 initiates to deal with. He quickly turned around and ordered the retreat. All units retreat. Return to the safe zone. Xiao Hai kept his eyes on the aggressive zombie tide, which was burning fiercely, as the soldiers held their position in the trench, waiting for reinforcements. Hurry up! Yi Ning had just unleashed his sword flow storm technique, splitting the beast in half. Xiao Hai exclaimed in astonishment, one move to defeat a level 3? Who is this? He had also noticed the newcomer. It's Yi Lin. Yi Ning cheerfully responded, Xiao leader, long time no see. Yi Ning was ready to face his enemies. Wait for me to finish dealing with this one, and then we can talk.
He immediately activated his heavenly rift flowing light technique, sending a wave of beasts flying into oblivion. Xiao Hai, stunned, could only gape in disbelief.
Yi Lin is indeed Yi Lin.
In just half a month, he has leveled up to 3, becoming far stronger than I am.
How could this be? Could it be that I, Xiao Hai, have spent more than half my life living in someone else's shadow?
Yi Ning looked at Xiao Hai, offering a cryptic smile. Xiao leader, the work that the generals can handle is certainly within their grasp.
He gently patted his shoulder, inviting him to follow. There's something important we need to discuss.
The 4 of them were still watching everything unfold.
Chen Yong and Wang Zhang were overjoyed, saying, "Did you all see that? This is the true power of Yi Lin Excellency. It's my first time seeing it too. No ordinary level 3 can compare." Wang Tian was also taken aback, saying, "It really is rare to see."
Zhang Tao was stunned as he watched the scene. This power is probably on par with Commander Chen Kai.
Among the mid-level 3s, he's definitely at the top. No wonder he's so arrogant.
Chen Yong kept smiling as he looked at the system display.
There's news from Yi Lin Excellency, he's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Hall. Let's go.
The lights of Tianfeng Hall were still on.
Xiao Hai's face looked tense.
Yi Lin is sitting and waiting for them, Chen Yang said, sounding rather surprised.
Is Leader Xiao here too?
Yi Ning appeared to be very amicable. I'm sure you all know each other.
No need for introductions, please sit down. We're all one family here, so if there's anything, let's discuss it together.
Xiao Hai observed the group and silently thought, Deputy Commander of Safe Zone 119, which chapter? Deputy President of the Tiancheng Trading Guild. Wang Tian confirmed their earlier speculations. Yi Lin not only had influential people backing him but also held significant power himself. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Yi Lin Excellency, your reputation is well deserved.
Even among many mid-level people, you are a rarity.
Zhang Tao was also quite impressed.
That's true. I've heard you've helped us out quite a bit.
Chen Yong felt his ears buzzing.
Yi Lin Excellency, did I hear that wrong? Or is there something wrong with their pronunciation?
Xiao Hai asked, puzzled.
Yi Ning quickly corrected him. First, I'd like to clarify something. My name is actually Yi Ning, not Yi Lin. Everyone fell silent, then one person asked, what? They didn't even know his real name? Does that mean no one's backing him in this matter? Yi Ning quickly leveled up by 3 ranks. What was the reason behind that?
Yi Ning spoke in a very casual manner. As you have seen, my current strength is at the level of a mid-level tier 3.
Leader Xiao, could you please find a power measurement device for me? I want to check it right here.
Xiao Hai immediately stood up and responded, Yi Ning, we've already seen your strength. Wang Tian and Zhang Tao also agreed, saying, yes, we've always known that you are at mid-level tier 3, there's no doubt about that. Yi Ning Excellency, do you think we've never seen the situation before, but you're still determined to go through with it? Leader Xiao, please. Xiao Hai had no other choice. Alright then, those two seem a bit uncomfortable.
Yi Ning Excellency, did you invite us here just to prove you're at mid-level tier 3?
This really doesn't seem necessary, does it? Chen Yong quickly spoke up, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're already here.
It won't hurt to wait for a bit, right?
Yi Ning smiled without saying anything. Xiao Hai had already taken out the device and brought it in front of him. The measurement device has been brought. Yi Ning responded with a smile, thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tao and Wang Tian both found it amusing. The strength wasn't bad, but the attitude was too petty. A little arrogance isn't a bad thing, but the need to show it in front of us, this really felt like a waste of time. Yi Ning placed his hand on the device. The system immediately gave its answer, Tier 2 peak. Everyone present was stunned. What? Tier 2? Xiao Hai seemed unable to believe his eyes. Did I hear wrong? They all checked the device again.
How is this possible? The device had clearly displayed his rank. You're not rank 3, you're actually rank 2. Zhang Tao still couldn't believe it. If he were a high rank 3 or even at the peak, I wouldn't be too surprised. But Wang Tian was equally stunned, a rank 2 who could unleash the power of a mid-level rank 3. Terrifying. Xiao Hai is still dizzy. He's not rank 3. That's right, we previously checked the quest that would promote him to rank 2. He has completed 4 quests in full. He has the strength of a mid-level rank 3. These people are not the force behind him. What the hell? Can someone lend me a brain for a moment? Chen Yong immediately turned to Yining. Excellency Yining, what on earth is going on? He answered them right away. I know it's hard for you to accept immediately, but I truly am rank 2. Half a month ago, my aptitude was measured as SS grade, but because it is of the will type and deemed without potential, I was abandoned by the fire strain plan. He asked Yining again, bewildered. SS grade aptitude measured half a month ago has advanced to peak rank 2, with strength equivalent to rank 3. Xiao Hai looked at him and shouted, no potential? If this is what they call no potential, then those people in that fire strain program may as well die. Yining's expression also grew serious. Everyone, I invited you here this time to prove my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands. I want to advance to level 3, that's easy. The fire strain plan will certainly be reselect. I want to completely change the army's prejudice against the number 1 order of will that I absolutely must possess. You, too, are full of determination right now. As for those geniuses called the Seeds, I will defeat them one by one so everyone will know who truly is the fire strain's master. Wang Tian was also impressed by the youth. Then, Excellency Yining, what do you need us to do for you? One more thing, may I ask you a question, what exactly is your true strength? Yining did not hide it and said, actually, my talent allows me to transform will into offensive power. I have a powerful backer investing in me, but I can't reveal who that is for the time being. He had his own private thought, say whatever you want, just don't reveal the sword god system. He understood that and told himself so. In that case, it couldn't be blamed. Xiao Hai ground his teeth in fury. I told you there's a powerful force backing him. Yining also explained the plan. As for cooperation, I want to ally with the 3 of you to form an alliance that serves me. I will hold the authority to speak, you must support me with all your strength. When I reclaim the number 1 order, I will, of course, repay you. Having said that, he turned and left. I'll go out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. Yining slammed the door and thought, Xiao Hai has been at lower level 3 for many years, there's no way for him to advance further. Wang Tian, as the vice president, was always overshadowed by the president. Chen Yang's grandfather, vice commander of the Huabei military district, likely didn't feel comfortable with the title of vice either. Chen Yang was the first to speak. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating about? With Yining's potential, he will at least become a lieutenant general in the future, which is even stronger than his grandfather. Wang Zhang also added, Dad, why don't you immediately agree with Yining, Excellency? With his potential, not only will the president be overshadowed, but we might even become the number 1 business association in Nation H in the future. Wang Tian then turned to Zhang Tao and asked, Zhang brother, what do you think of the mysterious force behind Yining? Zhang Tao shared his thoughts. First of all, if he didn't have that spiritual energy, he definitely wouldn't belong to the military or a major power. Secondly, his vision is very sharp, and his experience must be rich, so I lean towards the possibility that he is an extraordinary individual. Wang Tian continued, Zhang brother thinks the same as I do. Chen Yang was quite surprised, what are you two talking about? Zhang Tao became very cautious. Xiao Yong, although Yining has great potential, siding with him means making enemies of many high-ranking members of the fire strain plan. For example, right now, the father of the number 1, General Zhang Meng from the 3rd group, is at the 3rd peak level. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in displeasure. Exactly, that's a powerful force like a mountain. Just because of Yining's potential, this deal is too risky.
Xiao Hai also spoke up at this moment, expressing his trust in him. Gentlemen, perhaps you don't value me, but after hearing Yining's opinion, I've decided to take a bet with him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake twice.
Second, high profits are often proportional to high risks.
I've been stuck at the junior level for far too long.
To be honest, I'm not satisfied with that.
Wang Zhan was manipulating his father's psychology.
I think Uncle Xiao is right.
Dad, you always say that the bigger the storm, the more precious the fish.
Could it be that you're willing to spend your whole life just being the vice president?
Chen Yong also tried to persuade him.
Uncle Zhang,
if you represent both my father and me today, then you should know that if they were here, they would choose the same as we would. At this moment, Yining also entered.
What have you all decided?
They all lowered their heads.
I am willing to contribute my strength.
This made Yining very pleased.
Good, then, allies, these are the things I need. I hope you can prepare them by tomorrow morning.
Also, please contact the military leaders in the capital and tell them I want to start the 3rd level test, no problem.
Wang Tian was holding a stack of papers.
Very well, the list has already been prepared.
When it comes to using people, you really don't hold back.
Wow, this person truly has the potential to accomplish big things.
Xiao Hai turned and walked away. Then I will report the documents to the capital now.
Yining smiled in response.
Thank you, Uncle Xiao.
Xiao Hai sighed as he turned and left.
You look out at the brightly lit city.
Yining is also quite satisfied with himself. He finally has his own power, one in Huanan, one in Huabei, and a trading guild. All that's left is to wait for the capital, and then a big showdown will come.
In the conference room of the fire strain plan in the capital, a loud voice shouted, "Have you all finished reading the report?"
Though it's hard to believe, it has been confirmed by Deputy Commander Chen Kai from Huabei. The person in charge of the fire strain plan, Hua Bing, pushed his chair back, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, an SS-level genius, with strength equivalent to level 3, but we missed him. If another problem occurs this time, none of you sitting here will be able to escape responsibility. A member of the meeting frowned and shouted in opposition, General Yang, this is very important.
We must report immediately and seize the opportunity to correct the mistake. Another person added, I agree.
Furthermore, I suggest we send a level 3 team directly to bring Yining back to the capital and ensure his safety. As for the order, we can wait until he arrives, and the superiors will personally evaluate him. Hua Bing continued to speak. At this point, there's nothing else we can do.
First, let's assign Yining to a special series. With talent like his, even one day's delay in training is unforgivable.
Hearing the mention of the fire strain plan, Tang Jin stood up straight, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, General Yan, can we keep the news quiet for now? You glanced over, and your face looks too tense. At first, when Yining was ranked SS, he himself suggested giving up.
Now, does he still dare to say such things?
Hua Bing grew more and more furious as he spoke, his face contorted in anger as he glared at Tang Jin.
Tang Jin, do you want to die?
Tang Jin, upon hearing this, immediately panicked, waving his hands in alarm and stammered, General Yang, I didn't mean to say we wouldn't inform you. It's just that it's been half a month late.
Even a week's delay would have been better.
Tang Jin continued to explain, General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Yang, is currently the number 1 in the rankings, but he hasn't yet reached peak level 2. Upon hearing this, the entire meeting fell silent, everyone lost in thought. Hua Bing spoke up, right now, Yining's strength has already been upgraded to level 3 for sure.
Once Yining reaches level 3 first, Zhang Yang, despite his SS level talent, will have to give up his position at the top.
The top resources after level 3 are unique, but Zhang Meng holds a high position and great power, being one of the top leaders. He turned to look at Tang Jin with a sinister smile. Advisor Tang, you really are loyal and brave. A week is impossible, but 3 days I can help you keep this secret for 3 days at most.
I've already helped you.
After that, if your young master turns out to be less capable than others, you can't blame us. His tone grew cold, and he shouted loudly, "Furthermore, in the next 2 days, I'll arrange for Yi Ning to go to the capital. I advise you not to have any designs on him, or else even those behind you won't be able to save you." The scene shifts to another place, where Zhang Yang is with an unidentified person. He is being trained, and growth-enhancing drinks are being provided in ample supply. Zhang Yang wipes his mouth and turns to the person beside him. He says, "I've just advanced to high-level Tier 2, and you're telling me I have to reach the peak of Tier 2 in 3 days? Isn't that too much, Dad?" It turns out the person standing next to Zhang Yang is his father, General Zhang Meng. He responds, "I'm serious, son. Do you still remember when you gave the SS grade supplies to that person, Yi Ning?" With the support of Chen Kai Lai, Zhang Yang had reached the peak of Tier 2 and possessed the strength of Tier 3. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was surprised and asked, "Are you saying he's trying to steal my first place?" Zhang Meng immediately answered, "Exactly. Although Chen Kai Lai doesn't amount to much behind him, if he advances to Tier 3 before you, there's no way you can keep your first place." He placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, "I'll send someone to take you to a high-difficulty dungeon. Only by doing this can you close the gap. Then, during the Tier 3 promotion test, as long as he's not the only one to pass, no matter how strong he is, I will find a way to protect your position." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang clenched his fists, determined, and replied, "I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Zhang Meng smiled upon seeing this and looked at his son. His son truly had great ambition. "Don't worry, I'll think of a way to buy you more time. Yi Ning has just set out, it won't be as easy as he thinks." The scene transitions to the Tianfeng safe zone, where the guards are on high alert. Inside a cluttered room, Yi Ning sits at a table, looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. Indeed, with power comes a difference. Not only did old Qin Kai Lai quickly help me bring back the spiritual energy fruits, but he also gave me an A-rank swordsmanship book to keep at the bottom of the chest. This swordsmanship book alone could probably bankrupt the entire Tianfeng safe zone. He picks up a spiritual energy fruit and eats it, first aiming to fully increase his second-tier attributes before continuing. The system panel continuously shows notifications, using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, strength +1, burst power increased by 3%. Using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, physique +1, stamina increased by 6%. Using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, agility +1, speed increased by 6%, strength 31, sharpness 31, physique 31, willpower 31. A green aura of spiritual energy surrounds Yi Ning as he smiles in satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have fully enhanced attributes. His speed at calling upon spiritual energy is extremely fast, and his control over the attributes is also much more thorough. When he picks up the book, the system panel continues to display Trap Formation, a rank swordsmanship, super jump skill that exerts a strong impact on the target, with a blocking effect. Upon activation, crushes and grants immunity to all control effects while boosting defense by 200%. Yi Ning understands now. As expected, a rank swordsmanship is both offensively and defensively comprehensive. Even without any further enhancements, it's already formidable enough. Then, he immediately threw the book into the air to use it. The swordsmanship that had been enhanced through training activated, and the book opened, revealing a small sword surrounded by a red aura and encased in a green sheath. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly to absorb the new power. A level skill enhancement successful. Current skill, Fallen Heaven, upgraded to SSS. A new notification appeared on the system interface. Fallen Heaven SSS level skill activated. Skill effect 1, charge to the designated point, with a selectable range of 1 km. Target will be locked. After locking, the target will be pushed back. Gain rapid strike effect, freefall at extreme speed, then cause a collision within the area, while simultaneously attacking the locked target. Skill effect 2, during skill activation, immunity to all control effects and gain a layer of energy shield to reduce damage from reserved energy. As long as the enemy's will attribute is lower than yours, they will be unable to target or attack you.
High-value skill. You have become a true god. Yi Ning exclaimed in astonishment. A 1 km lock range is truly extravagant. While locking a target, the locked target cannot retaliate. This is nearly equivalent to becoming invincible when activating the skill.
When I return to the capital for the third level challenge, I can test this power. Attribute windows appeared before him. Looking at the skills displayed, he muttered, "Unfortunately, with this, my skills are already complete. The power before level 3 can no longer be improved."
But it's fine.
After high school, even without relying on these skills, I'll still be able to activate some powerful ones on my own. The system panel suddenly displayed a notification.
Mission.
Please quickly collect the 4 special materials and use them.
Material 1, Heart of the Mountain Breaking Pretender. Material 2, Human-Faced Bone Seeker Mask. Material 3, Shattered Guardian's Elegant Bone Bracelet. Material 4, Ant Gue's Core. Mission rewards. 1.
Unlock the skill fusion function, allowing 2 current skills to be merged into one, freeing up 1 skill slot.
2. The SSS level skill will be activated without cost. Cooldown time reduced to 12 hours, and spiritual energy increased by 1,000 points.
Des stared intently at the notification, pondering how rarely the Sword God system issued missions and the rewards were this generous.
But those 4 materials.
Thinking about it, he mused, the mountain breaking pretender, that's a peak tier 3 variant that appeared 27 years ago. It was slain by several top tier 3 experts working together. As for the others, I've never even heard of them, must be ancient relics.
Yi Ning's eyes grew pensive.
Those items could only be found in the National Resource Vault, and only after reclaiming first place.
Just then, a knock came at the door.
Xiao Hai opened it and called out, "Yi Ning, there's news from the capital region." He smiled and replied, "Uncle Xiao, please come in." Entering with a delighted expression, Xiao Hai announced loudly, "They said they'll be sending a tier 3 team tomorrow to escort you back to the capital." Yi Ning answered softly, as if they were being sensible.
"So what about the order? Has it been adjusted back to the first position?"
He replied, "This hasn't been announced yet, it's been temporarily placed in a special order, they'll decide after it arrives." Suddenly he grew serious, his eyes sharp.
"With my current strength, the first position is obvious.
Those in this fire strain plan won't dare make the call, they're probably under pressure from interested parties." Xiao Hai responded, "Yi Ning, actually both Commander Chan and I think you may be too anxious about the order.
Right now the first position belongs to Zhang Meng's son.
Although Zhang Meng holds sway over the capital, our strength here is clear, later we'll certainly secure a place at the higher levels, so for now there's no harm in stepping back."
He went on to explain, "That way, even Zhang Meng's faction will show you friendliness rather than hostility." He raised a hand to cut him off.
"Uncle, I understand what you mean, it's just that tender grass facing the wind is still overwhelmed by the storm." Yi Ning's expression turned grave as he continued, "But I have reasons I cannot but fight. This concerns a great matter, for now I cannot disclose it to you, but I hope you can trust me.
Every step I take is not the result of youthful recklessness," which left him speechless.
Yi Ning produced 2 swords, 1 green and 1 red. He looked toward Si Hai and said, "As for the half-foot stone, I will certainly smash it." The next afternoon, in a vast hall, quite plainly, the large vehicles appeared in front of Yi Ning's group. Everyone looked up, and Xiao Hai spoke up, "They've arrived. This entire team is made up of the latest generation of high-energy fighter jets. With just these few aircraft, they could turn Tianfeng into rubble in the blink of an eye." A loud cough sounded as they prepared to line up to greet them. A group of people stepped out from within, exuding an incredibly powerful presence. They marched forward confidently. Yi Ning couldn't help but sigh as he looked at them, the pressure was overwhelming. Truly, these were the elite of the capital, with the lowest ranking among them being at least a grade B. He quickly ran over to them and extended his hand warmly, "Welcome, welcome, distinguished guests, to Tianfeng.
You must have had a tiring journey."
The group paid Xiao Hai no attention. they walked straight past him without stopping. He turned to watch them, awkwardly smiling to himself, thinking, "Oh, I'm just a small commander of an insignificant safe zone. Of course, they aren't here for me." Lin Rui stepped closer to Yi Ning and extended his hand in greeting. "You must be Yi Ning, right? I am the captain of the Space Division of the 27th Military District of the capital." Lin Rui replied, "Just call me Old Lin. We're the ones responsible for escorting you to the capital's military district." Yi Ning extended his hand to shake and replied briefly, "Thank you, Old Lin." Everyone remained calm, completely unlike a young man from such a small place. He walked past them, waving his hand and saying, "Old Lin, no time to waste, let's go." The group of people watching Lin Rui wore expressions of clear displeasure. Lin Rui thought to himself, seeing the intensity in his demeanor, the task General Zhang entrusted him with might be a bit more difficult than expected. He recalled Zhang Meng's words. "Lin Rui, while you're bringing Yi Ning back, find a way to keep him with us." The fighter jet sped through the gray sky. Lin Rui continued to turn to Yi Ning, persistently trying to persuade him. "Yi Ning, Excellency, we will soon approach the outer perimeter of the strategic defense zone. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a banquet for you, hoping you might join us for a little while." Yi Ning's face remained as cold as ever, silent as usual. Lin Rui, undeterred, continued, "Trust me, you'll gain a lot by meeting them. You've already traveled quite a long distance, you must be tired, right?" This made Yi Ning suspicious. Is this someone trying to delay my time so I can't participate in the third-rank trial? He then decided to smile politely and decline. "I appreciate your good intentions, Captain Lin. As for the meeting, let's wait until I've ascended to the third rank before we talk." Lin Rui's heart grew even more troubled. General Zhang Meng had asked him to help delay Yi Ning's progress, and if subtlety didn't work, it was time to switch tactics. He signaled to the pilot up front, knowing he had no choice but to resort to force. With a loud bang, the aircraft, which had been flying normally, suddenly emitted thick smoke and flipped mid-air. The pilot's shrill scream tore through the quiet sky. "This is bad. The battle water spirit energy malfunctioned, we'll have to land at the nearest location." The remark made Yi Ning frown in annoyance. Clearly deliberate. What nerve, that General Zhang. He lunged forward like lightning, pressing the dagger's blade to the throat of the pilot at the controls, his voice cold. "I don't think there's a major technical problem with this fighter, it's just that your repair skills aren't up to par. If you let him keep flying, I'm afraid he'll damage the machinery and get everyone killed. If that happens, those above him will be held responsible. Move aside and let me fly." Lin Rui froze in alarm, his face showing utter disbelief. Had the kid spotted the problem? He said that if the plane crashed, everyone would die. Did he mean to take matters into his own hands? Even a third rank who would think a slight youth from some remote place would dare act like this? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Rui quickly regained his composure and ordered the unfortunate pilot, "If Yi Ning can fix the fighter, let him try. Partly this is to ease the tension. This time we only want to buy time, not cause more trouble." Yi Ning wasted no words. He pressed the control button, operating as he spoke sternly. "I'll only do this once, watch carefully." He decisively pulled the control stick and added, "Don't be careless. And don't mistake him for someone else." The plane quickly returned to normal and continued to break through the clouds. Both Lin Rui and the pilot were stunned by the recent series of maneuvers. He couldn't help but think to himself, such decisiveness and resolution are qualities that probably not many high-ranking officials possess. This person surely has unlimited potential. "I'm afraid I might have joined the wrong team this time, but fortunately, I can still make corrections." He was so impressed that he raised his hand in a salute and said, "Lin Rui, captain of the 27th Corps Air Defense and Space Forces, I am deeply honored, Excellency Yi Ning." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning also responded courteously, "Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future." The plane quickly arrived at its destination and landed at the capital's military district, at Military Base Number 2. Guo Bing and Tang Jin hurried over to greet him.
The man pretended to introduce himself. Is this Yining, my brother?
I'm the person in charge of the artillery project.
Yining politely shook hands and replied, Yining, it's an honor, General Yang. He then got straight to the point, Yining, we've specially arranged a dinner for you, and several high-ranking officials are eager to meet you.
Yining casually waved his hand in refusal, stating his purpose, there's no need to hurry. I want to begin the third-rank trial immediately. Both of them were so surprised their eyes went wide.
What? Right now?
Yining remained calm and sarcastically remarked, the reason you've placed me in this special procedure now is that the higher-ups haven't personally seen me yet and want to assess my potential, right?
Rather than following the standard procedure and saying I have to go step by step? So now, all I need to do is pass the third-rank trial, and my strength will be immediately clear, won't it? That way, wouldn't the process be shortened as well?
Wu Bing couldn't help but furrow his brows. This kid was right, his point was sharp and to the point, not wasting a single minute. But this combination of not being humble yet not arrogant was truly hard to explain and, frankly, quite impressive. Tang Jin, who was standing behind, also rested his chin in thought.
This guy really knew how to add some flair. If the trial were tonight, Zhang Yang would still be in the dungeon and wouldn't be able to make it in time.
After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Yining, why not start the trial tomorrow, and at the same time, let all the senior officials observe together? Wu Bing, standing beside him, added, exactly. Tonight, you should focus on adjusting your condition to its best. That way, your performance tomorrow will definitely be better. Upon hearing this, Yining agreed immediately, if your goal is achieved, then there's no need for further negotiation.
Tomorrow works then. In that case, General Yang, you'll have your work cut out for you.
Yining's heart soared with joy. The house-breaking effect was indeed working. In the end, they still had to give him face. Originally, he had planned to organize things and join in tomorrow, but honestly, he knew that it wouldn't have been so easy to get their agreement. The house-breaking effect he had used earlier was a psychological manipulation technique in negotiations. Specifically, it was the house-breaking effect. For example, if you said a room was too dark and suggested opening a skylight, everyone would likely oppose it. But if you instead pushed for tearing down the roof, they would be more inclined to compromise and agree to the skylight. Lu Sun was on the other side of the base.
Zhang Meng angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, What? Not only are you delaying the report, but you want to delay it for another night? Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Yining to me? Wu Bing calmly analyzed the situation. Let's not talk about Lin Rui anymore. That guy doesn't even bother giving me or Yang Wu Bing any respect. Right now, we can't afford to be too hard on him.
Seeing this, Zhang Meng frowned even more. He angrily said, No, I must report this to Zhang Yang. If that doesn't work, I'll send a few third-rate death warriors to him, only that will make everyone stay in the...
In Yining's break room, he was sitting among a pile of sparkling spirits, absorbing their energy and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He didn't expect the special treatment to be laid out so lavishly. Is the country really that rich now? Although these spirits didn't do much to improve his condition, they still helped in adjusting his state of mind.
Next to Yining was a seed plan, a list of treatments. He continued to delve into his thoughts, glancing at the first item on the list. Not only was the reward quota 1 million points, but the more he thought about it, the more he furrowed his brow. There was also a full set of customizable blue gear and an execution-grade weapon to be received. The Treasury released resources twice a month for free selection. Based on this standard and progress, if things went well, he could probably be promoted to 4th rank in less than a year. The next day, at the 3rd rank trial tower, thousands of people flocked to watch the excitement, and the sound of buzzing discussions echoed throughout the massive tower. It was said that there were some participants in the seedling plan taking part in the 3 Winds trial.
Who says there's no one?
It took me over a decade to reach 3rd rank.
Wasn't this seedling plan just launched not long ago?
When the gate at the bottom was opened, the audience in the stands erupted in cheers and roars.
The seedlings are entering.
As they saw their faces clearly, the audience couldn't help but marvel.
Oh, why do I feel like they all look like they're in their 30s? Yining, observing from the side, couldn't help but sarcastically criticize the senior officials in his mind.
They know that seedlings can't reach third rank in such a short time, so they sent 2 second-rank peaks to take the first place. They just want to exploit the loopholes in the rules, delay their own promotion to third rank, and steal the resources.
Well then, let me see how I'll deal with all of you. Guo Bing stepped forward and made a declaration.
Welcome to all the high-ranking officials who have come to guide us.
The third rank trial will now begin.
Then, he started the roll call process.
Are all the seedlings who are here for the trial present? Someone suddenly spoke up.
I'm still here. Zhang Yang, his face covered in dirt, pointed at himself to report.
First place in order.
When Zhang Yang saw him appear, he couldn't help but become vigilant.
It looked like he had just come out of a dungeon.
But at least he was stronger than the ones who had replaced him.
But so what if he was strong?
Your first place today will surely be replaced by me.
Zhang Yang was also brimming with fighting spirit on his side.
Yining, to catch up with this trial, I lost 4 third-rank uncles who were utterly loyal to me in the dungeon. They died because of you. You forced them to their deaths. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this blood debt. A spatial gate swiftly opened.
The organizers announced, since everyone is now present, the trial shall begin.
The first round of the strength trial is about to commence. Those who reach the 10th level will earn the qualification for ascension.
The higher you climb, the greater the rewards. Moreover, if you manage to enter the global system ranking, you'll receive an exclusive reward as well.
The system board displayed the seed plan's list of privileges. Number 1, Wei Yuan, Beimei Battle Zone.
Number 2, Ivanland, Dong'o Battle Zone. Number 3, an IOC, Soviet Battle Zone. Number 7, Huan, Nation H Battle Zone.
The loudspeaker continued chattering endlessly. Such an opportunity is rare, make sure you seize it well.
Yining couldn't help feeling irritated.
He hadn't expected Great Xia's ranking to be this low.
Such humiliation, he would wash it clean today.
Zhang Yang was the first to step forward.
I'll go first.
After the stereoscopic system trial, I'll make sure to rank no lower than 5th. A few others quickly followed suit.
I'm from the agility department, we're joining too. Same here, count me in. The organizers then asked, anyone else? He quickly spoke up, I'm in too. Yining's determination left everyone staring in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape.
Guo Bing loudly reminded him, Yining, this is the strength trial, your willpower trial is after this.
Why are you in such a hurry? I'll remind you later. He calmly responded, is there any rule that says I can't participate? If not, then let's continue.
This time, I want to join not only the strength system but all 3 systems.
Wait and see, I'll amaze all of you later. Zhang Meng couldn't help but sneer in disdain.
He wanted to ensure his promotion to 3rd rank. Old Lin turned to question, oh, why do you say that? He answered nonchalantly, as we all know, among the 3 long trials, the willpower system is the hardest, and no one has ever passed it in history. With his attribute points, let's see if he can manage to pass that level.
Then Zhang Meng laughed loudly, clearly amused. At most, he'll just serve as a backdrop for everyone else in the strength system. But honestly, it's better if he doesn't do it at all.
Old Lin was about to agree. General Zhang has a point.
Zhang Yang, from below, also turned and taunted Yining, do you really think that with the same attribute value at 2nd rank, you can compare to me? You're so naive.
My talent allows me to unleash power.
What about you?
Yining coldly reminded him, stop talking so much. As he stepped into the teleportation gate, he taunted back, if you're brave enough, don't hesitate.
Hurry up and join the trial.
He couldn't argue, but still kept his mouth shut.
Let the trial begin, who's afraid of who?
The system displayed a message, some participants have entered the strength trial.
In this strength trial, you will face various enemies. Once you defeat them, you will proceed to the next level. During the challenge, all equipment will be removed, and other attributes will be reduced. Please prepare yourselves. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the instance, he quickly formulated a battle plan. All magical equipment was stripped away, leaving only basic capabilities. From level 10 to level 20 or above, you can make it into the top 3 in the world. Level 23 is the limit for humans in the apocalypse. A mutated dog suddenly appeared, but naturally, he remained calm and continued with his plan. Then my goal is to charge to level 24. 2 swift slashes killed the monster before it could even let out a growl. He remained indifferent. The first few levels were just appetizers, easily cleared without much effort. The system displayed a message: first rank basic hellhound has been killed. Level 1 cleared. 30 seconds until next level. While slicing through a massive, grotesque monster, he sighed in boredom. The first few levels are all low-level mutated creatures. This is so boring. The system continued to announce, first-rank basic claw-digging hellhound has been killed. Guo Bing, watching the situation through the camera, couldn't help but sigh. The first 7 levels are pretty simple. Everyone is advancing at the same speed. To distinguish their skill levels, we'll have to wait until levels 7 to 10. He wondered, I wonder who will be the one to reach that point. Hearing that, Zhang Meng immediately pointed directly at the screen displaying Zhang Yang's image, loudly boasting, "Are you all blind or what? Who said there's nothing? My son has already made it to the 10th floor." After bragging, he turned around and mocked, moreover, that Yi Ning is still struggling on the 8th floor. Old Lin followed up with flattery, "That's right, congratulations to General Zhang. It seems Yi Ning isn't as formidable as the legends say. If he keeps pushing his speed after the first 7 floors, he'll definitely run out of energy soon." Yi Ning remained calm, luring the monster behind him while silently mocking those people. Those fools would probably never understand one truth: the one who laughs at others today might be the one left laughing in the end after seeing who wins this competition. Everyone was watching intently, following every move of each contestant. Just when the camera feed for Zhang Yang cut off, Guo Bing immediately explained, reassuring the audience, the screen will no longer display images due to the interference from the powerful energy field beyond the 10th floor. Hearing this, Zhang Meng grinned even wider. Well, at least my son was the first one to make the screen turn green. Clearly, old Lin beside him didn't forget his role in flattery either. 10 minutes to clear 10 floors, it could be said that the battle ended in the blink of an eye. This time, Yi Ning joining the strength challenge was truly setting himself up for humiliation. He listened, his tone growing louder as he bragged, "That's right, after all, the first place still belongs to my son." Guo Bing didn't bother to pay attention and calmly announced, "Wang Kai is in 11th place, having passed level 10, Yi Ning is in 18th place, also having passed level 10, and Zhang Yang is currently at level 13. Zhang Meng, who was behind, grinned broadly, 18th place and still struggling through the levels, this speed is even slower than a snail. Haha, one person is barely getting through level 10, another is at level 13. General Yang, you all need to open your eyes and watch carefully." Guo Bing paid no attention to such empty boasts. He fell into deep thought. Although it wasn't a matter of pure strength, based on the abilities Yi Ning had reported, this shouldn't be happening, right? In the dungeon, Yi Ning launched himself into the air, focusing on recalling his memories. He remembered in his past life, the weak spot of the monster was on its back. Before the creature could even turn around, he had already delivered a fatal blow to its back, sending it to meet its end in a flash. Thinking to himself, he lightly landed on the ground and calculated, "I've reached level 12, no need to switch attributes yet, both my spiritual energy and stamina are still full." The system announced, level 12 cleared, only 10 seconds left until the next battle begins. Please prepare accordingly. Seeing this, he quickly began to strategize. Next, he could gradually use attribute points to switch attributes, release spiritual energy, and stamina.
He would push on, using powerful attacks to reach level 21. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Zhang Yang, pleased with himself, had finally passed the 16th floor.
I'm definitely the first one to do it.
However, he remained highly cautious. But I have to keep pushing, try to get through a few more floors, climb up the rankings, and leave everyone stunned. I need to beat Yining so badly that there'll be nothing left of him. Outside the instance, a group of challengers had given up.
They were all exhausted, constantly complaining. Damn it, why is the difficulty behind this so high?
Yeah,
are the people who can get past floor 20 on the leaderboard monsters or something?
I can't go any further, making it to floor 14 almost took half my health.
It's okay though. Well, as long as we get past floor 10, we've completed the mission.
The monitoring screen was now filled with slashes, and only a few people at deeper levels were still going. Hua Bing announced that most of the challengers had exited, but Yining was still inside, holding on at floor 15. A mind-based class that was still an impressive achievement. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng sneered and turned to gossip with old Lin beside him.
I bet floor 15 is probably his limit.
It's not like my son, who's already on floor 17. Just 3 more floors, and he'll be in the top 10 worldwide. Old Lin, as usual, parroted back in agreement.
Right, Zhang Yang really is impressive.
Hua Bing glanced over, feeling a mix of exasperation and inner sigh, but after the 15th level, Zhang Yang's pace clearly slowed down. Indeed, Yining was somewhat strange, not only failing to reduce the screen speed, but it seemed like he was accelerating.
Was I mistaken?
Immediately, the screen displayed Yining at level 16, causing him to feel both astonished and delighted. Yining is at level 16, it's not an illusion.
He's actually speeding up. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in panic, shouting loudly, is he about to catch up with Yang Er? How could this be?
Old Lin, who was beside him, quickly reassured him, it's probably just luck or he's risking it. To get stronger, it's not impossible for him to die at this stage.
The audience below was in an uproar, murmuring non-stop.
Level 17, Yining had reached level 17, and a person from the mental system had actually surpassed level 17.
What kind of strange thing was this?
Zhang Meng furrowed his brows even tighter, clenching his fists and silently cheering for his son.
Come on, son, you mustn't let Yining surpass you.
On the other side, Zhang Yang was giving everything he had, slashing repeatedly at the monster in front of him, trying to deal a blow. But the monster seemed unaffected and managed to retaliate with a painful punch. The attack sent him flying, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing that overcoming this level might already be his limit. This time, stepping out of the dungeon was like facing a challenge while his basic state hadn't even been properly adjusted yet. Then he quickly made his decision.
Well, since I'm the leader, there's no need to risk my life here.
Zhang Yang focused all his energy on the axe in his hand, channeling all his spiritual power into the battle axe. In an instant, he leapt and swung the axe down in a decisive strike, delivering a fatal blow to Kai Tianfu. The previous strike had shattered the monster into 100 pieces. He was so exhausted that he could barely breathe, slowly saying, "Finally, I'm pulling out of the challenge." Zhang Yang was quickly transported out of the dungeon by the system. Zhang Meng rushed over, asking about him, and helped him up.
Seeing his father, he happily embraced him. Dad, I did it. I cleared level 18. I'm the first one. He responded gently, son.
But joy is often short-lived. Noticing his father's silence after such an achievement, Zhang Yang turned to him and asked, "What's wrong, Dad?" Then he quickly realized something was off and turned toward the judges above, puzzled.
I cleared level 18, the best result from the Nation H battle zone in 2 years. I'm the first, why isn't anyone coming to congratulate me? The announcement screen coldly displayed, Yining, level 19.
This made Zhang Yang panic and shout, "Wait, Yining, level 19. Zhang Meng added, "Just before you exited, he cleared level 19 in 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious his vision blurred,
coughing, and yelling loudly. How could this be? How could he possibly jump to level 19? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You must have made a mistake. Zhang Meng calmly tried to reason with his son. Yi Ning has already reached the 19th floor. Although everyone was shocked, the information had been verified. In fact, from the 15th floor onward, he had been clearing each floor almost one per minute, just like you did in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang muttered gloomily, "No, that's impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type, I'm SS level talent. Those who sacrificed themselves for me, was all of that just a joke?" Seeing his son like this, Zhang Meng couldn't help but soften his tone to comfort him. "Son, don't be like that." Zhang Meng placed his hands on his young son's shoulders, gently encouraging him not to doubt his own potential. "This time, it's only because you were pressed for time. One failure means nothing. Besides, you're not necessarily inferior to Yi Ning. As long as we prepare properly, you can definitely surpass the 19th floor too." The spectators in the stands burst into another wave of commotion. Yi Ning, he's cleared the 20th floor. The 20th floor. Doesn't that mean he's entered the global top 10? Hearing that, Wu Bing immediately gave an order. "Quick, go inform the deputy commander-in-chief." The subordinate obeyed at once, dashing off at full speed. "Yes, sir." General Yang raised his voice and announced, "A genius like this, such a miracle must be witnessed personally by the top leaders of Nation H." Yi Ning was facing off against a huge, grotesque monster. He silently calculated in his mind, from floor 20 onwards, it's all third-class variants and level 3 creatures. In a scenario where no enchanted equipment could be used and no powerful skills were activated, dealing with such variants at this level alone was still a bit challenging. He gathered speed and leaped forward while activating the system. 5 points of willpower attribute were converted into agility and nimbleness. The monster shot out countless toxic fumes, obscuring his vision. Yi Ning skillfully dodged them while thinking to himself, although it can't catch up with my speed after the transformation, I can't just run away without attacking. Defeating it without a single scratch seems impossible. He launched himself into the air, making a decision. First, he needed to find a way to limit its poison spitting. As he activated the system, Yi Ning focused his energy into his sword, preparing to strike, converting the 5 willpower points into strength. With a powerful slash, he severed the creature's tentacle, but it still seemed insufficient. 5 points of willpower were too few, his strength, agility, and physique couldn't be optimized all at once, which was a bit troublesome. He quickly jumped again to avoid the monster's counterattack. Fortunately, it could no longer release poison for the time being. Yi Ning continued to activate the system to accumulate spiritual energy. He then executed a transformation of strength and delivered a powerful strike across the monster's head. With one more leap, the monster's head was severed from its body, but he wasn't done yet. Each strike landed with increasing force, slashing both horizontally and vertically across the monster's body, cutting its flesh to shreds. Yi Ning remained unscathed, landing gracefully on the ground. Behind him lay the mangled, broken remains of the boss. The system immediately sent a notification, level 21 cleared successfully. Combat will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, his resolve only grew stronger. Finally, I did it. Next, I can use my ultimate move to finish it off right away. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fong and Commissioner who have arrived. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fong Hio of Nation H, and Political Committee Chairman Hu Zhibing. Guo Bing saw Fong Hio and Zhibing walking over, and quickly ran to greet them. Commander-in-Chief Fong, you finally arrived. He asked, what's the current situation? They all turned their gaze toward the screen. Guo Bing raised his hand, his expression warm as he said, just cleared level 21 a minute ago, still not out yet. Fong Hio's face lit up with joy as he heard this. Well done, and it looks like we can continue on. Nation H will succeed. Before he could finish, the announcement board suddenly flashed. Yining, level 22.
Ji Bing immediately pointed at the board, astonished, shouting, Chairman Fong, Yining has passed again.
Level 22.
Upon hearing this, Fong Hio was so elated that a powerful aura surged from him.
Level 22, that means he's in the global top 3.
Guo Bing, seeing this, hurriedly said, Commander-in-Chief Fong, please don't get too excited. If not, the energy waves from you will be too much for others to handle. Only then did Fong Hio realize, and sheepishly retracted his aura. He responded after a few hours, sorry, I lost my composure earlier. Back in the day, I was considered one of the elites of Nation H. I gave it my all for half an hour, barely managing to get past level 21, and yet Yining surpassed level 22 in just a minute.
How did he do that?
He continued, it's strange, before level 15, Yining's performance was actually quite ordinary, but from level 15 onwards, his speed suddenly surged.
Almost every minute, he cleared a level.
But at level 21, it slowed down, taking about 10 minutes, and then level 22 was destroyed in the blink of an eye.
This is completely unusual.
Ji Bing's face grew serious, he thought for a moment, then voiced his hypothesis.
I've heard that he has a mental system. Could there be something wrong with this information?
After saying that, he suddenly glanced at the group of competitors beside him, crossing his arms in mockery. After all, for the sake of power and benefit, some people wouldn't hesitate to use dirty tricks, making the others avert their eyes in guilt, only daring to avoid his gaze. Fong Hio suddenly grew angry, frowning and shouting loudly, it's one thing to do a few small tricks every day and get away with it, but anyone who dares to offend the nation will never be easily forgiven. This caused Zhang Yang to lower his head, while Zhang Meng looked terrified, his thoughts clouded with worry.
Chairman Fong, are you implying something about me? Although I did have Tang Jin do a few minor actions, I truly didn't coerce any information, and I certainly didn't fabricate anything.
Guo Bing spoke up, it's been almost a minute and Yining still hasn't broken through.
Is he continuing?
He replied, I heard that after level 22, you have to face the third-tier mutated creatures alone. Training here is different from a battlefield, you can't use any equipment, charms, or skills other than your own abilities. Inside, Yining continued to use his skills to eliminate the heavenly rift flowing light monsters.
The notification board kept displaying new information.
He saw it and, astonished, shouted, Yining, level 23. Fong Hio, seeing this, was overjoyed, clenching his fists and smiling as he shouted, level 23, he's passed it. Ji Bing, also excited, added, in the past, the global first place only reached level 23.
With Yining's speed, is he about to surpass it?
The two Zhang Meng father and son were so moved they were left speechless. He hastily said, that's right, Yining has firmly secured the number 1 spot globally. Old Lin, next to them, could only slap his hand on his face, helplessly saying, it seems there's no doubt that he will enter the top rank now. Fong Hio, on the verge of tears, said, we originally planned for everyone to progress to level 3 so Yining could be the background, but now it seems all that was a joke. If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. The number 1 power system, Beimei Yuanna, had held the top spot for 37 years. Ji Bing added, as for us, Nation H, the last time we made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago.
Fong Hio turned to Guo Bing, grinning.
That's right, now our Nation H can finally hold its head high. Very good, report this to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief immediately. Yining deserves to be treated at the highest level.
We are prepared and ready.
Once Yining comes out, we will have a thorough discussion. He immediately assumed a serious demeanor.
Yes, Fong Commander-in-Chief.
Everyone, gather near the entrance and wait for him to come out. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Ji Bing spoke up.
Has it been another minute? Yining still hasn't come out. Could it be that he's still continuing?
Even if he's that strong, once the next level opens up, he won't be able to escape anymore. Fong Hio stroked his chin, deep in thought. The next level might feature a third-tier mutated beast for testing. At that point, it won't just be one more challenge. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. He immediately turned around and shouted to Guobing. Young Guobing, quickly find a way to notify Yining, tell him to come out immediately, no need to continue.
Also, call for a medical team to come right away. He quickly replied, the testing tower has blocked all communication. We can't get in touch with him.
Upon hearing this, Fang Hio grew anxious.
He clasped his hands together in prayer. Little ancestor, please, I beg of you, don't act impulsively anymore. Don't continue.
If there's even the slightest mistake, everything will be over.
Time began to count down, each second felt agonizing.
Everyone was filled with worry, their faces covered in sweat. The system notification appeared, tester Yining has completed the strength challenge.
After seeing the notification, all three were overjoyed.
Fang Hio said, it stopped, he stopped. Then, he glanced over at Guobing and asked, so where is he?
Why isn't he coming out? The challenge is over, why hasn't the global announcement gone off yet?
He quickly explained, it seems like he requested to stay and immediately entered the portal for the next speed challenge.
The global announcement will only be broadcast after leaving the challenge.
A new notification appeared on the system panel, the Speed System Challenge portal is now open.
Contestants, please prepare yourselves.
Yining approached the portal. Though he was eager to continue several more levels in the strength challenge, level 23 was enough to secure the top spot, so he decided to stop. He kept Dimensional Slash and Fallen Heaven for the upcoming challenges, ensuring his safety. He extended his hand through the portal. There was also an unwritten rule in the 3-tier challenge. For those who had awakened, if they participated in consecutive challenges, the results would accumulate and build upon each other.
If they left midway, the additional rewards would no longer be available.
This reward, he had to claim. A new system notification appeared, Flexible Challenge.
The monster maze will open in 1 minute. The speed of completing the challenge will be assessed based on completion time.
Inside, monsters will attack, but counterattacks are impossible, only agility can be used to navigate through. As long as you reach the exit of the challenge, it will be completed, and the faster you do it, the better the reward. He stood in the middle of the maze, staring intently at the notification panel. On the screen, the Global Force Challenge rankings are displayed.
Number 1, Miyamoto Fujiyama, Nation JIB 95 Gus, Taiying Combat Zone.
Yining muttered, Miyamoto's innate ability is a rare combination of matter. As long as he merges into the wall, he can continue moving forward without being hindered. It seems that Gus, aside from his innate speed, also possesses an excellent calculation ability.
He can precisely calculate evasion routes. The top 10 list mainly consists of SS rank individuals.
Simply shifting willpower and adding a few speed points won't be enough to compete.
Switching scenes, Lingyu stared intently at the announcement board.
She said, right now, all eyes are on Yining. Although it feels uncomfortable, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the best talents from Nation H have arrived, and with Zhang Yang being disastrously defeated by Yining. The agility test began.
Please proceed quickly to the exit. She quickly ran off.
As long as I can defeat Yining in this match, at least I'll be able to compete for a spot on the second list.
The number 1 position has already brought recognition to our delicate safe zone. Lingyu pondered. This is indeed a complex maze. I can't break through with my abilities. The optimal solution is to stick to the right side.
Though it may be a bit roundabout, this is the method I'm most confident in, and also the quickest way. Suddenly, she leaped up and kicked hard down onto the head of a purple serpent-like monster. As for the surprise attack from the mutated creature, it painfully spat green venom toward her.
She quickly dodged it.
With my S-level sensitivity talent, Lingyu thought as she ran, assessing the situation behind her, avoiding the attack wasn't really a problem. Meanwhile, Yining was being chased by 2 massive mutated monsters. He was running while evaluating the situation.
Although the maze was complex, based on the completion time on the leaderboard, the area probably wasn't that large.
His gaze sharpened. As long as I run full speed toward the center of the maze, then use dimensional slash, I can teleport directly to the exit. However, as he neared the exit, two other mutated monsters blocked his path. They viciously charged toward him, making him feel annoyed. The further he got toward the center, the more mutated monsters there were. Yining leapt to avoid the green monster's attack, and at the same time, he swung his sword fiercely at the purple monster. Luckily, even relying solely on muscle memory, he could avoid most attacks. He glanced around, his combat experience from his previous life having deeply ingrained this ability into his bones. Meanwhile, as Lingyu was running, she bumped into a huge octopus-like monster with a very ferocious face. She muttered in annoyance. This damn thing, these mutations are getting harder and harder to deal with. Qin Feng then used his special technique to slip past the monster. But just as she escaped, she ran into another one. Lingyu panicked and thought, damn it, there's another one. She was hit by it, though the injury was minor, and she managed to dodge in the end. I'm running out of strength, I have to hurry. Faster, faster, the exit must be close ahead, I need to pass Yining. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yining had reached the center of the maze, but he was surrounded by monsters. He faced off against them, finally making it to the center. It's chaos here. Then, Yining activated his skill, Dimensional Slash, I need to reach the exit quickly. Outside, at that moment, the three of them Feng Hio, were staring intently at the screen. He said, this agility challenge is impossible to fully see from the outside. Huo Bing turned to reply, Chairman Feng, don't rush. The agility challenge will end very quickly, it'll only take 3 to 5 minutes at most to see the result. Ji Bing added, from Yining's performance in the strength test, it's clear he has great control. He suddenly glanced at Zhang Meng and his son, then said, the more of a genius someone is, the higher their pride, and when faced with failure or challenges, they're more vulnerable. Look over there, that's Zhang Yang, a perfect example. It seems like he's about to collapse completely. Upon hearing this, the elder spoke up, Yining is of the willpower system, he should be fine. Zhang Yang sadly spoke to his father. Father, will he lose this time? Will he? Will he lose? He turned to smile and replied, he will lose. He will definitely lose. This time, he will undoubtedly perform terribly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, it seems there's a signal. Has someone already passed? Could it be Huang Lingyu from my family? She's the one with the greatest potential in this challenge, and she's already passed in just 1 minute. Doesn't that mean another person is on the list? The announcement board displayed a message, and after reading it, father and son Zhang Meng were stunned, nearly coughing up blood, while some were left completely speechless in disbelief. Guo Bing exclaimed in shock, it's Yining again, really strange. Ji Bing was just as surprised, 1 minute 8 seconds, and he's number 1 in the world. Feng Hio joyfully said, that kid is really amazing. Do you have any surprises left that we don't know about? Lingyu, holding her wound, limped outside. She looked at the scene before her and happily shouted, no fake challengers have come out yet. Yining hasn't come out either, I'm the first one. Ha! 1 minute and 1 second, I did it. She wore a proud expression. This time, although I may not be the most outstanding, at least I can make it into the top 20 in the world, right? Then, she looked up at the announcement board and was immediately shocked. Yining is first? I lost. The gap is even bigger than between Zhang Yang and him. Lingyu was so shocked that her head spun. She collapsed to the ground, and her father rushed to her side in a hurry. Lingyu suddenly heard someone speak. Look, the commander-in-chief is here. Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever seen the commander-in-chief in person. The supreme commander-in-chief of Nation H, Li Xianguo, majestically stepped in. This time, Yining had caused such a huge shock. Feng Hio immediately came over, extending a serious salute. Commander-in-chief, Yining has just won first place globally in the agility challenge. He immediately asked, where is he? He responded, he chose to continue with the physical challenge. Xiangua angrily shouted, "Nonsense, quickly shut down the system, bring him out here, make everyone panic." Then, he changed his expression, his face lighting up as he smiled and said, "I see everyone seems too tense, just kidding. This kid Yining is really a genius, let's just calmly observe." They were speechless, only able to smile awkwardly, silently thinking, "Commander-in-Chief, there's a time for jokes. In a tense moment like this, your joke just made everyone even more nervous." The system display appeared, showing the leaderboard for the physical challenge. First place in the Southeast Asia region, Yapu, with a durability value of 1.4 T. Second place in the South America region, with a durability value of 0.7 T, and third place. He closely examined the durability value of the person in first place, which was nearly twice that of the second place holder. Perhaps he possessed the ability to have two lives. The system display also showed participation in the physical challenge. The scene for this challenge was a regional battlefield, with the level of physical mutation changing according to the collaboration of the city zones. In this challenge, participants can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage they endure within the given time frame, the higher their evaluation. The duration of the challenge is 10 minutes. Participants may choose to leave at any time, but doing so will be considered a failure. The front area is filled with low-level monsters, and as one moves further back, the monster levels increase. The time limit is 10 minutes, and only defense is allowed, with no attacking. Yining looked at the swarm of monsters charging towards him and thought to himself, "This means that if I want to achieve a good result, I need to actively move into the higher difficulty areas." He added, "Switching my willpower attribute to agility, as long as I can dodge the attacks coming my way." He then drew his two swords and charged straight ahead. "I will immediately dive into the area of level B mutated monsters." Yining attacked swiftly toward the monsters, then activated Fallen Heaven to defend for a few seconds. His endurance would certainly not be an issue. Outside, Xiangua, with his arms crossed, said, "Fang Hio, do you think Yining can take first place in this physical challenge?" Fang Hio waved his hand and replied, "Commander-in-Chief, although I do hope to witness such a perfect miracle, objectively speaking, it may not be possible. As you know, physical talent is not like other systems, which can be immediately discerned from appearance. For example, the two generals, Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, both have very muscular builds, but Yining doesn't seem to match the standard. On the other hand, the person participating in this challenge." Wang Kai Xiangua glanced over and smiled as he continued, "How's you're always so careful with your words. Before, from a theoretical perspective, didn't you predict that Yining could win first place in both strength and agility?" This made Fang Hio feel so confused that he didn't know how to respond. Xiangua immediately slapped his face and repeatedly said, "Let me set an example for you. I dare say that not only can Yining win first place, but he could also become the first seed to reach the purple rank. Even if I'm wrong, it's fine, I'll just get slapped in the face, no big deal." Fang Hio was even more flustered. He hesitantly raised his hand and said, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief, please don't hit me anymore." Switching the scene to the second floor area of Peak, a monster was furiously attacking Yining, but he quickly dodged. He was close, but this area seemed too difficult to get through. The monster was becoming even more frantic, putting all its strength into its arms. Taking advantage of Yining's momentary lapse, it struck him hard, sending him flying. Yining knelt down, his legs bracing to maintain balance. The punch from earlier had caused him to cough up blood. Before he could even catch his breath, the monster quickly used its foot to continue attacking him. Fortunately, Yining used all his strength to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding its massive foot. Dust and smoke filled the air, forcing him to cover his face. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a tentacle shot out and struck his arm hard, making him drop his sword. Yining quickly fled, feeling irritated as he muttered, "Damn it, my left hand is no longer capable of fighting. I have to retreat from the second floor peak area first and figure out something else later, then summon Fu Gue. Li Fu Gue, help me retrieve the sword." Fu Gue appeared from the space and responded, "Yes, master." The thick smoke swirled around the second floor peak area, and in front of him was a giant, heavy elephant-like creature, a brute force type.
The creature's trunk was its primary weapon.
After saying this, Yining swung his sword and leaped into the air, thinking he might be able to use it to bypass this area. His gaze turned sharp and cold.
If I can find its weak point, I can turn the tide, he thought.
I'll fly past this area. He soared directly towards the elephant monster, adopting a defensive stance and shouting, "Physical transformation!"
The elephant's defense slammed him away as expected.
Yining was sent flying towards the third floor peak area, where he looked down below and shouted in excitement.
I made it!
A loud crash echoed as he crashed to the ground, with dust and debris filling the air. Yining sat up and muttered, "My body is still too weak.
If I go any higher, I'll definitely die."
Suddenly, a monster emerged from the ground.
He frowned, thinking deeply, and then his mind turned to the power of fallen heaven. If I really can't handle it, I'll have to retreat.
The creature lunged towards Yining, its sharp teeth bared.
He brandished his sword and unleashed a devastating energy skill. Fallen Heaven Defense.
The protective layer was immediately erected, shielding him from those sharp fangs. Suddenly, Yining's gaze became sharp.
He smiled and said, "The defense is thick enough. As expected, I can always trust the system's SSS-level sword skill."
A system notification appeared: endurance value 1.3 t, endurance value 1.15 t, endurance value 1.3 t, endurance value.
The endurance value has far surpassed the previous global top rank. Why is these 10 minutes taking so long?
The protective layer was cracked by the monster's bite. Yining used all his strength to hold on, his face grimacing, his spiritual energy completely depleted. The protective layer could no longer hold up, and he had to use all the effects of jumping and quick strikes, but could not attack the mutated monster. The defense layer exploded, throwing the monster off. Yining seized the opportunity to leap high, soaring straight above the monster. A system notification appeared. The 10-minute trial time has ended.
Would you like to withdraw?
Seeing this, Yining breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the 10 minutes were up.
He immediately selected yes.
Outside, everyone was closely watching the notification board when they suddenly saw a new piece of information pop up. Ji Bing said, "Yining's endurance value is 1.74 t." Guo Bing added, "Yining is ranked first globally in physical strength, surpassing the previous record by 30%. Fang Hio, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a crushing defeat, a complete crushing." Xianguo suddenly put on a serious face and said, "First place in all three systems, this is an achievement, truly."
I suspect Yining has something going on.
He changed his tone and smiled, "Maybe he's not human, but a god." "Haha, I'm just joking, don't take it too seriously." "Haha, the Fang Hio team is powerless, they can only force a smile."
"Commander-in-Chief, you're at it again."
Over here, Yining is kneeling on the ground. In front of him is the announcement board, with only the final willpower challenge left. I have to take advantage of the time to adjust my state.
Although my left hand is temporarily unusable, fortunately, the willpower challenge doesn't require combat.
The announcement board displayed the information: please complete the reading and prepare for the challenge within 1 minute, otherwise it will be considered a forfeiture of participation.
59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 7 seconds.
After reading, Yining said, "Looks like to receive the hidden reward, the system won't let me take a break midway." Then he smiled confidently, "Well, let's begin the challenge."
No matter what, this is my home ground. The announcement board displayed the information: please choose the method of the trial. Regular willpower challenge. In the regular trial, you will have normal access to skills to fight enemies. The result will be based on the time it takes to eliminate the units, and after completing 7 rounds, it will be considered a pass. Special willpower challenge. In the special trial, you cannot use any skills except your innate abilities. The entire enemy you face will be created based on memory. After completing 7 rounds, it will be considered as having passed.
Seeing this, Yining said, first, the method chosen most frequently in the mind system is also the one I selected to level up in my previous life. But now, all my skills are coming back, and I can't fight with my left hand.
It seems the only option left is to choose the special trial. Then, Yining pressed the selection.
In an instant, with the notification of the special trial starting, he was transported to a different space, where Xiaohai was rushing toward him. Looking around, Yining thought to himself, the memory blocked at the first round is the safe area Tian phone.
The feeling of being here is so real.
At that moment, Xiaohai rushed over, panting, and said, Yining, you came at just the right time, hurry up. The Tian phone zombie tide is causing chaos, let's go out of the city and fight together. However, as soon as Xiaohai stretched out his hand, Yining immediately dodged to the side and said, sorry, Uncle Xiao. Seeing this, Xiaohai turned to him, puzzled, and asked, what do you mean by that?
But Yining remained expressionless.
Without hesitation, Yining threw a punch straight into Xiaohai's stomach. He coldly said, although it's hard to tell the real from the fake, in this special trial, I can't afford to be careless.
And I suspect you're the monster created based on my memory.
Looking at the figure of Xiaohai, who was lying limp before him, Yining wondered, has the true form of the monster not appeared?
Do you want me to feel guilty and test my mental endurance?
After taking a hit from him, Xiaohai groaned and cried out, I really didn't expect you to be like this. But then Yining left only a brief message, Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry. Although there was a slight hesitation in his heart, he couldn't stop now and stepped through a portal that opened right before him. A voice echoed, and in the next instant, Yining was transported to a scene where Chen Jiao and Chen Yong were fighting against thousands of gigantic alien creatures. In the grasp of a tentacled monster, Chen Jiao screamed, Brother, listen.
Chen Yong, panicked, responded, Chen Jiao, hang on.
Turning to Yining, Chen Yong pleaded for help, Yining, please help me.
Chen Jiao is trapped by that mutant creature. Chen Yong continued, I've never asked anyone for help in my life.
Take my sister and go, I will hold off this mutant. But Yining simply replied, I came here and will end Chen Jiao right when she's in the hands of that monster.
Witnessing this scene, Chen Yong turned pale and yelled, Yining, why are you doing this?
Before Chen Yong could understand what was happening, Yining swiftly struck him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yong reunited with Chen Jiao, and Yining coldly said, although your sibling bond is truly touching.
But it wasn't enough to make me feel bewildered.
With a sharp, cutting gaze, Yining didn't let the moment drag on for too long and ordered, sorry.
Next round.
Here, he stood before Lin Lan, who was sitting on the ground in front of him. She said, come here, you hybrid.
Didn't you say you wanted me?
With a seductive posture, Lin Lan looked at Yining with a knowing gaze, assuming that, for now, I can't resist, and there's no shield protecting him from the opportunity. Suddenly, Yining raised his sword high and said, perhaps for many people with a strong will, this level of challenge would be difficult. Without hesitation, he drove the sword straight through, with ruthless intent, as he declared, but for me, it's actually easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, I have a clear conscience when I kill Lin Lan. Despite Lin Lan only having time to let out a scream, Yining calmly walked away, leaving her lifeless body behind. He commented, this round, the system really underestimated me, Yining. Then he commanded, next round. Now, Yining had to face the 4th challenge, Yu Qing. Standing before him, Yu Qing, blushing in a loose bathrobe, said, Yining, although I usually look quite careless, I do it on purpose to provoke my father. Before Yining, she shyly removed her bathrobe and said, today is the first time, I hope it's you. Standing before this scene, he shielded Yu Qing's eyes. His expression was completely unchanged as he instructed Yu Qing, thank you for your kindness, but please close your eyes.
This is the greatest respect I can offer you. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had dealt with Yu Qing and issued the order for the next round.
The scene shifted to a high school, where the students were gathered. It seemed that the school had been attacked by something. The students appeared to be in a state of panic, and the glass windows were shattered, indicating that the place had experienced a massive shock. The loud banging on the doors continued, but despite the students inside trying to block the doors with desks and chairs, the teacher at the front of the group courageously took up a weapon to reassure everyone, "Don't be afraid, I'm here.
I will definitely get you all out." At this moment, Yining, dressed as a student, was slightly surprised and quietly wondered, "Is this the classroom when I was 14? The banging on the door grew louder and louder.
Only then did he suddenly realize that, back then, the teacher and all of his classmates had died, and he was the only one who survived. Looking at the girl beside him, who was frightened and on the verge of tears, he remembered that this was the last time he had seen his classmate, Wang Jin.
Beautiful memories of Wang Jin gradually surfaced.
Yining recalled that he still remembered the day when, for some reason, she had shared half of a piece of bread with him. He hadn't eaten it himself and had given it to him instead.
Interrupting his stream of thoughts, Wang Jin suddenly sobbed, gripping his hand and asked, "Yining, will you protect me? Is that true? Will you take me to a safe place?" Yining, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, replied, "I really want to take everyone along too."
But then, his face darkened, and he resolutely shook her hand off, saying, "But regret is just regret.
And I no longer have a real chance to make things right.
If I take you today, the mission will fail, and you won't truly come back to life."
Wang Jin was confused. "Yining, what are you saying?"
Without warning, Yining pushed her down, gripping her throat with teary eyes, muttering, I'm sorry. Truly sorry, despite Wang Jin's struggles, calling out, "Yining." When he saw Wang Jin completely lose consciousness, Yining clutched his head in anguish and cried out, "This damn system, kill me, but don't use emotional manipulation to do it." Meanwhile, whispers began to spread, Yining strangled Wang Jin to death, he's mutated now, everyone run. Yining paid no attention. He used his power to lift the broken glass and issued a command, mentally controlling it to kill without leaving a trace. Leaving behind a room filled with corpses, Yining simply said, "Sorry, everyone, no matter how ruthless it seems, I can only move forward.
If there's a next life, the familiar words will echo again in that house."
Yining had to face the sight of his little sister, Shaoan, sobbing and calling out,
"Brother, you're back? Mom.
Terrified, Shaoan ran to embrace him, and to Yining's surprise, she said, "Brother, I'm so scared." At this moment, Yining was completely exhausted. He gently stroked her head and replied, "Shaoan, don't be scared, I'm here."
Mom won't."
In the blink of an eye, the expression on her face changed, turning cold and threatening, and she tried to attack him, saying, "With you here, Shaoan isn't scared anymore." Shaoan stabbed a blade-like hand straight through Yining's body, and it was only then that he came to his senses.
Shaoan still maintained an innocent look as she stepped forward and asked, "Brother, why aren't you hugging Shaoan? Did Shaoan do something wrong? Did I make you angry?"
Without hesitation, despite the pain and regret, Yining still tried to act decisively towards her and pleaded, "I'm sorry, Shaoan.
It's my fault. Please don't blame me."
Seeing Yining approach, his mother also cried out, "Shaoan, my Shaoan, why is Ningxi still here?" But then, without offering any explanation, he only said, "Mother, I'm sorry, truly sorry." Then, in anguish, he raised his sword high. After everything, he collapsed to his knees, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. Yining groaned, "I've even killed my own kin, there's only one final round left." Still, he roared in fury, "System, what other tricks do you have? Bring them all out now." But suddenly, Yining felt an excruciating pain pierce through his very bones, and then he lost consciousness. A mysterious surge of energy spread outward.
In the depths of the endless void, he wondered to himself, "Am I dead?" Out of nowhere, voices began to call out, Yining, please wake up, you've succeeded." When he tiredly opened his eyes, the voices continued, "Wake up, we need you." Before countless people gathered around him, Yining slowly came to. Seeing this, everyone cried out in joy, He's awake! He's finally awake." Still dazed, Yining muttered to himself, "Where am I? What happened to me? Wasn't I in the third rank will trial just now?" A person standing nearby exclaimed excitedly, "Yining, you've done it. After breaking through to the fourth rank, you suddenly fell unconscious. We were so worried about you."
Thankfully, you've woken up now. We truly have hope again.
Hearing that, Yining was stunned. Fourth rank unconscious, you say? He thought in disbelief. Could it be that Has it returned to the past, before the capital was captured?
At the same time, unidentified radiant energy sources appeared, weaving through Yining. Seeing this, he was stunned and silently thought, my left hand has completely healed, and my abdomen is completely normal, not injured at all. Not only that, but the power within my body is stronger than ever. In an instant, the entire hospital room was filled with the brilliant blue light from this energy source. Seeing this, Li Yan beside him could not help but exclaim in surprise, this is the power of a 4-star rank? Even the peak of a 3-star rank would be unable to withstand it. Finally, we have hope. Suddenly, another soldier rushed in and reported, General Li Yan, the front line can no longer hold. That 4th-level mutated monster has followed the army and broken through our defenses. Upon hearing this, he anxiously asked, Yining, how are you now? Can you fight? If you need to rest, we will fight to buy you time, even if it costs us our lives. But with this new power, Yining was still in awe. What? What is all this? I remember, before facing the 4th-level mutated monster, didn't I die? Recalling the moment when his teammates saved him, Yining thought to himself that something wasn't right. At that time, he must not have been dead, but rather, a few 3rd-level fighters had risked their lives to save him. He believed that after returning, he had forced himself to break through his willpower core. Trying to break through to level 4, I fell into a coma. But why don't I remember this part? I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Yining murmured, questioning himself, could this be the aftermath of forcing myself to break through to level 4? Then, Yining suddenly realized, could it be that this reincarnation or whatever it was just a dream I had while in a coma? This dream must have disturbed my current memories. The more he thought, the more his mind spiraled into panic. Yining shouted out loud, what is real, in the end? Then, without realizing it, a surge of power began to emanate from his body. Upon seeing this, Li Yan immediately created a shield and instructed, Yining, you still haven't gained control over your new power. Don't try to control it any further, just rest properly. As long as you recover your fighting strength, we'll have hope. While holding back Yining's newfound strength, he quickly gave orders, everyone, follow me to the front lines. We need to buy time for Yining to recover. Realizing that he had lost control, Yining struggled to get out of bed, trying to calm himself, stay calm. Yining took deep breaths, reminding himself to stay composed. Even though he had just woken up after a period of being hospitalized, he was determined to understand everything that had happened. If he wanted to uncover the truth, at the very least, he needed to get out of this room first. Outside, the world had become dark and chaotic. In the sky, a group of strange birds flew in formation, their numbers growing as they flew in a large flock, accompanied by the sound of shouting, the front lines are about to fall. The underground bomb shelter was the only safe place now. Faced with an onslaught of bloodthirsty birds only waiting to feast on their prey, people jostled and shoved one another to get into the shelter and save themselves. They clamored, urging me to enter first. Above me was my elderly mother, below me a young child who might have mutated and flown here from the front lines. The unlucky souls outside were being attacked by the birds without cease. In panic they cried out, move aside, let me in first. Nearby, a woman was desperately clutching her child while a merciless man trampled over her. He snarled, get out of the way. I am the awakened, anyone who blocks me will die. Even though there was a child in that woman's arms, he heartlessly continued, insisting that he had suffered greatly to become one of the awakened. Beside him, a gang of thug-like men armed with weapons advanced, brutally laying hands on the citizens and shouting loudly. You ignorant masses dare block the path of the awakened? Deserve to die, get out of the way. They allowed no one to escape, they drew their swords and set upon the people nearby. They proclaimed that I too was an awakened, that the common folk must yield. The awakened were humanity's hope, ordinary people, even if alive, were useless. Everyone around gaped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the two who called themselves awakened as they moved to slaughter the civilians. In an instant, that overwhelming power tore those two men apart.
Witnessing this scene,
everyone around stared in shock, their eyes wide open. They recognized Yi Ning in his warrior attire, with his newfound power, standing tall and imposing as he looked down from above. Upon seeing this, the people shouted out, "Yi Ning, sir, give us a firm order.
Proceed in an orderly manner, anyone who harms others will be dealt with like the monsters."
Noticing from afar, the monstrous birds were quickly approaching. Yi Ning muttered an incantation, spirit-gathering sword, summoning a massive sword in his hand to face the oncoming threat. With a single swing, he cleaved through the birds soaring in the sky, leaving only feathers fluttering in the wind. This was the first time using his new power in battle, and Yi Ning realized just how real and overwhelming this fourth-level strength was.
He felt unstoppable.
It was time to head to the front lines and confront the fourth-level mutated monsters once again. Although the sky had been cleared, the people on the ground were still in danger.
Everyone was scattering in panic.
A group of soldiers, equipped with weapons, was assigned the task of handling the monsters on the ground. Among them, one soldier, full of vigor, charged forward and said,
"Brothers, follow me. Let's seal the gap."
However, just as they advanced, in the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the monsters and pinned to the ground. In a situation where he could barely move, he mustered all his strength and, with fierce determination, shouted,
"Don't think you're the only ones who can bite. Even without legs. Without hands, we still have our mouths. Without hesitation, we bite into the flesh of these monsters." The soldier didn't forget to taunt,
"Your flesh really does stink." But then, overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters, he was still torn apart by them.
However, with an unwavering resolve, the soldier shouted one final sentence: "Humanity will persist forever."
Seeing their comrade sacrifice himself, the group became more determined, charging forward and shouting to each other, "Brothers, our commander has sacrificed himself. We must be like him, even if we die, we must die on the front lines." Up in the sky, miles away, the high-ranking officers were making their way to the monsters to engage in battle.
Leading them, Xiangua spoke up, "Gentlemen, we have a chance to strike.
If we can kill this level 4 monster, or at least severely injure it, we might still have hope of returning to fight against the zombie-tide army.
If we fail..."
Before he could finish, Ji Bing interrupted, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Yi Ning.
Humanity still has hope."
Upon hearing this, Li Yin sighed deeply. Unfortunately, Yi Ning still cannot control his power.
Fang Hio believed, "It's our fault for not discovering and nurturing Yi Ning sooner." To lift everyone's spirits, Xianguo laughed heartily and responded, "If there was a pill for regret, I'd certainly have a house full of grandchildren by now. Alright, everyone, don't overthink it. We're about to approach the monster.
Prepare to strike, close in on the level 4 monster," he commanded. "Form up now, aim for its head." Seeing the ranks of senior officers, the soldiers below gradually regained hope. Excitedly, they said, "With the top 7 battle forces of Nation H working together, toppling mountains and seas is no difficult task.
If we kill the level 4, we will have a chance."
Up above, the 7 officers raised their weapons and quickly seized the opportunity to attack. Each one was fully focused, shouting loudly, "Ling Ri Jian, Chaos / Heaven Opening Drill Kill." However, from the eye on the monster's chest, a massive surge of power began to gather. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the senior officers were all deflected. Seeing this, Xianguo gritted his teeth and said, "It dodged." Immediately, the officers were ensnared by the monster's tentacles.
Fang Hio shouted in fury, "Damn it, why is the distance so great?"
With just one remaining tentacle, the monster swiftly dealt with one of the senior officers, leaving only a head with shattered bones.
Witnessing this, the soldiers below immediately fell into a state of fear, thinking, "It's over. In less than 3 seconds, we're dead. We're really dead. Why is this happening?"
From the command platform, the entire battle was being monitored on large and small screens at the center. Looking at the current situation, Chu Tian couldn't hide his astonishment as he thought, Li Shenguo and his generals have all informed Yi Ning, telling him to lead the last group to break through the encirclement and retreat to safeguard the flame. He made a difficult decision: we will send out one final transmission to the entire world and then end everything. But his assistant immediately stopped him and said urgently, "Wait, Commander, look over there.
It's Yi Ning, I see Yi Ning."
At the front line, he charged straight toward the monster with overwhelming power.
With eyes as sharp as blades, Yi Ning spoke with unwavering confidence, "So we meet again. A fourth-rank mutant monster, leading the endless tide of zombies."
Yi Ning stood tall and proud, his energy blazing like a raging fire.
The moment people saw his figure, they shouted in excitement, "He's here! Yi Ning has appeared!"
Below, the horde of zombies began to retreat in fear.
The soldiers, armed and ready, instantly rallied one another. "Look! Under Yi Ning's pressure, the zombie tide is retreating. Brothers, charge!" As for the fourth-rank monster, it remained unmoving, towering in place. Seeing that, Yi Ning wondered, the horde is pulling back, yet the fourth-rank mutant isn't making a move. Even with my current fourth-rank power, I couldn't have caused this kind of situation. Could I?
Yi Ning reasoned to himself, if all of this is merely an illusion, if this is the third-rank trial after my resurrection, then what exactly must I do to overcome it? Could it be killing the creature standing before me? Can the grudges of a past life truly be ended? From below, the voice of a soldier rang out. "Yi Ning, sir, please take action. While it still hasn't made a move, you must act quickly. You are our last hope." Upon hearing this, he grasped the sword before him and spoke. "As long as I am willing, I can end this disaster at any moment and restore everything to its former beauty, right? Whether it's a trial or not, as long as I slay this 4th rank monster with a single strike, the regret in my heart will be relieved." But before he could finish his sentence, a call suddenly echoed. Ningxi caused Yi Ning's eyes to widen in shock. A child's cry sounded once again. "Ca." Turning toward the source of the voice, two hazy figures appeared in the air. It was Shaoan and his mother. Mother Yi Ning kept urging, "Ningxi, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly kill it, and our family will never be torn apart again." Shaoan beside her added, "Brother, kill that monster, and we can live happily together." Their expressions were unusually strange. Suddenly, the figure of Wang Jin appeared, playfully looking toward him and promising, "Yi Ning, as long as you kill this monster, I can return to your side." Hearing this, he shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the thoughts that the system had been implanting in his mind. He realized with anger that the system was pushing him to act. Indeed, it is quite exhausting. Holding the sword in his hand, he said, "I think I know what the final test of this willpower trial is. If everyone is ready to end it all, then let's finish it." From the control center, the senior officers were closely watching Yi Ning's battle. Wu Bing wondered, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Yi Ning come out yet?" Fang Hio immediately spoke up, "That can't be. He's always passed the stages quickly before." Upon hearing this, he feared that something unexpected might have occurred. Ji Bing speculated, "Maybe not. If Yi Ning chose the first test, he could easily pass the stage without losing any skills. If he chose the second option, he must absolutely trust in his willpower." He believed that, no matter which option was chosen, following that reasoning would have no problems, unless the cost was too great after 3 rounds. Upon hearing this, Xian Guo suggested they continue to wait and see. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind. Zhang Meng, with a serious expression, spoke up, "Everyone, Yi Ning still hasn't figured it out. There may be another possibility." He immediately questioned, "Zhang Meng, what do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it." He proposed, "Marshal, my speculation is very important and concerns the national interest. I hope you can issue the highest command to cut off all communication channels. Ensure no information leaks." Zhang Meng believed that it wasn't just like that, there were also people present at the location. All of them had undergone first-level clearance.
Fang Hio immediately retorted, Zhang Meng, what exactly are you trying to say? Do you know the price of blocking so many people?
He paid no attention to his words and continued to persuade, Commander-in-Chief, if what I've said turns out to be irrelevant, I, Zhang Meng, am willing to accept punishment and resign voluntarily. Faced with the situation, the Commander-in-Chief found himself in a difficult position. Seeing Xiangua hesitate, Zhang Meng called out loudly, Commander-in-Chief, at this point, you have no choice but to give the order. Relay my command, immediately seal off the security perimeter and enter level 1 security status. At once, a protective barrier was activated, enclosing the entire control center. The alert sounded the defense system had been deployed. He then continued, Commander-in-Chief, I believe Yi Ning could rise to the top of all 3 global systems only because he discovered something within the system itself. Moreover, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be, neither strength nor physique alone could possibly pass the trial purely by personal ability. Fang Hio added, only in this way can we explain why the willpower test, something that should favor the strongest, turned out to be so difficult.
Zhang Meng, are you threatening me right now?
But Zhang Meng reminded him, don't think it's impossible.
Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was once someone who awakened in the Beimei region.
With the innate ability to temporarily replicate system props, although the replicated items had no effect, they could still be accepted by the NBC instance. He shared that with this ability, he had nearly maximized all the major instances and acquired an enormous amount of resources. It wasn't until he inadvertently revealed his strength within the system that he was detected and eradicated by the system.
Zhang Yang continued, since then, we've realized that even nearly divine systems can still make mistakes.
My father was right, Yi Ning must have found the loophole.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng was extremely confident in his opinion.
He thought, Commander-in-Chief, if Yi Ning can get out, I suggest you directly interrogate him. As long as we can replicate his ability, our Nation H military district will make an unimaginable leap forward.
He quickly stopped him, Commander-in-Chief, is it not too early to draw conclusions? Yi Ning's life or death within there is still uncertain. Are we really going to capture him and torture him right after he has barely managed to escape?
That would make people's hearts chill, absolutely. During the debate, Xiangua spoke up, stop arguing, I've already made plans.
First, we wait for Yi Ning to come out safely.
Then he added, on the front lines, these words continued to echo in his ears, Yi Ning sir has killed it, Captain has killed it, Ning and I has killed it.
Standing before the 3 figures that always haunted him, he simply replied, sorry, I think no one should dwell in past failures and imagine how they must atone for them, no matter how hard it is and how bright the future may seem.
Yi Ning believed, I don't want to live in false illusions either, and immediately thrust the sword through his body. Despite the pain, he still pushed himself with all his might. Yi Ning's eyes gleamed with determination as he firmly said, no matter how twisted and difficult reality is, I will face it once again and change it.
Because only looking forward is the truth.
With a decisive motion, he pulled the sword out of his body and added, I cannot deny that I lost terribly in my past life, even though I've always been afraid of failing again. Raising the sword high, he gathered all his strength and shouted, but in this life, I will shatter you.
In that instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted.
It was also due to the shockwave and his own exhaustion that Yi Ning fell freely through the air. At the same time, continuous notifications appeared, the willpower trial has concluded.
Current position, number 1 globally. After the trial ended, you received a special reward, announcement to the whole world, attribute tally.
Ranking first in the strength trial grants 3 additional points to strength attributes, doubling upon leveling up to 3rd rank.
Total, 68 points.
Ranking first in the strength trial grants 3 additional points to strength attributes. Doubling the points upon reaching 3rd rank, a total of 68 points, ranked first in the quick challenge, earning 3 additional points in agility attributes. Doubling the points upon reaching 3rd rank, a total of 68 points, ranked first in the willpower challenge, gaining 3 additional points in willpower attributes. Doubling the points to 3rd rank, a total of 68 points, combining all rewards, ranked first in the overall ranking, receiving 10 bonus points across all attributes, bringing all attributes to a total of 78 points.
Received the innate power enhancement, berserk. Received the innate agility enhancement, superload. Received the innate physical enhancement, unyielding. Received the enhanced talent willpower, pressure will. System notification, completion of the hidden challenge reward, receiving 4,000 reputation points and the honorary title The Perfect One.
Upon equipping it, you will be exempt from the A-tier privilege system transaction. A series of notifications followed, detailing the completion of reward equipment. Receive the option to choose any 4-star blue equipment or exchange the selection for a 1-star epic item, receiving a special item. Epic level rebirth potion. Received special item. Epic level time key received. Summary of innate talent rewards.
The current willpower talent at SSS rank has been upgraded to Spiritual Storm.
Spiritual Storm, within 3 seconds, gain a 100% increase in attributes and obtain mental control power, a spiritual defense stance, as well as the skill for chaotic thinking.
The cooldown time for this talent is 24 hours.
At that moment, he also appeared from the space gate.
Seeing Yi Ning, Xianguo and the others joyfully shouted. He's out. Yi Ning has completed the trial.
Number 1 is still number 1 in the world, and he is the only one with a pure will system who has passed the trial of the 3 realms. But for him, Yi Ning felt a deep pain, thinking to himself, I can't hold on much longer, the global announcement will be made soon. Immediately, a global announcement was issued. The announcement updated the rankings for the trial tower, with the current rankings as follows. Strength Trial, Huaxia Warzone, Yi Ning, number 1. Agility Trial, Nation H Warzone, Yi Ning, number 1. Physical Trial, Nation H Warzone, Yi Ning, number 1. Willpower Trial, Nation H Warzone, Yi Ning, number 1. The words Chao Ru, Nation H, Yi Ning stands at number 1 globally echoed continuously across the earth. Now, he was finally able to relax. Yi Ning collapsed onto the ground, his face pale and weak, saying, System, I guess it wasn't in vain risking my life. Fortunately, Fang Hio and the medical team arrived just in time.
He anxiously ordered. Yi Ning, where's the medical team? Stop standing there, hurry up and save him. After checking his condition, the doctor reassured.
Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, don't worry, it's nothing serious.
Only his left arm is broken.
Aside from that, his stamina and willpower have been excessively drained. A few days of rest should be enough for him to recover. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Well, that's good, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Beside him, Zhang Meng thought, the world's number 1 only slightly injured? There's no way that's true. He offered his opinion, Commander-in-Chief, you should carefully reconsider my earlier conjecture. I propose using psychic power to forcibly rouse Yi Ning and interrogate him immediately. Unable to contain himself, Fang Hio immediately retorted, Zhang Meng, you mustn't be so extreme.
Want to lay a hand on Yi Ning? You'll have to step over my corpse first, he'll make you pay.
Zhang Meng shot back, how can the Commander-in-Chief refuse to act for the nation's greater good and let personal feelings dictate? If my suspicion is correct, Yi Ning is merely a sacrificial pawn. Ji Bing also spoke up, Commander-in-Chief, I do not endorse this.
Even a 1 in 10,000 error would carry grave consequences. Chu Tian agreed, exactly, Commander-in-Chief. Yi Ning has performed admirably, we should not doubt him.
If we do something like this, it will not only chill Yi Ning but jeopardize the entire future of the nation. Xianguo pondered for a moment, then decided, 3 days. First, wait another 3 days to see if he will wake. For now, take him down and treat him thoroughly, do not allow any mistakes. Seeing him being lifted into the ambulance, Zhang Meng's eyes gleamed with cunning as he began to plot.
3 days, huh?
I'll wait and see if Yi Ning dares to wake up. At that moment, all the senior officers were gathered around Yi Ning's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, Commander-in-Chief, over 117 countries have inquired about Yi Ning's situation.
How should we respond?
Upon hearing this, Xianguo pondered for a moment before replying, 3 days, this kid Yi Ning. He then offered his suggestion, Commander-in-Chief, even the best doctors from Nation H are here and have confirmed that Yi Ning's vital signs are still intact and all his injuries have healed. The issue is, he refuses to wake up. It's likely due to a guilty conscience, so he's probably just pretending.
I recommend we start mentally torturing him right now. Fang Hio immediately voiced his objection, I disagree. Hearing this, Zhang Meng responded, I already said 3 days, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang. Can't you tell right from wrong?
Unable to hold back, Fang Hio gritted his teeth and retorted, Stop, this will only cause a huge misunderstanding.
Seeing his stance, Zhang Meng didn't dare to press further. He then ordered, Where are the men? Prepare the equipment, get ready for the mental interrogation of Yi Ning. The equipment was immediately brought in by the staff. Even though they were preparing to administer the test on him right away, Yi Ning still stubbornly resisted. No, Commander-in-Chief, we can't do this to Yi Ning. Beside him, Fang Deputy Commander-in-Chief muttered, Is he trying to rebel? But then Xianguo coldly said, Hao Zi, I don't want to do this either, but it involves national interests. Upon hearing this, Fang Hio fell silent. Then the test began. Zhang Meng ordered, Everyone, stand back. The staff started attaching brainwave monitoring wires all over Yi Ning's body. Just as he was feeling victorious because now all that was left was for them to put the helmet on Yi Ning, and Zhang Meng would uncover the secrets inside him, suddenly, Yi Ning opened his eyes. Yi Ning sat up abruptly, unintentionally severing the connecting wires, and asked, Where am I? Seeing him wake up, Wu Bing excitedly shouted, He's awake, he's awake. Beside him, he joyfully said out loud as if celebrating, Thank goodness, he's finally awake. He immediately ordered with excitement, Good, now that he's awake, stop all this nonsense. Yi Ning still didn't understand what was happening and asked, Who are you people? Fang Hio quickly rushed to him, showing off his equipment and eagerly introduced himself, I am Fang Hio, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Nation H. He continued, still excited, Yi Ning, you've never met me before. This is Li Xianguo, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of Nation H. And this is Commissioner Hu, General Zhang Meng, whom you've met before. Holding the helmet in his hand, Yi Ning spoke up, But I want to ask, what is this? It doesn't look like any medical equipment. In this awkward situation, Ji Bing tactfully said, Yi Ning, since you're awake. Then we have a few questions to ask. What is your talent? Can you open your system panel and let us have a look? Upon hearing this, Yi Ning merely responded, Oh, so that's how it is. He thought to himself, These people don't usually punish me on time, but now the first thing my father asks is whether I want to torture me? Ridiculous, but it's a pity that my divine sword system cannot be exposed, otherwise, I would be erased. Yi Ning immediately retorted, Commissioner Hu, doesn't the military know about my talent? Why is that? Since when did the military require awakened individuals to reveal their system panel? Hearing this, the elder immediately fell silent, and Ji Bing stammered. Behind them, someone who had their enjoyment spoiled spoke up angrily, Yi Ning, we suspect that something is off with the results of your trial. Did you take advantage of a loophole to win in the previous trial? This matter is very important, and I hope you will cooperate. Don't try to hide anything, or else. Before Zhang Meng could finish his sentence, Yi Ning thought, You suspect me? You think I cheated? This left him at a loss for words. Fang Hio anxiously said, Yi Ning, it's not like that. Please listen to our explanation. But he was immediately interrupted by the elder. Hao Zi couldn't be casual about it. Yes. Apologies, we just thought that you used a loophole. After all, your results were simply too astonishing. Facing Yi Ning, Xianguo politely said, First of all, we are all very pleased that you have managed to bring this honor to Nation H. Secondly, I hope you understand that, even if you have indeed used a loophole, this loophole is extremely valuable to Nation H. Here, in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, I assure you that as long as you admit it, you will still be the leader. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng anxiously said, Commander-in-Chief,
Yining cannot easily let go. Once the awakening net from the outside makes contact with him, the effect will be very harmful. But the commander-in-chief only snarled, "Enough, Zhang Meng, you talk too much.
Can't you retract your tail?"
Make him too afraid to speak.
Zhang Meng clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself.
Yining didn't dare to reveal the information system, which was clearly a sign of guilt, very suspicious. But even so, the commander-in-chief still wanted to prevent him from being number one.
Didn't that make all his efforts seem pointless?
Yining realized that, although the issue clearly lay with Zhang Meng, from another perspective, it was understandable why those in power would act this way. However, he still felt deeply disappointed by this person.
This time, he suspected the inherent loophole, but what about next time?
He couldn't let another tragedy happen again, like it did in his previous life.
I accept. Alright, I will tell you right now.
What is this loophole? Mr. Fong, please help me find a piece of crystal to check the celestial anomaly.
The highest rank.
Hearing that, he immediately volunteered, "Alright, I'll go right away." At that moment, he was secretly pleased, thinking that it would only take a few seconds to open the system panel, and yet he was still looking for the crystal ball.
Was this person trying to prove that they were omnipotent? Even if he was at the SS level, he couldn't display abilities as incredible as this.
Even if the result of this test proves something, it can't show that you didn't exploit a loophole without knowing that Yining had already accounted for everything. Suddenly, with a sharp gaze, he turned and struck up a conversation. "Zhang Meng, Commander Zhang, right? After I finish the test, if you still have any questions, feel free to talk to me." At that moment, Fong Hio pushed a cart with a massive crystal block toward them. He introduced it. "This is the highest level testing crystal."
Standing before the crystal, Yining said, "Didn't you want to know about the loopholes? Well, pay close attention."
Touching the crystal, he immediately condensed his power. In the face of this enormous destructive energy, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim. This is the crystal under Yining's power, gradually cracking as his energy infiltrates inside. In the blink of an eye, the crystal was completely destroyed. A notification sounded, "Ding, test results, currently, SSS level talent in the willpower system."
Hearing that, everyone was stunned. SS level? Yining immediately asked, "Have you all been satisfied with this loophole?" Witnessing the performance just now, Xiangui sighed, "Well done."
On the side, Fong Hio cheerfully added, "I told you there wasn't any."
Ji Bing, also surprised, exclaimed, "SSS level, does such a level really exist in this world? Didn't we never hear about it before?" Wu Bing couldn't hide his astonishment and said, "The fluctuations at the divine level."
As for him, Zhang Meng's face turned pale as he thought, "It's over, this time, I've lost completely."
He then said, "It's fine, I can understand.
But I heard that the first choice, aside from the experiment, also needs to be cross-referenced with the chemical factors to assess combat potential."
He believed, "Yining, you don't need to worry. You've already performed excellently. Didn't the commander-in-chief say that you were ranked first? You can be completely at ease about this."
Yining approached where Zhang Meng was standing and suggested, "Commander Zhang, I heard that your young master Zhang Yang was the one ranked first before. I'm someone who values fairness and doesn't like to rely on privileges. Zhang Yang is outstanding, but if it's not a real battle, it wouldn't be fair to him at all."
Upon hearing this, he could only exclaim.
He respectfully addressed all the leaders, saying, "Commander-in-chief, according to the regulations, a lower-ranked person has the right to challenge a higher rank.
I don't want to take the number one spot.
I want to register to take part in a life or death duel against the number one."
When Zhang Yang heard that, Zhang Meng immediately flustered and said, "Yining, what do you mean by that?" Although his expression was somewhat pensive, after hearing this remark he commented, "Well done, ruthless enough.
I told you to my face that I wanted to compensate you, yet you set me on fire behind my back."
Even if Zhang Meng went a bit too far, killing his son is excessive.
He's been backed into a corner, now he can only force himself to endure, reminding himself to hold back. He can't afford to lose his temper, otherwise he'll become the commander-in-chief who abandoned his child.
Right now the only option is to yield to the commander-in-chief and step down before this bloody wretch.
Then Zhang Meng forced a smile and cleared his throat. Yining, the number one position belongs to you, your talent far surpasses Yang Er's, so on behalf of Zhang Yang,
I am willing to relinquish the top spot. I apologize for what just happened.
I say this out of concern for your safety, it's all a misunderstanding. Facing his hypocritical expression, Yining answered coldly, Commander Zhang flatters me, but let us act according to the rules.
After all, I do not want anyone saying that I, Yining, am arrogant and tyrannically breaking the rules.
You claim Zhang Yang is so outstanding, must we fight to see who is stronger or weaker?
Tell me, is that not so?
By now Zhang Meng's face had gone deathly pale. Xi Bing also spoke up in support. Honorable Commander-in-Chief, if Yining wishes to follow the rules, then let us follow the rules. However, Yining was only just promoted to third rank and needs time to adapt to his abilities.
3 days after the battle results are in, shall we announce the rankings and the rewards?
Xiangua suddenly realized that Old Hu truly was Old Hu, always cautious.
Hao Zi hadn't said a word, yet he stood up to show his stance.
Thinking it over, he must have a reason for doing this. Fortunately, there are still 3 days. Then he made his decision.
Very well, do as Old Hu says. At this, he could not contain his anger. He ground his teeth. Are my son and I being abandoned?
No, Yining, I will absolutely not allow you to lay a hand on my son.
If you kill my son, I will see you dead first.
By contrast, he now remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. A gentleman waits 10 years to avenge, it is never too late. No, to be 1 day late would be to show disrespect to one's enemy.
Zhang Meng, there is no need for haste, it will not be long before you and your son are reunited.
On the rooftop, 2 figures were talking. Xiangua, hands clasped behind his back, spoke thoughtfully, Old Hu, now that it's just the 2 of us, speak plainly, why should we agree with Yining?
Xi Bing stood beside him and quietly added, Marshal, have you forgotten that the transcontinental instance is 10 days from now?
The old man stared off into the distance and continued. Our previous failures have severely depleted our strategic reserves, so this time is crucial for us. If we cannot secure enough spirit energy units for distribution this time, a large number of our fighter aircraft will soon be reduced to scrap.
He turned to Xi Bing and asked, do you want Yining to participate?
The old man replied matter-of-factly, yes. Besides dealing with the aberrations, the intercontinental instance will also have to contend with third-rank awakeners coming from other nations. He went on to analyze, then we should go through this match to see whether Yining has the courage to kill. After all, killing a person and killing an aberration are 2 completely different things.
Xiangua asked anxiously, but Old Hu, if Zhang Yang dies, I'm afraid Zhang Meng will go mad. I'm only worried that internal chaos will break out then.
Xi Bing frowned, his face thoughtful, and replied to him, that's why I propose 3 days. Once Zhang Meng arrives, he will absolutely make full preparations for his son. Secondly, we'll also have time to plan the 2 schemes in advance and respond flexibly according to the situation. Hearing this, Xiangua happily placed his hand on Old Hu Li's shoulder and praised Old Hu Li, whatever you say, you always think things through very carefully. The old man, hearing the compliment, anxiously said, Commander-in-Chief, aside from this matter, it would be better to announce to the outside world that Ning is SS ranked.
Otherwise I'm afraid he will face mortal danger.
Xiangua reassured Xi Bing and continued, just follow what he says, and make sure all other information is sealed off. The scene shifted to a room where a young man was sitting, curled up on the floor. Suddenly, the door opened, and a figure entered behind him. Zhang Yang turned around to look at the person behind him, his haggard face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Dad, you're back.
Did you find out about that kid's talent? Is he cheating?
Zhang Meng stood motionless, like a statue, silent, even as his son continued to ask, Dad, do you think that kid found a loophole?
He must have been locked up, right? I'm still number 1, aren't I? Zhang Meng remained silent, letting him ask relentlessly as though he might collapse. Finally, he spoke, what's going on?
Dad, please tell me. At last, Zhang Meng spoke in a deep voice. I checked. That Yining kid has no issues, on the contrary, he's preparing for a life and death battle with you in 3 days.
Zhang Yang was horrified upon hearing this and stammered, What? How can he have no problems? Are you sure about this? He suddenly recalled something important and nervously asked, Wait, did you just say life and death battle? With me and him? No, I'm not going. Didn't I already give up my spot as number 1? No, I'm not going. He wants the top spot? I'll give it to him.
Zhang Meng looked at his son helplessly and said, I've already told you this, but that kid is determined to challenge you.
Zhang Yang asked back in surprise, It doesn't want to? It wants to kill you?
Hearing that, he grew angry and said bitterly, Dad, kill it.
Kill it before the fight.
It wants me dead, so please, Dad, go kill it now. He heard his son and replied in a low voice, I want that too, but killing it now is as hard as reaching the sky. There is a team of third-rank masters accompanying him.
Hearing that, he queried in confusion, Who are those people? Zhang Meng, his expression dangerous, said, Intimidate them.
Zhang Yang seemed utterly shocked when he heard that name, his face tightened. The army has already sent troops to protect them, there's no more time. He continued to reassure his son.
Zhang Meng said, So I'm certainly going to die?
Yang heir, you are Zhang Meng's son, I will not let you die. I have already contacted several third-rank experts, when the time comes, they will step in to help. He heard his father say that and, as if he'd struck gold, hurriedly asked, Father has served the country for so many years, no matter how much his superiors favor Yining, they would simply turn a blind eye to this sort of thing.
So, Father, is there any way I can win? For example, props or equipment?
Although he comforted his son, he wore a sinister look and said, Those things are useless, because they are not permitted in deathmatch.
While you can't rely on outside forces, it doesn't mean there isn't a way.
Zhang Yang glanced at his father, understanding his meaning, and said confidently, Yining keeps harping on the rules, so of course we can use the rules against him. Zhang Meng shot a crafty glance and said, By then we won't be limited to that, we still have the Death Warriors. He chuckled softly with a sly expression and sneered, Yining, are you as strong as you say?
Mighty Dragon finds it hard to contend with local tyrant, let me see how you'll fight me.
3 days later, at the capital military district's one-on-one arena, spectators pressed in so tightly the stands were full. Above the arena where the match was held, Ji Bing respectfully said to Xiangua, Commander-in-Chief, everything has been arranged. The 3 third-rank referees have assumed their positions to guard the death arena and can begin the match at any time. On hearing this, he called out, Good.
Then go announce the start.
A towering figure in silvery white stepped out onto the field, and a buzz of comment rose from the crowd.
Is this the Yining who's been causing an uproar recently? They say he's vicious, but why does he look like a weak little chick? He looks so skinny I could stab him dead. With a single finger. Unbelievable. He looks only 17 or 18.
Yining strode out and stood before the 3 referees.
Facing him was the chief referee, Lu Yuanzhou.
He handed Yining a list and said, Yining, this is the combat roster for this death match.
Take a look, if there are no objections, you may prepare for the fight. Yining found it strange and asked, Oh, wasn't I supposed to fight Zhang Yan? Why is there a list? He took the roster, skimmed it, and replied, Besides Zhang Yang, 9 others who have just reached 3rd rank have challenged me? And Zhang Yang is placed last?
Yuanzhou heard that and hurried to explain, Yining, all the names on that list have already been seen. According to the rules, you may challenge Zhang Yang, so the other seeds can challenge you as well. He went on, the first 9 rounds will wear you out terribly if you can't hold your ground. Before Yuanzhou had finished explaining, Yining merely curled his lip and said, I know.
Begin.
Before anyone could make sense of what was happening, he raised the list high and called out, Those whose names are on the list, step forward together.
I want to fight all 10 of you. A considerable murmur rose around them. What? Did I hear that wrong? No matter how strong one's talent, it can't be that overwhelmingly powerful. Fighting everyone at once? Is he looking for death? If each person lands a blow, even a mid-level third rank couldn't withstand it.
Hearing such insanity, people were astonished and assumed the superiors had agreed to make the list to save Zhang Yang. They hadn't accounted for this possibility, which made anything happening to Zhang Yang impossible.
Yi Ning even less so. What should we do now?
Guo Bing panicked, rushed over to stop him, shouting.
Yi Ning stayed calm. If you don't agree to fight, you can refuse.
And this deathmatch won't affect your top ranking. Yi Ning gripped his two swords and spoke with confidence, to the surprise of everyone.
Is there any rule forbidding challenging everyone? If not, then start.
After all, no matter how many worthless fighters there are, they're still just worthless. On the organizer's grandstand, Fang Hio, wearing a cheerful, excited expression, said, "The brat is arrogant, but I like him."
The old man beside him complained, "You only see the excitement and refuse to look at the bigger problem, don't you?"
At that moment Xian Guo also ordered, "If Yi Ning has asked, then follow his wish. Referees will always pay attention to propriety during the match." But in his head he was secretly thinking that this rotten kid had the exact same temper he did when he was young. Although the old man himself liked him, he attracted too many barbs, and that wasn't a good thing. He had suffered more than his share back then, so given this incident it would be best to teach the boy a lesson first. Below, Yuan Zhou quietly reflected on the commander-in-chief's final words. It was obvious he wanted us to protect Yi Ning. Then he gave the order and the match began. If the commander-in-chief had issued the command, then let the 10 seated players, including Zhang Yang, step onto the stage together. Hearing this nearby, Zhang Yang could not contain his fury. Seizing his weapon, he was about to storm forward and roar, "He's humiliating me, kill him, I have to kill him." Zhang Meng beside him, both trying to dissuade and secretly scheming for his son, said, "Yang heir, this is a good thing. The crazier he gets, the greater your chance of victory. Let others strike first. After it has exhausted its spirit energy, you can rush in and add another slash." Facing Yi Ning was an opponent, weapon in hand, glaring at him aggressively.
Then, the announcement sound on the battlefield began to echo. The life and death challenge is about to begin. Everyone, please be ready. No one is allowed to use props to cancel all the enchantments on any equipment. The countdown started.
Below the stands, people began to discuss excitedly. Such a situation had never been seen in Nation H before.
Someone asked, "How many seconds do you think it will take for the battle to end?" The other person answered, 3 or 5 seconds, or maybe even 2 seconds. Another voice spoke up, "I bet 10 seconds. After all, Yi Ning is the top in agility and stamina, so I guess he can last a little longer." The countdown ended, and the battle began. The top 10 people rushed forward to deplete their enemies. "Kill him for me."
Yi Ning simply released a light counterattack with a sword strike. Before anyone could even touch him, they were blasted several feet away, unable to dodge or defend. On his side, a pale-faced person shouted, "Save the martyr, rush in now." Before Zhang Yang could finish speaking, a young man with a sledgehammer charged forward and yelled, "Yi Ning, I'll take you down with me." He swung the hammer into the air and aimed it directly at Yi Ning. Before his eyes, Yi Ning saw a wave of power enveloped in fiery red energy growing larger. Yi Ning looked up and smirked, responding, "Look at that, even a martyr's bringing a mini nuclear bomb with him, but sadly for you, you won't get the chance to show it off." He could only huddle in fear, crying out, "Help! Help!" A voice rang out in front of Zhang Yang. "What are you referees standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to save him." The 3 referees from Lu Yuanzhou appeared in front of him, and he could only summon a defensive shield to resist the pressure of the overwhelming strength. Yuanzhou, struggling to resist, exclaimed, "With this speed and energy, is it really possible for someone at the early 3rd rank to do this?" One of the referees next to him, also terrified, spoke up, "Pay attention, it's fine that we couldn't save him in time earlier, but Zhang Yang has to be saved. If not, our livelihoods will be ruined."
Zhang Yang, seeing the scene, could only flee, shouting as he ran, "Save me, Dad, save me. I won't fight anymore, I swear I won't fight anymore." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Zhang Yang. "It's okay now, Zhang Yang." He turned around in panic, only to find his head had already been severed from his body. "Ha!" The nearby referee thought to himself, "Zhang Yang, is he dead? No way." In the stands of the organizers, the officials could no longer sit still. One of them, unable to believe what he had just witnessed, spoke out, "Unbelievable, one move and the entire battlefield is wiped out. This kind of combat power, this kind of decisive willpower." His companion beside him asked, "Did anyone see that? How did Zhang Yang get killed?" Guo Bing, who was nearby, also spoke up, "No, I didn't see anything. He was clearly protected." Old Hu, also nearby, asked in confusion. "Just now, I felt like time stood still for a second. Is that wrong?" Returning to the battle, he used his power to kill that Zhang Yang. His gaze flashed with a contemptuous killing intent, and he said, "The person I want to kill, you won't be able to protect him. Seek out the void force, I need to show you just how strong I am now." He desperately held his son's head, screaming in anguish, "Yang Air." Zhang Meng, seething with rage, gathered his strength and walked toward Yining, saying, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Yining, uninterested and coldly contemptuous, replied, "You came just in time. I was starting to worry you wouldn't be able to hold back anymore." He summoned his power and roared, "Tiger Fist." Then he shouted at Yining, "Die." In that situation, Yining calmly thought, although his strength has reached peak 3rd rank, in reality, it's only slightly stronger than mine. But I bet, not only will you fail to kill me, but you'll also die here. From a distance, Fang Hio's scream suddenly echoed. Zhang Meng stopped his attack and rushed in front of Yining, fiercely countering Zhang Meng's blow with a mighty Overlord Dragon Fist. Zhang Meng staggered back a few steps. After being knocked back, he glared at Fang Hio with hatred in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fang Hio, get out of the way. A father who doesn't avenge his son's death is not worthy of being a father." He sternly warned, "Zhang Meng, if you stop now, the commander-in-chief might still show mercy and not hold your past actions against you, given the pain of losing your son. But if you don't stop, don't blame me. I truly won't be polite with you." However, deep down, he thought, although I want to kill this man, I can't skip the proper procedure. The man was so enraged he couldn't speak. Yining, seeing the situation, quietly calculated, "Want to stop? Then that's not possible." He stood behind, constantly flipping the middle finger at Zhang Meng, smirking with a mocking and provocative grin, and said, "A life and death challenge, no matter the outcome. Your son is a useless piece of trash, but as his father, you're no better. Both of you are just begging for a dog's fate." Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, furiously shouting, "Get out of the way, I'm going to kill this bastard." Before Zhang Meng could react, Fang Hio unleashed his divine dragon pressure, sending him flying with a fierce shout. "Zhang Meng, do you want to die?" He was knocked back several feet, blood pouring from his mouth. Zhang Meng was unwilling to accept this, propping himself up with his hands, gasping for breath. "Commander-in-chief, he's my son, my only son. Look at what I've sacrificed for the country over all these years. I, Zhang Meng, have risked my life for the country. Commander-in-chief, I beg you, give me justice." Xianguo fell into deep thought. Zhang Meng had already yielded. Was it really necessary to go this far? From behind, Yining's mocking voice rang out again, "Old dog, what right do you have to ask for justice? You can't win with strength, so you want to play the pity card? Are you trying to beg for mercy?" In his mind, he was calculating again. Even a perfect ambush should leave a way out, right? No, this time, I must corner the dog and leave it no escape. Yining stepped up to him again and taunted, "You want to kill me? I gave you the chance and you didn't take it. Now I'm standing here for you to kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe me? If even one finger of mine is harmed, I will make your entire family pay with their lives." Not even the dogs and chickens in your house will be left alive. Zhang Meng was driven mad by his provocation and bellowed in rage, "You bastard, I'll kill you dead." Someone behind secretly admired him and thought, "Yining, this kid's not bad, is he? If he gives me enough reason, I absolutely will not disappoint him." Just as Zhang Meng was about to lunge at Yining, Feng Yi had already assumed a fighting stance to counter. He landed a thunderous blow on Zhang Meng and said, "Today I'll show you the difference between a true peak and a fake peak." Seeing the scene, Yining silently told himself that the gap in class was indeed not about numbers. Now he could easily defeat those of the same rank or even kill mid-rank third-rank opponents. But facing a third-rank peak, even a high third rank, he would likely only meet death. After he had finished beating him, he turned and reported to him, "Sir Commander-in-Chief, Yining was indeed in extreme danger a moment ago. The situation was urgent, so I was careless." Xianguo heard this and said indifferently, "Vice Chairman Feng acted out of necessity. Send you to perform the funeral rites for General Zhang Meng." Up above, the old man silently ground his teeth and thought, "Hao Zi, oh Hao Zi, do you take this old man for a fool? You and Yining, singing in harmony like that, do you think I'm blind?" Forget it, luckily old who already prepared an emergency plan. He clasped his hands respectfully, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, for saving my life and granting me this justice." Yining expressed his deepest gratitude for such immense grace, swearing to repay the nation with his very life. Seeing this, Xianguo's sharp gaze turned toward Yining. "What a way with words. This brat truly not simple. Since you wish to make a name for yourself and establish your might, then I shall help you achieve it." With that thought, he gave the order. The next day, at the capital square, the first medal ceremony for the seed project would begin. The murmurs of the crowd gradually rose. Yining just annihilated a whole bunch of seeds. Before I could even blink, Zhang Meng was already dead. One wave after another, my heart's about to stop beating. That Yining guy is terrifying, I'd better never cross him. The medal ceremony was held in the capital square. It was a state-level event. Nation H was truly on the brink of change. Zhang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Jin and Lin Rui, trembled in secret. Tang Jin, his face pale with fear, thought, "General Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid I won't escape death either." Beside him, Lin Rui tried to calm himself inwardly, "Thank goodness I was quick-witted at the start, or I'd have died a miserable death by now." On this side, the commander-in-chief turned and gave instructions to the old ceremony officer, "Old Hu, I'm entrusting this to you. Make sure it's held with full honor and grandeur. Also, the outcome of today's life and death battle is to be sealed, including Yining's combat strength and talent. Anyone who attempts to investigate it without authorization will be charged with treason." Ji Bing solemnly received the order and replied clearly, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." The next day, at the capital square, the atmosphere was lively with the representative's speech. With the approval of the Great Xia Army's sole will, Yining will be the first to take the lead in the fire strain plan. In recognition of Comrade Yining's outstanding performance in the global trial, the original rewards have been specially increased as follows. He continued to announce, while the Commander-in-Chief is presenting the medal, the original A+ level clearance has been elevated to level S. The initial A-grade resource quota has been expanded to unlimited. The starting credit of 1 million points will now increase by 30,000 points per month, with an additional special approval quota of 10 million points per year. The right to personally select an epic grade piece of equipment has been upgraded to legendary grade equipment. This is the golden embellished badge adorned with 3 stars at its center. He went on to introduce, in addition, the original teacher level treatment has been promoted to deputy commander level, and the initial rank of colonel has been elevated to general. At the same time, Yining has been specially appointed as an honorary member of the Wang Tian Standing Committee. With a cheerful expression, he added, 21 ceremonial gun salutes for this medal conferment ceremony. It's almost as if the commander-in-chief himself were being honored. Xiao Hai also chimed in, adding, "A month ago, the incident where Yining infiltrated the Tianfeng testing grounds is still fresh in my mind. And to think that Kai Lai, standing beside me, also joined in. Yesterday, I received a promotion notice, all thanks to Yining. On the award stage, Xiangua smiled and asked, Yining, do you have any other requests?
Upon hearing this, Yining's expression darkened.
His current reward was already extravagant enough.
If he were to ask for more now, it would surely be an insatiable greed. But if he didn't speak up now, he feared he might not have another chance in the future. Yining politely responded, Sir Commander-in-Chief, I hope to attend the triannual military conference in the next 2 days. Xiangua, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this brat really knows how to throw a tough question at me from here on out. The person beside him also scrutinized Yining in silence. After all, Yining was only 18 years old. What could he possibly know at that age? What was his purpose for attending the conference? Fang Hio, standing next to them, couldn't help but sigh, this kid is exceptionally gifted.
He must be thinking more about battle strategies. What would he want with that conference? Meanwhile, Xiangua patted Yining on the shoulder, happily saying, no problem at all.
Now that you're an honorary member, you'll naturally have the option to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any suggestions, the military is always willing to consider them.
Yining responded politely, thank you, Commander-in-Chief, sir. It was already getting dark.
After entering the cabin, sitting down, and resting, Yining began to think.
Should I try researching? No, what I want is compliance.
After all, to prevent the disaster at Donghai, it was essential to mobilize the strength of at least one military district. But for now, I'll just accept things as they are and act based on circumstances later. Suddenly, he came over and said to him, Yining, follow me.
Yining was confused, not understanding what was happening.
At the military district's compound, a large armored vehicle was slowly approaching. After leading him to the gates of the military district, Fang Hio said, Yining, starting today, you will live here. This place is not only heavily guarded, but also surrounded by multiple layers of greenery.
It's absolutely top-tier treatment.
This completely sealed metal room is the most confidential conference room here.
After leading Yining inside, he continued, the reason I personally brought you here today is that I have a secret mission for you. Although, theoretically, since you've just reached 3rd rank, you shouldn't be the one, but we genuinely couldn't find anyone more suitable than you.
Yining calmly responded, Fang uncle, please speak plainly. Fang Hio seriously said to him, the intercontinental dungeon has an A-level difficulty, the zombie nation. Each country only allows a maximum of 2 mid-level 3rd rank and 8 low-level 3rd rank individuals to enter. In addition to dealing with the mutated creatures and resolving the main mission, you must also fight against awakened individuals from other countries to gather more mineral energy. Yining, hearing that, secretly calculated in his head that he had visited this dungeon in a previous life, although back then it certainly wasn't an intercontinental dungeon and it had no spirit energy mines. At that moment a system panel suddenly appeared with a few lines of text, compulsory mission, enter the national zombie dungeon and seize the highest authority within the dungeon. Upon completion of the mission you will receive an S-rank strategic weapon, the design blueprint for a special sky carrier. He spoke seriously, admonishing him, Yining, although this mission will be very risky, the combat squad will always prioritize keeping you safe. Before Fang Hio could finish the sentence about the possibility of mission failure, Yining had already raised his hand in a military-style salute to acknowledge the order.
Uncle Fang, I'll go.
I'm not afraid of danger after all, I still believe the mission won't fail.
Fang chuckled with delight. Good boy, that's the spirit. We certainly didn't misjudge you. Well then, before you leave, if you need anything, go to the treasury and get it.
After leaving, a thought flashed through Yining's mind, whether you call this a compulsory mission or not, charging in for the design blueprint of the sky carrier is worth gambling his life for. According to what he had read, the ship is 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a displacement of 10,100 tons, it can carry 64 battle water spirit energy units, 26 barreled Lingling guns in the hull, and 2 main guns at the bow and stern. It can also carry 7,000 people and is equipped with spirit energy towers, a spirit energy shield, and an automated attack network.
Yining happily thought, this is too perverse, just reading the basic description is enough to send chills down your spine. If something like this could really be created, I wonder if it could dominate the world. I must get it at all costs. As he walked, he thought about how after reaching 3rd rank, the system would provide 2 more skill slots. There were still a few days left to prepare, so he needed to level up as much as possible. Now that the 1st place position was in his hands, the first thing was to go to the National Treasury and pick 2S level sword techniques before deciding on the next steps. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he felt an aura wrapping around him, realizing that he was nearing the 3rd rank peak. The speed with which this place was being approached felt off, like something was not quite right. Yining warily turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" A girl with pink hair and tight-fitting clothes suddenly appeared, saying, "Bodyguard 9 reporting for duty." She rushed over and embraced him intimately. As she hugged him, Fong Fong whispered, "I'm responsible for protecting Yining, sir." Yining's face turned cold, and he pushed her away, asking, "Who sent you to be my personal bodyguard? And who told you that being so close is what protection means?" Fong Fong innocently replied, "Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fong Hio sent me here, and the close protection is something I just learned from the materials today." Confused, Yining asked, "What materials are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Fong Fong immediately adopted a seductive pose, pushing her curvaceous hips toward him, swaying them as she said, "This is how it's done." Not stopping there, she even knelt down and struck a provocative pose towards him. Then, she puckered her lips as if she wanted to kiss him. Yining, embarrassed, waved his hand and said, "Stop it." She innocently cried out, and Yining could only sigh and mutter in frustration, "These higher-ups, really? Aren't you afraid that I'll get all worked up? Something might happen on the road at this rate. Why are you doing this? If it's real, then we've seriously underestimated how serious this is." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his mental probing skills to investigate. A clear image of her body appeared before him, with external antennas connected to a chip in her brain, along with numerous circuits throughout her physical body. Her brain had originally been shrunk and had died. Every thought and action was guided by the chip. She seemed more like a robot than a human. After finishing the scan, he extended his hand and asked, "How did you end up like this?" Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist tightly, then pressed his finger to her forehead to activate herself. The sound of successful fingerprint recognition rang out. Yining's eyes widened in surprise, and the system chimed in with another notification, "Successfully unlocked, update command completed." Her memories then flashed before his eyes. In a hospital room, Fong Hio tightly held his daughter's hand, his face full of worry. Fong Fong's complexion was pale, but she still managed to force a smile and comfort her father, saying, "Dad, don't cry. Anyway, I'm going to die soon. Instead of wasting away, dying for nothing, I'd rather donate this artificial body before I go. If by some chance it succeeds, maybe it can still serve the nation in the future. I've always believed in your words, Father, in the future of humanity, but I'm burdened by the state of this world." Fong Hio clutched his daughter's hands tightly, crying out, "But Fong Fong, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death itself, and it has never succeeded before. Even if it does, your soul will vanish, you'll become nothing more than a machine. How can you expect me to be so heartless, to endure something like that?" She gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and softly comforted him, "Father, you once told me stories about heroic souls, their bodies perished, yet their fighting spirits endured. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be destroyed, but my body will not die." She smiled faintly and continued, "Compared to the pain of disappearing completely, what does a little suffering matter?" Fong Hio could only swallow back his tears, silently feeling the warmth of his daughter's hand for the last time. Though Fong Fong smiled, tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "Becoming a mechanical being isn't so bad. I believe that the commands you give me will always be the right ones." When the memory exploration ended, he stood in quiet astonishment at what he had just witnessed. Turning away, he thought to himself, "Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fong Hio, Uncle Fong. What virtues or abilities does Yining possess, that you would value him so deeply? What's going through Uncle's mind to have her come here to protect me like this? Is the name 9 newly adopted as well? Is he trying to forcefully suppress and sever his own emotions?
After coming to a conclusion, he decisively gave the order.
Follow orders, she responded immediately, understood.
Yi Ning issued the command with a serious tone. Delete all so-called personal study materials. From now on, stay close to protect me and follow my orders.
She, as if programmed, immediately affirmed, understood.
He turned his back and said, now follow me to the military's top research institute to retrieve the S-level sword technique.
She responded promptly, understood.
As they walked, he was deep in thought.
Fong Uncle's great undertaking is far from complete, so what talk of personal desires?
Although I don't fully agree with your methods, I still must thank you. A little sacrifice for greater gain. If you all believe in my future, then Yi Ning swears not to disappoint anyone. Yi Ning led Fong Fong to the research institute. As they approached the gate, someone ran out from inside to greet them.
Hello, Yi Ning, welcome to the top research institute.
He greeted him in a military posture, then politely added, I am Wang Xiao, deputy director. I hope to learn from your guidance. Yi Ning responded courteously, hello, Director Wang. I wish to select 2S-level sword techniques from here.
Is that difficult? Wang Xiao happily replied, not at all, please follow me.
Hearing that, the person turned to Fong Fong and said, 0, wait for me outside, I'll be right back. She softly replied, got it. Leading Yi Ning inside, he excitedly asked, Yi Ning, we only have 4S rank swordsmen left, but there are more A-rank sword techniques.
Do you want to go through the A-rank techniques first?
He coldly replied, no need, just bring the S-rank swordsman. He seemed like he wanted to say something else, but Yi Ning directly asked, if Director Wang has something to say, please say it plainly. Hearing this, Wang Xiao cautiously responded, Yi Ning, I originally had no intention to delay, you know that. There are many third-tier units in the capital's military district, and now that only S-rank sword techniques remain, there are bound to be many issues. Yi Ning interrupted him coldly, saying, I understand, no problem, let's go take a look first and then discuss it.
He looked at Yi Ning with a surprised expression and nodded.
In front of Yi Ning were 4 thick, brown books. His analytical abilities came to the forefront as 4 notices appeared in front of him. The first was Hellfire Eruption, which cost 6,000 spirit points.
In the weak zone of the Earth's crust, after embedding it into the ground, a volcanic eruption would be triggered 10 seconds later. Next was Desperate Strike, costing 5,500 spirit points.
When in a critical state, if health falls below 10%, Desperate Strike can be activated once, dealing 100% damage. After killing the target, it will recover 30% of the life points. Then comes the book Death Dirge, consuming 18,000 spirit energy, followed by a deadly strike that launches a toxic killing blow. After the target dies, the soul of the deceased, once imprisoned, will be released within 3 seconds, and will receive and utilize the combat strength of the deceased while alive.
Lastly, the book Annihilation, consuming 8,000 spirit energy, continuously accumulating power and inflicting additional damage on the target after 10 seconds.
During the accumulation period, movement or the release of other skills is not possible. Yi Ning looked at the 4 books in front of him and assessed them, no wonder only these were left. Desperate Strike could only be used when near death, while Hellfire could only be used if the right location was chosen.
Death Dirge consumes 18,000 spirit energy. Where would an ordinary person get that? And the Annihilation skill requires 10 seconds of immobility, isn't that just asking to be a live target?
Hearing this, the man silently broke into a sweat and cautiously asked, so, Yi Ning, would you like to check out the A-grade sword techniques?
The effects aren't too far behind. We have over 800 types here.
Suddenly, Yi Ning raised his hand towards the books and activated the knowledge absorption technique to learn from the 2 most recent books. Wang Xiao, standing beside him, was shocked and thought, wow, has he already learned both Death Dirge and Annihilation? Unable to hold back, he blurted out, Yi Ning, what are you? Yi Ning turned to him with a smile and replied, sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I honestly couldn't be bothered to look at the A-grade sword techniques.
Wang Xiao, upon hearing that, didn't know what else to say.
After finishing the task, he waved his hand confidently and said goodbye. Wang Xiao was still trying to make sense of what had just happened.
Director Wang, you've worked hard. I'll take my leave now.
He looked stunned, frozen in place, lost in thought. Time was tight, and he was too lazy to interpret the situation. His mind was a mess at this point.
Didn't third-rank skills have limitations when used? Could it be that he wasn't affected? If not, why was he being so careless?
As he stepped out, his mind started calculating. No matter how many flaws these skills had, the system had rated them as S-rank sword techniques. All he could think was that their power was terrifying. Death Dirge could fight and steal souls, while Annihilation could engage in long-range battles. The spiritual energy was abundant right now, and with the sword god in hand, if he didn't take a chance now, when would he?
The system interface appeared before Yi Ning with the message, Sword Technique Enhancement Successful. The S-rank sword technique Death Dirge had been enhanced to SSS rank Yama Descends to the Mortal Realm, while the S-rank Annihilation had been enhanced to SSS rank Divine Wrath. Yama Descends to the Mortal Realm, the casting time has no cooldown for 48 hours. The skill's effect costs 20,005. After killing the target, it can lock onto and control the soul of the deceased within 100 meters, turning it into a puppet that can be used for 10 seconds. The combat power of the puppet is equivalent to the deceased's strength. When alive, the system of controlling life and death assessments, you were the King Yama descending to the mortal realm. Divine Wrath has a cooldown period for release without any cost, and can be used after 48 hours. The skill's effect consumes 20.0 mana points, summons a 4th-tier illusion for 10 seconds, and inflicts enormous damage on the target. The system's assessment of the Divine Wrath is extremely terrifying. After reviewing the system's analysis, Yi Ning silently sighed to himself. As expected, the God Sword system has never failed to impress me. Sword Flowstorm is area damage, Heavenly Rift Flowing Light slays elites, Dimensional Slash specializes in assassination to preserve life. Heaven Severing counters and rebounds, and now with Yama Descends to the Mortal Realm, it turns souls into nails. Even if caught in the zombie tide, I can quickly turn the enemies into nails. Divine Wrath creates 4th-tier illusions. Even if a 3rd-rank peak-level opponent comes, they can only tilt their heads and lament. As he walked, Yi Ning silently speculated that, in addition to being able to release the skill once within 48 hours without consumption, it could also use mana to freely release. Essentially, it had independent skills outside the system. He really wanted to try it out right now, but unfortunately, he had to go to the Intercontinental Dungeon in 2 days. He would have to hold off for now. Suddenly, someone blocked his way at the door. It was Wan Ru with her 2 subordinates. As soon as they arrived, they asked him in a sharp tone. "Ha, Yi Ning, the system has notified that you have used 2 S-rank sword techniques." He calmly replied with a smirk. "Yes, so what? Is there a problem? Am I not allowed to use them?" Her face twisted into a frown as she said, "You can use it, but you must leave behind the combat data before you leave." Yi Ning coldly retorted, "Is there such a rule? Is it mandatory?" She snapped back, "Yes, it is." Suddenly, Wang Xiao hurried over in an attempt to mediate, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Yi Ning. This is our expert, Mrs. Wan Ru. Perhaps she wants you to leave the combat data for these 2 sword techniques so the military can reference it in the future. It's not mandatory, just voluntary. After all, it's a contribution to national research." She aggressively interrupted, contradicting him with nonsense. "The rule is that not only these 2 volumes, but all of Yi Ning's combat data must be shared with us for research and experimentation." In her heart, Wang Xiao was silently cursing the crazy woman. Her previous research had yielded no results, and her son had a useless mental system. If she wanted to go mad and seek death, she shouldn't drag him into it. Yi Ning, however, paid no mind to her words and simply said, "I refuse." Wan Ru, gritting her teeth, questioned, "If you've accepted the military's resources, you are obligated to undergo their testing. Blood tests, bone strength, muscle activity, these are all necessary. No matter how famous you are, so what? Are you daring to defy military orders?
He impatiently cast her a cold glance, thinking, stop with the serious nonsense. In her eyes, anyone could be a mere subject for experimentation, in the name of the nation, yet purely driven by selfish desires.
Who knows how many awakened, oppressed people there have been?
Even though the system of divine swords had no limitations, today, I still wouldn't let her off easily.
Without saying much, he drew his sword from the space, preparing for battle, and said, if I don't cooperate today, does Director One still intend to force me to stay?
She could only scream in fury, Yining, how dare you? Wang Xiao, standing by, desperately tried to dissuade him, Yining, Director One didn't mean it that way.
Please, go ahead.
But she thought otherwise, pointing directly at Yining and shouting, get out.
Today, Yining, you won't be leaving. You've violated military orders. Even if I take you today, it's legal.
Even if this reaches the commander-in-chief, I won't be afraid. He raised the sword in his hand, squinting dangerously as he said, it seems Director One is threatening me now.
Well then, don't blame me for using you as an example. All of a sudden, her scream echoed, huh? What is this?
A foot had already settled on her face. Looking closely, it was Fong Fong, coldly pressing her foot on Wan Ru's face and saying, the threat has been eliminated.
Should I destroy her? Fong Fong, still stepping on Wan Ru's face, asked, do you want to kill her?
Wan Ru, her face pressed into the ground, begged in terror, please don't kill me, please, I beg you, don't kill me. Wang Xiao, standing by, anxiously begged for her as well.
Yining, please let Director Wan go. She knows she was wrong.
I apologize to you on her behalf, please spare her. Yining said nothing but thought to himself that although he wanted to kill her, he had only killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. If he finished her off today it would probably cause panic. Then he ordered Fong Fong aloud, take her away, don't kill her for now.
Kick her farther away, don't block my path. Fong Fong responded at once.
Immediately, he swung his leg and sent Director One flying. She spun several times in midair, then slammed her head against the wall and coughed up blood. She collapsed to the ground, blood gushing, and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Wang Xiao stammered in fear, Director One she. Yining, standing behind, was also startled. Fong Fong, as if nothing had happened, said calmly, sorry, I underestimated how far she would be thrown and overestimated her endurance. Yining then calmly turned to Wang Xiao and said, Director Wang, you saw it too, this was purely an accident, right? Wang Xiao forced a smile and replied, yes, Director Wan accidentally drove her head into the wall and died. It had nothing to do with you. He inwardly lamented, good heavens, this man is so formidable, I must never provoke him.
Yining then turned and left, leaving a polite remark, then we'll trouble Director Wang with the funeral arrangements. We'll take our leave now. Wang Xiao offered an awkward smile, waved goodbye, and answered, Yining, no need for formalities, please go at your leisure.
Yining and Fong Fong walked slowly.
Fong Fong, walking behind, asked anxiously, did I cause you any trouble?
Yining immediately reassured her, it's nothing.
After all, it's not something good, just kill it.
Anyway, I was going to kill it in the first place, if the superiors want to hate me, let them hate.
2 days later, the National Committee members' conference hall.
Inside the hall, the seats were almost completely filled.
At that moment Yining was slowly entering. The people around him began to buzz.
Yining, damn, that kid actually came.
Maybe he just wants to see the excitement.
Another sneered, no way, look, he has documents in his hand.
Could he actually be here to present a proposal? Someone else said, ridiculous. What could a child possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show. Yining entered the hall and went to his seat.
He pulled out his chair. Beside him sat a man in uniform with a very grim expression. He was Fang Tong, Minister of the Armed Forces of the Donghai Regional Command. Seeing him, the man seethed inwardly, Yining, you killed my wife Wan Ru. As for today's proposal, even if I can't kill you, I'll strip you of your privileges. At that moment a staff member stepped forward and handed Yining a document, saying, Mr. Yining, your number is 119, special honorary member.
This is the agenda for the meeting.
Please read it carefully. She instructed him, the communication devices during the conference must be turned off, and it is strictly forbidden to leak any proposals outside. He thought to himself, in his third year in his previous life, he had already organized many conferences, so he was very familiar with all of this. But now, he had to pretend like it was his first time here, which was really annoying. The girl continued to explain, during this conference, you will have a ballot after the main proposals are finished. If you want to express your opinion, you can press the button next to it, but please think carefully before you do. He gave a faint smile, waved at her, and said, I understand, don't worry. Besides my own proposals, I won't randomly press anything. I don't need to worry about it, you can go back to your work. The girl responded, understood, sir.
Yi Ning.
Then, she suddenly realized and immediately asked, wait a minute, you just mentioned a proposal.
Do you actually have a proposal?
The girl became frightened, sweat pouring down her face, thinking, oh no, the leader had told me to explain everything clearly to him and not cause any disruptions during the meeting. She quickly rushed away, a warning echoing in her head, no, I must report this to the leader immediately.
Seeing her rush off, Yi Ning was puzzled, am I some kind of monstrous beast?
Fang Hio, just arriving, caught sight of this scene. He sat down and chuckled loudly, teasing, Yi Ning. What's up? Kid, are you looking at the receptionist here?
Isn't 9 good enough to satisfy you yet?
Yi Ning, upon seeing the visitor, greeted him politely, Fang uncle. Then, he looked directly into Fang Hio's eyes and replied, Fang uncle, 9 is very good, truly worthy of being the best person in the world, treating me wholeheartedly. Just now, when I mentioned the project, that receptionist immediately ran off.
Fang Hio raised an eyebrow in surprise, letting out a soft "oh," before turning away with a faint smile, asking, no wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you.
Kid, are you really trying to stir up trouble?
Tell me, what exactly do you want to bring up?
Yi Ning, unconcerned, answered, when this process is over, you'll understand.
And I promise you, it definitely won't be trouble.
Hearing this, Fang Hio laughed, you, kid, you're already learning how to speak in riddles? He then turned to give Yi Ning some advice, Yi Ning, as someone who has been through a lot, I advise you, whatever you want to mention, it's best to hold back. After all, military and political issues always have checks and balances. Yi Ning calmly reassured him, I know, Fang uncle, don't worry. Although Yi Ning reassured him, Fang Hio remained uneasy. He clenched his hand and brought it up to his chin, lost in thought, Yi Ning, I believe in someone who dares to close the doors on the battlefield's ruins and bring the veterans home. I'm sure you won't do anything that harms the country, right? And you're someone worth trusting, even by Fang Fang. Li Xiangua stood at the podium of the conference hall and spoke. I hereby declare the opening of the 13th Survivor Congress. I will now announce the agenda. Behind him, a screen displayed the contents of the conference, which included neighboring countries showing signs of invading borders and plundering valuable resources. In recent years, the military has been preparing to mobilize 3 large corps for deployment. Second, the shield between the awakened descendants and ordinary survivors is gradually growing. Third, the Beimei region, stationed on the C-shaped island chain, is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Yi Ning sat with his hands clasped on the table, silently reflecting. There were a total of 9 proposals, 6 of which concerned other countries.
So, that's why there's been a great famine?
There was a period of strange weakness. It was before the catastrophe in the previous life. No wonder people like me had to rush into the intercontinental dungeon. Li Xiangua spoke loudly, now is the time for members to present their proposals. Members may speak independently. After the vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly, behind him, the screen displayed 2 people.
Number 119, Honorary Member Yi Ning proposes a plan.
Number 23, Minister of the Armed Forces Dong Hai, Fong Tang, proposes a plan. Upon seeing Yi Ning's information on the main screen, Fong Tang angrily glared at him, and the people behind him continuously made disdainful remarks about him. Yi-ning really wanted to present his proposal, but it was truly absurd.
Was he trying to take advantage of his privileges now, to do whatever he wanted? Just by looking at his age, it was clear he was too young, too naive. Fong Tang asked him with a dark expression and a mocking tone, "Yi-ning, did you press the wrong button? If so, sit down quickly and stop wasting my time. I'm here to pass judgment on you." Yi-ning wasn't frightened at all and instead asked back, "Pass judgment on me? What are you talking about?" Still, a trace of unease stirred in his heart. His proposal about Dong Hai hadn't even been mentioned yet. Could it be that the other party had already been on guard? All these documents were the results of his secret investigation over the past 2 days. There was no way they could have been leaked. Fong Tang didn't answer him but turned to report to Li Xiangua, Commander-in-Chief, members of the committee. 2 days ago, Yi-ning went to the First Research Institute and recklessly killed Director Wan. She was not only the director but also my wife, Wan Ru. This is an act of utter lawlessness. He clenched his fists in rage and shouted, "No matter how gifted one is, the law cannot be ignored. Therefore, I propose that all of Yi-ning's resources and privileges be revoked." Yi-ning listened to the accusation without the slightest hint of fear. His cold gaze swept over Fong Tang as he thought to himself, "So he's the husband of that damned director. Well, that explains it." Li Xiangua, having heard the accusation, turned to ask him, "Yi-ning, is this true?" Yi-ning did not hesitate and calmly replied, "I'm afraid Minister Fong has misunderstood. 2 days ago, I did visit the academy to study 2 sword techniques, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan got overly excited upon seeing me, lost focus, and accidentally crashed into a tree which led to her death." Fong Tang, upon hearing him say that, became furious, swearing and shouting, "What the hell did you say? Say it again, I dare you." Yi-ning deliberately provoked him. "What I mean is, when your wife saw a handsome, fresh meat like me, she couldn't control herself and crashed into a tree, dying. It's really a shame, she never got to eat good food in her whole life." The crowd around them continued to murmur. Is this true or just a rumor? How did such a serious conference turn into a pasture all of a sudden? Such embarrassing matters shouldn't be brought up outside. Fong Tang actually said that? Li Xiangua cleared his throat, reminding everyone, "Please pay attention to the rules in the hall. Minister Fong, this trivial domestic matter should be handled privately." Fong Tang was enraged, pointing at Yi-ning, unwilling to back down. "Commander-in-Chief, this is not what Yi-ning says. He is a petty person, abusing his privileges, and he deserves to be killed." Fong Hio could no longer tolerate it and stood up, shouting at him, "Fong Tang, how dare you?" Yi-ning patted Fong Hio's shoulder and said, "Fong uncle, let me handle this. If Minister Fong doesn't believe it, just ask Director Wang from the Research Institute." He then turned away, not caring about him anymore, and continued, "As for your proposal, it's not qualified to be discussed at this meeting, so now it's my turn." How coincidental, my proposal also involves you. I, Yi-ning, proposed the removal of Fong Tang from the position of Minister of the Donghai Administrative Region. He straightened up and looked directly at Li Xiangua, his voice clear as he reported, simultaneously requesting the mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the Donghai Combat Zone and the immediate evacuation of 67 million survivors from Safe Zone 239, located off the coast. Because in about 17 to 23 days, a tidal beast surge will break out along the coastal regions. What level is this invasion? The people behind him began to gossip after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Does this kid even know what he's saying? Where did this rumor come from? Has Dong Hai ever seen this? This is even more ridiculous than Fong Tang's suggestion to greenlight things. After hearing the report, Fong Tang sneered and mocked, "You little brat. Talking nonsense. It's been over 40 years, and there has never been an A-level tidal beast surge in Dong Hai. Are you dreaming or something to say such things?" Li Xiangua slammed his hand onto the table so hard that the microphone fell over, shouting angrily, "Silence! No disruptions during the proposal." Then he turned to warn Yi-ning. "Yi-ning, if you dare make this proposal, you better give me a concrete reason.
Unfazed, Yining picked up his report and began reading aloud.
The Donghai region, see Area 13.
Over the past 2 months, the energy concentration in the water has increased by 1.9%.
It's the highest in 40 years.
In the D51C area, 43 submarine earthquakes have occurred in the first half of this year, with the highest magnitude being B+, the highest frequency in 40 years. The number 2 digital resource port, where marine hydrokinetic devices are installed, has suffered 13 incidents since the start of the year. During maintenance operations, 3 combat teams went missing, and 23 engineers were killed in Category D accidents. The cause has not yet been determined. He continued his presentation, his voice trembling amid the tense atmosphere, while Fongtung sat frozen with fear. Sea beast attacks in the Donghai Theater have increased by 195.7% compared with last year, the highest level in 40 years.
Fongtung felt a chill of bewilderment. How could the enemy know the situation in Donghai so thoroughly?
Suddenly he slammed the report down on the table, his gaze steady. All of these facts and figures were taken from the Donghai safety zone.
If the military doubts them, I invite you to inspect the area in person. If any part of my report is fabricated, I, Yining, will accept full responsibility. Li Xiangui turned and asked, Minister Fong of the Huadong Theater, is this data accurate?
Fongtung could only scratch his head, his heart in knots. Sweat poured from his brow. He knew that whether he admitted it or not, the outcome would be the same dismissal, or even a court-martial. In a moment of despair he made a decision. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well kill Yining first, at least he could keep a shred of face. Exposed by Yining, Fongtung flew into uncontrollable rage and shouted, Yining! I'll kill you! Fortunately, Yining reacted in time, blocking the blow with his hand and being hurled backward without sustaining serious injury. But that was not enough. Fongtung continued to charge forward, wanting to take advantage of Yining slipping on the ground to land another blow. At that moment, Fong Hio rushed forward and blocked in front of Yining, using his arm to absorb Fongtung's attack. He angrily shouted, Fongtung, are you out of your mind? But Fongtung seemed to have lost all rationality. He screamed wildly, either way, we're all going to die. I'm going to cripple him today. Xiangui, witnessing this scene, was furious. He pointed towards the fight and commanded, damn it, to attack someone in the middle of the assembly? Are you trying to rebel? Where are the guards? Arrest Fongtung immediately, and if necessary, kill him on the spot. Fong received the order and immediately moved toward the group, announcing that she had identified a level 1 threat. Meanwhile, Fongtung and Fong Hio were locked in a standoff, neither of them willing to back down. Both had gathered strength in their hands, ready to unleash a powerful blow at the other. Yining, seeing this, became extremely anxious. He shouted loudly, Uncle Fong, step aside, I can handle this myself. Hearing this, Fong Hio quickly responded, no need, 1 punch from me will be enough to deal with him. Then, he charged at Fongtung, preparing to use his fire to break through his ice. Without holding back, Fong Hio punched directly at Fongtung with such force that the latter was sent flying backward. At the same time, Fong Hio yelled loudly, Fong, catch him. Fong, upon hearing the order, immediately appeared at the spot where Fongtung was about to land. She glanced sharply at him and responded, I'm already here. Fong decisively raised her leg and struck hard at Fongtung's back. The pain was so intense that his eyes rolled back, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fong withdrew her leg and coldly looked at Fongtung, who had collapsed onto the ground. Indifferently, she said, the threat has been eliminated, the danger resolved. Once Fong Hio had dealt with the situation, he turned to ask Yining. Yining, are you okay? Yining could only smile politely in response, I'm fine, it's just that you all moved too quickly, so I didn't have the chance to do anything. Everyone in the room finally reacted to what had just happened. Each person was stunned, and they couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Wow, in less than 5 seconds, a third-ranked general has already been taken out? Stop talking nonsense. Fong Deputy Commander-in-Chief is a peak 3rd rank. Even that female guard is almost at peak fighting strength.
Didn't young Commander-in-Chief say to kill Fong Tong on the spot?
That's true, and now Yi Ning is a national special protective animal.
Fong Tang is definitely insane.
At this moment, Xiangguo spoke up to restore order. Order, please. The meeting will proceed with Yi Ning's proposal, which is of great importance. The committee members can discuss freely, and in 3 minutes, voting will begin.
Upon hearing this, everyone slowly settled down.
But instead of discussing Yi Ning, they now voiced doubts about Fong Tang. From Fong Tang's earlier behavior, it was clear that the evidence Yi Ning had checked was correct. But even if the data is correct, it does not mean that a wave of excitement will definitely occur. If there is no disaster but hasty actions are taken, it will still result in a significant loss.
However, if a disaster does truly occur, the time will come in just 3 minutes.
Xiangguo spoke again to continue, the time has come, we will now begin the voting. After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the conference hall, 14 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 104 abstentions. Based on the voting results, Xiangguo announced to everyone, the vote has passed. After this conference concluded, specialists were immediately dispatched to Donghai to prepare the retreat plan.
There should be no delay in taking action.
With the conference over, the scene shifted. The next day, at the military district's headquarters, Yi Ning's house, Fang Hio was standing and chatting with him. Yi Ning, this afternoon you will depart for the continuous electric dungeon. In the dungeon, anyone with a 3rd rank or higher will not be allowed to enter. He glanced lightly at Fong Fong to explain, so 9 won't be able to accompany you. Hearing this, Yi Ning smiled and responded warmly, don't worry, Fong uncle, I understand the rules. Then he pointed to a box placed far away and said, inside this box are the legendary items that the country promised to reward me with. Inside the box are grade materials, the heart of destruction from the mountain range, and the bone-breaking skull I registered with the parliament earlier.
Yi Ning let out a sound of acknowledgement, as if accepting what was said. He then asked, what about the bones of the human face and the core of the strange fruit?
Fang Hio turned his head once more, facing Yi Ning directly, and explained slowly, these 2 are too special, they are not in the national treasury. According to Fang Hio, a creature with the body of a bird and sharp, piercing eyes began to appear. The human face, which appeared about 27 years ago, caused the deaths of 60,000 people in the Huanan war zone. It is said that at that time, for senior 3rd rank experts intervened, but still allowed the monster to escape. He paused for a moment before continuing to describe a creature with a skull-like head, surrounded by clouds that seemed to gather around it like a storm. As for the core of the strange fruit, it is said to be a creation of the supernatural body. He glanced at Yi Ning briefly and added, I've informed the 7th Research Institute, which is responsible for investigating the 3 major incidents, but it will take more time. Yi Ning felt deeply grateful upon hearing this.
He waved his hand and smiled warmly in response, I understand, uncle.
You've worked hard.
Please bring everything inside.
I'll get familiar with these things first, and we can talk about the rest after we leave the intercontinental instance. After that, Yi Ning opened the box and reached out to grab the red and green heart inside, muttering to himself, as for the remaining materials, I'll have to search for them slowly. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the sword god system for a while. Holding the heart in his hand, Yi Ning quickly activated his own abilities. Slowly absorb it. At the same time, the system's notification sounded, special materials have been used, upgrading progress 2/4. Material 1, Heart of the Destroyer, Stone Vein 1/1.
Material 2, Face Bone Fluid 0/1.
Material 3, Bone Shard of the Dead, 1/1.
Material 4, White Heart of the Alien Demon 0/1.
After finishing, he reached out to grab another box, cheerfully announcing, speaking of legendary tier equipment, this box is already quite special.
Once the box successfully scanned Yi Ning's fingerprint, the unlocking notification sounded. Beep, identity verification successful.
Opened by Honorary Commissioner, Level A+ Yi Ning.
Receiving the item, the system's mechanical voice echoed again, received legendary equipment, paralysis gauntlets. Received legendary equipment, elemental wind seal.
From within the box, 2 pairs of earth red gauntlets gradually appeared before his eyes, accompanied by the system's description, paralysis gauntlets, equipment attributes. Agility plus 12. Equipment skill, Soul Void, Blood Fury, consumes 500 to 700 spiritual energy.
Equipment evaluation, Bloodstorm Corpse, excellent.
Next, a sharp sword with a green gem embedded in the hilt appeared.
The system continued, elemental wind seal, equipment attributes. Strength plus 9, agility plus 9.
Equipment skill, Blazing Fury, extreme cold, with wind seal effect. Blazing Fury consumes 700 spiritual energy, with an added burn effect, dealing 75% extra damage. Summon a wall of fire in front of the enemy, lasting 10 seconds. Extreme Frost.
Consumes 900 spirit energy points.
Simultaneously inflicts slowing and freezing effects upon attack. After the sword is driven into the ground, the surrounding area will instantly freeze, unleashing a series of explosive frost effects that evaluate the elemental power of the currently summoned equipment. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yining immediately picked up the sword and said with satisfaction, "This weapon feels like it's boiling with passion, a fusion of ice and fire surging to the heavens.
It's a bit too powerful, I'll need some time to get used to it."
Yining thrust the sword hard into the ground, and the spot where the blade pierced instantly glowed red, as if it were burning. Within 2 seconds, the ground around the sword had transformed into a mixture of molten lava and stone.
Seeing this, Yining couldn't help but exclaim, "Blazing Fury, just a light thrust, and it can already release heat at the level of magma?"
Then he struck the tip of the sword into the ground once more and shouted, "Switch to Extreme Frost." At his command, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword froze solid. Yining was utterly satisfied with this new weapon. Holding it in his hand, he admired it with delight and said with a grin, "Combining these pieces of equipment together can completely rival an SSS-level ultimate skill. Counting the 6 ultimate moves before this, I can now unleash 7 or even 8 in one go." Compared to that, the Azure Flame sword from before was nothing more than a simple heated blade.
Yining then opened the system interface to spin the integrated lucky wheel.
Last time, he had ranked first in the entire system, and the system's divine reward had granted him the opportunity to spin. So today, he decided to try again. His attack damage was now fully powered, with agility and willpower not lacking either. The only drawback was his stamina and resistance, otherwise, today he would have been fast enough to dodge Fangtang's punch. Watching the wheel spin continuously in front of him, Yining couldn't help but shout, "Give me a defensive item." Next, he was heading to the survival instance dungeon of the Lianhua Temple, which was his top priority. Without making Yining wait long, the item he won from the spin appeared, accompanied by a system notification. He had received an epic level item, a combat uniform, personal level 3 experimental magical transformation.
Yining looked at the item with some doubt and frowned, saying, "This is supposed to be a high-level combat uniform? This isn't metal armor, it looks like it's made of fabric. Is the system messing with me?" In response to Yining's confusion, the system displayed a detailed introduction of the personal combat uniform, level 3 experimental magical transformation. Item attributes: +7 to physique, +3 to speed. Item effects:
Level bulletproof regulations. Explosion resistance, able to withstand temperatures up to 3000 C. Cold resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as 95 C.
Reduces pure weapon damage by 33%.
Reduces sharp weapon damage by 33%. Reduces ranged attack damage by 33%.
The action underwater, immune to radiation.
After reading it, Yining was very satisfied and said with a smile, "This light combat uniform really seems like a war fortress." Yining showed a proud smile, his eyes filled with determination, and said, "This immunity is even at the rule level, it's unbelievable. All the high-level equipment I've had in my past and present life combined don't even compare to this one." After finishing his words, the system continued to introduce the equipment's skills.
Equipment skill, Hell of No Escape.
After eliminating a target, the soul of the target can be bound within the combat uniform and activated when needed, allowing it to deal damage. The intensity of the damage depends on the target's strength when alive. This effect is stackable without limit. Equipment rating: this is one of the divine equipment from Lingen world. By absorbing the blood of a large number of high-level creatures, the originally ordinary combat uniform has become a legendary piece of equipment. Note, it has the potential to be hostile to creatures from other worlds, triggering an unending pursuit mentality. The blood can make other living beings fear it and grant special encounters. Yining looked at the ring on his hand, marveling at how well it matched with the item he owned. The attributes of the ultimate skill Hell of No Escape with the mortal realm's Yama were indeed a perfect combination. One absorbs souls to resist damage, the other absorbs souls to attack. But, is this Lingen world the same as the Lingen world from before? Where exactly is it? It seems that the gods worshipped in that world must at least be at the 5th rank. If its original owner knows that I've taken something from him, would he come after me? Yining quickly donned the new equipment provided by the system. With a cool swagger, he said, "Oh well, let's just go with the flow. After all, it's not like I'm stealing. If anyone wants to settle the score, they can take it up with the system. Anyway, I'm ready, and the time to head to the Intercontinental Dungeon is almost here." The scene shifted again to another place. This was the capital's military district, at the Air Force Base, where a massive fighter jet was parked. Inside the plane, 2 rows of people were seated along the walls. One of them spoke to his team leader, "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock, why hasn't that kid Jining shown up yet? It will take us 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance, and if he doesn't arrive, we'll miss the opening time." Hearing his team member's concern, the captain reassured him, "Just wait a little longer. He should be here soon." Then, Mingla continued, "When he arrives, everyone should be careful with what they say. Don't keep calling him that kid or this kid. Address him as counselor or your excellency. After all, his current rank is far higher than ours." Chi Ming responded, "Captain, it's not that I meant anything by it. But as you can see, he hasn't shown up early, nor has he practiced with us." One of the other team members sitting next to him heard this and immediately spoke up, "Training what? Didn't they already say it above? That's our second mission, keeping him safe is our first mission." Chi Ming was very surprised upon hearing this. "What? It's changed again?" Lin Bin, sitting on the opposite bench, also added, his tone seemingly displeased, "Then why are we going into the Intercontinental Dungeon again? Isn't it just to gather resources? If they're afraid of danger, they shouldn't even enter the dungeon. They want to go, be protected, and also make achievements." As they were speaking passionately, another person spoke up to remind them, "Deputy Captain Zheng Chang, he's here, and he's really putting on a grand show." Seeing Yining walking in with 6 others, Zheng Chang couldn't help but sigh, 6 high-level 3rd-rank people to protect him, isn't this a bit exaggerated? It's even more exaggerated than the legends. Ming La was the first to react. He quickly stood up and raised his hand in greeting, "Yining, I'm the team leader for this mission." "Ming La. Let me introduce you." Yining was also not stingy. He smiled warmly in response, "Team leader Ming La, there's no need to be so formal, just call me Yining. Please, feel free to introduce everyone." Ming La then continued with the briefing, "There are a total of 10 people in this operation. Both Deputy Captain Zheng Chang and I are intermediate 3rd rank. The rest are all beginners, with 3 being long-range attackers and 4 being melee fighters. I specialize in both strength and agility, responsible for the assault. Guan Chang is also dual system with agility, with a rare willpower, and he will be in charge of reconnaissance." He now also flashed a friendly smile, briefly explaining the mission to Yining. "Our main mission is to collect as many spiritual ores as possible. Of course, ideally, we should eliminate the awakened ones in other war zones." Yining slowly sat down and replied, "I understand. Can you provide me with the information about the awakened ones in other war zones?" Ming La quickly responded, "Of course.
But didn't you read the information related to the instance dungeon earlier? Yining casually answered, I've already looked into that before.
Ming La then took out a stack of documents. As he handed them to Yining, he said, the war zones we'll be facing this time are numerous, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia. In total, there are 6 countries.
This can be said to be the most brutal battle in recent years. Yining glanced over the information in the documents. He furrowed his brow, displeased, and said, Yamato, Loco, Dong Yifeng, Golden Ring defies law, what kind of trash are these? I've never even heard of these names. Qi Ming, standing beside the team leader, couldn't help but mutter in admiration at Yining's reaction, a newborn tiger isn't afraid of the tiger? Or is Sir the type who enjoys showing off all the time?
Ming La then spoke up to clarify, Yining, I know you're very strong, but we still can't underestimate them. We've faced these people several times, even in earlier squads many of our mid-level 3rd rank members have already died at their hands. Hearing this, Yining flew into a rage, crumpling the document.
He snarled, you mean they killed many of our people?
Then this time I will capture them, blood for blood. The guiding gate has opened wide and is waiting for everyone to enter.
The group ahead was arguing violently.
The woman standing in the center spoke coldly, as for the profits from this action, our foreign sector must receive 4 shares.
The man beside her, hearing this, retorted angrily, for shares? At most you get 3.
Another person joined in this battle, aside from the 2 mid-level 3rd ranks, the others are all lower-level peak. At that moment the commander of the Yamato sector stepped forward to halt the quarrel and said, stop arguing. How it is divided doesn't matter, just follow the previous ratio. The point is we cannot allow Nation H's sector to take any resources this time. Then he smiled, reassuring everyone, we only need to lock down their spiritual energy resources, eliminate their aircraft, and wait for their air defense system to be destroyed.
By then won't the entire safe zone of Nation H become our livestock farm?
Those who heard him cheered along.
Yamato is right, someone said. As long as we beat them into fear, they won't dare to send people anymore.
Only then can we live in comfort for the rest of our lives. There were still cautious voices speaking up, this time we must be more careful. After all, Nation H has suffered several consecutive defeats and is likely to send their strongest lineup this time. Another person, hearing this, replied arrogantly, their old captains were all killed by us 6 against 1 and they're still cowardly.
What do they have to be afraid of? Others happily chimed in, that's right. They're different from us.
They have vast territories and a large population, but the strong must guard the borders and protect the people, those with talent and potential come from the great powers.
Who would dare to take the initiative?
At that moment the captain from Jindu district stepped forward, smiling as he spoke, they're just a bunch of A-class prodigies, I alone could wipe them out. The girl trailing him flattered him, of course our Lord Jindu can be compared to a high 3rd rank entity. Shaoli, seeing Jindu's arrogance, spoke up, but in the global announcement a few days ago Nation H had produced the foremost of the 4 systems, Yining. Jindu paid no attention and sneered.
So what?
Not to mention Nation H would never accept him, even if they did, he would only be a newly awakened 3rd realm, what use would that be? Dong Yifeng then strode forward, full of vigor, and said, indeed, if Yining truly dares to come, I won't hesitate to take his head as a trophy. The people around quickly scrambled to avoid him, and someone shouted a warning, get away from that pervert who specializes in spatial assassination. Be careful, or he might kill someone right now. He gave a chilling smile and spoke about his achievements. Among my trophies, I already have 6 pig heads.
I'm number 1 globally, definitely worth collecting.
The system notification sounded as the Nation H area entered the range of the Intercontinental Zombie Nation dungeon.
The dungeon will start in 60 seconds. Please enter within the next 60 seconds.
The system introduced the type of Zombie Nation dungeon.
The Intercontinental dungeon did not reset to level A.
Description: this dungeon is a parallel world set in the future, with highly developed scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchical system are similar to the real world. NPCs in the nation have not yet awakened, but technology is highly advanced. Many types of armor and machinery with third rank strength have been developed. There has been no major zombie tide disaster yet, but a small zombie tide has already appeared. Yamato led the way in, then waved his hand at the people behind him. Let's go, enter now. The person next to him also spoke up. Alright, let's kill them all. Yi Ning's group had already teleported into the dungeon. The people around him had fallen and lost consciousness. Yi Ning struggled to hold his head and tried to stay on his feet. Yi Ning looked around with difficulty and muttered to himself, "Have we entered?" He thought to himself, no wonder this is an intercontinental dungeon. Even someone with a strong will type system like me still feels dizzy after being transported here. When his vision cleared, he was utterly astonished to see numerous circles tightly surrounding a certain area. The people inside them had all fainted. He asked in confusion, "This is?" Immediately, the system's voice announced, "The scene before you is a temporary combat space, used to confirm the number of participants entering. During this phase, no attacks can be made. After a 30-second verification, teams will enter the zombie kingdom one by one, in order of their overall strength." Hearing the announcement, he muttered, "Entering one by one? So we haven't entered yet?" He recalled that in his previous life, when he had entered this dungeon, there hadn't been such rules, there hadn't even been any combat spaces. Everyone was still unconscious. Suddenly, someone from a nearby circle spoke up, "A new face in the H Nation zone? Woke up pretty early, huh?" Then that person thought in surprise, "I woke up fast enough myself, but why does it feel like he woke up even faster than me? Impossible. Judging by his aura, that kid should only be at early third rank, and not even stable yet." At that moment, Zheng Cheng also regained consciousness. Struggling to speak, he said, "SS rank will system. So this is what that kind of recovery speed looks like." Seeing him awake, Yi Ning asked, "You're awake already?" Then Yi Ning voiced the question that had been on his mind, "Zheng Cheng, what exactly is this temporary combat space?" Zheng Qing had steadied himself, he straightened up and answered Yi Ning's question. "This is precisely the time advantage we mentioned to you earlier. The dungeon will compensate for the weaknesses of whoever enters. The team with the lowest power ranking can go into the dungeon first." Those around began to come to as well. The ones who woke were still unsteady, trembling as they stood and said, "The side effects of this teleport are really nasty, my head hurts so much." People on Dong Yifang's side had also regained consciousness, someone sneered. "Has the H Army front completely given up this time? How can they even be throwing in newcomers?" Another man scoffed contemptuously. "Except for Captain Ming, the rest of their team are all trash." Dong Yifeng said arrogantly, loud enough for all to hear, "This time I'll take Ming Le's head and wear it as jewelry." Yamato strode toward the H soldiers area and told the men behind him, "Let's go over there and pay them a visit." He advanced and slammed the summoning shield. "You still dare to step in? What's the matter? Weren't enough of you killed last time?" He raised his fist, laughed arrogantly, and jeered. "A pack of useless wretches, not even worth my ass. But your former captain's meat was really delicious, I had to simmer it for a long time before I could taste it." Dong Yifeng stood at his side, picking at his teeth with a fingernail as he spoke. "Trash, you only deserve to be thrown into the cesspit and turned into fertilizer." The group on Yi Ning's side angrily rushed over and shouted, "You damn fat pig, this time we will definitely kill you and avenge our captain." Yamato, undaunted, even provoked them, "You'd better damn well take a good shower and wait for us. I also want to use you to make some soup." At this point, Ming La stepped forward to stop the shouting crowd. "Don't get provoked, stay calm, ignore them. They know we'll be the first ones to enter, so they're deliberately trying to provoke us. Don't fall for it." Yi Ning, observing from the side, smiled and secretly praised the captain's handling of the situation. His approach was quite impressive. Jean Du also approached at this time, walking through the barrier between the zones while speaking. "Your new captain really has no madness in him at all.
Wasn't it because we saved him last time that your old captain didn't die?
Then he arrogantly pointed to himself and continued, but it doesn't matter, whether you guys are capable or not, you'll still die today.
I won't hesitate to make sure you die with clarity. Got it? Mingla, seeing Jindu cross the barrier, was astonished and exclaimed, "Oh crap, there's no barrier between their teams?"
Before, they just talked about teaming up, but this time they've actually used some extremely valuable joint props. Yi Ning, at this point, worriedly thought, then the intel we had earlier. Mingla immediately voiced what Yi Ning was thinking, there's something wrong with the intel. We're in big trouble this time.
Yamato laughed loudly, continuing to curse. Did the pigs finally realize their own death? He taunted. Didn't your thieves tell you?
Oh, I forgot, you're all useless, even your intelligence reports are wrong. Yi Ning was not afraid at all and thought, let them make their move. Without high-level third-rank fighters, their human wave tactics are useless against me. 63rd ranks is a lot, but even if there are many useless people, they're still just useless. However, this information indicated there was a spy in the group or at a high leadership level.
Yamato continued to provoke Yi Ning's group.
Now, kneel and beg for mercy, and I might consider leaving your bodies intact instead of turning you into toxic waste. Suddenly, he pointed at Huang Yun and shouted, or you could offer the girl with you in exchange for your lives, and I'll have some fun with her. My skills are excellent, I guarantee she'll be screaming in pleasure. Huang Yun heard his words and, in a rage, charged forward.
Damn it, I'll kill you all.
Mingla behind her quickly grabbed her hand, holding her back.
Don't fall for it.
On the upper side of the country's siege area, a group of men joined in, raising their voices.
Don't you want the ore? Then offer up the girl in exchange.
Even more disgusting were the men above the area of the Y country, one of them pressing his face against the barrier and sticking out his tongue, saying,
This idea isn't bad, I have to admit.
The women awakened in your war zones really are quite juicy.
Yamato's eyes brightened. Yamato broke into a leering smile and said, Do you still remember Zhang Wei from your team last time? I even heard she was the beauty of your unit. Do you know how long we tormented her after we caught her? He went on to provoke, You really like her, don't you, Mingla? She was the most outstanding awakened one in your group in recent years. A lovely figure, admired by many, you wouldn't even dare lay a finger on her, right?
Hearing him, Mingla thought of that gentle, beautiful girl and ground his teeth in rage, trembling all over.
Yamato wore a contemptuous smile and continued, But sadly, do you know how many people she was forced onto the bed with? How she begged us before being led to her death. I even felt a little sorry, she was still waiting for you to save her, but it's a pity rats like you abandoned her and ran. Dong Yifeng grinned grotesquely, licked the skull in his hand and said, That taste, the taste of lips and teeth. At that, Mingla could no longer contain himself. Furious, he shouted, You bastards, I'll kill scum like you. He surged forward, punched straight at the shield before them and screamed, Don't you dare touch her. Give her back to Chow. Huang Yun and the others immediately charged. She yelled angrily, Captain, we probably won't make it out alive this time. The others said that by entering this instance they'd be risking their lives against them. At that moment Yi Ning shouted angrily at the crowd, Shut up, all of you. Mingla, calm down a little, use your head for once. Yi Ning reminded, a person who awakens to the third rank can suddenly die from a berserk body at any time, so how could we allow others to bully them? When Yamato heard him, his face grew grave and he said, This kid isn't simple, just as we've said. Does he think that because he doesn't know Zhang Wei he can calmly analyze things? Or has Mingla finally calmed down now? He stepped in front of him and said, I also know that's not the case, you simply didn't continue and switched to another topic. Anyway, Yi Ning, rest assured, I know what matters most. We'll protect you no matter what happens. If there's any danger, use the equipment the military provides. When you clash with them, take revenge on them on our behalf. Yi Ning cited how determined they were to die and said, The battle hasn't even started and these people are already set on dying? Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain it to them. I'll just kill them all later. Yamato turned to Dong Yifeng and asked, "Your hearing is really sharp. Just now, did Mingla call that person Yining?"
Dong Yifeng coldly responded, "I never expected that, but the brain of this number one globally ranked guy still belongs to me."
At that moment, the system announcement sounded, signaling the end of the testing phase. Team Nation H, please enter the instance dungeon.
Other teams will enter in 6 hours. Hearing the announcement, Ming Lang cheerfully said, "We're entering early, we might actually have a chance to turn things around this time." Yining, with no change in expression, replied, "This instance dungeon is truly merciful to the weak, but it's also really embarrassing." Yining and his group began to walk toward the teleportation gate.
Before leaving, Yining turned around and said, "Fat pig, damn it, isn't it true that you like eating shit?
When you enter, I'll press your head against your ass and make you eat your fill." Yining raised a friendly middle finger to the others, taunting, "And as for those animals, even if you beg on your knees for mercy, I won't let you die in one piece. At the very least, I'll take your little manhood and feed it to the dogs."
The people around him immediately began shouting, "Is that brat threatening us? How does a third-rank rookie have the guts to talk like that?"
Newbies are always the biggest blowhards. Yamato stood still, watching Yining's fiery figure leave, and countered, "That's not it.
That brat is surprisingly calm."
Jean Du spoke up anxiously. "Captain Yamato, compared to that brat, we entered much later than planned. What's more important is that it's already been a full 6 hours, they might be able to get away during that period."
Dong Yifeng, his face terrifying, licked the dagger in his hand with his tongue and said, "I see you people have thought this over enough.
Even if Yining is hiding in some crack beneath the ground, I, Dong Yifeng, am confident I can break his neck."
An announcement rang out, "Entered the Intercontinental Zombie Nation Dungeon. Time since entry compared to other battle zones, 5 hours 59 minutes 32 seconds.
Mission 1, conduct genetic research to collect anomalous data from the past 3 months. Mission 2, obtain spirit ore, with a minimum quantity of no less than 1000 kg.
Ascension evaluation will be based on the amount collected.
Mission 3, after locating the main object of this world, you may choose to begin Phase 1 of the mission. Note, after completing the 3 missions, you may choose to exit the dungeon or kill awakened enemies in the opposing faction. Each enemy killed will raise the mission rating by 1.2% and grant a special reward.
Yining's group teleported into the dungeon.
He immediately ordered everyone, hurry, find a system that can connect to the internet to locate the coordinates of the NPCs in this mission.
We must complete every task and escape before they arrive." Suddenly someone shouted and then yelled, "Yining, what are you doing? If you do this, we'll be hunted by the NPCs."
Only seeing Yining swing his sword, he said to the group, "From now on, I will be the one in charge.
I will help everyone win this instance." The warning sound kept ringing, signaling the intrusion of violence. Warning, violence intrusion.
Yining jumped into the air and ordered the group behind him to go find the NPC mission.
Try not to provoke the forces of this world.
No, first we must fight to pass through this world and seize the ultimate power. At this moment, Yining had jumped into the heart of the system. The people outside, in fear, spoke up. They didn't need to be the ones to kill, as long as the Allied forces surrounded them completely, no one would escape.
Yining was holding a blue orb in his hand, responding, saying, "This is the moment of massacre for me, Yining."
Suddenly, the notification sound rang out.
"The password is correct, please start driving."
Huang Yun, seeing this, asked in confusion, "The warning has disappeared."
Mingla frowned slightly and asked, "Yining, have you controlled the vehicle? How did he do it?"
Yining replied coldly, "Military secrets cannot be disclosed."
"Time is of the essence, everyone get in the vehicle." Hearing this, he hesitated before speaking, "What about here?"
Yining immediately held up his ID card and declared, "Special Operations Team. Ming La, you're now the team leader.
This mission, everyone follows my orders."
Ming La was extremely surprised and blurted out, "The Special Vietnamese Military Command Order, you didn't explain anything but just casually dropped one sentence."
"What's the matter?" do you want to disobey the order? At that moment, he obediently replied, I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in the car. Qi Ning, who was standing behind and witnessing everything, couldn't help but sigh, this is too domineering. He asked us to protect him, but now he's willingly walking into his own doom. What's going on? Meanwhile, Huang Yun remained incredibly optimistic. No problem, after all, we won't make it out alive anyway. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed, current destination, number 91 Shangxie Street, Laysan Manor. The car then sped off like a rocket. Inside the car, Ming La observed him for a while, then thought to himself, the movements are extremely familiar. What exactly is going on here? At the same time, Yi Ning was deep in thought, calculating every possible outcome. Compared to the apocalyptic system mission, completing the Godslayer system mission was even more important. Only through this could he acquire the blueprint for the skyless battleship. This was crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the Doomsday War. After all, no matter how powerful he was, when facing a world-class villain, it would only be a drop in the ocean. While he was lost in his tangled thoughts, a notification suddenly appeared. Mission update, seize the highest authority of the dungeon, alter the future trajectory of the world. The greater the change, the more privileges you will receive. Warning, avoid being killed by the protagonist of this dungeon world, Lin Rui. Yi Ning began reading the notification and deducing. The protagonist couldn't die. Therefore, the fastest way to change the world's trajectory was to seize the power. Moreover, once power is in hand, it will be possible to keep the Six-Nation Alliance under control more effectively. According to the information, the relevant system was provided by an external hacker called Devil's Eye, so heading to the governor's residence is probably the quickest route. Over there, Ming La also began to guess his intention. Yi Ning, do you intend to control the high-ranking people here and use their authority to help us eliminate those others? Yi Ning replied decisively, yes, that's exactly the idea. He heard this and then pointed out the impracticalities of the plan, this is too fanciful, it probably won't work. Never mind the 63rd tier combatants, and never mind whether we can control the army, we don't even know for certain where they will appear. Setting an ambush would be impossible. Yi Ning remained unshaken by the objections Ming La raised, on the contrary, he explained deliberately, what's so hard about this? We just need to use triangulation. First, the system won't scatter us too far from the enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be called an opposing instance. Second, neither side will be too far from the mission objective, otherwise they would spend the entire time on the road. He maneuvered deftly as he spoke, with us at the center of the circle, take 3 times the maximum speed of an awakened is the radius basically, that's the area in which they will appear. Yi Ning pointed at a spot, then affirmed by drawing a circle around the center, that way we can narrow the area down. But it seems these arguments of his still weren't enough to convince Ming Lang. He knit his brow slightly and wondered aloud, but this area is still too large. After all, only by attacking them the moment they appear can we put real pressure on them. Yi Ning not only didn't mind, he patiently explained everything to him. The 2 NBCs central to this mission are Professor CL and Lin Rui. The professor is in the laboratory. As for Lin Rui, judging by the name he is probably in Chinatown. Take the midpoint between those 2 points and connect the areas obtained, and you'll get this region. The system will do its utmost to prevent locals from seeing the awakened. The places where they will appear are outskirts, highways, and parks within this area. Ming Lang listened to him speak at length and felt inwardly impressed. The analysis was remarkably clear. It turned out this wasn't an impulsive decision at all. Huang Yun standing beside them was equally astonished at his thorough preparation. This is amazing. I underestimated him before. At that moment Yi Ning smugly murmured, of course it's not that simple. The reason he could be so sure was mainly thanks to the reminder from the demon-eyed hacker. An hour later, Yi Ning stopped the car in front of an extraordinarily lavish building, then said coldly, we're here. Get out. The arrival of Yi Ning's group set off a continuous stream of intrusion warnings from the other side. Intrusion alert. Intrusion alert.
One of them charged straight out and called out in a probing voice, "Who are you? Don't move." A strange wave of power suddenly radiated from him. Yi Ning stared ahead, then cautiously gave the order, "Take action, knock them all out. Don't kill them, don't worry about them contacting the outside world. The communication network here has already been severed by my mental power."
As soon as he finished speaking, Ming La's group rushed forward like lightning.
He was the one from Xianfeng attacking with the wind-breaking slash technique. The soldiers opposite him were thrown into panic and shouted to each other, "Monster, open fire, enforce the law on the spot."
On Yi Ning's side, everyone continuously unleashed destructive moves. Eastern Frost, Heart Fire.
Eastern Frost immediately froze their bodies, rendering them unable to fight, while Heartfire wasn't any less formidable, pushing back the constant attacks from the guard soldiers. Huang Yun was not to be outdone. She threw a spell while saying, "Too much righteousness isn't good either, let's add a bit of cursed energy." A cheerful voice rang out repeatedly, "Third rank dealing with regular people is such a blow. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun, if only the 6 nations' spiritual armies were this easy to handle."
Yi Ning casually remarked, "Are you dreaming?"
He playfully flicked a small object, casually borrowing the electric gun from them to test the defensive power of his new combat cloak.
Countless laser beams shot directly at Yi Ning, but he simply muttered, "Not bad, feels like a mage."
They were stunned upon hearing this.
He can be immune to electromagnetic bullets? How is that possible?
Then, Yi Ning declared, sending chills down their spines, "Alright, I'm in a hurry today, so I won't play around with you anymore. The extreme cold wind element, of course, don't make it too cold, just enough will do." After saying that, he unleashed a move toward the opposite side, generating an incredibly powerful force. The bodies of the soldiers in front of him were instantly frozen in place. Ming La, while leading his troops, kept urging, "Hurry up, let's meet with Yi Ning, we don't know what danger might be inside." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a scene so lifeless it made Ming La feel awkward. It seemed that not only was there no danger, but the situation was also quite artistic. The unfortunate soldiers, who hadn't even had a chance to defend themselves, were collectively frozen in place. A moment later, Yi Ning was sitting confidently in a chair, speaking with authority, "It's a pleasure to meet Governor Brad. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, nothing will happen to you."
Upon hearing this, Brad thought in disbelief, "A pleasure to meet me?" Though terrified, Brad remained calm and spoke flatly, "Hundreds of guards in my mansion were taken down in just a few seconds. This definitely isn't something a human could do. Even genetically modified humans couldn't accomplish this."
After saying that, he cautiously added, "Please don't kill me. I will cooperate with anything you ask, but first, I need to know who you are and why you're holding me hostage." Immediately afterward, a stream of purple light suddenly appeared before Brad. Yi Feng explained solemnly, "We are people from the future travelers from this world 10 years ahead. Our mission is to prevent the coming crisis that will befall this world. So you can rest assured, we are not the bad guys. As you can see, we haven't killed any of your subordinates, at most, we merely restricted their movements." He paused for a moment, then continued, "In fact, it wasn't difficult for us to find you. I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Obama province within 3 hours, and use every system available to locate these individuals and eliminate them for me. They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world."
Hearing that, Brad hesitated and asked, "People from the future? A crisis? Is this a movie? A reality show? Or am I dreaming?"
To prove that it wasn't a dream, Yi Ning cast a spell that let him taste the sting of pain, then gently asked, "Now, does it feel real?"
Brad, struck by the pain, hurriedly replied, I'm awake, please, don't hit me again."
After regaining his composure, he began to explain himself, "But I'm only the governor of one province.
I can't possibly mobilize that many troops." Hearing this, Yi Ning countered, "Then how many can you mobilize? How many A-class battle armors can you deploy? Do you think an A-class battle armor can barely compare to a low-level awakened tri-family combatant?" Thinking so, Yining gave a faint, leisurely smile. If we can mobilize dozens or even hundreds of aircraft, there is still hope.
Brad muttered calculations for a moment, then answered cautiously, there are at most 3 A-class mechs, and more B-class mechs.
Roughly about 120.
I can command the B-class, but once the A-class personnel are transferred in, they will decide for themselves whether to attack.
I do not have authority to command them.
The moment Qi Ming heard this, he exclaimed with feeling, this is utter nonsense. After a while, Yining spoke, neither hurried nor slow. Ming La, take people to the neighboring manor and seize a girl named Anna. Ming La, though puzzled, obediently replied with a crisp affirmative. The instant Brad heard his daughter's name, he shouted to stop them, don't you lay a hand on my daughter. Only then did Jining stand and expose him. Under Federal Law No. 78, you have the right to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Moreover, Province's armed forces have at least 60 A-class mechs and 2,400 B-class mechs. Whether by ordering exercises or citing counterterrorism or any other pretext, you were not being honest. Brad, taken aback that he knew so much, went pale as he finished speaking, then hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that. To do what you say requires review by AI specialists. I can place us into wartime status. But if the expert does not approve, those below will not listen. Moreover, it is impossible to deceive the AI expert. He lacked the patience to listen to him grumble any longer, so he decisively brought out the control panel and ordered. All you need to do is mobilize. Now, issue the order immediately. Within 3 hours, gather all the soldiers in the province to the coordinates above. Also, send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates.
Brad didn't dare to make a sound. Whatever he said, the man responded obediently and immediately. Understood.
After achieving the desired result, Yining said with satisfaction,
as for the expert, leave it to me.
He secretly felt lucky to be cooperating with a person who had completed the plot in a past life, so he had received a backdoor order from this expert.
Brad began to doubt as he watched Yining's fingers swiftly moving over the control screen. Could he really control the expert? Was he truly from the future?
Before long, Anna was escorted here. As soon as she saw her father, she snapped angrily.
What are you going to do? What have you done to my father?
Brad could not bear to see his precious daughter handcuffed like that, so he whispered a plea to Yining's group.
Anna, please release my daughter. Unfortunately, Yining not only showed no mercy to Anna but also dealt with Brad with a cold, icy attitude. I don't have time for your nonsense.
She was utterly stunned by this.
Dad, what's going on? After knocking him unconscious, Yining turned to explain everything to Anna.
Listen, your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated political opponents. As long as you help me find Lin Rue within 6 hours, I will spare your father's life.
Don't try to deceive me. I even know the details of his hidden feelings for you.
Of course, you don't need to worry about Lin Rue's safety.
We're here to protect him.
4 hours later, on Highway 77, a group of people walked proudly, saying, there's no one here.
I told you there wouldn't be an ambush.
You were overestimating those pigs earlier.
That's true.
They must have been scared out of their wits when they heard us coming. The sound of anger continued to echo.
Damn it, they threatened us before, and now they're running back into the city.
Capture a few of their managers and have them help us track down those pigs. Yamato looked at what was before him, hesitating as he said, I always feel like something's wrong here.
Aren't these shells way too cheaply made? And the ground, it looks freshly dug up.
As soon as he finished speaking, all the devices were activated simultaneously, causing him to exclaim, this place is an ambush. Once the detectors sensed the presence of outsiders, a robotic army suddenly appeared from nowhere, ambushing them before they could react.
Yamato looked at the machines in front of him and couldn't help but sneer, so this is the military of this world? How could Nation H possibly mobilize such a large military force?
Suddenly, a voice signaled the fighter jets.
The 1st, 3rd, and 7th fighter jets began releasing bone mist poison bombs. The devices were activated instantly. Each special bomb was released, rising a thick, green smoke that enveloped the entire area. Those below, after inhaling a large quantity of the gas, all found it hard to breathe, their bodies collapsed to the ground. Yamato noticed immediately and shouted, "This is a nerve toxin." He promptly ordered everyone around him to find a way to cope. "Hurry!" Their wills pooled together, activating a layer of mental defense. Thanks to the quick thinking and combined efforts of those nearby, the defensive barrier caused the poisonous cloud to gradually dissipate. Seeing that the previous tactic had failed, a slew of further orders was issued. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th fighter jets dropped explosive bombs. The electronic armored army launched a saturation assault. A barrage of cannon blasts and the shriek of shells erupted, tearing everything apart. Under the combined pressure from above and below, bombs from the sky and a rain of bullets from the ground felled countless soldiers. Few could escape. Seeing they could not hold out much longer, Yamato dashed toward the robots and ordered the others to support him. Junior 3rd rank, take defense and provide covering. Intermediate 3rd rank, follow me in charge. Having spoken, he surged forward, punching the robot obstructing his path to death, and roared. Heaven cleaving, earth obliterating, all who block the way must die. Jindu was no less, he swiftly finished off several others, clearing the path forward. It's been 7 years since sweeping through Heavenly Army, and I still choose to stay at the 3rd rank intermediate level, not wanting to level up. Can you guess why the others all unite and work together to defeat the other machines? They never stop encouraging each other. Even though a level match might match the 3rd rank beginner level, in front of us, they are nothing but useless. That's right. The B-level mixed crowd behind them are even less worth mentioning. You think you can rely on them to kill us? How naive. While the battlefield below was intense, Yifeng used his special ability to ambush the high ground base of the opposing team. He spoke mockingly. Do you think that just because you're flying in the sky, we can't do anything? I have a special space ability. With that, Yifeng launched an attack on the body of the Golden Dragon mech. An explosion rocked the sky, sending countless debris flying. From a distance, Yining watched their every move. Noticing the situation was starting to go south, Manhwa spoke up to advise Yining. Yining, if this continues, it won't end well. Our combat power is in a completely different league. Even if we can wear down a few weak 3rd rank beginners, we won't be able to handle the rest. Despite Manhwa's worried tone, Yining remained completely calm, speaking reassuringly. It's fine. I never expected these mechs to win anyway. Hearing that, Manhwa wondered aloud, so, what should we hope for? Yining scoffed, slowly drawing the sword from his back as he answered him. What should we hope for? He continued confidently, we hope in the sword I hold in my hand. Without hesitation, Yining moved forward with the sword in hand. Manhwa quickly intervened, Yining, wait a minute. Yining, you're charging straight into a wall, this is too dangerous. Seeing him still being stubborn, he helplessly proposed another suggestion, if we're going, then we should go ahead first. Otherwise, it will be hard to ensure your safety. Finally, Yining agreed, alright, then you go with me. But then he set a condition, however, I only want you to stay outside the perimeter of the mechs. Not a single one should escape. Without my order, no one is allowed to charge in. Manhwa, hearing this, felt deeply dissatisfied and was about to argue. But before he had the chance, Yining spoke again, disobeying orders will be dealt with according to military law. Seeing Manhwa fall silent, Yining leaped into the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy's base. Through the dense barrage of gunfire, his figure flickered in and out of sight, making it hard for the other side to even guess if someone was rushing toward them. Inside the enemy base, Yining swung his sword without hesitation, ready to wipe everything out. His eyes were filled with death. The hunt began, starting with clearing away the debris, and just when Yining was about to attack, someone finally noticed him. It's already too late, it's Yining from Nation H's squad. Yining's strikes tore through the very fabric of space,
and everything around seemed to be flattened, leaving only a whirlwind of dust that enveloped the entire base.
Upon hearing his teammates' report, Yamato couldn't help but turn in shock, stunned by the wreckage Yi Ning had left behind. He shouted, "Yi Ning!"
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning's strikes reached him, knocking down the teammates around him. Yamato, quick on his feet, managed to activate his defense, safeguarding his life by deploying his full protective barrier. Others, even if they activated their defenses in time, could only hold on for so long. The overwhelming force shattered their shields, and everyone inside was injured. Yi Ning's teammates stood by, watching as he swept through everything around him, unable to contain their fear as they spoke. One strike, wiping out a whole group of low-level third rank. He even injured some of the mid-level third rank.
No wonder they didn't want us to charge in. This kind of unimaginable strength is even more terrifying than the legends say. How did he do it? These third rank aren't rookies like Zhang Yang.
Ming Lai remained vigilant, carefully observing the battle, ready to intervene if needed.
Could it be that the mechs earlier drained some of the lower-level third rank's energy?
The next part was the most dangerous.
We must always be ready to rescue him at any moment.
At a critical time, even if we have to disobey orders, we must save him. Alone, Yi Ning had swept through almost the entire enemy force, leaving the others no choice but to accept their fate. They charged forward, throwing away their lives. Avenge our fallen comrades.
You wiped out all my brothers? I'll kill you. You damned dog. We'll kill you and feed you to the dogs. You dare kill people from our squad? Yi Ning, I'm going to eat your flesh today.
But before they could get near him, two giant robots suddenly appeared and blocked their way.
Yamato shouted in anger, "Get out of the way! Do you want to die?"
Seeing their attention fixed on the robots, Yi Ning circled around to flank them. He screamed a provocation, "Then come at me." Giving them no time to react, Yi Ning swung the sword in his hand, preparing to slaughter them all.
This stroke would be their deadly defeat.
A perfectly straight/heavenly rift flowing light cleaved the advancing men in two. Seemingly appearing out of nowhere, Yi Feng teleported behind him and, in a confident voice, said, "Yi Ning, I've taken your head." The remaining fighters, seeing their captain materialize, seized the chance and launched a coordinated counterattack, Heartfire Burst, Ice Wave Arrow. Yi Feng and the two streams of his teammates' power rushed toward Yi Ning, ready to retaliate for their comrades. But the two were still too weak to control their power properly, and it struck Yi Feng, causing him to snarl. Seeing the force hurtling straight at him, he didn't bother to dodge. He calmly said, "Charging at me? That's not going to happen." After finishing his words, Yi Ning immediately launched a counterattack. Wind Blade Elemental Rage Flame. Once Yi Feng had recovered, he returned to his usual arrogant self, ordering the others that Yi Ning only has two big moves at most, so everyone, feel free to attack him together.
Of course, his head will be mine. Yi Feng's words made Yi Ning feel uneasy. He thought to himself, how can he be so sure I only have these two big moves? If he knew about it, why didn't he say anything earlier? And why did he keep his distance when he ambushed me earlier? He even shouted before attacking?
The others, hearing Yi Feng's words, regained their confidence and quickly charged to kill him.
He's out of tricks now, kill him. Upon hearing them, Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh in disdain and said, "Out of tricks?"
Suddenly, a thick black smoke began to surround him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he slowly raised the mirror in his hand. A wave of dark energy surged, and the gigantic skull Yi Ning had summoned appeared, devouring two of the approaching enemies. He coldly spoke, "Then let me show you what else I have." Yi Ning's new skill was activated, Cunning Yama. The massive skull devoured the two attackers, leaving only their dry skeletons behind. A system notification appeared, consumed 20,000 spiritual energy, remaining 300,000 spiritual energy. Yi Feng was also enveloped by the dark energy. He quickly activated his teleportation ability to escape. He angrily shouted, "Damn, what is this thing? Am I being tricked? How could this happen?"
Not only the enemy, but even Yi Ning's teammates were also terrified by this power. Is this the number one talent of the four elements? It's too strong. I've never seen a move like this in my life. Not only is it a move, but it also has released spiritual energy, even up to 20,000 points. This is too exaggerated. But the two captains were different, they still wanted to risk everything and charge at Yi Ning. Today, not a single nation H-Pig will escape. Brother Yi Ning, let me kill him. Seeing that they were still reckless, Yi Ning just sneered, launching his next attack. My move isn't finished yet, and you dare charge at me? Human world Yama awakens. From within the black smoke, eerie skulls were summoned and hovered around. He pointed his spirit Jin Du, commanding the skulls, go kill Jin Du for me. They obeyed the order and quickly surrounded him. Now, only Yamato remained. As Yi Ning approached, he asked him, Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you? Startled by the sudden question, Yamato couldn't help but feel fear, stammering as he answered. Because their strength can't kill me? Hearing Yamato's words, Yi Ning slowly responded, wrong, because I told you I would shove your head right up your ass. When Yi Ning says something, he makes it happen. After hearing Yi Ning's arrogant challenge, Yamato felt his blood boil and was ready to charge into battle. Yi Ning didn't hesitate. He swung his sword, cutting through the air, activating his ultimate technique, Wind Blade Elemental Extreme Cold Dragon. Immediately, a massive ice dragon appeared, accompanied by a bone-chilling gust of wind, roaring fiercely. But Yamato wasn't to be outdone. He swung his hand decisively, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Amber Fist. A blazing tiger materialized, facing the ice dragon head-on. The two spiritual beasts clashed violently, neither giving way. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by their fierce battle, Yi Ning used this opportunity to teleport behind Yamato and launched an attack, Wind Blade Elemental Phoenix Blazing Fury. With that, a monstrous creature erupted from the sword, viciously attempting to bite its opponent to death. However, Yamato sensed its approach and immediately activated his defense technique, Nirvana Wings of Protection. The wings formed just in time to create a protective barrier, but the creature struck with a violent impact, creating a deafening explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Yi Ning couldn't help but praise him. No wonder you're from the Berserk physique system, your defense is indeed impressive, but that's all you've got. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of darts appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for him. But with his battle instincts, Yi Ning quickly sensed it. He sneered and said, Is it Dong Yifeng again, hiding and trying to ambush me? I'm getting tired of this sneak attack. He shouted, launching a counterattack. You think you're the only one who can control spirit power? His spirit energy surged, forming a protective barrier. Yi Ning casually threw the small throwing knife in his hand, knocking away all the incoming darts. Just as he finished dealing with the darts, a loud shout echoed from above, coming from Yamato. Yi Ning, these are just distractions. You've been fooled. Heaven Fire Meteor. Yamato's body was enveloped in a massive fist, charging directly towards Yi Ning. In the face of this coordinated attack, Yi Ning merely scoffed, preparing to counter them. Coordinated fighting, huh? Then I'll show you that all schemes and tricks are useless against true strength. What does absolute really mean? Finishing his words, Yi Ning stood firm, slowly raising his sword. He activated his defensive technique. Heaven Adaptive Defense. A purple flame appeared, surrounding his sword. Just as Yamato charged, the flame erupted, forming a sturdy shield that blocked his punch, leaving Yamato stunned. What? Seeing that his technique had no effect, he quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Yamato angrily shouted. He's just a low-tier warrior, how can he have such a defense? But Yi Ning wasn't done yet. He broke free from the protective barrier and shot straight up, preparing to counterattack. This move wasn't even finished yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he dove down while activating the next move.
Heaven-locking precision strike, a wave of invisible pressure suddenly descended on Yamato. The man froze in place, the weight of gravity forcing him to stagger and fall. Despite his desperate struggles, he couldn't move at all. Yamato screamed, "I can't move at all, this is impossible." Even Yifeng, who is hiding in another dimension, is affected. "I'm in the void, yet I can still feel the pressure." In the distance, after dealing with the wandering souls, Jindu was panting heavily and said, "I have the strength of a high-level third rank. Do you think these half-baked third-level wraiths can kill me? Don't even think about it. Yining, today, I will personally kill you." But he didn't notice the light flying toward him from behind. It wasn't until a loud explosion rang out that Jindu was startled, shouting, "What the hell is this?" After the deafening explosion, a figure emerged from the dense smoke. Yining stepped out from the mist, feeling a deep satisfaction with the moves he had. He had only used the defense of heaven adapted before, but to his surprise, its offensive power was just as formidable as the sword of violent surge. His teammates were all astonished by his strength. Mingla could only exclaim, "How many moves does Yining have? Is he even human, or some kind of demon?" Yamato could no longer tolerate this inferiority. He immediately activated his berserk transformation, and in the blink of an eye, his body grew enormous, towering in size. Without giving Yining a chance to adapt, Yamato seized the opportunity to unleash his sweeping through heavenly army move. He quickly commanded his subordinates to block the endless hellish blows, using Jindu's soul as a shield. Seeing his attack being blocked, Yamato couldn't help but roar in anger, "You're using Jindu's soul to defend against this? How could this be possible?" No matter how much he screamed, Yining was already ready to counterattack. "Have you unleashed all your big moves? If so, it's my turn now." With that, he summoned the wrath of the gods, and his sword began to glow. At the same time, a system notification appeared: consumes 20,000 spiritual power points, remaining balance, 4,800 points. Yining yelled, summoning the fourth-tier illusion. A shadow identical to him shot out of the sword, heading straight for Yamato. Even Yining himself was surprised by how eerily similar it was. "I thought a fourth-tier illusion should at least be several dozen meters tall, but I never expected it to look just like me. Can this really happen?" Seeing the small size of the shadow, Yamato couldn't help but mock, "Is this how you release your soul? You actively send it over here? Do you think your soul can defeat me?" He was laughing triumphantly, but suddenly, his words began to falter. How naive. When had Yining's shadow already passed through Yamato's body? The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed. The shadow landed at the same time. His whole body was covered in slashes. The shadow moved so fast Yamato never noticed. In the blink of an eye, his body was cleaved and shattered into hundreds of fragments. Yining was equally stunned by this terrifying power. A one-stroke kill, though it looked exactly like him, it was far deadlier than he was. Those nearby froze, silently grateful that Yining hadn't targeted them. "Have we won this, then? By not letting us in, did he mean to slaughter us?" Through the choking dust, Yining stepped up to where the shadow was sitting at ease. The shadow saw him come, extended a hand and said, "After you." Amused by his manner, Yining replied, "You know what I want to do?" The shadow smiled and said, "Of course, I am you," but then he too gradually faded away. Yining felt a pang of regret at having to say goodbye. Regrettably, he could only appear for 10 seconds each time. In that case, he truly was my future. With that, he turned and kicked Yamato's head aside, saying with pride, "Yamato Ichiro, I told you I'd shove your head up your ass, and I did it." Seeing that not a single comrade remained, Yifeng, who had been fleeing, couldn't help but be terrified. He thought to himself, "This is too frightening. Apart from me, the entire team has been wiped out. No, I have to escape quickly. At the very least, I must bring the news back." As if sensing his fear, Yining let out a chilling smile and said, "There's still one slippery fish hiding in the shadows. I've ignored you long enough. Now, Dong Yifeng, come out." Seeing that he stubbornly refused to appear, Yining unleashed a searching technique. His spiritual power fully expanded, probing in all directions.
Blazing fury trace hunt. In an instant, Yifeng was found.
Terrified, he screamed in despair, switching to agility attributes and shouting.
Blazing fury, burn for me. Damn it! He can't see me, yet he can sense my approximate location and plans to use fire to force me out? Hearing that, Yining only snorted coldly and barked a warning. Trying to run? I told you I'd wipe out every last one of you. Did you think I was joking?
Seeing Yining still stubbornly determined to annihilate everything, his teammates rushed forward to stop him.
Yining, stop chasing.
Dong Yifeng still has a trump card no one knows about. Yining, your spiritual energy is unstable. No matter what they said, Yining remained resolute. If he let the enemy live and escape, the danger would only grow greater.
Yining's flames continued to launch relentless assaults against Yifeng, forcing him to desperately counterattack. The fire's speed was terrifyingly fast. No, if this keeps up, I'm doomed.
Yifeng calculated frantically in his mind. He had just unleashed a series of powerful techniques, and judging by the feeling, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted.
Instead of turning his back on the enemy, it was better to charge forward and take a gamble.
Although this tactic would come at an enormous cost, if he could kill Yining, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, the mission would not be considered a failure. At the same time, Yining's oppressive aura was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, he tore through the void, charging toward Yining and shouting. Burning my life force, breaking through the void, die for me. Yifeng suddenly emerged from the void, determined to fight Yining to the end. He smugly thought to himself. When my life force is burned, my attack power will be even stronger than that of a typical high-level third-rank warrior.
No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun my supersonic blade. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with a murderous gleam as he said. Die, Yining.
In response to Yifeng's arrogant attitude, Yining merely smiled disdainfully. Yifeng was puzzled by this calm reaction.
The death was imminent, yet Yining was still smiling?
But when he lunged forward to stab Yining, he suddenly realized something strange.
It didn't make sense. The dagger passed through Yining's body without encountering any resistance at all.
When Yifeng turned around, everything was just an illusion. He had completely fallen for the trick. The figure was an afterimage, dead, nothing but a phantom.
How could this be? Did Yining also have spatial skills? But how could he release such a skill without draining any spiritual energy?
In the blink of an eye, Yining appeared from behind him, launching a counterattack. Yifeng had no chance to react. Yining decisively swung his sword and severed Yifeng's legs. In a few short seconds, he had become crippled. Yifeng screamed in pain, "I'll kill you, Yining."
His teammates, having witnessed the horrific fight, surged toward Yining. Yining, are you all right? Everyone, charge and kill Dong Yifeng.
When Qiming and Zhang Cheng heard the captain, they immediately unleashed their full power to kill Yifeng. Ice Wave Arrow, Heartfire burst, but Yining stopped them all. He shouted, "Stop! Keep him alive!"
However, the two of them didn't relent and stubbornly continued their assault, prompting Yining to say through gritted teeth in irritation, "Didn't I tell you to stop? And you fire everything at full strength?"
Qiming, realizing he had angered him, quickly lowered his bow and said apologetically, "Yining, I didn't mean to. I was too tense and couldn't pull back in time." At the same time, Captain Mingla rushed over and urged Yining to finish Yifeng off quickly.
Yining, when you said to keep him alive, did you mean to extract information? Even if you get it, you can't be sure it's true.
Better to kill him now to avoid trouble. But Yining remained steadfast in his decision. He turned, pointed the tip of his sword at Yifeng, and forced him to speak. "Tell me, in Squad Nation H, who is your inside man? Even if you've lost your legs or are shaking with fear." Yifeng remained stubborn. He said in a taunting tone, "I won't say a thing.
If you've got the guts, just kill me." Ming La, hearing him, couldn't help but ask, "Yining, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us?"
Everyone was strictly screened, and every channel of communication is monitored and recorded. Don't be taken in by his bait. Yining turned, confident, and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Whether there is one or not, you'll know once I finish interrogating him." Hearing that, Ming-la said nothing more. When he finished speaking, Yining began to lay bare all of Yifeng's tricks. Dong Yifeng, if you wanted to die, you could have killed yourself under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't is because your previous move already used up your self-destruct energy, right? Now you're nothing but a chunk of flesh, you can't do it anymore. Seeing that he knew everything, terror spread across Yifeng's face. He had no words left to defend himself. While he was still frantically searching for an escape, Yining decisively chopped off one of Yifeng's arms and threatened, "Now all you have to do is tell me and I'll give you a quick death." Not talking? Simple. I read the book Heavily Ancient Tortures, things like the Pig Man, Lingxi, and so on. Yifeng still refused to open his mouth, so Yining thrust the tip of his sword in front of him. Then, with an utterly terrified expression, Yifeng decided to confess. "Don't, please, let me speak. I'll tell you." After finishing his words, he immediately pointed his hand toward Kai Ming and shouted loudly, "My inside man is Zhang Kai Ming." Kai Ming realized he had been exposed and quickly ran away, ignoring his teammates who were still confused by the news. Is it really Zhang Kai Ming? It can't be. Zhang Kai Ming, what on earth did they give you? How could you betray us like this? Not letting him escape so easily, Zheng Chang launched an attack, his heart filled with murderous intent. A flame erupted, immediately engulfing Kai Ming and burning him alive. After confessing everything, Yifeng, in agony, begged Yining to let him die. "Yining, are you satisfied now? Can you just let me die quickly?" Hearing this, Yining merely snorted coldly and continued exposing Yifeng, as if to show his satisfaction. "But don't be in a hurry, there are still two people standing in front of you," he blurted out in confusion. "Huh?" With that, Yining quickly darted off somewhere. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jing Chang, pointing his sword straight at him, abandoning the car to save the king. "Do you think I didn't notice?" Realizing he had been exposed, Zheng Chang could only stammer, "Yining, you didn't let him finish talking." Without hesitation, Yining swung his sword, stabbing it straight through Zheng Chang's body. Seeing this, Ming-la rushed forward and yelled, "Yining, are you crazy? The traitor is Zhang Kai Ming, why are you attacking Zheng Chang?" Hearing Ming-la, Yining only sneered, "Who told you the traitor is just one person?" He still couldn't believe it upon hearing this, and replied, "What you're saying is impossible." Yining turned to face Yifeng, revealing his final move. Did he truly think Dong Yifeng could easily reveal Ru like that? This was no different from sacrificing a pawn that had already been seen. In order to save a hidden piece, Yifeng realized his plan was completely ruined, and quickly spoke up in defense, "No, that's impossible, I was just making random guesses." Before he could finish, Yining raised his hand and severed his head. In his eyes, Yifeng was no longer of any use. "Even if I was only guessing, didn't your reaction already confirm my suspicion? If you weren't a traitor, why would you respond with such satisfaction, like you were throwing stones into a well? Now, your existence no longer holds any meaning to me." Ming-la still refused to believe Zheng Chang was a traitor, trying to defend him. "Dong Yifeng is very cunning, perhaps this is his clever tactic of throwing stones into the well." Seeing this, Zheng Chang chimed in, "Zheng Chang has always held himself accountable to the country and his conscience." "Yining, on what basis are you slandering me?" Yining couldn't help but feel amused by their attitude. He then presented a series of evidence. "On what basis? You were indeed very careful in your work, leaving no traceable documents. Not even Zhang Kai Ming made contact. So how were the messages delivered?" "It was through long-range attacks to place an imprint on your opponent. Do you remember that Dong Yifeng attacked me earlier? But he forewarned to lure you and Zhang Kai Ming into making a move." "No," he said, as he took out the piece of paper. "At that time, Zhang Kai Ming's attack hit us, while Zhang Cheng's attack struck Dong Yifeng's arm. The imprint on the piece of meat I cut out is the proof that you transmitted the information.
Similar evidence appeared in every instance. I guess there must be more proof on him.
After a series of such pieces of evidence, Zheng Qing had no choice but to admit his fault.
You're right, I truly am a traitor. Ming La, hearing him say that, couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lao Zhang, why did Zheng Qing do that?
But he was still puzzled.
Why did he end up on this path?
However, I'm very curious as to why you became an insider.
I've gone through your file, and it's flawless.
He began to briefly recount Zheng Qing's life for everyone around him.
At 14, both his parents passed away, and he was rescued by the army.
Without any burdens, no one could threaten him. He enlisted at 16 to save a team looking for supplies. By 26, he single-handedly dragged a mutated second-rank beast and became a third-rank officer recruited into the special forces. He fought 13 times at the border and had been in life-threatening situations twice.
With such a background in deep loyalty, Yi Ning still couldn't find any flaws. Why would Zheng Qing betray us? Captain Lu treated you like a brother, and Zhang Wei regarded you as an older brother.
I'm very curious what the RA Warzone promised that made you decide to betray your comrades like that.
He replied painfully, if I tell the truth that I've never felt I committed treason, would you believe me? Quite the opposite. I only want to do my best for the nation H Warzone.
Hearing him say that, he felt rather intrigued.
That way of speaking was truly novel.
Zheng Qing kept shouting, trying to prove he had done it for everyone.
Yi Ning, you're right, I'm not after power and I don't covet anything from them. And I hate those bastards more than you do.
Every day I wish I could kill them all, but I can't.
To save more friends, I can only become their dog.
Ming La, who had defended him earlier, could no longer tolerate this betrayal and swung a kick straight into Zheng Qing's face.
Zheng Qing, what the hell are you saying? You betrayed us for our own good? Is that how you treated Zhang Wei and the old captain?
Seeing the captain's attitude change, Zheng Qing could only laugh and sneer.
Captain, if I hadn't done that, do you think you could have survived? Last time the strongest old captain and Zhang Wei both died, why didn't anyone pursue us afterward? It's because I begged them like a dog.
Anyway, we couldn't have one, so it was better to reduce the number of deaths. He shouted in bitter resignation, clutching the hem of his shirt.
Zheng Qing, have I ever been afraid to die?
But I'm terrified of having to watch each of my brothers die. Suddenly, Zheng Qing tore his shirt apart, revealing a body covered in scars.
He roared in despair, do you think I don't want to save everyone? I can't.
We're like pigs trapped in a pen, only by sacrificing a few of us can the rest survive. Hearing that, Yi Ning replied confidently, but this time is different.
This time, I can lead you all to victory. Zheng Qing didn't argue. I acknowledge your talent.
Yi Ning, this time truly caught me off guard.
If only I had met you sooner. Yi Ning, honestly, I'm glad.
As soon as he finished speaking, flames burst forth, enveloping Zheng Qing entirely. He set himself ablaze, entrusting everything to Yi Ning with peace of mind. Now that you've appeared, I can finally die without regret in this wretched life of mine. Brothers, I miss our old captain, Zhang Wei, and the others. I'll go find them first and atone for my sins.
Live well for me.
Protect Yi Ning, and protect the future. Ming La couldn't help but feel indignant that he would burn himself alive to escape his guilt. Uncle Zhang Qing, you bastard, you cowardly scholar soldier.
Witnessing the scene, Yi Ning couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
Since ancient times, the strong have always prevailed while the weak have perished.
No matter the kind of weakness, it will always be eliminated. No matter the country.
If the different species are strange beasts, if I am reincarnated this time and cannot save the world, then it would not just be a tragedy. He silently reminded himself that after everything he had gone through, the only way to prevent such a tragedy from happening again was to become stronger, strong enough to overturn heaven and earth, strong enough to defy the very laws of nature. Zheng Qing was finally burned to ashes, blending into the layers of sand and earth. Yi Ning also turned to speak to the others.
Let's go, there are still many tasks awaiting us. Returning to the Thunderbed Manor, the office of the provincial governor of Oba. The entire team walked while observing their surroundings. One person felt something was off and asked aloud, "Why is it so quiet here all of a sudden? There's no one around."
No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of robots appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots immediately started firing relentlessly, but they quickly erected a defensive barrier. Manhwa ordered the team members to focus on defense to protect Yining. Yining, however, couldn't just stand by and take it. He gathered his strength, preparing to track down the mastermind.
Isn't this the kind of force the governor's office can mobilize? It must be someone from higher up. Just in time. I was about to speak to your president.
In the blink of an eye, Yining's preemptive strike arrived, crushing every obstacle in its path. Wind element seals, extreme cold crystallization. With a single swing of his sword, the frost immediately spread, turning all the soldiers in front of him into cold stone statues.
The people who were just worried about finding ways to protect Yining could now finally put down their burden. They let out a relieved sigh. "Captain, it seems that Yining doesn't need our protection anymore."
"You're right." However, they were also aware that they couldn't just stand by and let him face everything alone. Manhwa immediately ordered them to charge forward and fight together. Everyone then began using their skills to break through and attack. Seeing this, Yining quickly spoke up to remind them, "Everyone, stay calm.
Don't cause too many casualties. Wait a moment for the next round of negotiations."
They responded in unison, "We understand." Hearing this, he felt reassured and moved forward.
Every enemy that blocked his path was turned into lifeless blocks of ice.
In no time, Yining had spotted the governor. He rushed directly in front of him, pressing his sword to the man's neck, and spoke in a threatening tone.
"Governor Brad, I didn't expect you to play this game."
Brad, terrified, quickly denied any involvement.
"It has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me."
Immediately, he collapsed to the ground, hands clasped together, and explained to him. "The disturbance caused by your group was too big, so my superiors noticed something was wrong.
They sent people here. I truly didn't ask for them to come.
I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen and even used me as bait."
Yining frowned slightly, his voice still tinged with suspicion as he responded. "Is that so?"
Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Brad bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness.
"Sir, everything I've said is the truth. Please, spare me. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask."
Suddenly, a voice came from behind him.
Anna is standing there, pleading with Yining not to strike.
"Please don't kill my father.
I beg you."
Lin Rui, standing behind, kept trying to stop her.
"Anna, it's too dangerous, please step back."
He stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Anna, trembling as he spoke.
"What do you want to do?"
Yining simply smiled and said,
"Lin Rui, does my behavior really make me look like a bad person to you?"
As Yining moved closer, Lin Rui tightened his grip on the axe in his hand.
"Don't say more."
Seeing his heightened vigilance, Yining quickly explained. "It might seem like it from your perspective, but it's not what it looks like.
If I were really trying to harm someone, wouldn't you see me killing someone by now?"
The truth is, I'm only staging all of this to save this world." But Lin Rui remained resolute, unwilling to believe him.
"I'd be a fool to believe a word you say."
Yining continued trying to persuade him, offering another suggestion.
"So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse?"
Before Lin Rui could respond, Yining reached out and crushed his axe with a single squeeze, a clear threat. But as he thought over Yining's words, Lin Rui couldn't help but feel a strange sense of amusement as he replied.
"The future leader of humanity saving the world from the apocalypse, huh? Are you really talking about me? Are you truly someone who has traveled back from the future?"
Upon hearing this, Anna quickly slapped him on the head and shouted,
Lin Rui, do you really believe that nonsense?
Lin Rui was genuinely convinced by Yi Ning's words.
Even after being hit, he still turned to Anna and said, Anna, I think what he says might be true. If not, how else could we explain his abilities?
Lin Rui quickly pulled her aside to a corner and tried to convince her. Besides, with his combat power, he could easily kill us with one strike.
Why would he need to lie?
Also, I've always felt that in the future, I will do something great. Yi Ning looked incredibly proud for having convinced him, saying,
Exactly, you're very smart. No wonder you're the savior in the future.
In his mind, he silently assessed Lin Rui, brave, kind-hearted, a bit naive, and still a high school student. He really was the perfect standard protagonist.
A person like him would make the best representative.
But Lin Rui suddenly became anxious about his current situation.
But right now, I don't have any powers. So what should I do to save the world from the apocalypse?
Hearing this, Yi Ning quickly reassured him.
Don't worry, your powers will be like mine.
You'll have them sooner or later. For now, just follow me.
Do as I say, and everything will be fine.
Lin Rui, feeling reassured, regained his confidence and responded, all right. Suddenly Ming La and the others rushed over. He quickly reported the situation outside to Yi Ning. Yi Ning, a large number of fighter jets are coming this way, and there are even nuclear bombs aimed at us. They must have been sent by the federal headquarters.
No matter how strong we are, we cannot confront an entire civilization.
Yi Ning grabbed Brad and hurried off to deal with the matter.
Everyone stay here and wait for my return. Governor, I need you to cooperate with me right now. Immediately.
Brad obediently agreed at once.
I agree, I'll cooperate. Please don't kill me.
Outside, countless fighter jets circled the castle, their sights fixed on Yi Ning below.
This is a warning order, you are surrounded. Do not resist. Release the governor at once.
Yi Ning showed no fear. He pressed his spear to Brad's throat and loudly demanded negotiations. I am Yi Ning. I want to speak directly with the President of the Federation. If you do not wish to destroy the world, do exactly as I say. In the Federal Central Conference Room, the President of the Federation watched the scene unfold outside.
Hearing this, he sneered, destroy the world? Does he think this is a movie?
Give the order. If they do not surrender within 10 seconds, proceed to bomb at will.
If they're close, drop the nuclear bombs.
An aide behind him spoke up to remind him of the decision he had just made. But, Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands. Someone frowned and replied, forget that useless piece of trash. He spilled everything. If he dies, it's deserved. Besides, the people of Oba province have already been evacuated. For the safety of the Federation, sacrificing one governor is no problem.
With that, a squadron of fighter jets lit up on command, locking their targets below. A series of announcements was transmitted. Warning, intruders detected. You have 10 seconds to surrender, otherwise we will commence mass bombing.
Warning, aircraft target locked. Warning, preparing to deploy nuclear ordnance.
Admiral Brad, your great sacrifice for the Federation. The Federation will never forget.
Brad could not believe what he had just heard.
Terrified, he said, what? Has the Federation abandoned me?
The others had not expected things to go this far.
Mingla spoke up, this is a headache. We originally thought that killing all our opponents would make the mission go smoothly. Lin Rui, being displeased, said, am I not going to die?
This isn't like what he said about the protagonist's development. Yi Ning, seeing that he had outlived his usefulness, bluntly threw it in his face, Admiral, it seems you are of no further use.
Go back and wait. Isn't it just a nuclear bomb?
I'll take care of this. Having said that, he activated his system and kept calculating in his head, although his battlesuit was immune to all thermal weapon attacks.
The hands continued to move swiftly on the keyboard.
Since Yi Ning was not only concerned for himself but also for others, he had to think very carefully. But he still had to consider the lives of Ming La and Lin Rui as well. If ordinary threats didn't work, then he would have to truly destroy this world to create real leverage. Just as Yi Ning finished his actions, the fighter jets were also ready to launch. The fighter jets had locked onto their targets, and the nuclear bombs were prepared. However, inside the planes, red alerts kept flashing, and the subordinates immediately reported. "Mr. President, this is bad. Our nuclear bomb system has been hacked, and the nuclear strike has been cancelled." The person on the other end responded in shock. "What? No, this can't be happening." Suddenly, the system flashed with numerous notifications. The original targets had all been switched to other provinces. Warning, warning. Bohemia province was the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Andong province was the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Jian province, warning. The number of targets was so large that he could hardly believe it. Over 700 provinces. No, this couldn't be. Even he only had half of the control. The subordinates quickly updated the situation. "Mr. President, this is real. We've been locked down here as well, and there's no way to regain control. That person said they wanted to destroy the world, and this is true, they truly do not act like humans." In the end, he was forced to agree to negotiate. He ordered his men, "Stop them, make them stop." I agreed to negotiate with him and immediately sent a special plane to pick them up. "Bring them to me," he answered clearly. The fighter jets gradually withdrew, and Yi Ning led the group forward. Everyone could not help but be awed, even frightened by his power. What on earth is going on? Yi Ning can actually do this? Is this the kind of power I'll have in the future? This is beyond belief. Captain, were our previous combat ideas completely wrong? This level of performance is unnaturally high. Yi Ning pulled Ming La close and whispered something. "Ming La, after we meet the president, I need you to cooperate with me. When the time comes, do it like this." He replied skeptically, "Huh? Will they believe us?" Great Wind Federal Council. Before entering, he turned back and instructed everyone, "Ming La and I will go inside, the others wait outside and protect Lin Rui." They answered in unison. The accompanying soldiers were already in place. Seeing Yi Ning step forward, the president scowled. "Yi Ning, is that you?" "I am the president here, tell me who you are and what your purpose is." He did not mince words and went straight to the point. "We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year the entire world will face a catastrophe called the apocalypse." Yi Ning recounted to him the events that were bound to happen over the next year, consequences that no one could prevent. By then, there would be countless zombies and mutated creatures. Countless people would die at the hands of the zombies, and the Federation would collapse. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war against the wave of zombies. Despite the collapse of civilization, the catastrophe could not be stopped. But fortunately, by the 6th year, we had developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything that happened before. To add credibility, he spoke while presenting proof to show him. "This is a video recording of us fighting the monsters in the future. The authenticity of the content can be analyzed, so we are the saviors, not the invaders." Bing was convinced, but still somewhat skeptical, saying, "Are you saying that flesh-eating monsters will appear in the future? This is truly terrifying. Although the video evidence he provided was quite convincing, how could I believe that you are really here to help us rather than sent by the monsters?" Seeing that he was not fully convinced, he changed his tone to one of provocation, saying, "You may not believe me, but I really could destroy all of you. Even before the apocalypse, I was already living in the apocalypse." Hearing Yi Ning say this, the guards immediately became cautious, pointing their guns at him and saying, "Stop right there, or we will fire." But Yi Ning merely tapped the table lightly, and their guns flew up, floating in midair. Losing patience, one of the soldiers shouted, "I warn you. I don't have time to waste here.
If you do not cooperate, your future will be annihilated. I would rather be exterminated by my hand than die at the hands of a monster. At least I don't have time to waste here. If you do not cooperate, your future will be annihilated. I would rather be exterminated by my hand than die at the hands of a monster. At least it might make everyone's death come quicker.
Mingla suddenly climbed up and stepped in front, trying to dissuade Yining. Yining, I believe the president is only temporarily unable to accept this. I know you do not want to witness the extinction of humanity again.
I also know this is our last chance, but I still want to ask you to give them a little more time.
Suddenly turning back, he seized the other's collar, each word ground out coldly. Everyone, do not hesitate any longer, otherwise we will have no chance to return.
Last time we risked everything to break through command, but the rescue force failed. During this interdimensional journey, a group of monsters traveled back with us.
They are the very monsters we killed along the way in the suburbs. The more Mingla spoke, the tighter he gripped the man's collar. His voice grew louder and louder. Mr. Yining was also very disappointed with the High Command's actions last time. He had a comrade who was also killed when you surrounded them.
Watching Ming La's spectacle, Yining could not help but regret his decision. Ming La's acting skills were truly beyond words.
I truly cannot bear to watch any longer.
If I'd known, I should have chosen someone with better acting ability. That would have been more appropriate.
He continued to press his case to the other side, and as he spoke Mingla took out a pen. If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, when we return this time, we will bring you a type of genetic drug that can enhance your physical strength. Take it, and you will gradually become as strong as we are. The recipient took the pen, unable to refrain from admiring its effect, and immediately agreed to Yining's offer.
Extend your lifespan and become as strong as you are?
I trust you, and this time, I will cooperate fully. Seeing this, Mingla turned around and smiled at him. The negotiation was successful, and Yining finally let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking to himself that it was lucky he had brought the enhancement drugs along. Indeed, aside from threats, benefits were also essential. After the negotiation was successful, the other party respectfully lowered their head and said, "Esteemed saviors, how would you like us to cooperate?"
Yining, upon hearing this, laid out his conditions.
First, I need the Federation to intensify the mining of energy or as much as possible.
Second, find a doctor to help me investigate the origins of the apocalypse outbreak.
He was somewhat surprised by the simplicity of these conditions and immediately agreed.
That's it? I will do it right away. Everything went smoothly.
Yining was secretly pleased, thinking that this mission was too perfect.
What else? With the Federation's endorsement, the mining operations were no different from his own personal mining activities. The system finally displayed the notification. Tianqi Kingdom, Stage 3 initial mission complete.
The next mission phase, investigate the origin of the apocalypse in this world.
Do you wish to continue?
Yining did not hesitate to agree to proceed. He thought to himself that the system's original mission of the apocalypse had been completed, but the mission of the god-slaying system had not progressed much. It seemed that to change the course and future of the world on the largest scale, merely holding power and controlling the protagonist was just a small step. The key was to uncover the origin of the apocalypse and prevent it from happening from the very start. By doing so, not only would they acquire the blueprint for the sky battleship, but they could also transform this place into a real-world farm. Yining and his group were standing in front of the group in black clothes. He gave an order, Mingla, Huang Yun, and Lin Rui, come with me to meet Professor Crocker Lin Bin. You, take the others to the mine with the army to supervise the mining operations.
Lin Bin immediately responded, understood, Yining. I guarantee the mission will be completed.
Lin Bin happily turned to speak to those around him. In the past, we could only control a few trade guilds, so we could only mine a few types of ores, and in limited quantities. But this time, all we have to do is stand by and we can gather billions, even tens of billions of tons of spirit ore.
The people around him also responded joyfully, "That's right."
Thanks to Yining's wise and decisive leadership, the days when we were oppressed by other battle zones are over.
I wonder if the army will be so excited when we return that they'll faint on the spot. At the Federal Genetic Research Institute.
The group of Yining stopped the car and looked up at the towering building in front of them.
They walked straight inside and went to meet Crocker.
Crocker spoke up to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Yining, I am the head of the Federal Gen Research Institute, Crocker." Yining, with a serious tone, said to him, "Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions." Then he began to raise his concerns.
First, what are you currently researching? Second, have there been any unusual phenomena or problems occurring in your research project? Third, are you conducting any other independent research?
Crocker, hearing these questions, became frightened, his forehead drenched in sweat, and he replied, "All my research complies with federal law. There are two main research areas. One is gene enhancement, used to improve the physical condition of mech warriors.
The second is related to the highest state secrets of the Federation."
Yining held up a card in front of him and warned, "Right now, I have the highest federal authority, so I have the right to know. You no longer need to concern yourself with confidentiality regulations." Seeing the card in Yining's hand, Crocker was terrified and nearly lost his footing, quickly saying, "It's a presidential order."
"All right, the second project is the Human Origin Project.
We are simulating the evolutionary process of humanity."
Hearing this, Yining asked again, "Human origins, what exactly does that mean? What was the original plan? How long has this research been going on?" Crocker quickly replied, "Nearly 7 years, specifically since we began genetic intervention during the human embryonic stage."
Then the man pointed to the glass tubes filled with strange creatures and introduced them.
"And here is the combination of spider venom, and here is the combination of snake venom.
These are also considered relatively successful experiments." Yining's group walked along the path filled with those bizarre glass tubes. Except for Yining, whose face was serious, the others all looked around with fearful, curious eyes.
Lin Rue hesitantly said, "I never expected the Federation would allow this." Ming La added, "Yet they allow the use of humans for such experiments." Huang Yun sighed. "This is just too cruel." Hearing their conversation, Crocker interrupted. "But these things also help make humans stronger. Moreover, these are just experiments on embryos, not on actual humans." Yining suddenly asked him a question. "Crocker, these are all successful test subjects, right?
So, where are the failures?"
He responded,
"The failed test subjects and the mutated specimens are still inside, in the most core area."
He opened a door in front of them.
When the door opened, Huang Yun fearfully exclaimed, "This!" In front of them were glass tubes containing even more bizarre creatures. Mingla covered her mouth and gasped.
"Why do they look even more disgusting than the mutated forms?"
Yining calmly looked at what was before them and asked,
"What is this?" Crocker responded loudly, "This is a test subject codenamed Koken. We took inspiration from the metamorphosis of caterpillars into butterflies."
He continued with a tone full of arrogance. "I'm considering researching whether it's possible to create a test subject with two sets of organs.
Have you ever observed a caterpillar?
Before it turns into a butterfly, it wraps itself in a cocoon and reverts to a cellular fluid.
These cellular fluids will skillfully and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of the butterfly.
It seems like just a puddle of water, but in reality, they know exactly which part of the fluid will become the head and which part will become the body." With a strange, eerie expression, he continued, "Not only that, if you cut the cocoon in half, it will bloom into two halves of a butterfly. The upper part becomes the head, and the lower part becomes the body. If you cut it vertically, there will be half a head on one side. It's hard to believe that their cellular fluids seem to know what they are. Even more interesting is that if you insert a straw into the cocoon, it will bloom into a butterfly with the straw in the middle of its body. He continued discussing the creation of this strange creature. If you mix the cellular fluids from two cocoons together, it will eventually form a butterfly with its head inside its abdomen. They aren't afraid of the disorder after being mixed and still emerge. Suddenly, Lin Rui lunged forward, grabbing the man's neck and head with his hands, angrily saying, "Clearly, you've conducted such a cruel and inhumane experiment, and yet you're still proud of it?" Mingla and Huang Yun immediately rushed forward as well. Mingla swung his fist in anger, saying, "Isn't this the cause of the mutations? I never thought it was created by humans themselves." Huang Yun also raised his voice. "The root cause has been found. Just kill this guy and blow this place up once and for all." Crocker stubbornly tried to justify his crimes. The brain cells of these test subjects have not fully developed, so they won't feel any pain. Yi Ning stepped forward, blocking him from the others. "Everyone, calm down. I don't think this mission is as simple as it seems." Mingla angrily said, "Do you think it's simple? That's because you can easily control the Federation. But this is not easy for us at all." Yi Ning calmly replied, "Perhaps, but my intuition tells me that although it seems disgusting, that is not the root cause." Yi Ning then turned around, causing Lin Rui to helplessly release his grip. Crocker let out a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. "Master Yi Ning is wise. No virus could have erupted from the rotten flesh here." Yi Ning didn't respond to him. He thought to himself, the demon's eyes don't give any hints here. So, this can't be it. He then asked Crocker, "Is there anything else besides this?" Crocker immediately answered, "No, there's nothing else." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning just muttered a single "oh" and then immediately ordered, "That's not right, probe the mind." Yi Ning's mental power surged. He coldly said, "You're lying. There are still structures underground." He focused his energy, and the ground beneath his feet shattered, sending dust flying everywhere. The group of people, who were standing, simultaneously fell down due to losing their balance. Loud screams echoed through the air. Except for Yi Ning, who remained standing, the other four fell to the ground in bizarre and awkward positions. Crocker quickly said, "This is an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but later it was buried and abandoned." Yi Ning ignored him and sneered coldly, saying, "How dare you lie to my face? In front of you are conveyor belts with human corpses lying scattered." Yi Ning coldly asked, "The time of death for these corpses hasn't exceeded 48 hours. How do you explain this?" He did not answer but hurriedly said, "Why are you pressuring me? Don't you know? Everything here was tacitly approved by the senior leadership," then quickly came up with an excuse: "Some important individuals with poor health need to have their organs replaced." Lin Rui stepped closer to the corpses and spoke in a horrified voice, "You secretly kill people and harvest their organs. This isn't your experimental embryos, these are living children, just like us. How could you be so heartless to do this? I even wanted to join the Federation before. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels." Old Man Crocker quickly denied responsibility. "Actually, this isn't my fault. I'm just following orders." Then he offered another excuse: "Moreover, these aren't humans. They are just pigs raised on a conveyor belt. Just like with livestock, humans not only eat them but also strip their fur off." Yi Ning shouted angrily, then grabbed Crocker's collar, looked into his eyes, and asked, "Where's the production line? Take me there." 10 minutes later, Crocker led Yi Ning to another area with a glass door. In front of the crowd, a group of armed soldiers were standing guard. The soldier at the door raised his hand to block Yi Ning and spoke, "Yi Ning, sir, you don't need to see this. I know you're looking for something unusual, but I assure you this is not what you need. I guarantee it." Yi Ning ignored him and immediately swung his sword, shouting, "Get out of the way." The guards were knocked back by a single move of his, groaning in pain. Yi Ning then walked forward, approached the door, and asked again, "Is this the place?" Crocker answered meekly, "Yes, it is." Yi Ning forced the door open with his bare hands. Inside was a system with a glass cage, 100 times larger than the ones outside. Within the cage were countless corpses, continuously being thrown into a strange green liquid. There were even corpses resembling fetuses with umbilical cords, as if they were still in the womb.
Ming-la, shocked by the scene before him, screamed, "Do they even realize what they're doing?"
Lin Rui, as if in disbelief, said, "The people of this world have gone mad."
Huang Yun was also terrified, rendered speechless. A system announcement immediately rang out: source of the viral infection located. Source of the viral infection located.
A large number of viral infections detected. Yining's face betrayed no expression. He thought to himself, the fetuses here seem to have no consciousness, yet in fact they are constantly devouring one another. In a sense, this is another version of zombies. Anger flared in Yining's eyes and a flash of hatred crossed his gaze as he turned to confront Crocker.
How long have you been doing this? How much material has been produced, and where else is this being carried out?
Seeing him step forward and his face harden, the man hurriedly answered, "This production line has been running for several years and has produced millions of units.
There is no other place, only here. Mr. Yining.
Although this production line appears immoral, it is incredibly useful." He backed away in fear as he tried to persuade Yining.
Do you understand? A single material can save 4 or 5 citizens apiece. Many of our professors, specialists, soldiers, doctors, and even lawmakers have been reborn thanks to this technology.
Yining paid no heed to his words. Grabbing the man's collar with one hand, he hoisted him up and ordered angrily, "I want a list of everyone who has had organ replacements within 3 minutes.
If you can't produce it, I will kill you and go ask someone else."
Then you tossed the man to the ground. Crocker, terrified, crawled on the floor and trembled, saying, "This."
Yes.
Yining thought to himself that if millions of materials were converted into beneficiaries, there could well be tens or even hundreds of millions. These people appeared in every field, even among high-ranking federal officials, and each one of them was an original carrier of the pathogen. He watched Crocker scrambling away in panic with a cold gaze and kept thinking.
If we took and killed people according to the list, would the higher-ups listen and willingly die? How could that be?
If we want to resolve the crisis, we might have to destroy this world. But if we did that, it could no longer be regarded as a farm in the real world.
All right.
Ming-la frowned slightly, his voice dropping as he spoke decisively.
Yining, do you suspect that this place itself is the root cause?
Yining paused for a beat, then nodded faintly, his eyes still fixed on Ming-la, his voice growing softer.
It's not that I suspect, I'm certain of it.
Worry showed plainly on his face.
He hurriedly asked what to do next. So what should we do? Should we just destroy this place outright? Yining shook his head slightly, emotionless. It's too late.
Far too many people have already had organs replaced. Even if we destroy this place now, it would only be like cutting the grass and rousing the snakes. Lin Rui hastily cut in, his hands clenched with resolve, his gaze steady. Then we will persuade or threaten the Federation, demand that they hand everything over so we can deal with it all at once. He squeezed his eyes shut and answered, "This is equivalent to persuading them to surrender their lives, so it's impossible."
As for intimidation? If everyone dies, who will care about the threat of a nuclear bomb? Unwilling to yield, Lin Rui continued to plead, his limbs waving nervously. Are we just supposed to sit and wait to die?
You are powerful, you could kill them all. Hearing that, Yining hurried to explain, "My time is limited, I can't eliminate them all in a short period. If even one fish slips through the net, disaster will still happen. Besides, if I act alone, the military will certainly turn on me. Then the social unrest would be indistinguishable from the end of the world." Lin Rui stepped closer, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and proposed what he believed to be the most reasonable solution. "Then how about delaying it?
Even if we can't stop it, we can at least postpone it."
Yining pondered for a long moment, then said, "That aligns with my thinking." Trapped in a tangle of chaotic thoughts, Yining struggled to find an escape and reach a final decision. If the apocalypse could be delayed, it would still mark a significant shift in the course of events. As long as the course could be altered, there remained hope of seizing power and obtaining the non-carrier blueprint.
Brushing aside his wandering thoughts, he tilted his head slightly and asked, Lin Rui, are you willing to be the savior in the shadows? He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. A savior in the dark? That sounds pretty good. Yining looked directly into his eyes, his voice firm, that's right. On the surface, I'll continue cooperating with the authorities to maintain order, while you, as a Dark Knight, will save this world. Lin Rui hesitated, feeling his own helplessness, but I don't have any superpowers like you guys. Yining reassured him, don't worry, I can activate your potential first. He reached into the system panel and skillfully pulled out a set of gleaming armor. The metallic shine sparkled under the light, accompanied by a pair of finely designed, shimmering metal boots. They were sturdy. Yining reached into the tray, quickly retrieving a syringe containing a mysterious green liquid. Without a word, he immediately injected the syringe into Lin Rui's neck, catching him off guard, causing him to shout in fear, "What is this?" Lin Rui suddenly felt his body burning with heat. Waves of purple energy, like flames, surged around him, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Yining stood beside him, his gaze calm as if he had expected everything, and reassured him, this is a strength-enhancing drug, it will increase your abilities. Now, put on this equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, Yining presented the combat suit in his hand to Lin Rui. The moment Lin Rui donned the armor, a powerful aura immediately spread throughout his body, causing him to exclaim in shock, this kind of power, this kind of equipment feels even stronger than a mecha. Yining sensed something unusual. In the moment the automatic alert went off, a flash of doubt crossed his mind. Is the automatic alert being removed? Is it because he's the main character of the instance or because of the system's divine sword? While Lin Rui was still fumbling to remove his sweat-soaked clothes, a low voice suddenly rang out, don't take it off any further. Your body had an abnormal reaction earlier, but it's fine now. Suddenly, Crocker burst in, urgently clutching a tablet, his voice hurried, causing Yining to glance over instinctively. Lord Yining, I have the list you requested. Everything is here. Yining took the tablet from Crocker, his gaze quickly scanning the information, his brows furrowing slightly. Give me the order to seal off the entire test base. All researchers and projects, the comings and goings of vehicles, everything must be controlled. Without my order, not even a fly should get through. Yining turned and started walking, briefly glancing back at Crocker with a reassuring look in his eyes. Don't worry, this is just oversight and it's to ensure your safety. The group quickly moved toward the aircraft. Yining issued a firm command from above. Lin Rui, drive to the federal government building. Upon hearing the order, Lin Rui immediately responded, understood. Manhwa sat next to him and gave a quick glance. Yining, are you trying to find the president and trick him into handing over the list so that Lin Rui can kill as many people as possible, right? But just relying on Lin Rui as the assassin. Although he's stronger than before, it still doesn't seem enough. He spoke calmly, explaining the tactical issues. This time, Lin Rui is just playing a supporting role, while the actual slaughter will mainly depend on us. Ming La was slightly stunned after hearing that. Didn't you say before that we can't expose or clash with the military? Yining smiled and replied, this method would certainly be impossible now, but what if I disguise myself as a monster and imagine this? Behind them, Huang Yun, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and her expression showed concern. Suddenly, she seemed to understand the plan. I get it now. Killing two birds with one stone. Brilliant. Yining casually raised his hand, sighing in exasperation, and issued the order. Li Fu Gue, help me buy 4 pieces of disguise equipment and 1 illusion prop. On the other end, the response came immediately, understood, master. Inside the federal government building, a man stood in a corner of the room, his shoulders hunched as if trying to shrink into the shadows. His voice was full of hesitation, Mr. Yining, perhaps you have misunderstood the issue with the experimental base. He spoke slowly, it is indeed a misunderstanding. The experiment, though brutal, has nothing to do with the virus. Hearing this, the man seemed to let out a sigh of relief,
quickly lowering his head and stammering, his voice now light, "That's good, that's good." Yi Ning slightly curled his lips, thinking to himself, "Ben also had a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago, so I can't raise his suspicions or alert him." Yi Ning opened the briefcase in her hands, inside which were neatly and carefully arranged bottles of emerald green liquid. "But, Mr. President, I believe that the physical condition of the transformed individuals could attract monsters to attack in the future. In order to prevent such a tragedy from occurring, I hope you can convene a global meeting and try to bring together the key people on the list. I've brought a variety of medications from the future. These not only address this issue, but they can also enhance strength and prolong life." The person on the other side did not respond immediately. He was stunned, his gaze seemingly drawn to the briefcase. "Really? In that case, I will quickly arrange the Federal Conference Square." In the hall, 2 unfamiliar figures could be faintly seen standing. A team of Special Forces soldiers, clad in black armor and wearing emotionless white masks, stood in perfect formation like living statues. Each one was a skilled combat machine. They did not speak or move, only exuding a cold and deadly aura. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, his deep voice rang out like an order. "Soldiers, pay attention to security. Half of the Federation's senior leadership is already here. There will be political and business elites, including some public figures. This conference absolutely must not encounter any problems." The person standing next to Yi Ning had a serious look in his eyes. He raised his hand in a gesture, and his voice rang out clearly. "Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the messenger of the future." Yi Ning stood firm on the high podium, his face solemn. He meticulously presented a detailed analysis of the clear and looming threats that echoed throughout the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all read the information provided by the military. A catastrophic danger is about to erupt. In order to protect everyone's physical well-being and help them survive the upcoming monster attacks, I have decided to distribute the necessary medications." Unexpectedly, a tremendous surge of power suddenly rose. Beneath the blinding light from within it, monstrous, savage creatures began to take shape. Yi Ning glanced briefly, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. "This is bad, they've crossed through time and space to get here. We're already one step too slow." Those around him hurriedly retreated in panic. "What should we do now?" He spoke in a calm, reassuring tone, his gaze resolute. "Unfortunately, my team is still in the mine, but rest assured, Mr. President, I will not allow them to harm you." Huang Yin quickly rushed over to assist, one hand suppressing the forbidden spell emerging from the monster's throat. A stream of deadly purple poison erupted, swiftly twisting into the shape of a grotesque skull, floating in mid-air and growling menacingly, threatening to consume everything in its path. The toxic gas rushed toward them, causing the team members in the hall to spit up black blood before collapsing motionless onto the cold floor. In the blink of an eye, Meng Le, his body engulfed in blazing golden flames, shot forward, closing the distance and delivering a deadly blow. His 8-sword technique struck with brutal force, cutting through the air with devastating power. Dark magical energy spread rapidly, sowing disaster among those nearby. Yi Ning erupted in a torrent of fierce green energy, tearing through the air as he charged forward. The elemental wind responded, and the powerful magic he unleashed quickly swept everything away. The special forces screamed in desperation, pouring all their firepower at the 3 monsters that were wreaking havoc. One of them shouted loudly, "Fire! Fire now!" The colossal monster still emitted a strange purple light, its mouth wide open like an abyss, creating a terrifying gravitational pull that drew the special forces straight into its maw, like moths to a flame. The horrifying suction from its mouth continuously emitted intense, blinding rays, frightening beyond measure. Lin Rui, encased in Yi Ning's armor, stood above, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he watched the destruction below, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. When will I ever master this level of destructive power? Rewinding to the past, before this flawless plan was set into motion, Yi Ning gently placed his hand on Lin Rui's shoulder, offering both reassurance and a deep trust. His voice was steady and clear. "Lin Rui, since tomorrow night's first assassination mission is rather heavy, we'll temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it.
As for you, just pretend to be me and help with the act.
Once our time is up, everything here will be handed over to you. To make things easier, you can sometimes take my role and sometimes play the monster.
Over time, we'll be able to eliminate those infected.
Lin Rui nodded in agreement, his voice firm as he replied, "All right, I understand." The man's face turned pale with fear as he cautiously stepped forward, his voice trembling.
Lord Yining, why haven't you made a move yet? We're all counting on you.
Lin Rui, beneath Yining's gaze, slowly drew his sword. His gaze was sharp as ice, his tone deep and resolute.
Rest assured, Mr. President. I will protect you. The blade flashed like lightning as it struck toward the monsters under his comrade's control.
Lin Rui roared, "Monsters, meet your end." Under Ming La and Huang Yun's manipulation, the two beasts pretended to cower, gradually retreating before melting into the blazing crimson pit and vanishing completely. Now, only one creature remained, the blackest of serpents, Yining himself, who was evolving and controlling everything. Lin Rui kicked away massive rocks, sending thunderous echoes through the air as he charged forward, growling menacingly.
Only you remain, and no trick can save you now.
Yining, in his monstrous form, gripped his sword that radiated a sinister power and shouted, "The ultimate technique can be unleashed without cost."
What remains are only one Yama descends to the mortal realm and one divine wrath.
This slaughter is nearing its end, and the final act shall be you all killing each other.
Yama descends to the mortal realm.
A gloomy purple mist suddenly arose, swirling violently like a raging storm, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. Billows of black smoke surged upward, twisting into a grotesque skull that screamed with a bone-chilling echo, like the wail of the damned from the deepest pits of hell. Kill! The masked special agents turned pale, threw down their weapons, and scattered in panic. Those left standing were frozen in place, their faces drained of blood, stammering, this thing.
Under Yining's control, the monstrous serpent finally hurled itself into the void and swiftly escaped.
Lin Rui rushed forward, pretending to be furious, shouting, "Damn it! I'll kill whoever's responsible for this federal experiment."
Yining, still in the form of the serpent, slowly emerged from the spatial rift.
His eyes swept around as a thought crossed his mind. I can't destroy the experimental base myself, but the monster can. In his serpentine form, Yining opened his jaws, baring his razor-sharp fangs in a terrifying snarl.
He flicked his tongue, spewing flames that engulfed the entire base in a blazing inferno.
After this lesson, he thought, I believe the people here won't dare restart the organ replacement project so easily. After all, replacing organs here will only make their bodies more vulnerable to monster attacks in the future. The serpent coiled in midair, its body shimmering with strange streaks of violet light before gradually dissolving into a faint mist.
The mist writhed as if alive, then gathered to form Yining's figure once more.
He descended gently, as his feet touched the ground, the fine dust around him silently dispersed. His voice was calm as he spoke, "This attack will spare the president for now, doing so will make it easier to control the situation later. When the time comes, Lin Rui, after you've wiped out all the corrupted ones, killing him won't be too late. By then, you'll become the new ruler of this world and you will serve me." The system suddenly activated along with a stream of information. The current dungeon progression has been changed. The main character in the original dungeon was Lin Rui. The value change is 49.1%. The main character of the original dungeon, Crocker, has died, and the change is 87.2%. The number of infected people has decreased by 10.17%. The value change is 23.3%. The total change in the national narrative is 53.2%. Currently, the highest authority of the dungeon is held. Suddenly, the system emitted a series of urgent warning alerts.
Warning, system process anomaly detected. Warning, undefined error found.
Warning, dungeon authority has been revoked, immediately initiating cleanup procedure.
Yining froze, a brief flash of panic crossing his face. He frowned slightly,
his gaze quickly scanning the red warning messages, flashing relentlessly like blades descending right where Yining was standing. In that moment, the space was torn apart by a surge of violent power. A sharp pain hit him suddenly, burning from his flesh all the way to his very bones. Yining screamed, his voice echoing in the air. Immediately initiate cleanup procedure. Green energy exploded, engulfing Yining. Thick black smoke poured out of his chest. Yining tilted, lying flat in midair, his body being lifted by an invisible force. The black smoke continued to surge from Yining's chest. He panicked, stammering, "This is..." The air shattering. A flash of light flickered and then vanished, like a dream shattering in a moment, enough to leave Yining dazed. The pulling force suddenly vanished, and he fell freely, crashing hard onto the cold, rigid ground. A sharp pain spread down his spine as he made contact with the damp earth. At last, the mist in the center began to dissipate, and strange symbols slowly appeared, holding a mysterious, unpredictable aura. The symbols raced across the orb, continuously extending into the silent space. A familiar voice echoed, cold and emotionless, "Error, no anomalies detected. The system has completed the check, warning cancelled, dungeon completion begins." Witnessing the strange scene before him, Yining couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Could that black and yellow light be the divine sword system? Does this have something to do with the Apocalypse system's lottery program?" He suddenly paused, recalling the system's earlier warning, "Ding! Warning! This action violates system regulations. Please retrieve all system devices provided to the unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds, or you will be forced to become a dungeon NPC." Yining furrowed his brow, a trace of doubt crossing his mind. It seems that what happened before was also caused by the Divine Sword system's interference. I had once thought the Divine Sword system was just a sneaky and somewhat powerful trick, but I never imagined it was this powerful. He checked his body with his hands, confirming there were no injuries, then muttered to himself, "No injuries at all." As for the yellow light that appeared from the void that day, even the Apocalypse system was able to handle it. Truly amazing. It's important to note that the Apocalypse system controls the life and death of the survivors. It's like a deity. Yining gently tried to punch his chest a few times. "Hello, big brother. You really are something. Is it possible to directly end this face like that? Hey, Sword God system, Sword Senior? Sword brother, little sword." He waited for a moment but received no response. He just sighed, his hands hanging down, completely indifferent to him. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself after all. The system activated, and the transaction information was completed. The progress of the current dungeon was 100%, with 19.7% completed. Current evaluation, SSS rank. Rewards, spiritual or attribute points reward, attribute increase +1. Reputation reward, blood sorcerer's claw equipment, blue shield armor, green elemental may, angelic strategy, skill enhancement reward, level B learning, exclusive dungeon, a level mechanical synchronization, exclusive dungeon. The dense lines of text continued to scroll on endlessly. Received SSS level exclusive authority rewards, skipping storyline 1. Skipping the storyline when entering the next dungeon, you will forcibly enter any irreversible future storylines. Received confrontation props reward, main battlefield, prop grade, blue, special, prop description 1. After using it in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, all members will receive a +3 bonus to all attribute rewards and a 35% increase in the recovery speed of all statuses. Additionally, the integrated reinforcement effective 2 will be activated when entering the dungeon, allowing entry without worrying about the power disparity with the opponent. The maximum entry time is 4 hours, and the 3 items can be used in other dungeon worlds, but this special effect will not increase the benefits. Yining rested his hand on his hip, slowly inspecting each item. There were quite a few rewards, but they no longer had any use for him. However, the blue equipment and skills could be given to Lin Rui for improvement. The items from the main battlefield could be handed over to Ming La, who could then lead the team in the future. Suddenly, the system panel encountered a technical glitch. In an instant, the system panel flashed in color.
Yining teased, "Is it flashing like this to show off?" In front of you, the system keeps flashing the message, "You have successfully gained control of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon rights." Isn't this a bit too boastful? The ring on Yining's hand suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light.
The ring sparkled, releasing radiant beams of light, gradually freeing the items contained within, which amazed him. Just now, all the ores rewarded by the Apocalypse system were pushed out and scattered.
The system was activated, the task was complete.
The full set of S-tier strategic equipment, the Heavenly Ark, had been sent.
Please check and confirm.
Data notes from the experiment flew chaotically around the room like broken wings of birds caught in a storm. Yining frowned at the situation, his eyes glancing over the pile of paper that had just been stuck to the ceiling.
Do we really need this much? At this rate, we'll have to see how many years it will take.
I need to think about who to pass this technique on to in the future. He pondered silently, his gaze quietly sweeping across the room cluttered with papers and lingering echoes. Although he didn't mind handing it over to the military, he feared it might lead to internal power struggles and unnecessary complications. It would be safer to find a few people he knew from his past life, like Huang Jiqian or Sanliang Chutian.
A familiar sound echoed as the progress of the dungeon quest was completed.
The items from the dungeon were confirmed to be of no experimental value. The system had detected this and was now eliminating them.
Sweat poured down Yining's forehead in streams. System elimination, what does this mean?
The activation sound of the system rang out, and the permissions for the dungeon quest had changed.
Current dungeon owner, Yining.
Current authority level, highest.
Authority function 1, open actively. You can open the dungeon at any time without time limits. 2. Publish missions. You can publish missions at any level and customize the mission content and rewards. The reward items are provided by you. 3. Accelerate time in the dungeon.
You can control the speed of time at will, with a speed multiplier of 10 times.
4. Create NPCs, consuming materials.
You can shape and create any NPC, at your discretion.
5. Control the weather.
Yining staggered back, his hand clenched tightly as if trying to suppress the turmoil inside.
Is the system communicating with me like this?
It turns out that taking over the authority of the dungeon meant that I now had control over the entire dungeon, with hundreds of powers at my disposal. From now on, this place would be my world, and I would be the god here. As long as I had enough energy, I could summon hundreds of thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. He suddenly stopped, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Wait a minute, it seems that the powers don't include the zombies.
Could it be that zombies aren't actually part of the dungeon's ownership?
Then Yining crossed his arms, shook his head, and chuckled.
Never mind, it's fine, the powers I have now are enough.
If war breaks out in the future, if I don't kill them, it'll be my fault. He casually turned around and walked away, completely unconcerned. After Ming La and the others filled up the ores and explained everything to Lin Rue, it was time to head out. As for the movement of the Dong High Beast Tide, no one knew what the situation was like outside. In the conference hall of the border military base, the space was as quiet as a tomb.
The delegates sat upright on the long benches, their gazes all directed towards the front. Tianming didn't bother to change his position, his deep voice echoed, "Increase the support standards for Yining?" "I disagree." He loudly voiced his opinion during the meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, are we really going to spend this meeting focusing on someone who's already dead? There are many other important matters that need to be discussed. Do we really need to bring up compensation for the Ning family in this meeting?" Yuan San sat upright, facing him, his cold gaze through dark glasses. The silence in the room was suddenly broken by his voice, which was cold and unyielding. "Commissioner Liu, please be careful with your words. What do you mean by organizing a meeting about a dead person?" Yuan San crossed his arms, his eyes icy, fixed firmly on Tianming across from him. "What we are discussing is how our army should handle the situation if something happens to Yining,
in a way that won't demoralize the officers and soldiers, not because we think he is dead. His fist clenched, his expression darkened, a flicker of coldness flashed across his face as he looked at Yuan-san, then he frowned slightly and spoke in a dry, mocking tone. "Commander Chang, stop deceiving yourself. It's been half a month outside, and although time inside is slower, several days have already passed. 6 against 1, even a third-rank elite couldn't survive. Yi Ning and the others wouldn't have made it." Tianming sneered, his eyes gleaming with smug provocation, as if he wanted to crush the last shred of hope the other man had. His voice dropped, cold as steel. "How many times has your special operations team failed? In my opinion, we should give up on fighting the dungeon instances in the future. Resources must be fought for in reality, and we should avoid letting more people die in vain." After hearing this, Yuan-san's face darkened like storm clouds, his features twisted with fury, veins bulging, anger surging up inside him. His voice snapped, like an accusation. "It's because the difficulty level is too high, and our intelligence team made another serious mistake. This is not Yi Ning's problem." Tianming suddenly stood up, his feigned concern failing to conceal the coldness in his eyes. He looked at Yuan-san, a calculating, fake smile spreading across his face, as though worried, yet mocking in essence. "Don't get too worked up. What I want to say is that if survival is not possible, rather than wasting resources to compensate Yi Ning's family, it would be better to save those resources and allocate them to those who are actually useful." Tianming slightly curled his lips, his voice laced with sarcasm. "By the way, if I remember correctly, Yi Ning was the top person, right? Now that he's dead, the position should be given to Wang Kai. The supplies Yi Ning took before should also be returned to the military and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead occupy positions and resources." The anger in Yuan-san surged like an unquenchable fire. His arm clenched into a fist, muscles tensing, his face turning crimson as though he wanted to break everything around him. He slammed his fist onto the table with force. Furious, Yuan-san pointed directly at Tianming's face, shouting, "Commissioner Liu, you really are going too far." Tianming remained indifferent to Yuan-san's fury, a smug smile curling his lips, each word uttered lightly but filled with provocation. "What's this? Are you really going to lay a hand on me?" Ji Bing stood up abruptly, interrupting the heated argument. The entire room fell silent in an instant. "All right, let's stop discussing this matter here. The top position is the rising star of our military and represents the face of the army. Indeed, better to change it sooner rather than later, otherwise, once the news spreads, the whole world will laugh." The old man explained slowly, his voice low and steady as if announcing an important state pension that Yi Ning would receive. Of course, the premise of all this was to confirm that Yi Ning was dead. "Once I return, I will report to the commander." The National Port Terminal had collapsed the entrance to the nation's zombie dungeon. Beneath a spiraling wave of blue energy, a widening chasm yawned, surrounded by soldiers whispering among themselves. "It's been half a month. Do you think Dong Yifeng and those pigs from Nation H actually killed him? Nonsense. Do you think they're all as useless as you? The people involved were elite talents. I bet those pigs in there are scared out of their minds." "That's right. I heard our spies say that even Nation H's army has confirmed all their people are dead." In the dark of the camp, the soldiers spoke of a tall, thin man. His shifty eyes suddenly curled into a derisive half-smile, insolence plain on his lips. "Now that I think about it, this mission was even easier than before. After this, Nation H probably won't dare come in again." A bitter chuckle, a hoarse tone of contempt. "Exactly, once our people move out, it's time to declare war. Without spirit or, Nation H is bound to fail. Women, resources, land, by then they'll get whatever they want." The green energy spiraled, and suddenly a voice rang out, "Quick, look. The teleportation gate is barely moving, our heroes are stepping through it. Hurry, go call for reinforcements. This time, the energy ore is definitely going to take much longer to transport." The soldiers stood crowded around the reception station, their gazes fixed on the swirling energy vortex roaring in the air as though it were an enticing spectacle.
Gales of laughter erupted without restraint.
Apart from the ore, Dong Yifeng was sure to return with a few more heads. I'll record a video showing how those pigs from Nation H fare. From the vortex came the cold, mechanical voice of the system, and the notification popped up sharply in the air.
Instance completed, the number of survivors this time is.
The soldiers froze mid-laughter, their mouths agape, eyes wide as if they might pop out of their sockets. One of them stammered, his voice breaking in panic.
No survivors.
Another soldier next to him could hardly believe it and blurted out.
No survivors. Murmurs echoed all around. It's impossible, why is this happening? At the H Nation port station, the entrance to the Zombie Nation instance.
Amidst the rows of soldiers standing in strict attention under the dim light, the shadows of Chen Ming and Xiong Hu stretched long, casting an atmosphere of tense silence. Xiong Hu looked at Chen Ming with suspicion, his voice filled with doubt.
Colonel Chen Ming, should we retreat now? No need to wait any longer?
Chen Ming quickly responded, his tone firm and resolute.
This place no longer requires resources. Commissioner Liu has ordered all of you to immediately move to the southeast border.
Xiong Hu tilted his head, his eyes clearly showing his concern. However, as for Yi Ning and the others, Chen Ming didn't even spare them a glance. He merely frowned slightly and crossed his arms. His attitude was as resolute as steel, and his eyes were deep and cold. He lowered his voice. Colonel of the Dong High Border Peacekeeping Force under Liu Tianming's command, the reinforcements from Special Operations Team led by Captain Zhao Xiong who are absent.
If I tell them to withdraw, they will withdraw. Stop talking nonsense.
Xiong Hu spoke up, his tone still cautious, but there was a hint of wisdom as if he was carefully considering each word.
Colonel Chen Ming, how about this? I will first send a few people here to stand guard, and you can take the others with you.
Chen Ming slightly curled his lips, giving a faint, dismissive smile. There was no sign of compromise as he spoke.
Seems like you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. It's up to you.
I'll leave at most 2 people here, and the rest will follow me obediently.
After 3 days.
Both of them kept their eyes fixed on the swirling energy vortex, flashing with waves of intense light. Xiong Hu clenched his fists, his voice hoarse with worry.
Has the mission ended? Is there anyone from our side still alive? They must make it out alive.
Chen Ming took a step back, his face pale, his eyes filled with panic.
We can't make it out alive, don't say that.
From the heart of the vortex, a figure emerged, walking slowly and steadily, tearing through the light. Ming-La stepped out, his armor immaculate, his expression unusually calm. Chen Ming froze, his eyes wide in shock, his whole body stiff, his mind in chaos.
How could this be possible? Xiong Hu, standing beside, widened his eyes in shock and stammered, Is it Ming-La? Are there still people alive? Is Ming-La the only one left?
From behind Huang Yun, Yi Ning and the team members also approached. Huang Yun glanced at him, half teasing and half urging, Captain, what are you spaced out for?
Don't block the way. Yi Ning and his group confidently stepped out of the energy vortex, leaving the onlookers stunned. The system notification activated. Dungeon completed. Current survivors, 8.
Xiong Hu couldn't believe his eyes. He hurriedly rubbed them and exclaimed, all 8 of them are still alive.
Everyone's still alive. Am I dreaming? No, wait. How's everyone? Is anyone injured? Why are the medical teams still standing there? Hurry up and check them.
Chen Ming, standing next to him, just silently watched, not saying a word. Yi Ning slowly walked over, his voice calm but decisive, no need for medical attention. These are just ores.
Everyone, come and collect them. Xiong Hu furrowed his brow, glancing around before looking at Yi Ning, puzzled, collect ores? Did everyone's equipment for storing ores break down? Yi Ning shook his head, exhaling lightly, it's not that. There aren't enough people here. Call everyone over to help with the collection.
Upon hearing this, Xionghu gaped, almost not believing his ears. 1/3 rank is enough, and you're asking for everyone to come over? Holy shit! The oars glittered and poured out from the vortex like a cascade of light. Xionghu couldn't contain his excitement and immediately rushed forward, his eyes shining brightly as he yelled loudly.
Mom, Dad.
He laughed, staring at the pile of ore, speaking as if he couldn't believe his own eyes.
I've never seen so much ore in my life. Is this a mining raid?
No, this is like raiding a dozen times over. While Xionghu was absorbed in the ore, Chen Ming quietly faced Yining, his gaze serious.
Yining, weren't you supposed to avoid the conflict in the outer zone and sing a different tune? Is our intelligence accurate? Are they not cooperating with each other? How did you survive?
Yining raised his chin, his voice cold as it rang out.
What's the matter? Do you think we survived because of luck?
Mingla stood silently behind Yining, his gaze as cold as fog, locking onto Chen Ming. His voice was sharp as a blade, unflinching.
Colonel Chen Ming, I've met you before. You're with Commissioner Liu, right?
Let me tell you something, we didn't just bring back a massive amount of resources.
Yining even led us to kill everyone in the other battle zones.
Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's face went pale, his mouth hanging open as he stuttered, unable to speak.
What? What did you say? A deep fear rose within him.
Shit, yesterday Commissioner Liu took all the resources from Yining's house. Chen Ming was horrified, sweating profusely, his heart pounding wildly, his mind in disarray. The report to replace the head of the unit has already been submitted. Yining didn't die, he's even accomplished a great feat. If Yining finds out about this. No, I have to find a way to notify Commissioner Liu as soon as possible. He stood upright, hands on his hips, his cold eyes scanning Chen Ming, his voice deep and commanding.
Colonel Chen, why is your reaction different from everyone else's? Do you hope we'll die in there?
Chen Ming staggered back, his face paling, stammering.
What do you mean? Commissioner Yi, you're overthinking this.
Cold sweat dripped down Chen Ming's face as he secretly thought, I can't let him leave yet. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for Commissioner Liu to deal with the aftermath. Outwardly, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke. The reason I did this is because the large-scale evacuation plan you proposed earlier has been cancelled, and I was concerned. Upon hearing this, Yining's eyes flashed with anger. He stepped forward, grabbing Chen Ming by the collar, his voice hissing. What did you say?
Cancelled?
Why? The higher-ups sent a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai, but they found no evidence of any imminent danger. As for the details, I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go to Donghai yourself to investigate. He turned to the Mingla team, his voice firm. Mingla, you all will accompany me to Donghai first. As soon as the order was given, Huang Yin stepped forward, frowning in protest. Yining, according to protocol, we need to report back to the capital first. Besides, I suspect Chen Ming and his associates might be up to something.
He spoke resolutely. I'm afraid time is running out.
The lives of 7 million people in Donghai are the most important.
We'll prepare the report on the way.
We've already accomplished a great feat, and the higher-ups won't blame us. As for other methods, we'll handle those when we return, he said. In the sky above Donghai, the plane gently landed by the azure coastline. Yining, sitting quietly inside, unknowingly fixed his gaze on the window frame, lost in thought. There were only about 4 to 6 days left before the sea beast outbreak reached its peak. The plan had clearly been approved before.
Why was it not being executed as he had expected now?
The internal obstacles in this peaceful era were actually far greater than those before his rebirth.
He thought back in silence.
Before his reincarnation, he commanded instant obedience, perhaps because of the looming apocalypse. But now it seemed that, in order to save the world from the end times, he would first need to grasp the peak power. Without it, he wouldn't stand a chance. If he wanted to seize supreme command, he would definitely need to break through to the 4th rank soon. With his current authority and resources, he could reach third rank peak in 3 months at most. However, to break through to the fourth rank, Yining placed a hand on his chin, his eyes sharp as a knife's edge. He would first need to begin the Super Product Project. After the apocalypse erupted in his previous life, the reason humanity had been able to resist for 2 years was due to the Super Product Project. If he remembered correctly, the lead researcher in his previous life, whose surname was Sun, came from Donghai's safe zone. After completing the evacuation of Donghai, he had to find him as soon as possible. In front of him, Yining was suddenly presented with a touchscreen displaying a conference call connecting 4 people. He spoke up, "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, I need all of you to mobilize every available force to Donghai to support me." Kai Lai's eyes were full of worry as he stared at the screen, then immediately asked, "Huh? What happened?" Yining's voice echoed through the call, and due to the urgency, he couldn't explain. "If you trust me, please make the arrangements right away." While the 3 of them were still stunned, listening in, Fong Fong turned around and gave an order. At that moment, in the Lu Mansion's guest room in the capital, the director sat across from Tian Ming, his face full of concern. He leaned forward and asked, "Commissioner Lu, what should we do now?" Yining had not only survived but had also achieved great success, and both the commander-in-chief and the others were extremely pleased. The director spoke while waving his hands anxiously. "He is someone who seeks revenge without fail. What if he finds out what we did while he was away?" Tian Ming's face darkened, gritting his teeth in pain. "Damn it, that bastard really is a living nightmare. How did he manage to pull this off without us knowing?" The director next to him stuttered, "Commissioner Lu, we didn't even finish our sentence." Tian Ming raised his hand to interrupt, "But, Director Wang, don't panic too much. Didn't Chen Ming say Yining went to Donghai? We still have time to clean up, we just need to return the resources we took from the Ning family." The chief continued, "Commissioner Lu, I'm afraid we still can't return them. The high-grade spiritual fruits were eaten by my son last night. Not only that, his younger sister is very difficult to deal with." The image of Shaoan lying motionless on the hospital bed suddenly appeared in the chief's mind. He frowned slightly, let out a soft sigh, and continued, "Just tell her that Yining is dead. She seems unable to handle the shock, and she's now hospitalized." Upon hearing this, Tian Ming's face turned purple with rage. Unable to hold back, he quickly moved toward the chief, shouting, "You are all a bunch of fools, this is completely ruining the rules." The chief's face turned pale, stammering, "Commissioner Lu, is it too late for me to send someone to the hospital with flowers and fruit baskets to comfort his sister?" Tian Ming turned around, his voice sharp and authoritative as he gave an order. "Also, you need to find someone to take responsibility. If Yining really wants to investigate, just say it was the work of a temporary worker." Upon hearing this, the chief felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, and he let out a relieved sigh. All right, I will arrange it immediately." Tian Ming's expression hardened, and he lowered his voice. "Besides this clear path, there must be a dark one left behind, just in case." The chief furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Tian Ming tilted his head slightly, then explained, "He didn't return to report but went straight to the Donghai safe zone. Achieving too much too quickly and not being able to control oneself is always a soldier's taboo. As long as he does something against the regulations, it will be as easy as throwing a stone into a well to get rid of him." In the Donghai Safe Zone conference room, Lili smiled and extended his hand, with a high-level credit card resting on his palm. He handed it over to Qian Fun. The 2 of them shook hands with pleasure. Lili stood upright, smiling politely, and spoke, "Thank you, Representative Qian, for clearing Donghai's name and helping us avoid the hardship of relocation. This small credit point is nothing at all. Tonight, we've prepared a seafood banquet to honor you." Qianfun replied calmly, "Commander-in-Chief Li is being too polite. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of their own shadow. The situation was originally due to Yining losing his mind. An A-class beast tide? How could it just break out like that?" Suddenly, the door to the room flew open with a loud crash. A team member was flung into the room like a living sack of sand. Both Li Li and Qianfun turned sharply. Li Li furrowed his brows and shouted, "What is this?"
Which brave soul dares to storm into the Donghai Safe Zone's conference room? From outside the door, a familiar figure appeared. Yi Ning and his group walked in.
Lily froze, his eyes widening as his lips slightly parted.
Yi Ning.
Yi Ning stepped forward confidently, his gaze sharp and cold, his voice deep and commanding. I want to reinvestigate the safety issues in Donghai.
I hope everyone will cooperate. If not, don't blame me for being rude.
Xianfen placed his hand on his hip and spoke. Yi Ning, we've already investigated the issues in the Donghai Safe Zone. All the irregularities you raised in the meeting have been compared.
No problem at all, the results were reported yesterday. You can review and verify them yourself.
Lily then stepped forward and said, That's right, Commissioner Yi Ning, I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, under Article 27, Section 33 of the Military Code, if you trespass into a military base to seek classified information, I have the right to kill you on the spot.
One order from me and hundreds of the awakened will. Yi Ning paid no attention to the empty threats, raised the black badge and replied, I possess a level authority.
Ming La, take a few people and conduct a search.
I want all information on my desk in half an hour.
Focus on the water zones and the military's deployment log.
Ming La immediately bowed slightly and answered tersely, Understood. No one challenged that at the moment.
Half an hour later, Yi Ning's group, accompanied by Qianfen and Lili, entered the information room, which was lined with rows of equipment and brightly glowing screens. Yi Ning stepped forward, his eyes darkening as they swept across each image on the monitors. A vivid purple light flared over his whole body. He crossed his arms and said, Manifest the will fully, concentrate the single mind 12-fold.
Qianfen, with a haughty expression, began to speak sourly, What pretense is this? An outsider issuing orders to the specialist, can he even understand the data? I myself couldn't find any anomalies, what on earth could he investigate? Lili standing beside him couldn't hide her anger, sneering, Is that how a level authority is to be used? I'll file a complaint with the capital to have the military revoke his authority.
Yi Ning tilted his head, his sharp gaze interrogating them. A month ago, there was a small earthquake in the C7C region.
You concluded that it was just a normal tidal wave. You didn't take into account the migration of the sea beasts.
On the 1st of the month, the temperature at the tidal power plant rose by 3.9 degrees.
Was your conclusion that the equipment malfunctioned?
Lili gently smiled and responded to him, The issue you raise does exist, but if it can be explained by conventional theories, there's no need to attribute it to the beast tide. Small earthquakes occur every year. If we were to consider them beast tides, then there would be no need for the Donghai Safe Zone to exist. Qianfen then spoke up, Yi Ning, let me explain why we are certain this is not the beast tide. A few days ago, I personally led 33rd rank warriors to search across more than 300 nautical miles of sea, but we found no signs of a beast tide gathering. Yi Ning raised his hand, pointing at the touchscreen, where large footprints and data on 4 masked individuals appeared.
He said, If there are no signs of a beast tide, then what happened during the skirmish that broke out 4 days ago off the coast?
The monitoring equipment recorded traces indicating the involvement of 3rd rank fighters. The time and location of the battle match with other military deployment records. The data shows that you deployed 7 3rd rank soldiers for routine patrols at 3 a.m. 4 days ago, but only 4 returned. So where are the 3 dead soldiers?
A routine patrol with casualties?
Qianfen felt as if he had been struck right in the heart.
His eyes widened in horror as a chill ran down his spine. This was bad. He had noticed even the smallest, most insignificant detail in the transfer record.
Lili hastily steadied herself, forcing her composure.
This was the nation's topmost secret. Under no circumstances could it be exposed.
Yi Ning pointed at the coordinates displayed clearly on the touchscreen and spoke in a firm tone, At these coordinates, I saw a laboratory.
What are you people doing there? Will you take me there, or should I go myself?
A flicker of panic flashed across Lili's face before she shouted, You have no right to go there.
That's an A+ level secret. Even someone with level A clearance is not permitted.
Yi Ning tightened his grip on his sword hilt, then suddenly slashed through the air, his voice ringing out, "So that's where the real problem lies. Get out of my way." Startled, Lili and Xianfen stumbled backward, shouting orders in alarm, "Guards! Stop Yining! Don't harm anyone else!" At that very moment, Yining turned sharply and commanded, "9, Mingla, attack with me." Behind him, Fong Fong and Mingla called out in unison, "Yining." The three moved as one, their figures darting forward like lightning, tearing through the approaching Special Forces unit. Bodies were hurled through the air, crashing hard against the walls and floor like paper dummies. Xianfen's mind was in chaos, a single desperate thought repeating over and over, "Stop them. We have to stop them. Commander-in-Chief, we mustn't kill him." But it's impossible to stop them. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Dong Hai Research Lab, Yining, Mingla, and Fong Fong stopped in front of the towering door. Yining spoke up, confirming that this was the place. Xianfen and his group arrived in a hurry, drenched in sweat. He shouted out, "Yining, I'll give you one last piece of advice. This place has absolutely no connection to the beast tide. Even I don't have the authority to enter. If you dare break in, you will bear all the consequences. When the time comes to face a military tribunal, don't say I didn't warn you." Yining didn't bother to turn around. He signaled, "9, break it open." Fong Fong immediately stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. The thick steel door was crushed, bursting open with a large hole. Inside the spacious laboratory, Yuan Shao stood motionless with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, slightly tilting his head as he glanced toward the door, his eyes showing a hint of panic. He turned around and spoke sharply, "Who's the reckless fool? Who dares to break into my research lab?" Yining stepped forward, his gaze icy, raising his hand and pointing directly at Yuan Zhao's face, "Give the order now. In 1 minute, I need all the information here written down." Yuan Zhao's face immediately darkened. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even Commander-in-Chief Li Xianguo would have to treat us with respect." Without saying a word, Yining merely shot a cold glance. In his mind, the command was issued, 9, capture him. In 1 minute, I must take over this place. Without hesitation, Fong Fong charged forward, delivering a powerful, decisive strike that sent Yuan Shao flying, clearing the path for Yining to move ahead. Yuan Shao was forcefully knocked to the cold ground, painfully lifting his head to scream, "You're crazy, all of you are crazy. You're doomed, you little mutt. I will report this to the army. Just you wait." Yining continued to give orders, 9, make him shut up. Fong Fong immediately complied, "Understood." Fong Fong quickly removed his shoe and shoved it into Yuan Zhao's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Yuan Shao could only lift his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Yining walked over to the water tank, silently observing, his mind spinning with chaotic thoughts, modifying sea beasts, extraction, genetic fusion. Screening embryos, are you using infant embryos to merge with sea beasts? Yuan Shao pulled the shoe from his mouth, his voice seething with anger, "So what? As long as we can combine the power of sea beasts, we can create a powerful awakened being. We're not experimenting on survivors, it's all legal." Yining inwardly sneered. Familiar events, familiar lines. This was exactly like in the zombie kingdom. Indeed, the ignorance and arrogance of humanity had nothing new under the sun. He shot forward, his movements as quick as lightning, slicing through the air toward Yuan Zhao's face with a speed that left no time for reaction. "Spit it out, what happened 4 days ago? Did you release the modified specimen? Tell me now, or you'll die." Yuan Shao gritted his teeth, finally lowering his voice. "You can't know about this." "All right, I'll say it. 4 days ago, a modified specimen did escape, but it's fine. That thing was just a juvenile, it hasn't developed any aggression." Yining shot him a sideways glance. "No aggression, huh? Then what about the 3 third-rank operatives who disappeared? Don't tell me they just fell into the sea and drowned." Yuan Shao groaned, Yining, if I tell you, your death won't be far off.
Are you sure you want to know?
Yining snapped coldly, quit stalling.
Yuan Shao gritted his teeth, then was forced to speak.
The three of them aren't dead, they were just locked away because they saw things they shouldn't have. The genetic material used to create the specimen.
It was from the old commander. At that, Yining's eyes darkened.
He slowly tilted his head.
What did you just say?
The system suddenly activated, displaying streams of information, triggering a special mission. It detailed the A-Class Sea Beast raid, the specimen, and the description of the event. The juveniles that were born had been contaminated and were now leading the beast tide. By instinct, they would seek out the specimen. The next beast tide would approach in 4 hours.
Task description: please evacuate the residents from Donghai. The completion of this task will be assessed based on the number of survivors. Task reward: 1,000 reputation points, epic grade life essence solution.
The notification about killing the queen body will effectively slow down the movement progress of the beastlings. Yining tilted his head back and let out a soft sigh, his mind buzzing with thoughts.
Only 4 more hours?
He had initially wanted to investigate thoroughly and provide enough evidence to ensure military cooperation. But now, it seemed that there was simply no time left. Yining muttered to himself, killing the queen body to slow down their progress.
But deep down, my thoughts are completely different. With my current strength, it's impossible. Even the current commander-in-chief can't do it. All we can do now is retreat and resist.
Words may reflect will, but thoughts are the truth I must face. Yining pushed aside the chaotic thoughts, his gaze immediately sharpening. He ordered, 9, contact Shanghai immediately. Chen Kai Lian Wang Tian, we need to re-engage and implement the evacuation plan from Donghai immediately.
Fang Fong, upon hearing the order, immediately turned and dashed off like a gust of wind, acting without a word of hesitation.
At the secret research facility in the Donghai security zone, Mingla looked quite displeased and said, Yining mobilizing the military without authorization is tantamount to treason. Even if his judgment later proves to be correct, it can't excuse his actions.
Are you sure you want to proceed like this? Yining immediately replied, Mingla, I understand everything you've said. Right now, the best thing for me to do is to leave and pretend as if nothing ever happened.
His expression was deadly serious. That way, I'll still be the top genius of Nation H, someone with limitless potential in the future. Not only that, once the disaster strikes, my earlier warning will earn me credibility and praise. Everyone in the military will regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors die miserably, no one will blame me. On the contrary, they'll think I've done everything I could. Ming La was clearly astonished.
If you already know all of this, then why would you still?
Yining shot him a brief glance, his expression turning grave. I know full well that if I don't give my all for the survival of hundreds of thousands, I could never forgive myself. Since I've been given a second chance at life, if I still can't prevent this tragedy, then what would be the point of coming back at all? I'll give you the choice once more, Ming La. You and your men can decide for yourselves whether you want to dive into this murky water with me. Even if you choose to retreat now, I will not. Ming La stood there, dumbfounded.
Yining. Everyone immediately stood at attention.
Lord Yining, please don't misunderstand us. Our lives were saved by you. No matter if it's climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, just give the order. Yining smiled at them and said, thank you, all of you.
Fong Fong falls silent and smiles.
Yining stares at the chaotic space before him.
Li Li laughs smugly.
Yining, you and your people have learned things you shouldn't have.
No one will leave this place alive today.
Although I don't dare kill you myself, if you charge in and die within this electrified area, that's none of my concern.
Qianfen sneers, Yining, now you know why I didn't dare continue investigating, right?
This place has no shortage of food and drink, so I advise you to stay put and await orders from above. But he immediately draws his sword and dashes forward.
Time is critical, I don't have time for many words with you. The two of them are utterly astonished. What? He can resist high voltage electricity? Yining, what skill is that?
Both sides unleash frigid techniques, the spiritual energy protective wall and elemental armor.
Yining instantly swings his sword. Dimensional slash. He quickly presses the blade to their throats. What's happening? I can't make sense of it. How on earth did he do that? He looks at them with a threatening gaze and stands motionless. If you don't want to die, cut off the circulating electric field immediately, don't dawdle. Xianfen's face turns pale with terror. Li picks up a device. Don't hurt Representative Qian, I'm shutting it down.
The barrier vanishes at once.
Mingla still looks bewildered. Yining, what should we do now?
Yining immediately handed control of 9 over to him to suppress Li and Mingla, grabbed the controller, and ordered, the rest of you, cut off all external communications outside the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Li's hand. At that moment, Fong had already pinned Li down. Yining shoved him inside and said, as for Representative Qian, there's plenty of food and drink here.
You'd better stay put for now.
Mingla immediately activated the device, starting the electric field. No one inside could leave.
Xianfen was furious at this action and shouted, Yining, you bastard.
Yining instantly commanded Li, Commander Li, hand over full command authority of the Donghai safe zone. I'll be taking over from here.
He was utterly enraged with Li. Li immediately threatened Yining, what? Yining, are you really rebelling? You've got some nerve. Do you even know who's backing me?
It's the former commander-in-chief himself, even the current one has to show him some respect. Yining looked at him with disdain.
An irreplaceable position in the secret research lab, huh? Li sneered, that person doesn't even care about you, Yining. You're not qualified to know anything.
Yining stared at him, a sense of unease creeping in.
Something didn't feel right. He feared that Yuan Shao had lied about the matter of the prototype. The old commander was indeed the prototype.
But this time, the young one of the mother body escaping might not necessarily be him. So the words Yuan Shao said back then were probably meant to scare me into retreating. The sea monsters flaunted their strength in their past lives. The main target of this beast tide is the safe zone of Donghai.
After the world's surface erupts once again, the beast tide will start attacking the capital.
If the young one triggered the beast tide to search for the mother body, then this time, the mother body's target might be Li.
The boy's eyes turned green, his demonic eyes probing. The system immediately returned the information.
The demonic eyes had completed the investigation of Li's identity. His position as the leader of the Donghai safe zone hid one of the mother bodies of the Gen C beast fusion technique, with a total of 2 mother bodies. Yining raised his fist, and sure enough, I never wanted to kill you, but now it seems the death penalty is unavoidable.
Fong immediately received the order, kill completed.
The system once again announced, a level C beast ambush event, progress shows the death of the mother body of the Donghai safe zone.
The beast tide outbreak will be delayed by 3 hours.
Explanation, in 6:51, a sea beast wave will approach the coastline. Please evacuate the survivors and leave Donghai as soon as possible. He looked at the screen and muttered, it really can only be delayed for 3 hours, but it's better than nothing.
At least more survivors can be evacuated. The entire group then quickly ran off. Mingla, let's split up and take action.
You go to the outskirts of the safe zone with Chen Kai Lai, while Xiao Hai and the others gather everyone and lead them into the city, arranging an orderly evacuation. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me through the video system. Mingla also responded urgently, understood. A large crowd was gathering here, in the wasteland area near the Donghai safe zone.
Wang Tian felt quite curious. Commander Chen, what exactly does Commander Xiao Yining want with us here?
My eyelids have been twitching non-stop. Xiao Hai was also quite confused.
I don't know. I just hope this isn't a major issue and doesn't drag on too long. We could still stay here for training. But if we stay here too long, the higher-ups will definitely start paying attention.
Kai Lai spoke very seriously. I suggest everyone prepare yourselves.
If it's a small issue, there's no need to make such a fuss. But even if it's a big problem, we can't rush things like this.
After all, Yining has just accomplished something significant. At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky. The armed helicopter seemed to be heading towards them.
Could it be Yining?
Ming La stepped forward and shouted.
Commander Yining has ordered, lead the troops into Donghai immediately and evacuate all survivors.
He will take control of Donghai within 1 hour to assist with the evacuation. The three of them were stunned.
What?
Xiao Hai could hardly believe his ears.
Enter the city with troops, take control of Donghai, and evacuate people? Over here, Wang Tian was also worried, wondering, isn't this essentially treason? Kai Lai was equally puzzled and asked, is this the military's idea, or is Yining acting on his own? Ming La had to reaffirm, the military has issued no orders, this is Yining's decision.
A Class A disaster is about to strike Donghai, and we have a responsibility to evacuate the survivors.
This is indeed a highly risky operation, but I trust Yining's judgment. Time is running out. I hope everyone can make a decision quickly. He was still very fearful.
Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or fails, we are likely to face no good outcome.
Xiao Hai was extremely uncomfortable with this action. Yining clearly had limitless potential, so why would he do this?
Kai Lai then patted Xiao Hai on the shoulder and said, Xiao Hai, you're right.
Think about it, who here has a future brighter than Yining? If he's willing to abandon his own future and take such risks, how can we think only of ourselves?
Once we've joined him, we share in both the good and the bad.
Xiao Hai calmed down a little at that moment. That's true.
Since ancient times, a gentleman always sacrifices himself for the greater good. Yining continued observing everything around him and then asked, Donghai 9 safe zone, do you think this bustling place resembles what it was before the apocalypse?
Fong Fong honestly replied, I've never seen it before, but I've heard it was incredibly beautiful.
There was a family that was very happy, and everyone believed that life was getting better and better, with the end of the world seeming like a distant myth. But unfortunately, everything would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Even if their lives could be saved this time, they could not avoid the pain of displacement afterward.
Suddenly, the sky thundered. Warning! Beast Tide Level A is about to attack. Warning! Beast Tide Level A is about to attack.
His army also began to take action. All survivors in the Donghai safe zone are required to evacuate immediately and in an orderly manner with the support of the military.
Warning!
All survivors in the Donghai safe zone, please evacuate immediately.
Yining lowered his head and said, if we want to end all of this, we still have a long way to go.
She also encouraged him, saying, I understand, you can do it. Yining regained his composure.
That's right, I can do it.
Now is not the time to be sentimental. Next, he said, I have a very important mission for you. You need to find all the research institutes in the Donghai safe zone and look for a researcher named Sun Li Chang. Immediately after, Yining left and brought him to my place. He was the key figure in the future. Fong Fong had received clear orders. The leaders were in a meeting. For hours later, there was a strong reaction in the military district's conference room.
This is definitely a rebellion.
Su Enguo was both furious and disappointed. Waste of effort, I was just thinking how to reward Yining when he returned, and instead he's created a complete mess for me, Tianming announced angrily. Commander-in-Chief, I've just discovered we cannot contact the Donghai safe zone.
I used satellites and found that Yining is rebelling. He's riding on his merits, swaggering and insolent, holding no one in regard.
He was full of fury at the boy's actions, killing the Donghai commander, leading troops to seize power, concealing and lying, evacuating the survivors. Such betrayal, however strong, cannot hold. Another man, equally upset, rose to defend him. Commander-in-Chief cannot deny that Yi Ning has gone too far this time.
But what if Yi Ning's prediction is right? What if Dong Hai really is about to erupt into sea beasts?
Satellite imagery shows that besides evacuations, Yi Ning also deployed forces to the defensive lines. He truly believes a beast tide is imminent. He looked extremely displeased. Deputy Marshal Fong means to say that a commander-in-chief who has guarded Dong Hai for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital together with 34 senior Dong Hai researchers and more than 600 disaster warning staff are all worthless?
And none of them even measure up to Yi Ning's shadow? Even if he really detected anomalies, why didn't he report them to the military? Tian Ming ground his teeth in fury.
According to the psychological experts' analysis, Yi Ning has fallen into paranoia. His thinking has long since become abnormal. To minimize losses, I propose we immediately lead forces to stop Yi Ning, if necessary, carry out a decapitation plan. The commissioner, upon hearing that, was furious.
You're being outrageous.
Ji Bing also spoke up seriously.
Put the beheading plan on hold for now. First we must stop Yi Ning. It's best if we can capture him alive and then decide.
Xian Guo now made the decision.
That's the only way. Commissioner Liu, take the troops immediately, bring Yi Ning back alive at all costs. Tian Ming looked very pleased. Understood. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. His entire body radiated a murderous aura.
Yi Ning, I was worried you'd come back to settle the score with us. Who would have thought you'd be stupid enough to tear open the gates of hell yourself?
Capture him alive? Bullets have no eyes. In the heat of battle, accidental casualties are perfectly ordinary.
At the seawall of the Dong Hai safe zone, the system suddenly flashed an announcement: time remaining until the sea beast's assault, 29 minutes.
Kai Lai hesitated. Yi Ning, are the sea beasts really coming?
The time he mentioned was almost up, but aside from the rain there was no sign that anything was happening out at sea.
Yi Ning replied, definitely they're coming. Their speed is extremely fast and they can erupt at any moment.
Wang Tian hesitated for a moment, then chose to voice his thoughts. Yi Ning, if it really breaks out, our end might be a little more comfortable. But if that doesn't happen, he continued with a sense of frustration.
Hayes, even if I'm right, the outcome will only be slightly better?
This really makes one feel quite upset.
Kai Lai suddenly spoke with a thoughtful tone.
It's always been like this, we don't need to worry too much, as long as the great hero has a clear conscience. When the sea beast comes, we should try our best to hold our ground here. Yi Ning understood his meaning immediately and replied slowly, it's only about delaying, because we won't be able to defend it.
Yi Ning paused for a moment and then added, the scale of this attack is enormous, and the forces we've mobilized are insufficient to stop it. If we can manage to delay until all the survivors have evacuated, that will be a stroke of luck. But that wasn't enough to convince Kai Lai. He still had some lingering doubts. What about the Dong Hai safe zone?
A fleeting look of sorrow flashed in Yi Ning's eyes. He then responded, as for the Dong Hai safe zone, we can only abandon it.
Hearing this, Kai Lai immediately objected strongly.
It took over 10 years to build Dong Hai to its current state. The higher-ups will never agree to this. Yi Ning understood this, so he simply explained quietly, that's why I didn't report it or negotiate with them.
If we don't abandon it, the losses will only be greater.
Both Kai Lai and Wang Tian were momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say next. Just as the situation seemed to reach an impasse, a loud, forceful voice rang out.
Mr. Yi Ning, the person you wanted me to bring has arrived.
Li Chang was suddenly pulled down from the helicopter, causing him to panic and scream for help. When Yi Ning saw the two people appear, he couldn't help but sigh, this is great. Just before falling straight to the ground, Li Chang was caught by Fong Fong in time. As soon as they landed, she quickly explained, when we found him, he was being chased all over the street by some low-level awakened individuals, as if they were trying to steal his black box. Hearing this, Li Chang immediately tried to explain, Sir, my name is Sun Li Chang.
I'm just a temporary janitor at the research institute. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. These things are mine. They're not bait for mutant creatures. Upon hearing his words, Yining immediately understood everything. A janitor, huh? No wonder I couldn't find you in the list before, Yining said, then immediately reassured him, don't worry, how could I kill you? Outwardly calm, but inwardly, Yining had already begun to feel overjoyed the moment he found Li Chang. He thought to himself that finding Sun Li Chang was as meaningful as saving all the survivors in Donghai. This man, who appeared extremely shy, played a role in the aftermath of the disaster that was nothing short of miraculous. Thoughts kept swirling in Yining's mind. In his previous life, Li Chang's research technique for extracting spiritual energy. He could extract spiritual energy from spiritual or for human use. After absorbing it, ordinary people can awaken. This is the extraordinary plan for the apocalypse. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. In this life, with the mineral mine in Tanghai Kingdom, there was an endless supply of energy-infused ore. He could support him in his research and development, helping the process advance rapidly. That way, he could smoothly ascend to the 4th rank. After reorganizing his plans, Yining gave an order, arrange a special armed helicopter to take him to Uncle Fang's house. Make sure he's safe. Wait for my return. Fang obediently acknowledged, understood. I'll make the arrangements and ensure his safety. Li Chang, still clueless about what was going on, took the chance to ask in confusion, Sir, when you say protect, do you mean the kind of protect I think it means? Before Yining could reply, she grabbed him by the collar and hauled him toward the helicopter, giving the most convincing assurance possible, let's go, Mr. Sun. I'll get you on the aircraft, and they'll take you somewhere safe. At that point, Li Chang could only scream in terror, help! Somebody save me! Fang watched as the helicopter gradually disappeared into the distance, then reported, Sir Yining, the arrangements have been completed. He nodded in approval and praised her, thank you. You've worked hard. The scene shifted abruptly, as a series of urgent emergency broadcasts erupted. This is the peacekeeping force stationed along the border under the Central Command. By order of Commissioner Liu Tianming, chairman of the peacekeeping force, all rebel troops must surrender immediately. All remaining survivors, stop evacuating at once. You've all been deceived. The army never issued an evacuation order. There has never been any sea beast attack. At the same time, countless warriors were charging straight towards them. Kai Lai anxiously asked, did someone send people over from above? Yining narrowed his eyes in anger and cursed, damn it, these troubles, they finally showed up. Uncle Chen, you all keep an eye on the sea for me, leave these people to me in 9. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them aggressively spoke up. Yining, I am Luo Chang, the deputy commander of the border peacekeeping force. I'm here to take you under the orders of Commissioner Liu. It seemed that Luo Chang felt this wasn't convincing enough, so he added. Xiao Hai, the person you arranged for the evacuation has been captured by us. Your evacuation plan has completely failed. Hearing this, Yining's anger intensified. His extraordinary power radiated in all directions. If you know what's good for you, come with me quietly. If you resist, you'll be killed without question. Killed without question. Humph, not only did you capture Uncle Xiao, but you're also stopping the survivors from evacuating? You idiots, you really want to die. At that moment, he still didn't realize he was talking to the Grim Reaper, so he continued to arrogantly threaten Yining. Yining, the military has already checked everything with satellites. Donghai is normal, there's no sign of a beast-tide outbreak. You should give up your delusion of hidden danger. Do you know how much damage you've caused to Donghai? The higher-ups are extremely angry and have sent the elite third-level forces from the capital. They will be here soon. I won't let you off today. In contrast to Yining's furious attitude, Fang remained remarkably calm and asked, Sir, should we kill them? He responded slowly, not yet. Try to delay as much as possible, conserve energy, and deal with the beast tide behind us. Besides, their worthless lives might be of use later. Upon hearing this, she obediently acknowledged, understood. Before they could even get fully prepared, Luo Chang suddenly launched an attack. While striking, he cursed, "Stubborn fool! Attack!" Yining immediately spoke, reallocating all his stats to agility, then dodged his fatal strike as nimbly as a squirrel. A series of moves such as Shattering Void Fist, Heavenly Golden Hammer, Netherworld Breaker, and Sun-Chasing Arrow were unleashed at the two of them in rapid succession. However, Fong Fong, without even using a weapon, was able to counter these overwhelming attacks. Yining, after speaking, switched to a full defense combat suit, and a red protective shield appeared around him, rendering the incoming strikes increasingly ineffective. After a moment, Yining was forced to break out of his cocoon, and the force of his sudden release sent the attackers tumbling backward. At this point, Yining realized, damn it, these people really want to kill me. Just wait. I'll deal with you all later. While Yining was still immersed in his thoughts, Luo Chang suddenly rushed towards him and spoke with contempt. Yining, you're just a low-level third rank, and you think you can fight against us, the higher ranks? You're nothing but an ant shaking a tree, completely unaware of your own limits. He began blocking all the attacks Luo Chang threw at him with 6 hands, while warning, I advise you all not to push your luck. But it seemed his words had no effect on them. A second later, another one rushed towards him. Just as the man was about to strike, Yining soared into the air to dodge, causing the man's punch to land on the rocky ground below. Yining kept moving swiftly, dodging attacks while countering them. The smell of blood was overwhelming, but Yining paid it no mind, as he was busy calculating the best move to hold back his big move for now. Besides all this, there were still other cards left to play. It seemed that the strongest attack in the mind system would have to be revealed today. Although this move might not be effective against the beast tide, it would definitely work well against those who had awakened. With that thought, Yining cast his Mind Storm spell. As soon as he spoke the incantation, a massive surge of power erupted, leaving his opponents frozen in place, too afraid to move. Luo Chang and his group were immediately overwhelmed by Yining's power. Weakly, they collapsed to their knees and whispered among themselves, is this the attack of the mind system? Activate the mental defense, quick! It's up, but his willpower has such a strong impact, it's almost impossible to block. One of them was still in shock, unable to believe Yining's extraordinary abilities. Is this really the power of a worthless mind system? No way, it's impossible to be so powerful, they can't even move their bodies anymore. Taking advantage of their weakness, Fong Fong launched a swirling kick, sending them flying in the air, before they crashed to the ground in pain. At that moment, Yining also landed and confidently said, these 2 moves should be enough to keep them frozen for at least 2 minutes. Just then, Wang Tian suddenly shouted, look over there, on the sea. Kai Lai was equally shocked and asked, is it the beast tide? Has it really arrived? The system kept sending alerts. High-speed moving object detected, 1034. High-speed moving object detected, 771. Facing the life-threatening situation, Luo Chang and the others were all panicking. What? The beast tide has actually erupted? Was Yining's prediction correct? What should we do now? Someone go inform Commissioner Lu immediately. Meanwhile, Yining, upon seeing the tidal wave of beasts approaching, gave orders. Mingla immediately dropped 2 nuclear bombs from the stockpile below to stop this wave of beast tide. Mingla, upon receiving his command, acted without hesitation. Order received. A second later, a cold voice rang out, and the nuclear bombs were launched. Immediately, a massive explosion echoed across the sea, shaking the entire region. Kai Lai was stunned and immediately exclaimed, Yining, did you detonate a nuclear bomb? If so, Donghai will no longer be habitable. Yining, hearing his words, calmly explained, when you see the number of beast tides next, you will understand why I abandoned Donghai. This is just the beginning. And the nuclear bomb is only a temporary delay. Finishing his sentence, he raised his voice and gave an order, all artillery, prepare to fire. The Awakening Corps, get ready. The moment they approach the coast, attack immediately. Everyone answered loudly, filled with determination. After organizing his team, Yi Ning turned to negotiate with Luo Chang. Luo Chang, right? Can we begin the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and issue orders to the entire city to continue supporting the evacuation. Risk your lives fighting against the beast tide. If you manage to survive, I promise I won't hold this against you. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang decisively replied, understood. In the Donghai command room, Tian Ming casually asked, what's going on? Have you caught Yi Ning yet? Or did you kill him? Suddenly, a piece of news arrived that made him extremely angry and surprised. Tian Ming frowned and asked again, what did you say? The beast tide has truly erupted? Did Yi Ning really detonate a nuclear bomb in Donghai? When he finished speaking, he suddenly put on a dangerous look, then muttered as he calculated. Ha, it really does still turn the tide. Even if that Yi Ning judged correctly, drove back the beast tide, and evacuated the survivors, so what? The level of radioactive contamination in Donghai is enough to make you pay for it. In the capital's conference room, senior officials were meeting in the building's grand hall. Xianguo was so anxious he almost sprang to his feet. The beast tide in Donghai has truly erupted, time is running out. We need to discuss and find a solution as soon as possible. Moreover, regarding Yi Ning, we must decide quickly. Hu Shibing presented decisive proposals at the conference on countermeasures. The 6 major war zones are currently mobilizing high-rank Awakened to provide support. 27 safe zones near the coast are also ready to receive survivors. He proposed an extremely clever plan: if we can delay the front line for 2 hours, casualties can be kept within 7%. Fang Hio agreed cheerfully. Then what is there left to discuss? Yi Ning has saved millions. This is a tremendous achievement. Shonhun declared, as for the fact that the military shirked their duties, if we want to cover it up, that's simple. Just tell everyone that all of Yi Ning's actions were organized by the military. For the third-rank operatives sent to apprehend him, simply say they were deployed to reinforce him. After the disaster ends, actively portray him as a hero of our nation and reward him handsomely. But Lu Tianming immediately objected, Deputy Commander Fang, what on earth are you talking about? Yi Ning forged a military order, arbitrarily deployed troops, detained delegates, made unilateral judgments and violated military orders. Which of these is not treason? Moreover, he secretly detonated a nuclear device in Donghai. Are we supposed to pretend nothing happened just because he claims credit? He believes Yi Ning's actions could be the prelude to future danger. Next time, if he uses his merits to do something even crazier, like kill us, can we turn a blind eye then? So where is the law? Where is state justice? Besides, who can guarantee that his prediction this time isn't just a lazy cat catching a dead mouse? After all, he produced no evidence. The sharp-beaked, blue-haired man beside Tian Ming chimed in. I agree with Commissioner Lu's reasoning. Merits and faults do not cancel each other out, otherwise things will become chaotic. I propose we arrest Yi Ning as planned and announce to the public that the military uncovered a problem. Yi Ning's actions had nothing to do with saving Donghai. As for Yi Ning himself, since he saved the most people, he might receive a light punishment. But his subordinates must be punished severely. Fang He roared angrily, what are you talking about? Are you all insane? We're fighting for our lives on the front lines right now, and you're worried about arresting people? Is rescuing people wrong? Is this warning incorrect? He jumped onto the table without hesitation and pointed directly at Tian Ming. If we don't drop a nuclear bomb, will that fill the defensive line? Moreover, nuclear bomb contamination can be removed over time. The Dong High Commander and the military representatives kept insisting there was no problem. And what will the result be? Do they want to die? He pressed on, his voice strained. The generals outside can't hear the orders. Don't you understand this logic? Lu Tianming was dumbfounded and couldn't retort. Be quiet. Hu Shibing rose to calm things as the situation began to tighten. Don't argue anymore. In my view, we should compromise. It's true Yining acted on his own. But it's also true that he saved people. If Yining hadn't acted recklessly, what would have happened to us? Even if we arrest him, can we deceive the public and the troops by claiming the rescue was the army's doing? We don't trust him. We were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We cannot let people down any further.
Li Shenguo could no longer sit still and made a swift decision. If that's the case, notify the major military regions.
All of Yining's actions were in accordance with military orders.
The A-level Coastal Defense Command in Donghai is temporarily transferred to Yining.
He ended the meeting before further disputes could break out. Wait for Yining to return. If there is decisive evidence, those involved will be severely punished. Dismissed.
The secretary following him quickly identified the issue.
Commander-in-Chief, actually, from the very beginning, you had no intention of investigating Yining, did you?
This meeting must be just to silence Lu Shi's faction.
He chuckled and walked away with a carefree stride. The girl has grown up. Indeed.
After all, I am responsible for the Donghai situation. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it, even if it means taking the blows, I'll stand firm. She kindly reminded the commander-in-chief of Nation H. Yining is truly outstanding, but I'm not sure how he managed this time.
But Commander-in-Chief, don't you think he's very similar to the man he was over 10 years ago?
He raised his hand in a gesture of silence.
Shush, that's taboo, no more talking.
The seasoned Donghai commander, Tian Ming, slammed the table angrily from the frustration of the earlier jab.
Damn it, is this what you call a compromise solution?
Xianguo and those old men of the new faction are intentionally trying to set me up. You've all completely forgotten that the old chief died over 10 years ago.
Tian Ming's eyes flashed with cold, resolute determination.
After all, this time, the beast tide wasn't my front line to risk my life on. Whether Yining survives or not depends on his own skills. At the Donghai front lines, the battle was still raging, with dozens of beast tide creatures relentlessly attacking. Yining, now in command, immediately issued orders. These sea beasts advancing towards us all have energy shields. Regular artillery fire won't have any effect on them. As of now, I have taken control of the Donghai situation. All those who are awake, position yourselves on the coastal defense line. If the sea beasts get close to our front line, do not engage directly. Their blood is extremely thick, so we must separate them and deal with them one by one. Remember, our most important task is not to win, but to delay as much time as possible.
He leaped up, taking the lead.
9. Let's head to the sea and kill these third-rank sea beasts. The goal is only to delay, they are all heading to the shore. The pink-haired girl, nicknamed 9, accepted the order. Understood, she said, drawing her sword, ready to strike at the sea beasts.
First, eliminate the rabble in front of us.
He slashed repeatedly with his green sword, severing the monsters and causing explosive shockwaves from the sword.
Wang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, this destructive power, one strike is equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs?
A genius like this, we haven't made the wrong choice. Kai Lai, still on high alert, noticed some sea beasts starting to spill onto the shore from the right flank. It's time to use our real skills to stop them.
Meanwhile, Yining unleashed her dazzling ultimate move, sweeping the monsters clean with heavenly rift flowing light.
Girl 9 also performed a ground-shaking punch, clearing countless sea beasts in her path, directly overturning the scene like a rampaging dragon. From the water's surface emerged a strange whale-like creature, with rough, toad-like skin and sharp, heavy jaws. 9 immediately noticed it and charged forward, recognizing the gigantic, high-ranked third-rank whale was charging at them, ready to kill it. She delivered a divine kick straight into the whale's throat, sending an overwhelming stench of decay into the air, but it seemed that she had angered the creature, causing it to unleash an immeasurable sound that sent everything around them flying. The others were affected by the sound, starting to bleed from their orifices as if their bodies were falling apart.
Some clutched their heads, the sound was unbearably terrifying.
Others vomited blood, and it felt as though the internal organs of the Lu mansion were about to be shattered.
Zero was sent flying by this unexpected blow.
Suddenly, a giant crab-like monster with spider-like eyes appeared behind 9, forcing her to momentarily halt her battle, realizing that a large third-rank crab was launching a surprise attack from behind. She immediately leaped to avoid its crushing claw, dodging at incredible speed. Above her, a tail appeared, preparing to strike down, and she suddenly thought that she wouldn't be able to escape in time. Realizing that there was a powerful enemy attacking from above, she knew there was no way to dodge it.
A voice rang out, "Dimensional slash."
Yi Ning is charging into the fray, blocking the attack to help you. He slashed with a sharp, precise sword, splitting the pincers of the two monsters to help 9.
She felt deeply guilty. "I haven't fulfilled my duty as a protector."
He immediately brushed it off. "I don't see you as a bodyguard, but as a comrade." For a moment, 9 stood still, stunned.
"Comrade?" He gently reassured her. "9, don't lose focus.
These sea beasts are much harder to deal with than those mutated creatures of the same rank." She immediately regained her composure, determined to face the horrifying crab head-on.
"Comrade, but right now I feel an inexplicable surge of strength. You're behind me, helping to strike the whale."
The whale suddenly dove deep into the water, leaving 9 in shock.
Did that big whale just get scared off?" Yi Ning couldn't explain it either.
"It's impossible, it's just a high-level third-rank sea beast with a lot of health." But immediately, they were surrounded by 3 massive sea beasts, as the shrimp had joined the battle.
Yi Ning was taken by surprise.
"We're done for. Not only do they have intelligence, but they also know tactics." He recalled the events from his past life. In his previous life, he had only heard that this battle was incredibly brutal. Dong Hai had fallen, and every attempt to reclaim it afterward had failed.
But he didn't know that this was the very cause. The 3 monsters launched a coordinated attack on Yi Ning's group.
He activated his armor, and the violent onslaught of the 3 fallen heaven monsters collided with his defense. He gripped his sword tightly, struggling to hold his ground. "Their attacks were too strong. I can't hold them off much longer. We need to find a way to counterattack. That's our only chance."
9 agreed. "Got it."
Yi Ning and 9 shot up from the battlefield. The 2 of them were preparing to unleash their ultimate moves on the monsters. Yi Ning unleashed a devastating final strike, and fallen heaven emitted a shockwave. 9 simultaneously provided support. The powerful blow struck down, exploding all 3 monsters.
Yi Ning immediately commanded 9.
"Take the chance and strike the giant shark with another blow." She understood, dashed forward.
"Understood." Comrade 9 drove another strike into the middle of the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounded the 2 of them. He assessed the situation as extremely critical. Damn it, those jellyfish monsters were third rank. Fighting them now would be a severe disadvantage.
He quickly made a decision to survive.
9. Break through the encirclement at once and retreat. I'll dive down and hunt the giant whale. She immediately broke the encirclement and fell back. It may be the leader of this sea beast tide. We must kill it first. 9 carried out the order at once. Understood. Comrade. He dove at top speed into the depths. He activated his special ability to seek out the lead whale. His investigative spirit unfurled. Let's see where you're hiding. I actually have 3 types of upgraded combat suits. Even if you hide on the seabed, I can still find you. He didn't have to search long. The whale appeared together with its pack of sea monsters right in front of him. You must have just mobilized all your high-ranking ones, right?
Relying on this army of crab soldiers won't stop me. He struck, sweeping away the long tentacles that blocked his path. He raised his sword and shifted it into a supercharged variant, ready to confront the giant whale. Divine Rathnoi, 4th rank, after I kill you, it will be like a pack of dragons without hands, and I'll take your soul to deal with your beast tide as well. The whale was no pushover either.
It launched spheres from its mouth at Yining while emitting lethal supersonic waves.
But Yining was not about to stand still and take the hits. He moved swiftly like lightning, tearing apart the whale's strike with ease.
Your strongest attacks can't even touch me.
He swung his sword for a decisive blow.
Prepare to die. He plunged the sword into the whale's forehead, unleashing a tremendous force.
But the whale immediately shook off the attack and countered.
Yining, I must admit, I'm impressed by this giant whale. No wonder it's the sea beast monarch. Its strength is truly remarkable.
He was as fast as lightning, delivering a lethal blow that cut through the whale's body with a deadly sword technique.
Too bad for you that the one you've encountered today is me. As Yining completed his strike, the red aura gradually faded. He stood high above, watching the whale sink slowly to the ocean floor.
Looks impressive, but 10 seconds is really too short.
He kicked off the water, rising effortlessly as if he hadn't just fought a deadly battle underwater.
He swung his sword again, forming a blue sword aura that enveloped the sky, and delivered another strike. The rest depends on my men and the army sent to capture me. Thus, he summoned the souls of the sea beasts he had slain, creating a powerful army of spectral beasts, their spirits awakening. He raised his sword, pointing it at the enemy's formation.
O mighty souls of the sea beasts, turn back and hunt down my enemies.
9 was still surrounded by hundreds of strange, venomous jellyfish. She cursed under her breath.
Damn it, these third-rank jellyfish are really hard to deal with.
She stood up, ready to fight the jellyfish with their electric tentacles. They could not only attack from a distance with their tentacles but could also surround her and block her vision. She threw a punch toward the legs of the sea jellies closing in on her. What was even more disgusting was that every time their tentacles were severed, they regenerated almost instantly, making it nearly impossible to cut them off completely in such a short time. Her fist was entangled by one of the jellyfish, which only made her frustration grow. Round after round, not only was there no breakthrough, but even her reserves of spiritual energy were nearly depleted. She unleashed a strike to slice away the bothersome tentacles clinging to her. Panting heavily, a red warning flared across her visor, signaling that her energy was on the verge of exhaustion. If she couldn't return in time to replenish her spiritual power, she might very well die here. A bolt of electricity lashed out from one of the tentacles, striking her squarely before she could evade. The jolt coursed through her body, and she collapsed helplessly. Tears streamed down 9's cheeks. I'm sorry, comrade. This time, I couldn't complete the mission you gave me, nor will I be able to see the day this world meets its end. Yining came charging in, riding atop the spirit of that monstrous whale, leaving 9 utterly astonished.
Comrade? He's back?
He swiftly caught her by the hand and pulled her up.
Come with me.
Relief and joy welled up inside her, not only because he had arrived just in time to rescue her, but also because of their unbreakable camaraderie.
All right, comrade. The whale led the legion of spirit beasts, sweeping away the troublesome swarm of jellyfish.
At that moment, 9 spoke up in all seriousness.
Comrade, should I activate the blushing and rapid heartbeat effect right now?
He quickly brushed it off. There's no need for that.
It's best if you erase this useless knowledge. She immediately complied. On the other side, the monsters were charging into the city.
A warrior wielding an axe cleaved down, slicing the neck of the dog-headed, spider-faced monster, causing it to collapse. He exhaled, sighing, I never expected that a sea beast at the second-rank peak would be harder to deal with than a mutated creature of a much higher level.
But I've been on the battlefield for many years, I'm not some amateur. A spiked ball flew through the air, shooting spikes at the soldiers, several of which struck fatal blows.
The team worked together to fight the octopus, its tentacles, weighing tons, stretching everywhere too dangerous. The warrior at the front, wearing a helmet, led the charge with a determined death wish. These sea beasts were simply too tough to handle.
Many of our lower-tier soldiers have already fallen. Well, just let it be. With this many sea beasts, it looks like we're doomed here today.
He swung his axe decisively, commanding the soldiers to assist from behind. First, focus all our strength to kill the third-rank octopus in front, and then we'll figure out the rest. With one powerful swing, the axe struck the left side of its face, followed by a blow right between its eyes, bringing the creature down completely. The helmeted warrior, panting heavily, thought to himself, a third-rank monster, and it already drained this much energy.
And there are still countless second-rank peaks. This is simply a battle for our lives. What in the world is Commissioner Liu doing? Yi Ning's words were entirely justified. If it weren't for Yi Ning, things would be even worse. Someone shouted in displeasure, "How dare you speak to a superior like that?" The hybrid dragon, attacking beast, was attacking from above. The bearded man, holding an axe, Xianfeng, fought through the chaos of a thunderstorm. So what if I say something? This time, that man truly did something inhumane. A dangerous thing like this, what right does he have to intervene? We're all going to die here anyway. Who cares if he's some kind of superior? Follow me, let's lure that electric stingray from the sea here and trap and kill it. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits flew up. The man looked up in astonishment. This is the spirit of a sea beast. After death, these sea beasts can still fight? What's going on? How can we even fight anymore? No, these spirits are attacking other sea beasts, someone is controlling them. Indeed, the spirits were swarming and attacking the dragon from all sides. Some people were losing control of their words. Who is it? The highest level fighters on the battlefield are us. Who has this kind of skill? The bearded man looked doubtful. Could it be Yi Ning? He's only a third-rank beginner, how could he possibly do this? The gray-haired man wasn't so sure either. Maybe not. Not necessarily. Did you notice the strange willpower attack he used when he fought us earlier? A look of panic appeared on his face. If he really has the power to control these spirits, could it be that you were just going easy on us earlier? Where did Yi Ning come from in front of everyone? He pointed his sword at the commander with the goatee, the ferocious sea monster. Yet, the high-ranking soldiers just stood here, stunned. Don't they value their lives? He took a step back, showing some restraint. No. Yi Ning, we were just shocked by you. He wasn't in the mood to stand around chit-chatting. All right, stop with the nonsense. Although the main situation of this beast tide has been contained, there are still quite a few stragglers. Everyone, go take care of them. The goateed commander immediately took action. Understood, sir. Yi Ning walked ahead, his mind still in turmoil. All of his major, undiminished skills had already been used. Though his spiritual energy was still enough, he could only use God's fury in human world. Yama awakens one more time. The remaining energy would be just enough for him to use his regular skills, like wind elemental strike and false paralysis, to deal with the remaining sea beasts. The awakened one should still be able to handle things. He wouldn't make a move unless absolutely necessary. His stats page popped up. The first wave of sea beasts had been contained. The second wave of sea beasts would arrive in 3 hours, and their numbers were twice as many as the previous wave. He focused on the last entry in the second sea beast wave. He reflected on the timing of this moment, carefully recalling what had happened in the past. At this point in his previous life, he hadn't been discovered by the military yet, so he hadn't participated in this battle. I've only heard that this battle was especially brutal. The Donghai safe zone was completely unprepared and was utterly destroyed. Afterwards, the army sent people to retake it but were repeatedly beaten back and ultimately had to give up. It turns out there was even a second wave in the afternoon. He exhaled, full of skepticism. 3 hours? Even if other corps of the army arrive, it will be too late. If the fighters here manage to survive this battle, it will be a miracle. Everything is exhausted now, so they cannot stand and fight head-on against a second wave. We can only think about establishing an isolation zone so we can quickly secure the survivors and get the soldiers out of here.
He video called the uncle on the other side of the front.
How is the evacuation on your side going? Is everything all right? How much longer until the evacuation is complete?
The uncle on the other side was having a hard time too, nothing was going smoothly. The people assigned here had persuaded many survivors who had evacuated earlier to come back. The uncle spoke in a trembling voice as he suppressed his anger. They shoved all the survivors into the shelter and posted guards. He was astonished that the situation there had deteriorated so much.
What did you say?
The uncle turned the camera toward the hopelessly closed door. As you can see, the survivors inside are trapped by fire. They don't trust us at all and refuse to open the door for us. We could break the door down and force them out, but that would only make them trust us even less. The evacuation mission has become many times more difficult than before.
It took too much time. Uncle was in a hurry.
Based on the current progress, it was estimated that it would take at least 3 more hours to evacuate everyone. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the storm of emotions within.
It's tough for everyone. Hang in there.
He pressed his hand to turn off the conversation screen, but Uncle's voice still echoed, "Don't worry, even if I have to risk my old life."
His face darkened, and his eyes showed immense determination.
In this era of abundant resources and apparent peace, trying to do something like this was 100 times harder than in the future. Similar events would definitely happen again, and the outcome he most desired would certainly encounter obstacles.
His eyes lit up.
After the situation in Donghai was resolved, his first priority was to reach the pinnacle of power and gain the final say. If he wanted to deal with the extreme disasters that would follow, he would need extreme focus and extreme measures. He shouted authoritatively, "Who dares to block my path?"
9, following behind, asked what the next step would be. "Comrade, where should we go now?"
He decisively gave his order, 9, "Go collect the fuel reserves from several safe areas near Donghai." He coldly drew his sword and started walking, then immediately ordered them to transfer all the stored fuel to Donghai's safe zone within 2 hours. At the same time, they should find a way to replenish their spiritual energy and protect themselves well. 9 raised her hand in acknowledgement.
"Understood, comrade." He looked up at the torrential rain and the distant silhouette of the spaceship.
The Donghai safe zone can no longer be saved.
Rather than cutting flesh with a blunt knife, it's better to be decisive and swift.
He clenched his hand, fixed his target, and unleashed a huge blaze to burn the entire Donghai safe zone, creating an isolation ring.
At least this way any survivors wouldn't be pursued. The Donghai safe zone borders inland.
Yining stood on the rooftop, looking down at the chaotic battlefield.
He was connecting his phone.
The other end of the line showed 9 reporting, "Comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in the surrounding safe zones."
He was taken aback by the news. "Impossible, I checked the fuel levels in each zone before."
9 was stomping a moss-headed man into the ground. It seemed she had just defeated him. Most of them falsified their records, those who didn't were uncooperative. Even killing them wouldn't solve the immediate problem.
He snapped angrily, "Wasn't Yining's sea beast already under control? And you still want to burn the entire Donghai safe zone? Do you know how long the Donghai safe zone has existed?"
"I've already coordinated with the 6 surrounding safe zones and reported to the capital."
He remained stubborn in his resolve. "The capital definitely won't agree."
"You have no authority to demand we supply fuel," he said through the screen with an unreadable expression.
"I know," Yining replied. "You should return."
His eyes blazed with fury at the injustice of the world.
"There's no saving it anymore, it's beyond cure.
If I don't wipe out this bunch of useless trash, sooner or later I'll be exhausted to death. But right now, I have to stay calm and figure out a solution first before saying anything." He sighed, trying to console himself.
"Stay calm." The pickup truck drove away from the chaotic city. People inside wept and wailed. "Boo-hoo, our home is gone. Boo-hoo, why are there people wearing hats of resentment? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Why are we only retreating now? A man in a cloak voiced his discontent. We've paid so much in taxes, and this is how the army treats us?
Some people are still staying behind, confronting the soldiers just so we can go back to retrieve our belongings.
Give us back our vehicles. What right do you have to requisition my truck?
A woman knelt on the cold, rain-soaked ground, her arm in a cast, pleading with the soldiers.
Please, I beg you.
We've lost everything just to gather this shipment. More than half of our men died bringing it back here.
These things our men risked their lives for them. If you destroy the city and these supplies are gone, how are we supposed to survive?
Guwu suddenly stepped forward, placing his hand solemnly over his chest.
The city must not be destroyed.
All the surrounding safe zones expressed their opposition to burning down the city, refusing to supply fuel to the Donghai safe zone. He looked at the innocent civilians with a determined gaze, as if making a solemn promise.
I, Guwu, as the representative of the safe zone rescue team, assure you that the soldiers on the front lines are doing very well. In just a few days, everyone will be able to return home. The civilians were overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful news.
The older sister, who had been helped to her feet, expressed her heartfelt gratitude.
Thank you, military, thank you so much. We will cooperate in the retreat.
However, as soon as the civilians turned to leave, he began to curse, and Yi Ning kept shouting loudly.
Did you see that? How are we supposed to destroy the city now? If we destroy Donghai, what will become of these poor civilians? What does that kid Yi Ning know anyway?
He has no idea how much damage his actions will cause to Donghai.
He laughed triumphantly. They're just a bunch of sea beasts, what's the big deal?
His gray-haired subordinate, standing beside him, joined in, cheering him on. He pointed, giving orders to the soldiers. Everyone, follow me into the city to search for and evacuate the survivors hiding in the buildings.
The soldiers responded in unison, raising their hands.
A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as Yi Ning's image appeared in his mind. Of course, all the assets of the survivors, especially those of the major commercial firms, will be protected by us.
Since the city is currently deserted, we must act quickly. During a disaster, no one will hold us accountable. How much we can earn this time depends entirely on us.
But he did not expect Yi Ning had been watching everything from afar with a mystic eye.
Ah, good, very good, excellent.
Making money amid national calamity marvelous, simply marvelous.
So when people are speechless, all they can do is laugh. He gave a bitter chuckle.
I don't know whether to laugh at myself or at those deceitful men.
Ha, even after being reborn I'm still far too naive.
I forgot that this is a time of peace and that most high positions remain occupied by useless men. I mistook the army of unity forged from the blood and tears of my previous life for them.
I was wrong. I forgot that people will mourn only after they see the coffin.
He tilted his face to the sky to catch the rain and calm himself. From now on this will be nothing more than a minor sea beast disaster.
I nearly failed.
From warning Donghai to Fongtang stopping me, the military turned a blind eye.
I forced the troops into action and was slandered for it. Though the truth is clear, the commanders erred.
The survivors have returned. I wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy, but there are rotten worms causing trouble. He opened his eyes wide and looked through the world, it was unbearably absurd.
He plunged from the highest floor like an arrow in the rain. At first I wanted to save Donghai, not to let things end up this way. Now it's because you forced my hand.
He dashed, vaulting across buildings toward his target.
Want to profit from a national disaster? Then go into the city today, I will take you to Western Heaven.
Beneath the Ling Energy Tower in the Donghai Safe Zone, after the apocalypse, the spiritual energy nodes provided by the system began to appear across the world.
Humanity began to awaken.
The towers containing energy orbs were formed from this. The original world had been destroyed by the zombie tide, and the survivors established a new safe zone around these key points. Each spiritual energy node within the safe zone was the core to maintaining the process of restoring the spiritual energy of the central nucleus.
Those who awakened without a spiritual energy node would have no safe zone.
The Dong Hai Ling Energy Tower, a third-rank spiritual energy node, when activated, would cause the Dong Hai safe zone to disappear forever.
Yi Ning had appeared beneath the energy tower, but without doing this, how could humanity be warned?
What they would lose in the future would not only be the Dong Hai safe zone. This explosion would cause the spiritual energy to burst and scatter. At the very least, it could erase all traces of humanity, interfere with the awareness of the sea beasts, prevent the sea beasts from attacking, and form the strongest isolation belt. Xiao Hai on the other end reported the situation. Yining, the rescue mission for the survivors has basically been completed half an hour earlier than expected.
However, we have received reports that some soldiers from nearby battle zones have returned to the city.
We found that they are interrupting the uncle's words, hurrying to resolve urgent matters. Never mind them, all that the uncle had to do was evacuate the survivors from the Dong Hai safe zone as quickly as possible.
I'll hang up now.
Immediately after, he contacted the pink-haired woman. 9. Quickly contact Minei, Chen Kai Lai and the other frontline fighters. Within 10 minutes evacuate them from the coast. Carry out immediately. Understood. He swung the flame-flying sword toward the anomalous orb, a farewell to the safe zone. The Dong Hai wind element met the wrath of fire. He slashed a strike into the center of the energy eye. The huge explosion severely damaged his barrier.
He fought desperately to hold his ground as the energy fields collided violently. The combat suit did its utmost to support me.
He surged forward rapidly to finish this.
One more stroke. He delivered a killing blow into the very heart of the energy core.
He pierced the sphere and then vaulted high into the air. The orb seemed to have exceeded its limit of endurance and began to crack wide open. He blasted out of the building at top speed. Just before the massive blast could swallow everything, he activated his burst speed ability and agility attribute measured in points.
The cheering squad here is looting from the residents.
That lackey is gleefully hauling off the stolen goods, acting like the representative. There's a ton of high-grade materials and equipment here.
We're rich now, he said, utterly self-satisfied.
That's obvious this time. We don't even have to fake the ledgers. He shamelessly boasted aloud, as if it were a joke.
Everyone, we must save all the people of Dong Hai. This is our responsibility.
Even the close aide applauded. The veteran delegate on Min insisted that these words be made explicit. The energy sphere from earlier had expanded toward the cheering crowd, consuming everything in its path.
He didn't even have time to react.
Just as he managed to get a few words out, he was mercilessly swallowed by the orb. The sphere expanded, engulfing the entire city within it like a miniature sun, devouring buildings as it spread. In the capital's conference room, the delegates watched on screen as the safety zone Dong Hai was consumed by the orb. Hu Zhibing's face went dark.
What is Yi Ning doing?
Li Xianguo's expression was blacker than a pot bottom.
Is this the spiritual energy node being destroyed?
The purple-haired secretary quickly updated the emergency situation. The spiritual energy node cannot be regenerated, and the Dong Hai safety zone will never be rebuilt. Fang Hio stood frozen before the havoc Yi Ning had caused.
Lu Tianming burst into the meeting, panting. Yi Ning is simply lawless and reckless.
The Titan Dong Hai had clearly been brought under control and the situation was favorable, yet that Yi Ning proposed burning the city. It seemed he had been waiting for just such an opportunity, so he promptly denounced Yi Ning. I urged him against it, but to no avail. I could only hurry back to report. Unexpectedly, that man was the commander-in-chief. Someone this monstrously mad and chaotic cannot be entrusted or indulged.
Li Xianguo, having lost all patience, snapped, Yi Ning, have I really trusted the wrong man? Where are the men? Move.
Fang Hio immediately stepped forward, volunteering, Commander-in-Chief, let me go in person. I guarantee I'll bring Yi Ning back whether it's dealing with Yi Ning himself or his bodyguard 9, it's no problem for me. But deep down, he had already planned to investigate this matter thoroughly.
If the commander-in-chief sent more people, there would likely be more misunderstandings.
At that point, Yi Ning would have a hard time saving himself. Li Xiangua quickly made a decision. Alright, take my Thunder Fighter and bring Yi Ning back as soon as possible. I will personally interrogate him. 10 minutes later, in the Donghai safe zone, the advanced aircraft landed near Yi Ning's location. The voice of his assistant, Deputy General Fong, could be heard. According to Yi Ning's A-level clearance card, this is a restricted area. He is on the mountain outside the Donghai safe zone.
Fong Hio immediately gave the order, land, I want to meet him.
Yi Ning calmly awaited what was coming his way.
Has the most advanced hypersonic jet from Nation H been sent? Looks like another sir is coming to accuse me.
As Fong Hio landed, he said, Yi Ning, you've caused a big mess.
Yi Ning quickly recognized his older uncle, Fong Uncle. Fong Hio tried to persuade Yi Ning to speak up and clarify his side, so there would be evidence for his defense.
Yi Ning, you've destroyed the Donghai spiritual energy node.
If you have anything to explain, now is the time.
Before we go back, I can help you find a solution.
But Yi Ning wasn't interested. Fong Uncle, I'm tired.
I'm too lazy to explain. Right in front of the two of them, the energy surge could be seen spreading across the city.
Yi Ning pointed towards it. Uncle, look over there.
In a minute, you'll understand right away, Fong Hio said. Fong Hio still couldn't understand what his nephew was trying to do, what his intentions were. But in the next minute, he saw the monstrous shadows looming in the distance, and he instantly realized. This was the second beast tide. They were attacking the energy field but were immediately turned into dry bones.
Yi Ning asked again, now do you understand? Fong Hio finally got it. I understand now.
You used this extreme method to stop the beast tide from chasing the survivors, but why didn't you explain it clearly to the higher-ups?
Yi Ning closed his eyes tiredly and explained, what time did I have? Didn't I make it clear from the start?
But what was the result?
Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes?
Fong Hio patted him on the shoulder to comfort him.
Yi Ning, you've worked hard.
Even though it's frustrating, Uncle Fong still wants to advise you to go back to the capital and explain everything clearly. He continued to offer his advice.
Now the result is clear. But Commander-in-Chief is not unreasonable.
As for the fish that slipped through the net, leave it to me to handle.
Yi Ning obediently agreed.
Okay.
Fong Hio went on to talk about the tense situation at headquarters.
By the way, when you return, be careful of Lu Tianming's group.
They came to your house while you were struggling in the dungeon. Your mother and little sister are still in the hospital.
Yi Ning was stunned when he heard this news.
What did you say?
The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the empty street.
Yi Ning rushed toward the building, each step heavy with anxiety.
Xiaoan curled up on the small chair by the hospital bed. Her face was drenched in tears.
Brother, where are you? If you're still alive, please come back. Mom has been in a coma for 2 or 3 days, I'm so scared.
Yi Ning burst through the door, his face filled with panic, his voice trembling with worry. Hearing the noise, Xiaoan slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes wide open, and she gasped in a sob.
Brother!
Without a second thought, Xiaoan rushed into Yi Ning's arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
Brother, Hohu, I thought you were dead.
Yi Ning gently patted his little sister, trying to comfort her.
Xiaoan, don't cry. I'm not dead. Didn't I come back safely?
He softly ruffled her hair, his voice tender as he spoke. Xiaoan, be good now, let me go check on Mom first.
Xiaoan nodded slightly.
When Mom heard that you had died, she fainted. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. Even though the doctors say she's fine, she still hasn't woken up. Yi Ning silently walked over to the hospital bed, gently taking his mother's frail hand.
Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm back, I'm fine, Mom. Please wake up, Mom.
The frail hand stirred slightly, as though it had been faintly moved by his heartfelt call. Yining froze, looking up in surprise. The heart seemed to choke, the voice trembling with hope. Mother Shawan beside her sobbed, "Brother, do you think Mom won't wake up?" Yining gently patted her hand, his gaze firm. "No, Shawan, Mom knows you're back, she'll definitely wake up." He turned around, his face serious. "Shawan, who came to our house? Who said I was dead, do you remember?" The little girl answered, "I think it was someone called Director Wang. They came to take all your things, I didn't let them. Then they said you were dead." Shawan frowned slightly, but strangely enough, he came again yesterday, bringing flowers and fruit, saying something about an intern making a mistake, claiming that you hadn't died. After he made a phone call, his attitude changed, and he said you were about to die. I don't believe his words, so I threw his things outside. Upon hearing this, Yining wasn't surprised at all, quickly deducing who it was. "I understand now," he said without saying more, his mind carefully considering. "Director Wang, father of Wang Kai, subordinate of Liu Tianming, you bastards should never have touched my family. Now that I'm back, I'll make sure to pull you out by the root." Seeing Yining's terrifying aura, Shawan couldn't help but worry, hurriedly speaking, "Brother, your expression just now was so scary. In fact, besides the bad guys, there are also good people who've come. Like Uncle Fong, for example. He arranged for Mom and you to be admitted to the hospital. They even sent 2 people to ensure the safety of Shawan and her mother." Yining smiled gently, his warm, tender smile caressing Shawan's head. "Meisham, I know, Shawan, don't worry." The little girl looked up at Yining, her voice soft. "Then, can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave?" "It's just me, I'm really scared." He answered softly, "Shawan, don't be afraid, I won't leave before your mom wakes up." In the Liu Tianming family's guest room, Tianming sat with his legs crossed, speaking up, "Commissioner Liu, the people we sent to capture Yining have returned to the capital. They said that the second beast tide seemed to have broken out, and Yining has also returned." Tianming, without hesitation, said, "I told Director Wang, can you please get to the point? Stop rambling, with your courage, what big things can you accomplish?" Tianming furrowed his brows, his voice slow, "We still have time before the Commander-in-Chief calls the Commissioners' meeting, we have plenty of time to make our moves. Don't forget, the Commander-in-Chief's final order was to have Fong Hio capture him, and whether the beast tide happens or not, it's not important. As long as we stay calm, we will win." Tianming leaned forward and responded, "Director Wang, do you still remember the people from over 10 years ago? At the conference, we will capture Yining." Meanwhile, the chief officer exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing, truly brilliant, it's a move that helps us control the bottom of the pot. That's forbidden in Nation H. Anyone who touches it will die." At the military airport, the aircraft hurtled down the runway at breakneck speed. For people, Wang Tian, Ming La, Xiao Hai, and Kai Lai disembarked one after another. Each of them looked haggard, exhaustion was etched into every face. No sooner had they set foot on the ground than Chen Kai Lai, deputy commander of the Kawabe military, Xiao Hai, commander-in-chief of the Tianfeng Safe Zone, and Wang Tian, vice president of the Heaven City Trade Association, along with Ming La, captain of the Special Operations Unit, stepped forward. Ming La's voice was hard as steel, "You have seriously violated orders and military discipline. Come with us." Ming La shouted in fury, "We shed blood in a desperate battle and just rescued millions of survivors. On what grounds are you detaining us? We demand to see the commander-in-chief." Kai Lai turned his head and, his voice stern, tried to calm him. "Ming La, conserve your strength, reasoning with them won't work." The 4 strode on with stiff backs. Kai Lai spoke crisply, "Stand aside. I can walk on my own. I, Chen Kai Lai, have lived my life with a clear conscience." From a distance, Fong Fong had seen everything. She told herself, "I must inform Comrade Yining immediately." In the capital's military conference hall, Xiangua stood solemnly on the high platform amid the vast auditorium. His voice rang out gravely, "I believe everyone has seen the reports about the second wave that broke out this afternoon in Donghai. The deputy sect leader is now in charge, and the Huadong safe zone has been barricaded. There should, for the time being, be no large-scale disorder.
The reason I called everyone here today is mainly to discuss the qualitative issues related to Yining's series of actions. Guo Bing sat thoughtfully among the delegates. His face was clearly serious as he slowly raised his hand. Based on the results, Yining has saved hundreds of thousands of survivors and stopped the sea beast. Although the process exceeded the rules, I believe the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, especially considering his far-sighted vision. This should be exempt from responsibility and should be praised. Moreover, we should offer a sincere apology. Tianming slightly leaned forward, his voice laced with insinuation. Commissioner Hu, don't you think you're concluding too quickly? Xianfen suddenly stood up, his voice firm and filled with anger. I disagree with this. Everyone has been deceived by Yining. Do you know that before Yining destroyed Donghai, he had infiltrated the Sea Research Institute? Yining not only killed Commander-in-Chief Li, but he also stole all the research results there, intending to claim them for himself. He decided to destroy all of Donghai to erase the evidence of his crimes. Xianfen pulled sharply at his collar, revealing a large scar. He pointed forward, his voice trembling with rage. He nearly killed me as well. If Commissioner Liu hadn't sent someone in time to rescue me, I would have been left behind in Donghai. By then, the truth would have never been exposed. Lu Xiang, seated beside him, gently raised his hand, a gesture neither hasty nor rushed, but one that carried enough authority to silence the entire room. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping the conference before he spoke. Aside from the crimes already mentioned, I wish to say a few words as the representative of the coastal economic region. Lu Xiang sprang to his feet, his tone harsh. First, the beast tide in Donghai was not that serious, yet Yining completely destroyed the Donghai safe zone. Second, the safe zone near Donghai dispatched dozens of officers to carry out rescues. But the moment they entered the city to search and rescue, Yining destroyed the spiritual energy node and killed them all. All of this just to seize control of their safe zone, refusing to supply fuel and setting Donghai ablaze. This is simply selfish personal gain. Before the silence could fully settle, the chief also suddenly stood up. The chair behind him screeched as he spoke. Furthermore, we discovered that Yining also embezzled a large amount of supplies from the Donghai safe zone. I even suspect Yining's so-called foresight. In fact, he was the one who instigated this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he have made such accurate predictions? Unless it's a thief crying "Stop thief." Hearing those brazen accusations, Yuan San could not contain his anger and protested. Enough. You people are nothing but peddlers of baseless rumors, turning white into black, spitting blood at others. Damn, all you ever care about is your own profit, framing, and slandering others. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and kill the beast tide yourselves? The director replied in a mocking tone, Commander Chang, are you really that enraged? I know Yining made tremendous contributions to your useless squad in the dueling operation, but let's keep things in perspective. You need to rub your eyes and look clearly. Don't act like the treacherous employees of yours who, riding on their merits, turn against Yining. Yuan San, unable to contain his fury, jabbed a finger in the other's face and shouted, Me turn traitor, Myas, I'll kill you, do you believe that? Guo Bing, seeing this, hurried forward and tried to calm him. Mr. Zhang, please calm down. Director Wang's behavior could be understood in that light. Guo Bing continued, after all, if he could use this incident to eliminate Yining at the first choice, his son Wang Kai could be promoted to that number one position. A father's motive, after all. The director heard this and his face went pale as if he had been exposed. He stammered, Li Shenghua, you dare to spit your blood on others. Tianming raised a hand to stop him. May I say a few words? He stepped deliberately out from the row of seats and spoke clearly, Commander-in-Chief, it cannot be denied that Yining is the best in the world across the four systems and performed a great feat, a rare prodigy. But whether in talent or in his manner of work, Commander-in-Chief, don't you find him oddly familiar? Do you recall the small-scale beast tide outbreak about 10 years ago? It seems that person was pursuing that very thing.
Xiangua stood on the podium, slammed his hand down on the table, and shouted so loudly it rang through the hall.
Go away, Commissioner Liu, pay attention to your words.
Tianming walked straight toward the podium, still speaking non-stop. Don't worry, I will keep it confidential, nothing will leak.
I just want to let you know that I have found something very interesting.
His voice was cold, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Before going to the capital, Yining had used the name Yilin in many different dungeons.
Don't you think that's quite the coincidence?
Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, causing both of them to turn around in surprise.
Xiangua immediately asked, "What's happening outside?" Tianming squinted and said, "I guess that sound is probably caused by Commissioner Yining's arrival, right?" "I don't believe it. Let's go outside and see."
Tianming and the others hurried outside, and the sight before them left everyone speechless. Amid the scattered rubble, Yining stood still, surrounded by soldiers who had been taken down by the sharp edge of a sword.
Tianming walked closer and said, "What did I tell you? That's the legendary equipment, the paralysis gloves and the wind elemental sigil, right?"
Yining turned around, showing a look of disdain, and said, "Sure enough, it's a trap, the same old cat and mouse game." 2 minutes earlier, at the entrance of the conference hall, Yining stood facing Fong Fong, feeling frustrated and speaking out, "I didn't expect those bastards to strike at Ming LA's group so quickly. Fortunately, my mother has regained consciousness, it's time to deal with them." She paused for a moment, then added, "I'll sneak inside and take a look."
"You act according to the situation."
She listened and then decisively responded.
"Understood."
Yining sensed something unusual and thought to himself, there's hidden aggression. He slowly drew the sword from his back, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, 3 shadows appeared from above, descending rapidly. He turned, locking his gaze on the 3 soldiers rushing towards him. The weapons in their hands swung like flashes of lightning, ready to tear apart the space. Yining quickly assessed the situation, a 3rd-rank, low-level lethal move, and these guys haven't even spoken. If I use Divine Wrath, there's a chance I might end up killing them.
If that happens, explaining it later will be impossible.
His hands tightened, sparks of red flashing from his gauntlets. He thought to himself, I can only deal with this one for now. The gauntlets were fiery blood treasures. Yining swung his hand, a surge of red energy erupted violently, sending the soldiers flying back, causing the earth to crack and debris to scatter in the air. One of the soldiers coughed violently, blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him. Yining blinked, a look of surprise crossing his face.
Damn, they hurried to retract their moves, and they didn't even set up a defense? Are they intentionally trying to get hurt, using the suffering tactic?
Back in the present, one of the fallen soldiers struggled to rise and said, "Commander-in-Chief, we only told Commissioner Yining to wait for a moment, and yet he dared to strike at us."
Tianming waved his hand and slowly spoke, "Commander-in-Chief, did you see that?
I told you Yining has gone crazy, if he's not happy, he'll kill someone right away."
Xiangua stood silently observing, his voice low. "Yining, do you have anything to say?"
Yining let out a soft snort and replied, "Interesting. To be honest, I can't be bothered to explain this, or anything related to Donghai, again." Yining stood tall and confident, hands on his hips, commanding firmly, "9, come out." Immediately, Fong Fong leapt down from above. She spoke, and the image was projected. From her eyes, a blue light flickered. The space in front of them displayed a clear image, capturing the moment when the group attacked Yining, right before they appeared.
Tianming stood frozen, his eyes wide, stammering, "What?"
Yining, smug, glanced at Tianming with a hint of mockery and casually said, "Commissioner Liu, the light here is too bright, so the projection effect isn't great.
How about we go inside and watch instead?"
In front of all the leaders, Fong Fong played the video for them.
After the playback was finished, she reported, "The video replay process has been completed."
After everything, Xiangua's face darkened, trying to suppress his anger, thinking, "Commissioner Liu, what you did here is absolutely wrong." Tianming awkwardly replied, "General Tong, I admit that the ambush at the gate was a mistake, but I did it out of concern for the safety of Nation H." According to the video that was shown, although the beast tide from Donghai is very fierce, it is not yet at a level that requires completely destroying Donghai. Yi Ning only did this because of his own personal interests.
Commander-in-Chief, have you already forgotten what I told you earlier?
This made Xianguo fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Warning, the H Nation's warzone is about to face an A-level beast tide attack. Please prepare for the warzone mission, eliminate the peak 3rd rank giant sea demon. Upon seeing this, Tianming seized the opportunity to change the subject and exclaimed, "What?"
Xianguo and everyone else immediately received the notification as well. He was stunned and said, "This event has been identified by the system as a disaster, and it's a peak 3rd rank sea beast mission? The second wave has already reached A+ level? This has never happened since H Nation was rebuilt."
At this point, Yi Ning calmly remarked, the system's warning came just in time, saving me from having to explain."
Commander-in-Chief, you don't need any further explanation from me now, right? Just then, Fang Hio called in.
Seeing this, Xianguo asked, "Fang Hio, what's the matter?" Fang Hio reported, "Commander-in-Chief, the scale of the beast tide here is unimaginable. Although I have mobilized the troops, the current scale of our army is still insufficient to withstand the wave of beasts.
This afternoon, even though the soldiers are fearless, charging directly into battle will only result in unnecessary casualties."
He projected the situation there and added, "Luckily, Snowpoint Energy managed to hold them off, so we can ensure that the survivors retreat without being pursued." Xiangui immediately gave the order, "Understood. Ensure the safety of the survivors, abandon Donghai, and assist the troops." Upon hearing this, Fang Hio responded clearly, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief."
Suddenly, Tianming questioned, "Commander-in-Chief, how could Yi Ning predict everything so accurately? Clearly, he's the one manipulating all of this."
Chen Yuan couldn't hold back and rushed forward, cursing, "Damn, by your nonsense logic, are all the heroes in history just disaster bringers? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?"
Tianming, hearing this, provocatively retorted, "Chen Yuan, are you looking for a fight with me? Can't take it anymore?"
Xianguo's eyes flashed with anger, and he coldly snapped, "Shut up, both of you." Then, without hesitation, he triggered a powerful explosion, throwing Tianming and Chen Yuan, who were bickering, outside. Xianguo spoke sternly, "At this point, there's no need for further speculation. Yi Ning is undeniably the hero in the Sea Beast incident.
Tomorrow, we will hold a national commendation conference." Yi Ning offered his suggestion, "Forget about the commendation conference. A simple news release to show appreciation is enough.
If Commander-in-Chief truly wants to reward me, then I want to investigate and deal with something personally. After all, some damn fool had the guts to take advantage of my absence while I was tackling the dungeon. This issue has even come to my doorstep, making things difficult for my family."
Hearing this, the chief of police's face darkened, and he spoke up. "Commissioner Yi, let me explain.
This whole situation was caused by an intern. I, Xianguo, did not give him time to make any more excuses and said, 'This situation has indeed undermined the regulations.' Then, assign Commissioner Yi Ning to investigate. I'll send a task force to assist you, as long as you keep things in check and act within the law." Yi Ning, upon hearing this, was visibly relieved and thanked me, "Understood, thank you, Commander-in-Chief."
Upon hearing this, the chief of police couldn't help but tremble and exclaim.
The scene shifts as the sky gradually darkens. A private car moved out from the central office of high-ranking officials. Inside the car, a voice sounded with urgency.
"Commissioner Liu, we are in the same boat, so whatever happens, you have to save me this time." Beside him, Tianming, with a cold face, asked, "Director Wang, are you threatening me?" Hearing this, the chief of police stammered, No, of course not." Tianming, with a sly and confident look, responded, "What's there to panic about? Didn't the commander-in-chief already warn him not to go too far? When the soldiers come, the generals block them. When the water rises, build the dike. The law of the land is above all else. Does Yi Ning dare to cause trouble?
Don't worry, if he's unreasonable and doesn't back down, the commander-in-chief won't let him off. After all, the forbidden seed has already been planted, despite the chief of police still looking worried. At the same time, in the compound where the senior officers had gathered, Fong Fong asked, "Comrade, aren't we going to rescue Ming La and the others first?" Hearing this, Yi Ning replied, "Not in a hurry, first kill the chicken to scare the monkey, then we'll talk. If we can frighten them, when we return more people will naturally tell us what they know."
Fong Fong asked further, "Then which chicken should we kill first?"
No hesitation, Yi Ning said with an eager expression, "Of course, Director Wang." At Director Wang's house, Yi Ning thought to himself, in 4 years he had skimmed off 30 million points, not even sparing allowance money.
Looking at the piles of gems, diamonds, and cash stacked in the chests around him, Yi Ning thought, does he know that an ordinary family's monthly living expenses are only 20 points?
He said with a stern face, "I truly underestimated you." Hearing that, Director Wang, his authority now restrained by the guards, still tried to bellow, "Yi Ning, these things are not yours, you have no right to search my house." No sooner had he finished speaking than the commander-in-chief snapped, "You should know your place, don't you?" Fong Fong, standing beside him, delivered a slap to the director. She went on striking his face repeatedly. Seeing this, Yi Ning silently drew his sword, stepped closer to him and taunted, "How can a parasitic creature like you even have the right to lecture me about being out of line?" He pressed the sword's tip to the director's throat. Yi Ning said sternly and loudly, "The reason I am killing you today is to eliminate a threat to the people." Even so, that thick-skinned director still confidently believed, "Yi Ning, you can't execute me like this." With a cold, sharp gaze filled with extreme anger and indignation, Yi Ning growled, "You dare to touch my family? Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" At that moment, the director finally realized fear. He teared up and begged, "No, no, please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you ask." Seeing this, Yi Ning sheathed his sword and spoke slowly, "That's more like it. As long as you tell me who ordered you, I'll spare you. Don't even think about hiding it. I already know, but if you tell me, you might just live. And as for any so-called friendship, you're nothing more than a pawn that's been abandoned by someone else." Remembering Tianming's expression when sitting in the car, the director suddenly realized that Liu Tianming had never intended to save him, and in fact, wanted to use his death to bring down Yi Ning. All of the commander-in-chief's men remained silent, clearly wanting to use him as a tool for Yi Ning to vent his anger. After a pause, the director finally confessed, "I admit it. Liu Tianming was the one who gave the orders. All the most valuable items taken from your house are with him. He promised to guide my son, so I followed him. Except for me, the culprit who caused the fuel incident in the vicinity of Donghai was also him. He even achieved his goal." Yi Ning immediately ordered, "Very good, make a recording for him and have him sign it, then let him go next to it." Fong Fong replied, "Understood." Then, Yi Ning casually used his power to seize all of the district chief's valuables and said, "I'll take these first. After the investigation is complete, they will be redistributed." Once outside, he called Shaoan. Upon seeing the call, Shaoan spoke up, "Brother, what's going on?" Hearing this, Yi Ning suddenly said, "Shaoan, brother wants to teach you something. When facing bad people, those who bully us must be killed. Deceiving the dead does not count as deception." Meanwhile, behind Yi Ning, the scene of the district chief being decisively dealt with by Fong Fong was unfolding. At the same time, in the Lu mansion, Tianming had no idea what was going on and remained calm, lovingly caressing Lin Lan on the bed. In Lin Lan's embrace, he perversely said, "Lin Lan, I'm extremely frustrated today. You must help me relieve this anger." Just then, a guard suddenly burst in and announced, "Commissioner Liu, something's wrong." Seeing the embarrassing scene before him, the young man immediately blushed and exclaimed, "Ah, this has ruined the fun." Tianming immediately grabbed the teacup next to him and threw it with all his strength at the guard's head, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" While hurriedly putting his clothes back on, Tianming impatiently asked, "What the hell happened again?" The guard quickly replied, "Sir, Director Wang. He's dead. Yi Ning, who had just captured many of our people, is now heading towards us."
Upon hearing this, Tianming couldn't hold back his anger and cursed, "Is he out of his mind? How can the military maintain its dignity like this? Quickly report to the commander-in-chief, tell him Yining has lost it." Following the order, the guard nodded and quickly left. It was only then that Tianming's face paled as he realized, this isn't right. The commander-in-chief sent people to follow him, so they must know what's going on. This is bad, I need to meet with the old leader immediately. Outside the Lu mansion, the key figures involved with Tianming were being controlled by Fong Fong. Yining and she calmly made their way toward Tianming. Yining ordered, "Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Lu Tianming's house. Broadcast all their crimes live, make sure everyone knows the truth." Behind them, Wang Hai tried to stop them. "Enough, Commissioner Yining, please stop. The upper brass knows you're dissatisfied and has been quite lenient with you, but this is going too far. Do you have any respect for the law or military discipline?" Yining, with anger boiling in his mind, sneered and responded, "Is this too much? When they slandered me and wanted to kill me, didn't you think that was too much? When they didn't care about the lives of the survivors, didn't you think that was too much?" He shouted loudly, "Too much? This is just the beginning, there's even worse to come." His spiritual power unleashed fully, waves of energy surged through the entire city and flew straight towards Lu Mansion. Yining relentlessly launched attacks to provoke Tianming while shouting, "Lu Tianming, come out here, you dog." He crazily slashed with his sword, his voice filled with fury, "Lu Tianming, come out here. You bastard, you think you have the guts to act but not to face the consequences?" As Yining's flames grew larger, enveloping the entire Lu mansion, he thought to himself that he had already decided to reveal the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon to save his people. Now, it was naturally important to maximize the benefits. The more shocked everyone was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Only by fighting to the death with the sea beast would he have the chance to bring that old man down. Political calculations? No, if I wait, neither I nor humanity will have time to hesitate. In response to the challenge, Yining shouted, "Tianming, old dog, stop being a coward and come out here." Tianming fled for his life, trying to escape from the death that was Yining. Watching his mansion burn to the ground in a sea of flames, Tianming seethed, "So, he's using his spiritual power to threaten me across the entire city? Bullying people to this extent, it's really unbearable." He roared, "I'll personally kill that bastard." Then he tried to rush over to Yining to settle the score, but his attendant immediately restrained him. "Commissioner Lu, that kid is deliberately provoking you." He thought that if he confronted him now the outcome might not be favorable. Besides, he was being protected by a master, not unguarded. Tianming snorted coldly and said, "Let's go. After I see the old chief, I'll make sure that bastard dies without so much as a grave." Inside the capital's military conference hall, all the senior officials were gathered. Xiangua spoke up, "Yining, today's conference is closed to outsiders. There are some matters we need to discuss first. You must realize how far things have gone. It's time to stop, otherwise later we won't be able to protect you." Yining replied, "Sir Commander-in-Chief, this is Director Wang's confession before he died. All of this was orchestrated by Lu Tianming. Do none of you know this, or are you choosing to turn a blind eye?" Xi Bing took the statement and said, "Yining, even the Commander-in-Chief's secretary didn't accompany him today. It's meant to show we're being more open with you, don't you see?" He was annoyed and thought it fitting to speak with such sarcasm. Beside him, Yuan San also stepped forward to Yining, "Since you left the deputy-level showdown, my support has always been with you. It's all very clear, isn't it? Although I also want to kill Lu Tianming, the timing is just not right. We can't force the commander-in-chief to get involved." Upon hearing this, Yining immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Xi Bing quickly replied bluntly, "Yining, there are certain matters that at your level you are not allowed to know. However, considering your potential, we have decided to take the risk." He believed that Lu Tianming was just raising his hand, but it had already involved everyone, with powerful forces backing him. Even the current commander-in-chief had to be cautious.
If the situation escalated too much, Nation H might plunge into civil war. The bordering countries were watching, waiting, keeping an eye on us. Even if the commander-in-chief were to take drastic risks, even if he were to defeat the government, it would only serve as a wedding dress for other countries. Xiangua continued, therefore, there are things we don't want to do, but simply cannot do. No one wants to kill them more than I do. But the situation was urgent. Right now, as long as we don't turn against each other, we can at least unite to face the external threat. So, these family matters, you'll just have to endure them. As for Lu Tianming, he can be punished, exiled, or boiled like a frog in warm water, but we absolutely cannot kill recklessly. After hearing this, Yining fell silent for a long time. Then, he darkened his expression and coldly responded, I understand your point. And I thank you for trusting me. If we can't kill recklessly, then what do you suggest? Then allow me to challenge Lu Tianming to a life or death duel, in an honest, proper manner. After all, according to Article 131 of the committee's regulations, the rotation standards for members of the standing committee may be based on ability. Hearing that, Xiangua snarled, You brat, do you not understand human speech? He was furious, slammed the table, then stood up resolutely and said, Putting aside the fact that these are old laws no longer suited to the current system, do you really think Lu Tianming's third-rank strength is nothing more than an embroidered pillow? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. He rose to his current position by carving his path across the battlefield with his power. Yining would not be outdone. He sprang to his feet and retorted, So what if that's true? Xiangua barked immediately, So what? I see you, a mere brat, do you want to die? He flew into a rage, unleashing his strength to suppress Yining, convinced that Yining's power was hardly any less than his own. Do you really think that a low-level third rank like you can stand against me? Today I'll tell you, potential and actual strength are two different things. At the side, Ji Bing stepped in to calm him. Commander-in-Chief, please restrain your anger. Fighting a child will only cost you face. Yuan San also tried to reassure Yining, the commander-in-chief only wants what's best for you, for Nation H. Refusing to submit, Yining, though affected by Xiangua's power, strained to channel his inner force and said, firmly and resolutely right now. You're truly cowardly. Although I can understand your point of view and stance, the moment he unleashed his power, broke free from Xiangua's suppression, and shouted, I want to offer a different perspective. Upon hearing this, Xiangua, stunned, asked, Do you really want to rebel? With anger surging inside him, Yining, his eyes filled with murderous intent, replied, What if our greatest enemy isn't factions or even the influence of foreign powers, but something far more serious? What if the East Beast Tide is just a small beginning, and later A+ and S-tier beast tides break out in multiple places? What if the apocalypse comes again and fourth-rank mutated creatures attack the city? Will humanity be wiped out? What if we don't have time to boil the frog in warm water? What then? At this, Ji Bing urgently asked, The apocalypse and fourth-rank mutated creatures destroying humanity, are you crazy, Yining? Yuan San, extremely worried, asked, Yining, are you out of your mind? Xiangua, too, was puzzled and asked, Yining, why are you saying this? Yining answered confidently, What if I told you I have the ability to predict the future? Would you believe me? For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Just then, the deputy minister's call came through. Seeing this, Xiangua said, Trouble's here. Pick up the phone. He politely greeted the venerable chief. You summoned me? At his side, Yining thought to himself, Venerable chief, could that be the venerable chief of the central prototype? On the screen, the deputy minister, his face masked and his black cloak hiding him, spoke up, Shaoli, you're still in a meeting at your age? It seems being commander-in-chief is truly arduous. You're getting on in years. If you really can't manage it, why not hand it over to the younger generation? Xiangui replied, The venerable chief is taunting me again. I'm only 60, still a child who can eat 8 bowls in one sitting. At this age I can still charge forward, I still have plenty of strength to undertake great tasks. The deputy minister cut to the point. Enough nonsense. I heard Xiao Lu say there's recently been a genius who kills and sets fires someone who dares anything.
Of course I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius, so of course he should be treated differently. Acts like that can, to some extent, be tolerated. But his subordinates who break the law and violate discipline, shouldn't they be severely punished?
Sitting beside him, Tianming poked his head in and, complacent, said, Commander Song, if you truly want to act according to the law, then Mingla, Chenkailai, Xiaohai, and the others all deserve to die. Xianguo only answered, I will handle this matter very carefully.
You may rest assured, venerable chief.
On hearing this, the deputy minister reminded him, Good, remember that.
Don't destroy Nation H just because of some genius.
The aged vice minister admonished, Don't let the tragedy of that so-called genius from 14 years ago happen again.
Seeing this, Yining wondered aloud, why is this old chief wearing a mask?
His voice sounded like some kind of electronic voice changer.
Judging from their conversation, it seemed these two powers were currently in a very fragile balance. He even mentioned someone from 14 years ago. What was that about? When things settled, Xianguo said, Yining, have you heard everything?
If you want to save Mingla and the others now, you must release Lu Tianming. Make your choice, otherwise Nation H will face a major crisis.
But Yining immediately made a proposal, Commander-in-Chief, if I can help you withstand the pressure at the border, would I still have to choose?
Xianguo, puzzled, asked, What are you saying?
What do you mean?
Yining confidently boasted, I've obtained the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. At those words, the three senior officials stirred at once.
What did you say? The dungeon authority? You've obtained the legendary dungeon authority? What kind of rank is that? Can it teleport awaken people? Yining explained, it's the highest level authority.
I can use every resource and piece of technology within that dungeon.
All the people inside the dungeon obey my orders at will.
All of the dungeon's rules are decided by me.
Hearing this, the senior group couldn't contain themselves, eyes wide and mouths agape.
As soon as they recovered, they rejoiced as if a festival had broken out, shouting in unison, Divine!
A rule rank is a rule rank. That rule rank has hit the jackpot, it's taking off, it's ascended. Seizing the opportunity, Yining slyly offered, Aren't you all getting a little overexcited? Will this be enough to bear the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer. The question instantly snapped Xianguo back to reality. He said wearily, Calm down, calm down.
He strode straight toward Yining despite the other two seniors still celebrating, then said sternly, Damn it, you perverted genius, kid, I'll make my position clear to you right now. Then Xianguo immediately lunged forward, hugged Yining and puckered up at him, causing Yining to cry out in alarm, Enough, enough, hey! After pushing Xianguo away, Ji Bing and Yuan San also rushed in, yelling, It's that rule rank. Isn't it basically like being able to kill countless third ranks from foreign powers? All we have to do is say the word. No wonder the brat could slaughter across the board in the dungeon so I could plant a kiss on him.
Yining said wearily, Do you have to be so showy? Shut your mouth. Ugh, how disgusting.
Finally, Xianguo happily decided, Tomorrow morning I'll release Mingla and the others, everyone will be promoted.
Yining immediately brought up something. What about my life or death battle with Lu Tianming?
Xianguo only replied, Yining, for your own safety, I still advise you not to do that. Yining announced, the life or death duel will take place in about 3 months.
3 months is enough for me to be certain I can defeat him. Everyone can also use this time to prepare for the internal conflicts that may follow.
In 2 months' time I'll open a confrontation instance to eliminate a large number of foreign forces and thereby relieve pressure. At this point Xianguo could only warn, so, Yining, the reason you can kill without restraint is because you have this ace card, right? It looks reckless, but in fact every step is carefully calculated.
He asked Yining, I want to know, can you really predict the future?
But Yining only answered, if you believe it, then yes, if you don't, then no.
Of course I want to ask you, Commander-in-Chief, if I truly can, what would you do?
Hearing that, Xianguo replied, if that were truly the case, an old man like me would willingly hand things over to the young.
Do you really still think I can eat 8 bowls of rice in a single meal?
Ji Bing suddenly spoke up, "You predicted the beast tide Dong Hai and obtained authority over the instance. It's hard for us not to believe you. If the future is as bleak as you say, then we really don't have time to keep boiling the frog in warm water anymore." Yuan San also followed up, saying, "Taking this opportunity, I think the same." Upon seeing them, Yining softly remarked, "Perhaps, even in this era, I am no longer as alone as I had imagined." Then he spoke up, "Oh, right, who is that old chief you mentioned? What was he talking about? About something that happened 14 years ago?" Hearing this, Xiangua began to recount that it was a taboo in Nation H of 14 years ago. There was a genius just like him, also from a humble background, with natural talent, quickly rising to fame, and was considered a rising star by Nation H. Later, she secretly led a group to Dong Hai, and after returning, she rebelled. He said she had secretly tried to assassinate the former commander-in-chief, who was also the current old chief, but failed and was killed. Because of this, the old chief withdrew due to severe injuries, which allowed me to take the current position. What's more coincidental, her name was also Yilin. Upon hearing this, Yining wondered, could it be that there was such a coincidence? So that's why people both respected and feared me before. Xiangua responded, "Yes, it's true. Although it sounds absurd, people really did hold back, wondering if you might actually be her." At that moment, Yining had a suspicion and a way of thinking, could it be that she was also someone from the rebirth? Or was it all just a random coincidence? Where was the experiment conducted? It had been done 14 years ago, and she tried to assassinate the old chief. Was it because she discovered this matter? Does that mean the old commander is the model for this? Yining wondered. "Commander-in-chief, do you know why Yilin suddenly attempted to assassinate the old commander? And has the old commander always worn a mask and cloak like that?" Xiangui responded. "The old commander only said that the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. As for his attire, it seems he started wearing it 14 years ago. I heard it was because he was severely injured in the assassination attempt." Yining asked further, "Has anyone seen what he looked like after being injured?" But then Xiangua questioned, "Why are you asking like that? Are you suspicious about his identity?" In response to this question, Yining simply suggested, "Please answer me first, and then I'll explain afterward." Ji Bing suddenly recalled, "Yining, asking about this reminds me of something." He said, "A few years ago, a servant in the old commander's household suddenly went mad and fled the house. He said the old commander was not human, something about scales or whatever, but he was quickly killed, so no one paid attention to his insane ramblings." Hearing this, Yining immediately realized, so that was it. "Do you know the cause of each beast tide outbreak?" one person asked. "This was a genetic fusion experiment between humans and sea beasts. The specimen itself is what caused the beast tide attacks," he continued. He revealed that there were two specimens, one was Lily, though she had not yet fully matured, and the other was the old chief, and it was he who had initiated this secret research. The news left the three senior officials stunned. They cried out, "What?" Yining said seriously, "The scale of this beast tide is still considered small compared to the future apocalypse. Next time, when they are finished, they will directly break through the ceiling layer that restrains the berserk spiritual energy, seize the capital, not to mention the political turmoil that will follow. For this alone, we must kill him." Hearing this, Xiangguo could not hide his concern. He wondered about this. Did the old commander know that he had led to the beast tide's violent outbreak? I hope he doesn't know. Yining, with a serious expression, added, "Because if he does, the trouble will be even greater. I'm afraid things won't go as we expect. What's even more worrying is that not only might he know, but he could also control the beast tide in the future. After all, those newly transformed beings can no longer be considered human." Ji Bing then offered his opinion, "Sir Commander-in-Chief, from this perspective, political struggle is really just a small issue." Yuan San also spoke up, "I support Yining. After all, the battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to settle it quickly." Seeing this, Xiangua said, "We truly need to put this issue on the agenda." Yining reminded them, "In 3 months,
we still have a lot of work to do. If we want to win this battle, everyone will focus on the big strategic arrangements.
As for me, I'll do whatever it takes to reach the third rank peak as quickly as possible. 3 months from now, the life and death battle between Lu Tianming and me will be the signal to begin the war. However, Xiangua countered, in 3 months to level up from the basic third rank to the third rank peak, are you out of your mind? An average person needs at least 10 to 20 years to go from the beginner level to peak. Hearing this, Yining asked, so, how long does it take a normal person to level up from awakening to third rank, and how long did it take me? Then he suggested, as long as we have the resources and the right conditions, it might take less than the first 3 months.
If you don't believe me, let's make a bet.
Immediately, Xiangua agreed and replied, alright, just tell me what kind of resources you want. Later, at Yining's residence, he was sitting atop a pile of gold, silver, gemstones, and jewels, saying, after absorbing this batch of high-grade spirit essence, I should be quite close to reaching the mid-third rank. However, I shouldn't rush through the early advancement stage. I need to build a solid foundation first, only then will everything progress faster and more smoothly afterward. And so, the notifications of Yining's growing power continuously appeared. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, strength +1, agility +1, strength +1. Then, a large announcement window popped up. It stated that the A-rank event mission, Sea Beast Assault, had been completed. Current survival rate, 93.31%. Current threat level of Sea Beast, low. Mission rating, SSS. Rewards obtained, Epic Grade Spirit Energy Solution, 1000 reputation points, additional reward in A-rank awakening token upgraded to Epic Grade. Seeing this, Yining excitedly said, looks like the evacuation mission for the survivors went smoothly. The higher my reputation, the easier it'll be for me to gain authority later on. As for the Spirit Energy Solution, I can give it to Sun Li Cheng, it'll surely help with his superhuman project research. Suddenly, an object appeared. Seeing it, Yining recognized it as an additional reward. The system also provided information about the Epic Level Awakening token. The item is a one-time use consumable, and once used, it will summon a mutated sea beast to the designated sea area to wreak havoc on the surrounding regions. The summoned sea beast will depend on the current maritime zone. The highest awakening level is third rank peak, and the item's rating awakens a deep-seated fear. Upon hearing this, Yining could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed, oh my, this is a massive weapon, isn't it? Summoning a sea beast. If any neighboring countries want to cause trouble, I could use the sea beast to deal with them, right? Besides the authority of the dungeon, this gives me another way to deter outside forces. Then, through the system, Yining continued to observe the situation of everyone. He even asked, Han Uncle Xiao, Chen Uncle, Wan Uncle, have you all gone outside? Is everything okay? On the other end of the line, the three of them replied cheerfully, not only are we fine, but we also just received news from the military. According to the Huabei Combat Zone, the 3 large safe zones surrounding Tianfeng have been merged into the Huafeng Combat Zone. Uncle, you'll become a big deal now. From now on, the Xinjiang safe zone will also fall under your jurisdiction. Not only that, but the capital has also given you a chance to be promoted to the third rank mid-level position. Wang Tian, who was standing beside him, also spoke excitedly. Uncle has been appointed as the director of the External Resources Bureau of the Huabei Military District. His power is far greater than even the president of the Heaven City Trade Association. Yining, following you is definitely the best investment Uncle has made in his life. That's right. Mingla also received a lot of resource rewards, but he had other matters to attend to, so he left earlier. He asked me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Yining happily replied, as long as everyone is satisfied with the result, that's all that matters. Kailai also expressed his thanks. Yining, not only did you save us, but you also entrusted us with important positions. You must have put in a lot of thought into this, right? Hearing this, Yining politely responded, Commander Chen, you have the option to either become the commander-in-chief of the Huabei battlefield or let Chen Yong take that position. Of course, I would prefer it if you could become the commander-in-chief of the Xin Gang Army Corps.
Chen Yong will be the successor. He mentioned that this is a newly established military unit.
This unit will fall under the Special Operations Bureau, or you could understand it as being under my name. Kai Lai hesitated and then made a firm decision, thinking, then, I'll go with your arrangement. Xiao Hai spoke enthusiastically, establishing a new army corps, a whole new district. With this, Yi Ning had officially paved the way for his future as commander-in-chief. By the way, Kai Lai also reported, that's right.
Our sun is about to rise. At Research Institute number 7, Yi Ning introduced, Sun Li Chang, this is the secret laboratory I set up for you inside Research Institute number 7. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever people or equipment you need, just make a list, and Research Institute number 7 will fully cooperate with you from behind the scenes. Li Cheng hurriedly ran after him, hesitantly asking, my own laboratory? Commissioner Yi, is Yi Ning really that important for my project?
He said shyly.
Are you not joking with me?
I was just a cleaner before, are you sure you have the right person?
But before he could say anything further, a clap from Yi Ning echoed.
In an instant, a group of researchers appeared, politely greeting him.
Professor Sun, if you have any requests, please direct them to Research Institute number 7. We will do our utmost to assist.
To Li Cheng's astonishment, witnessing this scene, he was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. Dark memories from his past suddenly resurfaced in his mind.
Those who had bullied him had always mocked him, saying, a cleaner wants to study research? That's laughable. How could you possibly think of using spiritual energy in an industrial mine on humans? Isn't that the same as forcing people to drink gasoline?
Instead of doing that, you might as well buy a cleaning robot to clean yourself up. To calm Li Cheng's emotions, Yi Ning stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and reassuringly said, please trust me, your research will shake the world, and it might even change it. Hearing this, Li Cheng couldn't hold back his emotions and exclaimed, Yi Ning. Then, with his determination, Li Cheng regained his confidence and stepped forward to announce to all the staff, I hereby declare the official launch of the extraordinary plan, prepare the Type 3 air purification equipment, and the cryo-electron microscope. Seeing this version of Li Cheng, Yi Ning thought to himself, that's right, Dr. Sun? He exclaimed, now that's more like it. A moment later, the director of Research Institute number 7 rushed in and reported, Commissioner Yi Ning, we have news about the human face mask and the heart core of the demonic creature that you previously asked us to investigate. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning responded, where are they? The director, with an extremely serious expression, anxiously reported, the human face mask is currently in the hands of Captain Ing Long, of the Blood Shadow Legion in the Yuan Gang region, under the leadership of the director of Research Institute number 7. As for the heart core of the demonic creature, no one has it at the moment, but there are legends about it in the Yuan Gang region. Hearing this, Yi Ning asked, then, can the military transfer the human face mask here? The director replied, that would be very difficult, and you might not fully understand yet. Due to historical reasons, there are many private forces in the Yuan Gang region, especially the Blood Shadow Legion. They are the local rulers there and are not under the military's control. If we push to send troops to fight, it will inevitably lead to a brutal battle, causing the deaths of some innocent survivors. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning responded, all right, I understand now. Thank you, Director Chen. He thought to himself. Time was running short, he needed to quickly gather the materials to upgrade the God Sword system. The military was about to start an internal power struggle, and it was unlikely they would pay attention to Yuan Gang for a while. Stepping outside, Yi Ning thought it might be best to go there himself, and while at it, he could search for the mysterious core as well. Moreover, going to Yuan Gang for some training would also help consolidate his own third-rank foundation. If he could bring the forces in Yuan Gang under control, wouldn't that be even better? In the underground military training room, a series of advanced combat robots were equipped. What's more, the interface for the entire robot army was Yi Ning's face. Tian Ming, furious, cursed loudly, that old fox Li Xiangua not only treated me decently but also rewarded me greatly. Clearly, he's still wary of the old chief. If he's so cautious, then why did he release Yining's subordinates and even allow that brat Yining to challenge me to a life or death duel? Recalling what happened yesterday, the deputy minister thought, Tianming, isn't this a good thing? The people who were once nearly impossible to assassinate can now be killed openly. Perhaps, after all these years, Li Xiangui still has some lingering fears, but he can't take action himself. Conveniently, Yining is foolish, so Li Xiangui took advantage of the situation and pushed him. He's using someone else's hand to do the killing. Hearing this, Tianming could only reply, then, it shall be as the old chief wishes. Seeing Tianming's somewhat unusual expression, the deputy minister immediately assumed, Tianming, are you so angry that you're lacking confidence in your ability to kill Yining? Upon hearing this, Tianming confidently affirmed, I am at third rank peak. Killing him is no different from killing a dog. Thinking back to his words at that time, he pondered. Although I said that back then, I've heard that Yining's performance on the beast-tide battlefield was quite extraordinary. Moreover, I haven't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I can't afford to underestimate this. Over the next 3 months, I'll intensify my training just in case. After that, I'll activate the battle mode for the robots. Seeing the countless faces of Yining before him, Tianming immediately entered a battle stance, pouring all his rage into a loud shout, Yining, you're dead now. He furiously used his strength to swiftly dispose of the robots plastered with Yining's face, cursing, die already. In the blink of an eye, Tianming had taken care of all the robots there. Afterward, he leisurely commented that although he hadn't moved his muscles in a while, the feeling of warmth in his body wasn't too bad. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Hellgate dungeon to recover my battle state. Suddenly, a soldier entered to report. Commissioner Liu has new information. Yining has set off for Yuan Gang. Upon hearing this, Tianming asked, Yuan Gang? He secretly smirked, thinking to himself, isn't that the hometown of Linlan? How interesting. Tianming immediately ordered, quick, go summon Linlan to receive orders from me. The soldier quickly responded, understood, then left. Upon entering the room, Linlan spoke, Commissioner Liu, did you call for me? Tianming, seeing her, gently stroked her and suggested, Linlan, Yining has gone to the frontier. Go help me kill him. Hearing this, Linlan hesitated and replied, Commissioner Liu, it's not that I don't want to go, but with my current abilities, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. In response, Tianming moved closer, approaching Linlan and whispered in her ear. Of course, she couldn't succeed through strength alone, but perhaps she could try something else, like taking his life while he was distracted. He became agitated and added, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Do you remember how Yi Lin humiliated you? Didn't you always want to kill him for revenge? I've discovered that Yining is actually Yi Lin. Upon hearing this, Linlan was stunned, what? How could that be? Yi Lin was only second rank, and Yining just appeared recently. But Tianming simply responded, when you meet him, you'll understand. Linlan thought that if this was true, it would be even more difficult. Yi Lin had already seen her, that part was simple enough, just find a disguise. However, before she could finish her thought, Tianming interrupted, that's simple enough, just get a disguise. He suddenly grew furious and grabbed her throat, growling, it's not like that. Let me tell you, I don't have the patience to argue with women. Tianming roughly threw Linlan to the ground. His face darkened as he said, even if I have to perish with him, I must kill him, even if I can't kill him, I must at least make sure to. That's not it. Let me tell you, I don't have the patience to reason with women. Tianming forcefully threw Linlan to the ground. His face went dark, he said, even if I have to perish with him, I must kill him, even if I can't kill him, I must make sure he is grievously wounded, so he learns his lesson. He threatened, if not, I cannot guarantee that your sister won't die tonight. Hearing this, Linlan could only reply, understood, Commissioner Liu. I know what I must do. Tianming pondered, even if this mission failed it would not affect him, but if there was a good show, why not watch? From the plain, looking down, the distant settlement was a scene of overlapping mountain ranges below.
A voice spoke, Commissioner Yining, we have reached the Yuan Gang area.
If you proceed further southwest, you will enter the sphere of influence of the Blood Shadow Legion. The main forces of the army are still far from the Darim border.
I recommend landing outside the Shangleng safe zone. Yining fell into thoughtful silence.
Is there really such a powerful private force separating the Central Army's border from the local forces?
I never came here in my previous life. I only vaguely remember that there seems to be a rebellion next year. He turned and asked, the Shangleng safe zone was established 22 years after the apocalypse, right? I heard their safe zone commander is very powerful, isn't that so?
The atmosphere on the plain was silent and heavy, only the drone of the engines and the dim light reflecting on people's faces made everyone tense. Hearing your question, he immediately responded, yes, Commissioner Yining, Shangleng safe zone is an incredibly vast safe zone.
Although the population is not large, it still has more than 8.6 million people.
Among them, according to the military statistics, there are 3 large awakened legions, over 200,000 second-rank awakens, and 31 third-rank awakens. The individuals he mentioned began appearing as the commanders of Shangleng 17 years ago and have since become high-ranking third-rank warriors.
However, their current exact strength is unclear.
As for the father of Mula Emperor's force, he became a high-ranking third-rank warrior more than 40 years ago. Dong was also mentioned in his words. The special mineral of the safe zone is copper ore, which is incredibly tough, suitable for the crafting of spiritual tools. Furthermore, because of its central location, it is one of the main trade routes between Yuan Gang and the interior. Huang Yuan made a suggestion based on his experience, therefore, I recommend that once we enter the city, we disguise ourselves as merchants.
It will be more convenient that way.
I was stationed here more than 20 years ago, so I know a bit about the situation here. It sounded reasonable, so he agreed, then let's do as you suggest.
Thank you for your hard work. He looked out the window, where the sun was slowly setting behind the mountains.
In his mind, he continued to carefully calculate.
The strength here was far stronger than the figures on the surface. So I can't take risks.
If I want to reclaim this position, the first thing I need to do is strengthen my abilities, as quickly as possible. At the Shangleng safe zone, the voices of people standing in line mixed together in a loud uproar.
Line up! Anyone who dares cut in line, break their legs right now.
Yining had disguised himself and successfully entered the city. As he walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. Most of the stalls in the domestic safe zone sold wild rats and similar goods, while those on the other side sold equipment. Suddenly, a soldier blocked his way, shouting loudly, "Stop!
You haven't paid the entry fee and still want to enter the city?" Yining, confused, asked him back, "Entry fee? We are foreign traders, and I'm a second-rank awakened. Do we still need to pay an entry fee?"
The soldier didn't care and yelled even louder, "Traders have to pay even more.
What's the big deal with being a second-rank awakened? This place has rules, can't you understand? Where did these pastries come from?"
Huang Yuan quickly handed over some money and said, "Sorry, sir, it's the first time our young master has come here. This is the entry fee for our trading team, please accept it, soldier."
The soldier remained arrogant, shouting loudly, "Once you're here, you're all just dogs and cats. Keep that tail between your legs, got it?" He took the card they handed him, cursing angrily, "What the hell is this? Are you dogs of the army? And this is the capital, too."
Then, a group of guards appeared and ordered the security team to arrest them. These people were from the capital and were here to take them in, and there was even a reward involved for this area.
Yining looked around and then asked, "Uncle Huang, what's going on?"
He glanced around for a moment before answering, "It's been many years since I've been here. I never expected the situation to have gotten this bad."
Fang Fong, who was standing next to him, sensed the tension and asked, "Should we take action?"
He shook his head.
"If we make a move before even entering the city, things will become much harder later on."
At that moment, Fang Hio's voice reached his ear, "Yining, I heard you've arrived at Yuan Gang."
"I've already asked someone to pick you up. If you encounter any trouble, just mention the name Tang Hai.
You're still the young Master Yi of the second generation.
He smiled faintly. Uncle Fong's help is truly invaluable.
Then, he stepped forward to negotiate with the guards.
We're here to deliver goods to Tang Hai. One of the guards responded anxiously, Tang Hai? Are you referring to Director Tang from the materials department? You people from the capital. You're being a bit too loud, aren't you?
Before he could reply, the guards advanced and threatened him. But from a distance, another figure rushed over and signaled repeatedly, "Stop! Stop right there!" The person who rushed over was none other than Director Tang of the materials department.
In a stern voice, he asked, Tang Hai, what are you all doing? How dare you touch Tang Hai's guests?
This is the Shanglang safe zone. Director Tang of the logistics department, Tang Hai, could only stammer, Director Tang. The guards gathered together, knelt on one knee, and began to explain, but in their hands were capital city identification cards.
He immediately said, so what if it's the capital? My clients all come from major trade associations, is it not possible to do business there? Then, the guards responded in unison, yes, Director Tang.
He then turned towards Yining, respectfully speaking, this is young Master Yi. I sincerely apologize for making you feel wronged.
Tonight, I will make sure to treat you well and make amends.
Yining simply replied, please be careful, Director Tang.
Huang Yuan wondered about the situation and asked, brother, are you also from the military? What's going on with the soldiers here? Why did you directly kill the capital's army upon encountering them?
Although they weren't exactly welcomed before, it wasn't to this extent.
Director Tang smiled and responded, I think you might be mistaken. I'm not one of your military people.
I was once saved by Sir Fong Hio, so hosting you all here is just a way to repay his kindness.
He continued with a mocking tone, as for the military? Their current status here is not much different from rats running on the street.
Especially a while back, I heard that the military had some trouble with major forces, and a lot of people ended up dead.
Hearing him speak, you immediately gave your own opinion. No wonder Uncle Fong calls me young Master Yi.
Besides the imposing power, it turns out Tang Hai is also not someone entirely trustworthy.
I need to be more careful.
They had arrived at Tianlang Palace, and the route Director Tang had taken them on was now ready for a break.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. First, I'll take you all to rest. Then he turned to ask Yining, young Master Yi, do you know what the most captivating thing after the apocalypse is? Do you know what the true specialty of Yuan Gang is?
He led the three of them into the main hall. Yining looked up at the large chandelier hanging in the center of the hall and was amazed.
Tianlang Palace is truly magnificent.
To build something like this must have cost over 10 million. This heavenly eye tool was supposed to be a blue object on the battlefield, yet here it was used as the central air conditioning system. Then someone appeared, it was the manager of Li Kana.
She spoke up and asked, Director Tang, is this distinguished guest here for you? Young Master Yi, is it? He responded and gave some careful instructions.
Yes, tonight's banquet is set at the highest level.
If these three distinguished guests are neglected, you know what the consequences will be.
Kana bowed her head and spoke to Yining, young Master Yi, you arrived just in time. We've just received a new shipment, and we hope young Master Yi can give us some guidance tonight.
He observed her and asked, are you a second-rank awakener? Director Tang replied with a playful, somewhat improper tone, that's right. If young Master Yi is interested in Kana, you only need to say the word. Tonight, she will take the initiative to climb into your bed.
Although she may be a bit older, her skills are exceptional. Of course, I still advise you to watch some other performances before deciding who you want to spend your time with. You placed your hand on his shoulder and said, there's no rush with the performances, let's first find a place to talk. After that, they sat down in the living room and chatted. Director Tang, as the host, took the initiative and said to young Master Yi, Tianlang Palace is also considered my property, almost everything here belongs to me. This place has a special soundproof barrier. If you want to know anything or need any assistance, feel free to ask directly. Upon hearing this, he immediately asked the question that had been on his mind. First of all, I'm very curious about the conflict with the military you mentioned earlier. What exactly happened? Director Tang then explained, actually, 2 years ago, the major forces here were still cooperating with the military, always ready to coordinate. After all, the military has great power and influence. But just 2 months ago, the military requested that Blood Shadow, as well as several major safe zones of Tianlang, deploy high-ranking personnel to protect the borders. This caused great dissatisfaction among the Grand Commanders, especially since the military, under the pretense of national interest, demanded our cooperation. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and bluntly saying, "We weren't protected by the military when the apocalypse happened, so why should we put in our efforts after the apocalypse?" Huang Yuan, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but voice his disagreement. He spoke up, "Director Tang, how can you say that? During the special event in the desert, we were short on resources. If the military hadn't sent high-level reinforcements, this place would have been destroyed long ago." He was angry, losing his composure as he stood up and tried to explain, "We've saved so many people too. Do you know how many soldiers have died here? Do you know how difficult the military situation was 20 years ago? Not to mention the zombie tide storm that happened 60 years ago. We even pushed monsters toward the north, which was better than releasing them toward the west. If we don't talk about these things, should we just forget them?" Hearing this, Director Tang also paused for a moment. Yining sensed the atmosphere was quite tense, so he coughed a few times to remind him, "Huang uncle, don't get too worked up, sit down and let's talk." Feeling that he had indeed gotten a bit too worked up, he took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be impolite, but when I think of the comrades who sacrificed their lives in battle, I can't help but feel upset." Then, Director Tang tried to ease the tension by raising his glass, "Young Master Yi, I truly apologize, I just wanted to remind you that we have to be very careful here. I'm not very good with words, perhaps it's because I've been hearing since childhood that the military abandoned this land. So, let's just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll punish myself with a drink, and I hope you'll join me." As he drank, he reflected on the conversation between the two of them. It seemed that the previous generation had distorted their memories and muddled up the concepts for their generation. Clearly, taking control of this place was much more difficult than they had originally anticipated. After finishing his drink, Yining immediately continued with his main issue, "We're not going to discuss the military matter anymore. Actually, the real reason I came here this time is for a personal matter. I want to buy the personal identification dossier of the Blood Shadow Legion commander, Ing Long." Director Tang, upon hearing this, immediately rebutted, "The personal identification dossier? That's impossible. You probably don't know, but Blood Spearing Long Sir has reached the 3-Tai peak level of power since 17 years ago. He mentioned that under the Blood Shadow Legion, there are 3 main safe zones, 16 key locations, and, most importantly, energy or mines. The personal identification dossier is a war trophy from the famous battle before he established the Blood Shadow Legion. There's no way he would sell it to you." Hearing this, Yining tried another approach, "Then could you introduce me to him? I want to talk to him and see if I can trade it for some other equipment." Director Tang shook his head and replied, "Not only you, but even I don't have the qualifications to meet him. Since it seems unlikely, I've inquired, so do you have any information on his whereabouts nearby?" Director Tang then said, "I've heard that recently, he's about to move to a newly formed dungeon, but I don't know exactly where it is." Yining, upon hearing this information, cheerfully said, "I can investigate the dungeon myself." "Thank you, Director Tang." He responded, "You're too polite." Afterward, Yining continued to think quietly to himself, while Director Tang observed him. At this moment, in the previous life, a famous instance dungeon had appeared in Yuan Gang, and inside it, a legendary set of armor had once dropped. I think the only place that could have made him personally come was likely that dungeon. In this real world, the 3 of us have no chance to steal the facial feature collection from Ing Long. But it would be different once we enter the dungeon. If the blade is large enough, perhaps there's still a chance. After that, Director Tang clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He said, "Young Master Yi, the work has been discussed, and now it's time to relax. I will let you experience what Tian Han enjoyed back then. Every horse here is a rare bloodline steed, and you're free to ride any of them." Next, he introduced a group of beautiful women, saying, "Young Master Yi, these dancers are all carefully selected virgins, and they've been trained well, so they understand everything they need to. What's more, all of them are awakened ones. Although their level is not high, they can coordinate very well in any position." He excitedly continued, "At any time, anywhere, in any position, no matter who it is, even if it's many of them, are you still confused, haven't settled yet?" At that point, one of the girls from the four of them approached him, her body constantly striking flexible poses. She said, "My lord, may I pour you a drink?" Then, she flew straight toward him, her arm draping over his shoulder. Yi Ning was utterly bewildered. She raised the wineglass, drank from it, and then moved close to his lips. Yi Ning was stunned, and immediately stepped back, declining, "No need. I'm not used to this." Director Tang, seeing this, immediately ordered, "It seems that young Master Yi is very displeased with her service. Someone, take her down and punish her." Upon hearing this, he immediately explained, "It's not like that. The main reason is that I'm worried that when my desires take over, I might not be able to control the force. They are all so fragile, and if I apply too much force, I might end up breaking them." At this moment, Yi Ning was extremely frightened and panicked. "I can't ruin young Master Yi, the second generation. I need to find an excuse to back out first." It seemed that Director Tang had misunderstood his meaning. "Young Master Yi, why didn't you say so earlier? Young people like to play with flowers, they all want something exciting." "Well, you've come to the right place today." He had a bad feeling. The man then ordered the beautiful women, "You all step back, and invite Miss Shui Yang of the third rank up." They reluctantly retreated to the side. The three of them were stunned when they heard Director Tang's words. He spoke aloud, "Third rank?" Huang Yuan was astonished and thought to himself, "Can a third rank even be used as a toy here? Has it really become this lawless?" Fong Fong said nothing, but her gaze was cold and sharp. Director Tang placed his hand on his shoulder, as if to comfort him, "Young Master Yi, you don't need to doubt it. Like I said, a third rank is a third rank. Moreover, she has an astonishing appearance, absolutely fitting your tastes. Not only that, Miss Shui Yang is not some worthless thing we created on purpose, she's a true awakened third rank. Her strength might even surpass yours. Her temperament, her beauty, I'm bold enough to say, she is the finest in the entire nation H." After hearing Director Tang's words, he couldn't help but ask, according to what Director Tang said, "You really admire Miss Shui Yang? Yet, you still dared to offer her to me?" The man explained, "If I could keep her for myself, I definitely wouldn't do this. But Miss Shui Yang has quite an arrogant personality. She's not the type to flatter anyone. You don't know this, do you? How many safety zone commanders have tried to get her into their bed, but all have failed?" Director Tang mentioned another name to convince him. Even Ing Long, the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, was attracted to Miss Shui Yang, but he couldn't even touch a hair on her head. He marveled, "Ing Long?" Director Tang responded, "Yes, that name Shui Yang was given by Sir Ing Long himself. So, today I'm just inviting her here, whether you can have her or not depends on you." Miss Shui Yang arrived, a girl in a red outfit, her figure and aura completely different from the four girls earlier. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing his reaction, Director Tang laughed heartily, "Young Master Yi, your expression is exactly like mine when I first met her." He added with a soft reminder, "But you need to be mentally prepared. If you can spend even a few moments with Miss Shui Yang, you'll be doing well. Don't treat her lightly." Suddenly he made a request. "Director Tang, could you give Miss Shui Yang this seat? I want to get a closer look at her." Old Tang was bewildered. Then he suppressed a laugh and had to say, "Young people really are full of vigor. Very well, I'll give you the seat." Director Tang rose from his chair and sat to one side. Inwardly he was amused.
Weren't you just pretending to stay calm? And now you can't hold back already? Young people are truly impolite. Let's see what kind of spectacle you'll make next. Shui Yang stepped closer and politely called his name. Young Master Yi. He replied, Miss Shui Yang, please don't be so formal.
He tapped the empty space beside him, indicating for her to sit.
Come sit here so I can admire you properly. Shui Yang looked displeased and snorted. Young Master Yi, you're being very rude.
You don't object, yet you act astonished with such pleasure.
What is it? Is everyone allowed to be rude to me? Fong Fong, beside her, stood up in fury, radiating menace. Miss Shui Yang, if you dare cause trouble, I can kill you within 3 seconds.
Huang Yuan, seeing this, was startled and realized this was the aura of approaching third-rank peak.
Director Tang, both anxious and astonished, said, This Yining boy must think he's strong. Doesn't he fear jade shattering into pieces?
He spoke to defuse the situation.
Young Master Yi, that's really not appropriate. Hearing that, he also gave an order to Fong Fong. Indeed, that's not right.
Miss Shui Yang and I, though we've just met, already feel like old acquaintances.
We're not enemies, relax a little.
She obeyed the order, understood. Afterward, he stepped closer to Shui Yang, his hand brushing her face, and asked, Miss Shui Yang, I think we've met somewhere before, haven't we?
He teased further, was it in a dream, or in a past life, perhaps?
Shui Yang, who had been shocked just moments ago, now found herself irritated by his playful remarks. Young Master Yi, it seems that not only are you handsome, but you're also quite the smooth talker.
I'll temporarily overlook your earlier loss.
Shui Yang then bowed slightly and poured a glass of wine, offering it with a smile, Please allow me to offer you a drink.
Director Tang, witnessing the scene, was left in disbelief. What was going on here? How could this happen?
It had cost him a whole 30,000 credits just to get her to share a drink with him.
But Yining, how was he able to do this? Was rudeness in speaking so bluntly acceptable now?
From the way he looked at her, he could easily discern her true identity. The disguise could alter her appearance, but how could it hide her aura and the murderous intent that surrounded her?
He sneered quietly. Shui Yan?
She was clearly the former captain of the Blood Wolf team. He studied her, his mind racing with calculations for his next steps, but according to what Tang Hai had said, there had indeed been a Miss Shui Yang here before. But now, she had been replaced by Lin Lan. After all, the disguise props had a limited lifespan, and using them for an entire year would be very costly.
So it wasn't really necessary to go that far. This time she appeared in Shui Yang's form. She must be aiming for me.
First, don't expose her, play along, wait until there's no one on the bed, then interrogate her slowly.
Shui Yang raised her glass. Yining said loudly, "It smells good."
Then she immediately explained, "Of course this is a specialty of Yuan Gang." Before she finished, Yining cut her off, emptied the wine from his glass, and said, "I meant you."
Shui Yang was stunned and couldn't reply.
"You carried her in your arms," Shui Yang said. "Young Master Yi, aren't you rushing things?"
He retorted at once.
A priceless moment hung in the air, and as for foreplay, we can take our time back in the room. After that he carried her away.
Shui Yang continued in that tone, "Young Master Yi, won't your female bodyguard be jealous? I don't want to be killed within 3 seconds."
He reassured her, "Don't worry, if you die, you'll die in my bed."
Director Tang recalled, what exactly was that earlier act of licking the railing?
Lin Lan put an arm around his shoulders, while scheming in her mind. What Shui Yang said wasn't wrong. The colder and more discreet one appears, the easier men are to trap. But on the bed, Yi Lin and Yining were no exception. Now that the most troublesome bodyguard had been removed, if he wanted her to die on the bed, he only had to say so.
He threw her onto the bed and said, "Miss Shui Yang, we've reached the battlefield."
Yining moved closer to her, his hand caressing her thigh as he said, "These legs of yours are both pale and soft. If you added some black fishnet stockings, it would be perfect."
"Tell me, Which position do you prefer? Do you want to be on top, or should I be on top?
Linlon quickly stopped him. Don't rush like that. First, we need to shower, get rid of all this clothing.
It'll be uncomfortable otherwise. Be good, I'll wait for you on the bed.
Yi Ning lightly touched her, and she could only gasp, Sir, you're just teasing me. Miss Shui Yang, your rose is dripping. If anyone should shower first, it should be you. He tried to touch her face, but she stopped him. She wasn't sure if it was his impatience or his excitement, but truthfully, she preferred to take things slow. Although she knew he was eager, now was still too soon. She then turned away to get off the bed and head to the bathroom.
All right, I'll go first.
Linlon entered the bathroom and turned on the shower. She stood under the water, showering as she tried to calm herself down. Stay calm, I must stay composed. If I want to kill him, I absolutely cannot let him lead me by the nose. Her face grew sad as memories flooded back.
Was this body so weak in resistance because of the aftermath of the humiliation he had put her through before?
The more she remembered, the more she hated and resented herself.
This shouldn't have happened.
After that incident, in order to survive, I sought Lu Tianming's protection, and since then, I had long abandoned this body.
What was there to be ashamed of now?
She thought of Xiaoyu, her younger sister, struggling against illness.
Was this her body's way of resisting death? But what could she do?
If she didn't die, Xiaoyu would. Though uneasy, she was relieved Shui Yang had gone to the capital to care for the girl in her stead. She hoped that once this mission succeeded, Lu Tianming would keep his promise. She calculated that the only option left was mutual destruction to strip bare, if necessary, to lower his guard first. After all, there was a small nuclear device implanted in her body. She only needed to wait for the chance to mate and then trigger it with her spiritual power to end everything forever.
This life would have to end here.
Yi Ning waited outside the bed. He hadn't expected her to agree yet. She truly had consented to bathe first. She could never possibly love me, he thought.
If not, then it means she doesn't want to kill me with an external weapon. Could she really intend to perish with me?
In the previous battle, she had shown a ferocious will to live. Someone like that wouldn't risk her life for revenge lightly. Unless this was a last resort and she had been forced into it. There must be someone orchestrating her from behind the scenes.
You remembered Lu Tianming.
In your mind, you meticulously analyzed the situation. At this stage, if someone could investigate your movements and even organize things so carefully, it was likely only Lu Tianming's faction who could pull it off. Before killing Lin Lan, you needed to figure out where Shui Yang truly was, and then use Shui Yang to get closer to Ying Long to obtain information. Lin Lan stepped out of the bathroom, her feet still wet, and she wore a bathrobe. She said to you, I'm done with my shower, it's your turn now. Seeing her, you teasingly said, it seems that with you dressed like this, I have no desire to take a shower anymore. Then, she climbed onto you and said, even if you don't need to shower, at least you should take your clothes off. You grabbed her hand, agreeing with her, let me do it myself, and then pinned her down, the movement smooth and swift. Lin Lan didn't have time to react.
What do you want to do?
Lin Lan asked. Yi Ning smiled and replied, I like to play from behind. With one hand, he opened the wardrobe, took out a piece of rope, and then tied her hands. Lin Lan, still lying beneath him, continued to tease. Young Master Yi, how would you like to play? I'll indulge you, but right now, you haven't even taken off your own clothes, so you don't seem very sincere. Hearing this, you laughed, removed your robe, and said, don't rush, I'm taking it off now. When Lin Lan saw you taking off your robe, she became excited and said, hurry up, I've been holding back for so long.
Let me experience it today. What did it feel like to die and be reborn?
Yi Ning draped the robe over her body and said, come here. Lin Lan immediately shouted, why did you stop taking it off? Then he wrapped the cloak tightly around her and said cheerfully, it's because my outer attire is epic level gear, capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb. If, by any chance, you self-destruct and destroy this fine bed, I wouldn't be able to pay for it. Lin Lan panicked upon being exposed.
What? What do you mean?
He wrapped her in the cloak and bound her.
She lay sprawled on the floor.
Yi Ning crossed his arms and looked at her, questioning. Lin Lan, stop pretending. From the moment I stepped through the door, that familiar aura made me suspect it was you. When I casually probed, you inadvertently released killing intent.
That only proves my point.
At this moment, Lin Lan stopped denying it and shouted loudly, no, no way. My disguise prop, a regular third rank, can't be broken so easily.
He smiled and replied, I'm afraid you've forgotten.
I'm not just a regular third rank. Besides, I'm a third rank with a useless willpower system, just like what your people say. He kicked her and began interrogating. Now, if you self-destruct, it won't mean anything, except for you.
If you don't want to face the consequences, you can speak up. Tell me, and I'll consider sparing you. First, was it Lu Tianming who sent you here?
Lin Lan was tightly bound and had no other option but to compromise. I'll confess, but at least let me get out of this first. Yi Ning agreed to her request.
All right then. But I'm warning you, with my current strength, you'd better not try to play any tricks on me.
She poked her head out and gritted her teeth.
He's the one who brought me here.
But if you intend to use this matter against him, I'll self-destruct immediately.
Hearing that, he asked in puzzlement, you've already confessed everything, yet you're still thinking about self-destruction? Seems like that old man's got something on you, huh? Aside from death, what else could make you so afraid? Could it be your family? Lin Lan muttered gloomily, if you already know that much, then what's the point of asking? Then he asked, so where is the real Shui Yang now?
Lin Lan answered honestly, she went to the capital, taking my place to look after our younger sister. Upon hearing this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, the capital, huh?
That complicates things.
If I want to approach Yinglong quickly, I'll probably still have to rely on Lin Lan's disguise.
He questioned her further, you can play the role of Shui Yang so flawlessly? You must have quite a close relationship with her, right? Compared to her, how much do you really know about this distant frontier?
Lin Lan explained, Xiaoyu, Shui Yang, and I all grew up in Yuan Gang.
We're as close as sisters.
She then went on to explain how things turned out this way. Later, I took the injured Xiaoyu to the capital to find healing resources. To earn money, I joined the livestock team. Shui Yang took advantage of her beauty to form connections with powerful men in the Yuan Gang region, all in order to make money for Xiaoyu. Yi Ning listened with discomfort and shouted at her, I'm not interested in hearing your excuses, especially considering you've killed so many innocent awakened people.
So just get to the point.
Lin Lan could only respond, I know everything about Shui Yang, and I understand this entire Yuan Gang region as well. Yi Ning then sat down, pointed at her, and made a concession.
First, I will show you the benefits I can offer.
Not only can I save your life, but I can also rescue your sister from Lu Tianming. At the same time, the healing resources from Lu Tianming that I can offer are just as abundant as his.
Hearing this, she asked, what are your conditions?
He raised her chin with one hand and smiled, saying, it's very simple. All you need to do is continue to disguise your face and help me get the identity prototype from Yinglong.
Lin Lan quickly refused, Yinglong? That's impossible.
You're overestimating Shui Yang and, at the same time, underestimating the value of that item to Yinglong.
As he untied his ropes, he said, isn't there a rumor that Yinglong is pursuing Shui Yang? Asking him for that thing, is it really so impossible? Lin Lan chuckled and said, pursuing her? Wanting that thing? Do you really think it's that simple? Ha! Huh? Do you really believe there's someone so servile? Yinglong's so-called pursuit is just for the thrill. People like him would rather spend money than dream of getting resources.
Lin Lan mused for a moment and continued, they don't even have enough resources for themselves, so if anyone actually wanted to take something from them, do you know what price Shui Yang would have to pay?
Sleep with them? That's basically like killing the hen to get the egg.
No, that's not right.
it's killing the hen and still not being sure you'll get any eggs. She fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Can you explain why? Why is Shui Yang so adored because of her arrogance?"
Lin Lan replied, "Because they can never have it themselves, that's why Shui Yang can." Yi Ning knew he couldn't use Lin Lan the way he had imagined.
He loosened her bindings and said, "I understand. Then at least can you help me find his schedule and route? Or better yet, take me to him." Hearing that, she looked alarmed and asked, "You want to go after Ring Long? Do you not value your life? He's at third rank peak. Killing him would be like killing a dog."
Yi Ning answered only, "You don't need to worry about that, just do as I say."
She rubbed her wrists where the ropes had been and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you and use Ring Long's hand to kill you?"
Yi Ning replied confidently, "You won't do that. To be blunt, if you actually did, the price you'd pay would be no less than if you killed me yourself."
"And do you know what else?"
"Not only would you die, your sister wouldn't live through it either." You bluntly continued, "Of course, if it weren't for your betrayal, whether I live or die wouldn't concern you at all. But as for me, I guarantee that no matter what happens, I will never betray you or Shui Yang." Lin Lan found this acceptable and agreed with you, saying, "If you say it like that, then I truly have no reason to refuse working with you." After that, Yi Ning took a scroll of paper from his belongings. He unrolled it and held it out in front of her.
"This is the life and death contract for this transaction. All the terms and commitments are laid out in it. Signing it is a guarantee for both you and me."
Lin Lan replied, "This really seems to benefit me in every way, with no downside. After all, you're after Ring Long. You were originally seeking death, so there's no need for me to betray you." Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the contract and said, "If you die, I will not only have completed the task but also be able to withdraw safely. If you don't die, then according to the contract, you'll have to fulfill the promises you've made." Then, they both stepped out of the living room. Director Tang, seeing you come out, immediately asked, "Young Master Yi, why are you done so soon?"
You responded, "It's not like that.
After making my move, Miss Shui Yang can really only watch from afar, she can't play around." Director Tang, hearing this, was very pleased.
He chuckled and said, "I told you earlier, didn't I? Have you learned it now?"
Then Yi Ning made a proposal to him. "Miss Shui Yan wants to take us to the Blood Shadow safe zone to pay respects to Lord Ing Long."
"Director Tang, could you provide a spiritual energy aircraft?" At the mention of Ing Long, Director Tang exclaimed, "What? Are you out of your mind?"
Lin Lan, standing behind, spoke for him, "Director Tang, don't worry, I'm only arranging a meeting and a conversation." He added, "Yes, Director Tang, it's just a courtesy visit just to meet and inquire."
"There won't be any problems."
In the end he consented. Arranging an energy aircraft was a trivial matter. Kindly, he offered a gentle reminder to him, "But before you go, I want to stress something. Why can't Ing Long's combat power be detected? If a fight really breaks out, even Lord Fong Hio might not be guaranteed victory."
"You all should be fully aware of that."
He replied firmly, "I understand, Director Tang. Rest assured."
At the Blood Shadow Legion's #1 safe zone, Yi Ning's group's aircraft arrived and prepared to land. The guards immediately surrounded them and ordered, "Shut down the engines." Everyone disembarked in turn and presented their ID cards.
"If there's any other movement, kill without asking." He looked around and said, "Security here is clearly much tighter. Compared to the Shanglang safe zone, we should disguise ourselves to be safer."
"Disguise gear, activate."
Director Tang walked over, handed them some items, and said, "Gentlemen, this is our young master. Young Master Yi, on Director Tang's orders, has come here to conduct a supply transaction. Here is a small gift, please accept it." The guard, holding the weight in his hands, snorted coldly.
"At least you know the rules. Come in, and remember, you can stay for a maximum of 3 days. After that, you must report again at the Shanglang safe zone."
Suddenly, he noticed Lin Lan, disguised as Shui Yang, coming from behind. He shouted, "Miss Shui Yang." She stepped forward and handed him her card.
He quickly waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to be checked. We don't know Miss Shui Yang. Are you on the warship? Are you heading to the safe zone this time?"
Lin Lan replied, "I want to visit the commander's area."
"Can you arrange that?"
The guard agreed immediately, "No problem at all.
"We will arrange someone. We'll escort the young lady there." He turned around and called to his men, "Where is everyone?
Get the third-rank bodyguards ready to clear the way immediately.
Make sure Miss Shui Yang's safety is guaranteed." Yi Ning couldn't help but feel secretly pleased upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected Shui Yang's identity to be so useful here. Could it be because of the rumors in the martial world? Does Xinglong like Shui Yang?
The guard explained to her, "Miss Shui Yang, if you wish to meet Sering Long, there's no problem with your safety, but those people in the Shanglang safe zone are not within our jurisdiction to arrange for." Lin Lan calmly replied, "There's no need for everyone to arrange this, just let them handle it themselves." After that, Lin Lan was led inside by the guards, while the others were stopped. He thought to himself, as expected from what she had said earlier, the level of treatment was indeed worlds apart. To meet Ying Long, they had to take her first, and only then could they figure out how to recommend the rest of them. Afterward, their group also began to move. "Let's go, follow the original plan. First, let's head to the commercial night market and see the situation here, then we can wait for news smoothly." At the number 1 safe zone of the Blood Shadow Course commercial night market, they entered the market, where the surroundings were lively and noisy. The voices of merchants mixed with the atmosphere. Yuan Hao carefully observed the surroundings and said, "Young Master Yi, the development here is much better than it was 10 years ago. The level of prosperity here can be compared to the areas around the capital.
Have you noticed? The small vendors here can afford to pay for electricity.
Not only that, but their management is also much more organized than Shanglang's." He thought to himself, with an administrative system and military control regulations as complete as this, it's clear that the ambitions of the Blood Shadow Corps are not trivial. Suddenly, a vendor shouted, come here, don't miss out." You look over there, and the crowd catches your attention.
Why are there so many people gathered around? Let's go see.
The center of this crowd is a merchant, a man who traffics in people.
The latest goods from the Black Camel Trading Guild are now on display.
If you're interested, feel free to make an offer directly. He boldly advertised a bound man, prying his mouth open and showcasing him repeatedly. Come, take a look at these teeth. They're all completely healthy and well maintained. At this age, having such good teeth proves he had a proper diet and a strong body.
Buy him as a slave, and you can use him however you wish.
Yuan Hao, standing beside, remarked, "They're probably a slave trade caravan. The people up there were likely captured after a raid on a gathering place."
This sort of thing often happens in areas like Yuangang. Fong Fong, standing next to him, gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't there also a female slave over there? The human trafficker is also called a madam. She's auctioning off these slave girls for 400 points each.
Gentlemen, this is the lowest price, take a look. All the ones we see here are still very young. The low-quality ones have already been sold off to the mines." A man from the crowd shouted loudly, 400 is too expensive." She grabbed the girl's hand and continued, 400 is still a bargain, huh? They've all been trained, and many are still virgins. Just look at this child's hands, so soft, like green onions.
She's pretty and obedient, too.
Rest easy, sir, however you want to play with her, the girl won't resist. Her family is still being held in our mine, she knows everything, even if horses flew up into the sky."
A man below sneered craftily and said, "Is she really still a virgin?
I have to see for myself before I'll buy."
The madam immediately refused. "Come up here to inspect? That's impossible. If people see her, how could I ever sell her again?
Rest assured.
If the claimed virginity proves false, we'll pay 10 times. The man below grew more obstinate. If I can't inspect, I won't buy. So the madam seized the girl's breasts. The girl gave a cry. The madam then said, "Sir, did you hear that voice? That's a cry. If it weren't the cry of a virgin, could it sound like that? Well, are the two of you buying or not?" Two people, 750. Hearing the bargain, the man hesitated.
Actually, it wasn't bad, but 750 points could buy several hundred kilograms of food. Besides, they were ordinary people, not awakened ones. Apart from entertainment, they were useless. The madam above laughed. "Just a few hundred points and you still expect awakened people? Are you talking nonsense?" Yining frowned and said, "Those girls brought here probably won't live more than 2 or 3 years. Yuan Hao at his side, hearing him, asked, "Young Master Yi,
Do you want to buy them? Even if you do, it's pointless. Although it's pitiful, the numbers are just too many. Even if we buy up this batch, there will be another batch, and then another after that. Besides, even if you manage to save this group, if you don't take them away from here, they'll very likely be sold next time unless you can deal with the root of the system here." Yining's expression darkened. He said sharply, "Uncle Huang, you're right, it's like pouring hot water into water. Not only does it fail to solve the problem, it could even scald people to death. If we want to eradicate it at the root, we have to pull the firewood out from under the flames." Fong Fong pointed in one direction and asked, "Quick, look at the person being tortured over there, is that one of ours?"
Looking where she pointed, they saw a group of soldiers holding chains and dragging people dressed in the same clothes. Their mouths were gagged.
Yuan Hao felt a chill of recognition. Weren't those uniforms the kit of the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps? One soldier shouted, "You still dare to cause a disturbance?"
The guard jabbed his baton straight into those people. "You better behave yourself, you bitch.
You think I'm letting you make trouble? You were beaten down and collapsed, the people behind you could only whimper?"
The woman standing at the back glared at the guards with righteous fury.
Seeing that, the guard stepped forward and sneered, "You woman, you don't resist and just stare at me, what do you mean by that? They used to protect you, but today, in front of them, I'll tear you to pieces." Yi Ning watched the scene and could only decide, if I can't act today, then I must.
That female soldier was someone I had known in a past life. The aggressive guard, dagger in hand, pressed it straight toward the woman's eye.
"You motherfucker, you want to look? See if I don't gouge your dog's eye out," he snarled.
Suddenly a voice called out, "Stop." The guard turned toward the sound.
The captain shouted, "Luo Hei." "That's enough." Startled, Luo Hei let out a cry. The captain yelled again, "Have you got a brain or are you crazy? You've ruined the goods like this, how do you expect us to sell anything? Don't you know those things are very picky? If they don't fetch a good price, I'll cut you up and sell you."
Yi Ning breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed they wanted to sell, so nothing serious had happened for the moment. There was still hope. If she could save them without resorting to violence, that would be best. The captain pointed at the girl, irritated, "Tell me, are you brainless or sick? Holding her like that, who would want this woman anymore?" Yi Ning frantically explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened, and they're second rank. It's not easy for anything to happen to them, is it? Besides, they dared to cause trouble. This woman keeps glaring at me, and some of our brothers were already killed by them." He kept babbling. "Fine, since there are so many people here today, sell them quickly. If we can make up for the losses, consider it revenge. I see a few people from powerful factions coming, very likely connected to the banquet Lord Ing Long is hosting today. They'll certainly be interested in these goods." No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain turned back, not forgetting to order his men to lift them onto the platform, then called the madam over to handle these high-priced wares. Night fell quickly. The madam stood amid the traffickers and called out, "The grand finale has arrived. Masters, please come and take a look. Yuan Gang Construction Corps, provincial level, second rank. Anyone who has a grudge against the army or wants to sample something new must not, under any circumstances, miss this round. Those below could not help but get excited. Military people were top quality goods. Buying these would bring great prestige.
This little thing? Yuan Hao said angrily. Yi Ning. He immediately put a hand over his mouth. Sure, Uncle Huang, I'm young Master Yi now.
I'll save these people, don't worry. Startled, the old man hurriedly replied, Forgive me, young Master Yi, I was so enraged I acted foolishly. Let me take these people away to avoid having to intervene later and thus implicate you. Yi Ning whispered, Uncle Huang, if trouble really breaks out later, I can't stand by either. Besides, if a fight happens, you alone won't be able to get out of here. Above the stands, Luo Hei began to entice. Let's auction this item first. A second-rank peak awakener, a lackey of the military, and also a lieutenant. His strength is quite impressive. Just look at the murderous aura, you'll understand. The madam beside him pouted, Dear gentleman, as long as you win the auction, we'll train him for free. She even added that having him kneel and eat shit would be no problem. Buying this door guard would also add some prestige. The starting price is 70,000 trade points, with each increase by 10,000. The crowd below began to stir. A second-rank peak, and he's from the military. This item is very interesting. 70,000 starting price? I'll offer 80,000. He sneered, mocking the idea of buying him to guard the door. These disgusting, despicable soldiers. Another man spoke up, I'll offer 90,000. The first man immediately interrupted, I bid. Manager Xiao frowned. Sir, I am Manager Xiao of the Shattering Bone Arena. How about showing me some respect and letting me take him, so I can make the boss happy? The man was taken aback. I didn't know Manager Xiao was gracing us with his presence. If you've taken a liking to him, then please, feel free. Upon hearing the name, the crowd started to assess the situation. Though Manager Xiao wasn't particularly strong, the Shattering Bone Arena was backed by a high-level third rank, with several other third ranks under their command. People began to think, in terms of strength, it might even surpass our small private safety district. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager Xiao quickly stepped up to the podium. No need for training, just send this one to our arena. Coincidentally, we're lacking this type in the arena. I want to see if he can defeat that mutated form. It's been a while since we've witnessed a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. Apart from this batch, are there any other types? Just introduce them directly to me. If they're suitable, I'll buy a few more. If you meet me, consider yourselves lucky. Upon hearing this, the madam became excited. Yes, yes. Luo Hei smiled enthusiastically. Please take a look at this one. Second rank, mid-tier, long-range type. When we captured him, we lost 2 people. When it was one-on-one with him, there was also this scout here. He's also mid-tier, second rank. Although he's only responsible for scouting, when he risks his life, he's just as crazy as a madman. Plus, this tall and burly one from the strength class, his abilities are also quite impressive. The woman spoke up, That's right, sir, you can see the look in their eyes, full of killing intent. These goods are all from the other side, often fighting with awakened people from foreign lands. Sir, why not just buy them all? Manager Xiao Chun, wait a moment, let me think. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the girl behind them. Is this woman also a second rank in the army? Bring her out here, I want to see her figure. The madam broke out in a cold sweat at this. Manager Xiao, isn't your place more suited for finding someone to kill monsters? This one isn't quite suitable, I dare not hide it from you, sir. We intend to teach these types a lesson, then sell them off. He frowned. Just tell me if you're going to hand her over or not. Why so many words? What do I need her for? Can you control me? What's wrong with women? Nowadays, it's even trending to see women fighting without clothes. The madam flinched noticeably. Master Xiao, please don't be angry, I'll bring her to you right away. The fake pervert looked at the girl, a sly thought forming in his mind.
A second-rank female soldier from the military fighting monsters while not wearing clothes. That scene would be so exciting.
If we add some special mutated bodies, who knows? At this thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. Manager Xiao silently affirmed, such a barbaric performance will surely excite the big shots. Below, Yuan Hao was about to lose his temper. Yi Ning, knowing he was enraged by these perverts, spoke up to calm him.
Huan uncle, don't be in a hurry, let's watch a bit more, we'll wait until they total the price.
Immediately, the girl was brought before him. The madam enthusiastically said, "Here she is, Manager Xiao, please see the reaction of everyone.
She's definitely a beauty of the army."
He couldn't resist and stepped forward to caress her face. It was already wild looking. Her body and face weren't bad at all.
She was a little gem.
Then, he ordered his subordinates, strip her of her clothes, she's covered in blood, can't make out anything on her. The man immediately heard the order clearly. With the master's permission, the man eagerly pounced on the girl like a wild beast, ready to tear into his prey. The guard laughed cunningly. If it weren't for the collar that suppresses their abilities, these people would have already destroyed this place.
True enough. Looking at your helpless appearances, you probably couldn't even touch a single finger of her, could you? Today is a lucky day for you, so take your time and enjoy it.
The madam quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, this isn't quite appropriate. If Manager Xiao changes his mind, it will be very difficult for us to sell to other big figures.
Upon hearing this, the subordinate hesitated. He angrily slapped the madam's face and shouted, "Damn it, you think I would regret it? Ridiculous. Is 350,000 enough to wrap it all up?" Luo Hei joyfully responded, "Enough, that's enough."
He then lunged at the girl again, grinning maliciously. If Manager Xiao wants her, of course, we have to listen to him.
"You filthy bitch, so today's your turn, huh?"
At that moment, Yi Ning suddenly spoke up. Wait, 400,000. I'll take it all, including every slave here. I also want the Shanling safe zone.
Manager Xiao was taken aback. The Shanling safe zone? Who are you? Yi Ning replied. Hearing Tianlang Palace, Manager Xiao sneered dismissively, "Just a small Tianlang Palace, and you dare come here to compete with me?"
At this moment, a voice of Xianghan rang out. 410,000 from the Blood Shadow Legion, anyone else get out, the crowd murmured.
Blood Shadow Legion?
Quickly step aside. Manager Xiao couldn't help but step back, startled. The Blood Shadow Legion. I'll withdraw, no more bidding.
Upon hearing this overwhelming force, Yi Ning also fell silent, observing quietly. The madam looked dispirited.
The camel slave caravan, welcome. What do you need?
Just give a cough, and we will deliver directly to you.
The leader of the group shouted, "You old madam, stop talking like we won't pay you. Everyone knows that the rules in the Blood Shadow safe zone are strict."
"Don't worry, we won't stiff you."
The newcomer quickly issued orders.
"Where are the men? Bring the money over."
His soldiers immediately complied. "Understood, Captain." Yi Ning then raised his voice again. "I bid 420,000. I said it's an auction, whoever bids higher wins. I believe the Blood Shadow Legion wouldn't break the rules of the safe zone, right?" The crowd around them whispered, "Damn, he dares to fight the Blood Shadow Legion for someone? Is this kid from Shanlang safe zone insane?" The captain of the Blood Shadow Legion looked over with disdain.
"Rules? Fine, then I bid 430,000. Shanlang safe zone? Are you sure you want to challenge me?"
Yi Ning continued bidding, 440,000.
"How much more will you add?"
He felt a bit bitter inside.
"Kid, do you think your position in the Shanlang safe zone is that important? Do you really dare challenge me?" Yi Ning replied indifferently. "An auction concerns financial resources, what does that have to do with one's status? Unless you intend to break the rules and use your position to intimidate people." Captain Blood Shadow sneered. What a cocky tone. You've got a lot of money, do you? He held up 2 cards. Is 1 million enough? If not, I'll add another million. The crowd flinched again. Damn it, people from the Shanlang safe zone are that loaded? So what if you have money, what good does it do? Do you really think those rules can bind the Blood Shadow Legion? How naive. Their bidding is just for show. If they really wanted someone, they wouldn't need to say a word, that brat would be dead for sure. The madam was secretly alarmed. If we hadn't crossed the Blood Shadow Legion, we'd already be rich. And the auctioneer here is secretly cautious 2 million to buy us as slaves? This makes no sense at all. What exactly does this person want to do with us? Only then did Captain Blood Shadow begin to entertain a wicked thought. I really don't have the authority to mobilize assets over 1 million, but the rules above still exist. It seems I'll have to play an underhanded trick on it. With that in mind, he shouted, Shamlang? Most people from your safe zone are big shots, I know them all. How could I not recognize you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy for the army? Yi Ning replied calmly. I work in the logistics department of the Shanlang safe zone. At Tianlang Palace, we also want to start a business through this bloodshed. To build a reputation, I need these people. He shouted back loudly, nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering the cost, unlike you. Guards! Arrest them all and bring them in for interrogation. I have serious doubts about their identities and intentions. Please cooperate and come with us. Xiao He whispered to him, should we make a move? I can take them all down in a single strike, Yi Ning said indifferently. So can I. But not yet. Shui Yang and I have already sent word. We need to wait for news from the other side first. Judging by the timing, it should be about now. With that, he raised his voice. From the looks of it, the Blood Shadow Corps doesn't intend to negotiate but plans to use force instead. Haven't you all always proclaimed to the world that you believe in fairness and would never bully others with power? The Blood Shadow Captain's face darkened. Bullying others with power? Stop trying to frame us. 2 days ago, we received intel saying that a group of military spies had secretly infiltrated our safe zone to rescue their people. Why do I get the feeling that group might just be you? Yi Ning decided firmly, fight to the end, then. If that's how it is, I don't mind going with you. But if later Lord Ing Long invites me to the banquet, then it can only mean you'll be the ones escorting me there. As for what I'll say at that banquet, I can't make any promises. He sneered, listen to this guy, you actually dare to use Sir Ing Long to threaten us? You fool, the banquet started long ago, and you're still standing here spouting off? If they don't know their place, we'll have to beat some sense into them first. At the same time, after checking the system, Captain Blood Shadow started and shouted, stop this at once. He then bowed slightly as he passed. Yes, young Master Yi, my sincere apologies. They barged into the temple of the Dragon King. I truly did not know you were a guest of Sir Ing Long. I will arrange for the guards to escort you there. Yi Ning mocked lightly, this sir sure changes his face quickly. I still preferred your earlier insolent, defiant look. He broke into a nervous sweat and hastily escorted the guest from the Shanlang safe zone to the central area, unwilling to risk offending him. Yi Ning then issued orders to his men. Old Huang, take these soldiers and find a place to station them. I'll come back to inspect the goods later. Xiao He, let's go meet Sir Ing Long. Both replied clearly in unison, yes, young Master Yi. At the Tianlang estate, Yi Ning and his group had already arrived. Yi Ning swept his gaze around, assessing silently. Just as he had expected, all the guests here were senior members of the private forces in the surrounding area, while the nameless foot soldiers would not be warmly received. The reason why the Blood Shadow team was so polite to us earlier was completely due to the message passed down from above, layer by layer, until it reached Ing Long himself, who personally extended the invitation. After that, he said to Xiaohe, let's be a little more modest.
We should just stand in a corner and observe secretly. She immediately responded clearly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Lan had already positioned herself, waiting for everyone. Upon seeing Yi Ning, she loudly exclaimed, there's quite a stir here, who is this person? Is he really important enough to be personally welcomed by Miss Shui Yan? In contrast to the crowd, Yi Ning felt quietly displeased.
What does this woman want? Didn't I ask her to stay away? How appropriate is it for the host of this banquet to go greet someone else?
Seeing him hesitate, Lin Lan shouted, little brother, hurry up and bring your girlfriend to sit next to me, I've saved you a spot. Yi Ning was taken aback by her words, but thanks to that, he was no longer under attack. So, she's his older sister, no wonder.
Yi Ning quickly went over, thanks, sis. Xiaohe, let's go back to our spot.
The crowd kept discussing, I've never heard that Miss Shui Yang has a little brother before, maybe he's an adopted brother. Even if that's the case, he's not someone you'd think.
Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? As soon as Yi Ning sat down, he impatiently asked, what do you want? Lin Lan whispered, didn't you say before that you wanted to observe Ing Long? This position is the most suitable. Besides, I've already told Ing Long that you're my adopted brother, a very capable person, you know. If we don't do it this way, you wouldn't be able to get in here at all. He tried to whisper as naturally as possible. Didn't she realize that by doing this, she was putting me in a very dangerous situation? Lin Lan smiled lightly, are you already scared even before Ing Long arrives? You still want to scheme against Ing Long like this? Don't you think that's truly ridiculous? He replied, it's not like that. I don't like accepting dangers that are beyond my control. Unfortunately, Lin Lan continued, Ing Long is the master here, everything is not in your hands. Yi Ning's face betrayed her thoughts. Clearly, she was testing how I would handle situations to see if she should side with me. And indeed, it was quite cunning. This kind of provocation wouldn't be considered betrayal, so she had nothing to fear. I had to hold firm, never let myself fall into a disadvantaged position. Before she could pull herself together, a surge of red energy immediately poured in. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yi Ning was greatly surprised, silently asking herself, was this the loud cheer quickly echoing, welcoming the commander of the Blood Shadow Legion? Ing Long appeared, apologizing for the wait. He immediately explained, there was a slight delay earlier, but please, everyone sit down, no need to stand on ceremony. The entire group simultaneously shouted in unison, thank you, sir. Ing Long nodded, then fell silent.
Ning quietly made a note to himself, his strength might even surpass Fong Uncle's. The smell of blood was still fresh. Did he just kill a mutated creature before coming here? To go hunting mutated creatures right before a meal. Seems like he's a typical battle fanatic. The people nearby whispered cautiously, and just this oppressive aura alone was enough to make them break into a sweat. The power of Commander Ing Long felt like it had become even stronger. That's right. Did you see the blood shadow behind his back? I feel like it's about to come to life any moment now. I wonder if Sir Ing Long killed some high-level mutated creature and then fused with it. Yi Ning thought to himself, fusing with the mutated blood shadow, is that a special innate ability? Then he whispered to Xiaohe, how confident are you in winning if you face Ing Long? She pondered for a moment, then replied, based on the strength he's shown so far, the most I could hope for is a 3 in 10 chance of escaping. If he still has hidden power, then it's almost impossible. After greeting the guests, Ing Long immediately walked to his seat and sat down. Yi Ning, on the other hand, was still lost in thought. Indeed, there was a huge difference between being on the verge of 3rd rank peak and truly reaching 3rd rank peak. Although I possess a good number of sword techniques, if I want to escape, perhaps only dimensional slash would be effective. I need to assess his fighting habits first, just in case. His left arm is more developed in terms of muscle. The spear behind him has blood on its tip. So, he's left-handed and specializes in thrusting. He assessed the situation, noting that a special anti-slip attachment had been fitted to the spear.
Could it be that he was accustomed to handling a spear like this? Was he planning to exploit the advantage of striking from a distance?
Yi Ning tried to imagine the scenario, moving at high speed, and as he neared, in that moment, he would swing the spear's head to break through the enemy's defense. There was no doubt about it, this was the fighting style of someone awakened to the agility system. From his observation, there was very little blood on the entire spear, which suggested the explosive power behind his strikes was extremely formidable. Based on the marks on his clothes, and from a skills perspective, he likely possessed at least 2 mobility-based skills. As Ying Long sat down, he spoke up, "Miss Shui Yang, is this your adopted brother? This kid's quite interesting, seems like he's been secretly watching me the whole time." Yi Ning, who had been lost in thought, couldn't hide his gaze and was startled when his name was suddenly called.
"Ah!" Lin Lan quickly responded, "Yes, his name is Yi Lin. I think this is the first time he's seen you, so he's a little nervous." "Lord Ying Long, did you know? You're his idol. He tells me every day how much he admires you." Then, she turned to Yi Ning and said, "I've told you already, Lord Ying Long is a very nice person, so you don't need to be so tense. If you want to look, just look. Why sneak glances?" He stammered, I understand, sis." Then, he feigned embarrassment and apologized to Ying Long. He immediately let his guard down. "So that's it, if he's Miss Shui Yang's younger brother, then naturally he's practically family. This must be the Shanglang safe zone, right? I'm also fairly close with your commander. When I return this time I'll ask him to look after you," Yi Ning hurriedly replied. "Thank you, Lord Ying Long." He thought to himself, this was obviously a tremendous honor. It seemed Shui Yang's importance to Ying Long wasn't what she had claimed. Shortly after, someone bowed and murmured, "Lord Ying Long, on behalf of the Yihu safe zone, I offer you a toast. Incidentally, I'd like to report to you on the situation in our safe zone." Ying Long replied cheerfully. Yi Ning picked up his chopsticks and thought inwardly that the strength others perceived in him was at most early 3rd rank. But he hadn't expected Ying Long to be so cautious, that instinctive vigilance probably came from having clawed his way up from the bottom. At the same time, Yi Ning suddenly felt something strange under his feet. He was startled and uneasy. Yi Ning glared at Lin Lan and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, is that witch trying to kill me?" She taunted him, leaning in and speaking softly, "If you dare flinch, I'll dare to poke there." "Well, don't you like this? Scared?" Yi Ning's body trembled inwardly. "No, I can't lose my composure, or we'll all die. Whether this woman lives or dies truly doesn't matter. But 9 and I cannot afford to lose." His body kept trembling. It was truly insane. At this distance, all Ying Long would have to do was use a little psychic sensing and he'd fly into a rage. "Lin Lan, what on earth are you thinking? This is absolutely not her best option." Yi Ning couldn't help it and asked, "Are you trying to take revenge for the humiliation I inflicted on you? Or are you trying to test my self-control?" Lin Lan replied indifferently, "Both, but I'm more curious about the latter." He said again, "If you do this you'll die yourself. That's madness. I can't believe someone with your mind could be so stupid." She remained calm, "Even so, in terms of my plan, it doesn't cost me anything." Yi Ning was at a loss for words. If her goal was merely to kill me, she could have just told Ying Long my identity. Why go to all this trouble? Lin Lan glanced over, "This is far more interesting. Just imagine the explosive headlines, Yi Ning, military commissar in Yuan gang, confronts Ying Long and is killed by him." She snapped, "Do you remember the first time we met, how miserably you embarrassed me? Besides, I've always wondered whether you're a eunuch." He was at a loss for words for a moment. Yi Ning then tilted her head back and took a gulp of wine. She was furious, not because she was about to die, but because I had ruined her plan. Lin Lan actually reached her hand into that intimate place. "I'm very curious, just how important is that mutated material to you that you're willing to endure this much for it? With your current status and power, why would you accept such a risk? Every time I think about you, this contradiction keeps resurfacing in my mind. I feel a kind of inexplicable thrill. I want to eat you, to crush you inside my body. Tell me why. Tell me why I want you like this. He broke into a cold sweat. She thought, so this is supposed to kill me? No, let me tell you, I could kill you and still get away with it. You crazy woman, if you really want to die, I'll gladly grant your wish.
Lin Lan feigned surprise.
Oh? Is that so?
This woman is beyond reason.
He turned and instructed, Xiao He, Shui Yang's gone mad, completely lost it.
In a moment, if you see me unleash dimensional slash, be ready to break through together.
She responded quickly and clearly.
The two people across from them soon noticed something strange about Yi Ning.
That kid over there seems a bit off. Maybe his girlfriend's teasing him under the table.
These young ones sure are bold.
I don't think that's it. On the contrary, look at Miss Shui Yang's posture. Should we use our spiritual sense to check?
Shoo.
Do you have a death wish? Yi Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled when he overheard that conversation. Those 3 third-rank cultivators all sensed that something was off, but what was going on with Ying Long?
Even though he wasn't looking in this direction, as a third-rank peak, even if he hadn't released his spiritual power to cover the entire area, he should at least have been able to maintain his perception of the surroundings.
Lin Lan was squeezing that part of you, and you still managed to lose focus? Is it because my technique isn't good enough? Or could it be that you actually prefer men? Yi Ning was utterly exasperated.
Lin Lan, congratulations, you've just ruined my entire plan.
He kicked her hard in the leg. But don't worry.
After I kill you, I'll run away with your leg as my companion. When I get back, I'll forge it into a great blade to remind myself never to underestimate a woman again.
At that moment, Lin Lan began to panic. You really mean to do that? No, stop. We won't be discovered, I promise. Ying Long won't notice a thing.
I was only teasing you, I never meant for us to die together.
Yi Ning was taken aback. What do you mean? He's not using his perception? Or do you have some way to block it? Don't tell me Ying Long's strength is fake. No, that's impossible.
Lin Lan seemed to know that man all too well.
You want to know? Then beg me. You're worried someone might notice us, right? No one will dare. Everyone fears facing Ying Long's wrath even more than you do. He glanced over, as long as you're not crazy, it's fine. Tell me, this information is very important to me.
You know very well that the more I know, the more certain I become.
Once the task is done, I will give you everything you want in exchange for that ability.
Lin Lan lowered her voice, don't rush.
Ying Long was about to speak.
As soon as she finished, Ying Long also spoke, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you can all feel the threat from the military, but it is truly ridiculous. They watched us struggle at the distant borders with cold eyes, not sending a single soldier or unit to help. Now it's fine, we have established our own safe zone, so why should the military ask us to give up our rights?
Just with one sentence?
The peace in Yuan Gang, the survival of those who remain here, all of it was bought with our lives at stake. Therefore, I propose that all commanders and senior officials from various districts unite together.
The crowd immediately responded, Mr. Ying Long is right. Yuan Gang has always been the military's responsibility. They guarded it to maintain their own face, so what does that have to do with us? If people from other nations enter Yuan Gang, will they really go to war with us? I don't think so. And even if that's the case, what does it matter what country we're talking about now? We're all just human beings.
Lin Lan clapped her hands and gave him a flirtatious glance, I want you.
Yi Ning was surprised, really? He secretly remained cautious. The witch had turned her face again. Could it be that she was actually being sincere this time? How could that be? What was she planning to do now? Yi Ning then replied irritably, "Do you want me? If you want my head, you can have it, no need for these games. Do you know Ying Long's secret? Tell me now." Lin Lan stood up lazily and said, "My feet hurt. Follow me to the restroom."
She turned around, not forgetting to threaten, "If you have the guts, come over here.
I'll tell you Ying Long's secret.
If you don't come in 3 minutes, I'll show up and tell Ying Long that you really like this sister of mine." Yi Ning reluctantly stood up. The secret in this woman's hands might very well help him gain more control later. To get the materials for advancement, even if it was the dragon's den, he would have to charge in. As they entered the restroom, Lin Lan casually applied lipstick while letting him stand aside and wait.
Yi Ning was anxious. Was she really going to discuss this here?
This place was the restroom from years ago.
Lin Lan glanced over at him. "What are you afraid of? This place has been abandoned, no one will come." She couldn't help but tease him a little. "What's wrong? Are you trying to sneak into the women's restroom?"
Yi Ning snapped angrily, "Stop talking."
"Actually, you knew exactly when Ying Long would enter the dungeon, didn't you?"
Lin Lan quickly turned around and waved her hand.
"If you want to know, come here."
She opened the door to a bathroom. "Come in here, and I'll show you all my secrets." As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately pressed his dagger to Lin Lan's neck.
"I've used my mental power to shield this place. If there's anything you need to say, speak up now. My patience is limited.
If you still want to play tricks while Ying Long isn't here, I won't hesitate."
She was satisfied. As expected, he was still the same. "All right."
The location of the dungeon is on the front lines of Blood Shadow's third safe zone, a city amidst the ruins of ancient times. It's 370 kilometers away, and the coordinates are beneath the air raid shelter in the outskirts of Nation H. Lin Lan continued. This dungeon has only recently appeared, activated by the supply team of the Blood Shadow Legion around 2 months ago.
It's a large-scale dungeon, and it's very special.
It only opens at 6:00 a.m. on the second Monday of each month, which means tomorrow morning.
The opening time is just 30 seconds.
If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month.
He asked. "Why didn't you tell me this before and instead tried to test my courage by luring me to the party?"
Lin Lan replied.
"Not exactly.
Based on what I know about Ying Long, there's a high chance he'll clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you'd have to follow Ying Long the moment he steps in without being noticed.
So, I suspected you wouldn't be able to get in at all." Yi Ning frowned.
"Very well, you don't need to worry about getting inside.
Now tell me, what is the secret of Ying Long?"
Lin Lan replied calmly, "I've already said quite a lot, haven't I?
What now? Are you planning to keep me standing here talking forever?"
He spoke again shortly after, his voice steady.
"If you cooperate, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. But you..."
Before he could finish, Lin Lan suddenly shoved Yi Ning backward with surprising force.
She lifted her leg onto him. "Hey, my leg really hurts, you know. Don't you feel the least bit sorry for me?
Help me massage it a little, and then I'll tell you the secret of Ying Long."
Yi Ning shouted, "What on earth do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you're foolish enough to believe I would submit myself under your skirt."
Lin Lan smirked slyly.
"Oh? Nothing much. I just don't believe you truly have no feelings at all."
In that moment, she seemed almost bewitched, her expression turning strangely serious. "Besides," Lin Lan continued, "I don't want to die with you.
I want to live with you."
As she spoke, she slowly took off her outer coat. "As long as you can survive to fulfill your promise, I'm willing to completely betray Lu Tianming and pledge my loyalty to you. So, whatever you wish to do with me, I'll accept.
When you've fully matured, we will."
Yi Ning quickly grabbed her shoulders and pulled her coat back up.
"Do you really think that just because I've entered this dungeon, I definitely?"
Lin Lan immediately clutched his hand tightly.
"Yes.
I have been thinking about this for a long time and I feel that there is no hope left for me now. I know you have an army backing you, but they won't shed blood with Ing Long for you. If they would, why would you risk yourself like this? She began to analyze the people Ing Long brought this time. At least 12 are low-level third rank and one is a high-level third rank. Although your bodyguards are strong, if you go up against them together, you still can't defeat Ing Long alone. The human face technique is Ing Long's proudest achievement. To take it away, you'll first have to kill him. She spoke while unlocking Yi Ning's pants. Ing Long is very paranoid. Even if you don't betray me before you die, I will still have to die. After all, it's all too coincidental. Even if I were lucky enough to survive, as long as Ing Long is still alive, I'm afraid I can't escape death. He frowned. But I think Ing Long treats you very well. It's completely different from what you've said. Lin Lan sighed in sorrow. The relationship between me and him is not as simple as you think. He has never really cared about me as a person. Yi Ning looked at her, feeling a little conflicted, and clicked his tongue in his mind. Her expression and gaze were completely different from the crazy woman he once knew, and there didn't seem to be any hint of acting or lying. Forget it, let's not focus on her relationship with Ing Long for now. What's more important right now is to resolve her worries and get the important secret out of her. Yi Ning pushed her away again. What if I tell you that I have the authority to mobilize several third-rank peak warriors to enter the dungeon along with me? Lin Lan was taken aback upon hearing this. What? This? How could this be possible? To convince Lin Lan, he immediately took out a token from his system. Yi Ning explained, this token is a secret reward I received after slaying the sea beast Dong Hai. Do you recognize it? Lin Lan was stunned. A military token of rank S. But wait, if this were true, why didn't he just send someone to directly steal it? Yi Ning continued, it's because, compared to outright stealing, causing trouble in the dungeon secretly will make the fish pay a much greater price. He thought for a moment. Although the token wasn't real, it was enough to scare her. After all, someone of her status would never actually come across a rank S token like this. Lin Lan also revealed a secret to him. Ing Long has no spiritual power, which means he can't sense anything outside of his own line of sight. Yi Ning was shocked. I can't believe this. A third-rank peak without spiritual power? How could that be? Spiritual power and willpower are closely linked. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points in willpower attributes. Lin Lan continued, Ing Long's talent is very special. He can passively convert his spiritual power into other attributes, except for willpower, which is required to maintain his alertness. Any attribute of willpower will be transformed into other attributes. He asked again, so he doesn't have the mental strength to supervise, and can't perceive anything, relying entirely on observing the target with his naked eye? Lin Lan replied, that's right. Yi Ning is still in shock. This is truly astonishing, and it's also very beneficial to us. She continued, but don't underestimate him because of that. On the contrary, his body is incredibly sturdy. Lin Lan made up her mind, I am the only one in the world who knows this secret. At first, I wanted to use it to exchange for a suitable third-level expert, such as Lu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you. Yi Ning remained cautious. It seemed like her knowledge about Ing Long was so extensive it was almost absurd. Moreover, it seemed like she wanted to kill Ing Long even more than I did. She hugged his face, look, I've been cooperating with you like this, so how should you reward me? Yi Ning was surprised, a reward? What do you want after everything is over? Lin Lan pouted, pressing her cheek against him, I don't want it later, I want it right now. He was startled and pushed her away, this is crazy. I don't have time for this right now. Meanwhile, at the Blood Shadow safe zone, Shang Lang rest stop, Yuan Hao stood outside, feeling anxious, why has it been so long and they still haven't come back? Something must have happened. At the same time, inside the warehouse, the bald-headed man spoke up, it seems there's no movement outside.
The group that just came from the Tianlang district has already left. The guards here are very lax. I'll break the door in a moment. Everyone split up and run for your lives. After you escape, don't come back, find a way to destroy the ring and then make your way to our rendezvous point. The other two spoke up, but didn't that old man say he came to save us? They say that, but they still haven't released us. Who knows, maybe they staged this on purpose to stop us from escaping. The young man felt guiltily uneasy. But that young fellow was already prepared to pay 2 million for us. Another man snapped, for God's sake, don't be stupid, have you forgotten who those people are? That so-called Shanlang safe zone, what kind of place is that? It's notorious for sexual slavery. Have you ever thought about Lin Ru's fate? Hearing that, he was truly terrified. We really can't afford to gamble. In the end, they all agreed. Their leader barked, "Follow my orders." 3, 2, 1. At once the whole lot crashed the door and surged outside, the noise deafening. As they rushed out, they could hardly believe who stood before them. Yining, who had already been outside, stood there, stunned by the scene. "Didn't you tell them?" Yuan Hao asked. "I did, but perhaps that was far too simple." "Is that why they don't trust us?" Yuan Hao transmitted mentally. After all, the Shanlang rest station was still within the safe zone of Blood Shadow. So, he quickly replied, "I understand. As the leader, I will take all the blame for trying to escape. If anything happens, just direct it at me." Yining spoke up, "In that case, you will be severely punished. Xiaohe, Huang uncle, seize them and give them a beating." The two responded in unison, "Understood." Immediately, everyone quickly gathered them all inside. Yining even carefully formed a protective mental barrier around them. Then, he took out a military token, Capital Army, Special Operations Team. "They're with us, so now you can speak freely." Everyone rejoiced upon seeing the A-level military token. Their army must have sent a large force to come here. "I told you, if they weren't one of our own, there's no way they would spend 200 million just to save us." The young man beside him asked, "Then why didn't you unlock the door for us?" Yining responded, "It was for concealment purposes. If we didn't act the part, not only would we have failed to save you, but we would have been exposed as well." He continued, "But don't worry. At most, you'll just have to endure one more night. Tonight, I'll arrange for you all to return to the border. Once you're out of Blood Shadow's territory, you will be free." Everyone was overjoyed. "This is wonderful, we're saved." Yining continued, "Before leaving, I want to speak with Lin Ru privately." She still remained cautious around him. Lin Ru frowned, alert. The two of them escorted her outside. Yining spoke loudly, "Huang uncle, keep hitting him, don't stop until he submits. Take her and wash off the dirt. Tonight, I will personally teach her a lesson." Knowing someone was watching, Yuan Hao replied clearly, "Yes, young Master Yi." After that, Yining looked at the strong-willed girl before him, silently thinking, "Lin Ru, I know your identity well. As the future queen of the Gugwo border region, how could I not care? In my past life, I had to use overwhelming tactics, but if I can win you over with a softer approach now, wouldn't that be the best?" The two of them then secretly went to the Shanlang rest point, to Yining's room. Lin Ru couldn't help but be surprised. At such a young age, he already held an A-rank military token. Could he be the legendary Yining? He got straight to the point, "You're clever. You're a second-rank beginner, a fast, close combat system with a natural ability to control water, right?" Lin Ru didn't beat around the bush either. "Yes, that's right. Now tell me, why do you want to meet with me alone?" Yining started, "First, tell me why, as a border patrol soldier, you were captured along with a group of survivors at a gathering point." She angrily recounted, "About 2 weeks ago, when we were ordered to patrol the border, we discovered someone awakening from the neighboring country's territory. Invasion. After crossing the border, they frequently attack several small to medium safe zones,
looting resource mines and taking survivors as food.
That's why we fought them. During the pursuit, they attempted to infiltrate the gathering point. After dealing with the enemy, we were preparing to head to the gathering point to tend to our wounds. However, no one expected that the gathering point had already been ambushed by the Black Camel faction. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, and there were no survivors from the area to warn us. Then, the slave hunting team ambushed us. In the ensuing chaotic battle, many of our people died. Naturally, the slave hunting team suffered more casualties.
As a result, they called in a third rank from nearby to intervene. As you know, when facing a third rank, we basically have no way to resist at all. As for what happened afterward, you probably know most of it already.
Thank you for saving us.
Yining replied, as fellow soldiers, this is the least I could do. Yining then recalled the rumors from her past life about Lin Ru's brutal, bloodthirsty behavior, though there were no details on incidents like this. All she had heard was that Lin Ru was a slave who, for some unknown reason, became a third-rank slave in the Three Realms. After the disaster, she publicly overthrew the leader of the Black Eagle's safe zone and killed him. She then quickly seized control of the entire safe zone. In the subsequent uprising in Yuan-gang, a battle erupted with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took all the people she had seized from the safe zones, left Yuan-gang, and entered the Kistan war zone in Gugwa. After that, her power surged, and with that strength she seized control of Kistan as easily as turning her hand. Yining wondered silently looking at it now, if he hadn't appeared, the fate that awaited her after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a disastrous beginning, she still became the queen of a nation, something even he couldn't have done.
He then asked, "What is your next plan? Return to the border with everyone? Or something else?" Lin Ru replied immediately, "No. I don't want to return to the army, I don't want to keep protecting anyone." Lin Ru said, trembling with rage, "I've made up my mind, I want to kill them all." He asked again, "Do you hate the army? Do you think the army was at fault?" Lin Ru replied contemptuously, "Hate? You could say that." Yining said, "You hate the army because they didn't arrive in time to relieve you? As a soldier yourself, you understand the army's current situation. Often it's not that they don't want to save people, it's that they can't. One must consider the bigger picture." He added, "Besides, among the survivors there are both good and bad people. Most are innocent, you can't generalize and kill them all." Lin Ru found it laughable. "Good and bad, you say?" She quickly retorted, "What do you mean by good and bad? What if 9 out of 10 people are bad? The place where we were captured has become the most welcoming spot for the army. We clearly saved them from the invaders and slave hunters. But when those bastards from the slave hunters team were about to leave, they didn't even notice Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was hiding, injured, in the basement. The survivors pulled him out and handed him over to the slave hunters to claim credit." She continued bitterly, "If they only wanted to survive by betraying us, fine, I'll accept that. But it's ridiculous. They used to look at us struggling in the Yuan gang region with disdain, and they didn't even send a single soldier to help. Yet, these heartless wolves sold us out just like before. They never hated those evil people, they hated us. They weren't afraid of the army, they were afraid of a small caravan." Yining, seeing the hatred in her eyes, lowered his voice. "One individual case can't represent everything. Ordinary people haven't received professional training." But Lin Ru sneered. "One individual case, you say?" She pointed directly at him in anger. "What do you mean by individual cases? Is it just an individual case that there are more than 300 slave hunter teams of all sizes across the entire Yuan gang region? Is it just an individual case that over 60% of the population is willing to risk their lives for those forces? Is it just an individual case that our army is being hunted like dogs, and can't even dare to reveal their identities?" The painful memories flashed vividly in Lin Ru's mind. She pointed at Yining's chest. "This place is rotten to the core, Yuan gang has decayed completely,
From top to bottom everything is corrupt. They pander to the high-level awakened, even offering up their flesh and blood like hunting hounds.
Have you been to the Shattering Bone Arena? To Shan Lang? To Shui Chang? Look at those people, they don't hate the bastards who rule them, they only hate themselves. Why don't they just become one of those people?
At that, Lin Ru couldn't hold back her tears. History here had been twisted beyond recognition.
No one remembered what we had done.
They see us as the enemy, as a dog that runs away. They would rather grovel to foreign races than spare a single drop of water for the army. Blood-streaked tears streamed from Lin Ru's eyes. Clearly we are saving people everywhere, clearly all our soldiers are suffering to defend the borders, clearly, though we are starving, we share our food with them, and what do we get in return? Her emotions surged and she slammed her fist down on the table, the teacup shattered.
Why? Tell me why. Is it because we're good people? Because we must endure, consider the so-called greater good? Is it because men like you sit on high and with one word can send us to our deaths? Finally able to speak felt like such a relief. The words she had just spoken were for the peace of Yuan Gang. The people below had to constantly retreat. At this point, she helplessly slumped down into the chair. Have you ever been to the base? Do you know how we live? Do you see how many of us have died? It's just a number, right? Lin Ru continued, the army is short of water, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, they ordered us to get water right on the spot. Although my talent is controlling water, there's no water to be found in the desert. During difficult times, we even had to drink our own urine. As for the safe zones and those merchant groups, they hiked up the prices at will. A bucket of water, if we wanted to trade for it, we had to give them a bucket of ore. Do you know how many of us had to die just to protect these things from the awakened ones of the enemy nation? Because the borders are so far, transportation is inconvenient. Meanwhile, those above us keep telling us to endure and strive, to eat and drink sparingly. But how can we fight if we're not full? Can an empty stomach be filled with just empty words? In the first half of the year, we barely managed to clear a resource dungeon and were able to bring back some food from it. But then some nearby private forces claimed it as their own and demanded we hand it over to them. Then those forces sold us supplies at 10 times the price, and even dared to sell us their dishwashing water. Retreat, retreat again, give way to everything, endure everything, with no nonsense. Without equipment, without supplies, how many soldiers have lost their strength because of this, and how many have died because of it? Lin Ru couldn't help but feel helpless as she remembered the so-called rear support, the family waiting behind us. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ru didn't hesitate to undo her shirt, exposing her chest in front of him. Yi Ning couldn't help but be startled, and Lin Ru continued, do you know what I saw in the slave camp after I was captured? I saw a girl in military uniform being pinned down by a zombie. She had died, not only bitten to death by the zombie but also had her intestines ripped out and left to dry. There were 2 large numbers carved on her chest, the wounds deep to the bone. In pain, she asked, can you see clearly? I'm number 12, and that girl over there is number 11. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yi Ning remained silent all this time. He stood up, took a cloak, and walked over to Lin Ru, handing it to her gently. Put it on, it's getting cold. Lin Ru took the cloak, somewhat surprised. I thought you'd accuse me for the greater good, claim I was indecisive, then say that sacrifice is unavoidable, and finally call me a traitor. He didn't answer her, instead asking directly, after leaving the military, where do you want to go? Or, would you be willing to come with me? You seem to be in a better mood. Maybe I'll find a small squad. Join them, hunt the mutants and become stronger, or perhaps I'll try to set up a gathering place of my own, to rally people. Lin Ru was about to leave. Thank you for valuing me, but you needn't. I'm not as great as you think. Right now all I want is to kill every bastard I meet, chop their heads off and hang them on poles. She disdainfully tossed the badge to the ground. This is the military insignia I once swore to, I return it now. Seeing her prepare to go, he spoke up, Lin Ru, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I said I can change everything? What if I told you that if you follow me you'll have unlimited resources and won't have to care about the greater cause, so you can kill to your heart's content, what would you think? She frowned, turned back and asked, do you even know what you're saying? Yi Ning replied calmly, I do. Stay here, wait for me, I'll return in a week.
Scene shifts to another land.
Yi Ning sat on the plane and asked thoughtfully, Zero, according to your analysis, if we fighting long, how many seconds can we hold him off? Fong Fong answered immediately, B seconds. In a head-on fight I can only hold him for a maximum of 4 seconds. If his target is you, I can delay him for only 1 second. Yi Ning considered, maximum 4 seconds, far too short. At least 1 second?
Although I could unleash my ultimate move 7 or 8 times, when facing a third-rank peak I can't be completely sure.
He looked out the window.
Besides, Ying Long was a third-rank peak master. After so many years there had to be hidden assassins. Although he lacked spiritual energy, that also meant his physical defense was by no means the level of an ordinary third-rank peak. If using my full ultimate couldn't kill Ying Long, he could kill me as easily as flipping a hand. Even if I used spiritual energy to attack, he could still prepare. What if he had high-grade shielding equipment? Then he told her, this time when we enter the dungeon, we should do our best to stay far away from Ying Long and avoid running into Shui Yang as well. Fong Fong was surprised. Then how are we supposed to get the identity compendium? Yi Ning added, if you want to take something from someone else's pocket, besides stealing or robbing, you can always trick them. At the dungeon entrance at 5:30 a.m. Fong Fong reported, we've arrived. He ordered 9 to activate the floating device. To avoid leaving footprints, she immediately descended. After Yi Ning landed, he watched silently, the sphere of light that hadn't expanded yet. This is the dungeon entrance, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than he reached out to touch the sphere of light. Looking at the system panel, Yi Ning thought to himself, the demonic battlefield, could this be related to the demonic core the sword god needs? If they are truly connected, then perhaps on this dungeon run I can collect all the materials and finally complete the sword god's system upgrade.